Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Steel Dragon 2 by Kevin McLaughlin and Michael Anderle, narrated by Emily Beresford. Chapter 1. Kristen Hall had always found the city of Detroit to be breathtakingly beautiful, but it was stunningly so when seen from half a mile up in the sky. She pumped her dragon wings and pushed herself higher and higher. Having gained sufficient altitude, she tucked them in, spun, and plunged toward the earth below while she twirled in circles. She uttered a whoop of joy, an odd sound for a silvery dragon with a mane of white hair, perhaps, and extended her wings, caught the cold winter air, and slowed her descent. Not too long before, she had thought that achieving her dragon form and flying would be the hardest thing to learn. But that hadn't proven to be the case. Her dragon self knew how to fly. She merely had to think up or faster or chase that pigeon, and her body instinctively obeyed. Holding luggage with her claws proved to be less instinctual. Her overstuffed duffel bag plummeted to the slushy streets of Detroit below her, and she cursed with irritation. "Get it," she thought, and her wings obeyed. But she understood instantly that this would be an extremely close catch. If she encountered the wrong pocket of air, she might very well make impact herself. Her mind made up, however, she clenched her dragon jaw and continued her dive. It was better to practice on her clothes, a few books, and some toiletries than with a human. Still, she really didn't want her clothes to actually land. The streets had already been treated with salt, and a few days of light snow in downtown Detroit meant the snow was no longer white and powdery, but grayish-black masses of sludge. She really didn't want the duffel she'd be living out of for the foreseeable future to splash into a salty, oily, slushy accumulation of ice. With no hesitation, her body obeyed her desire to retrieve the bag. Despite it already falling at the speed of gravity, her wings pumped and forced her streamlined shape to descend even faster toward the rapidly approaching pavement. Already, her luggage had passed the tallest skyscrapers. With another beat of her wings, Kristen was beyond the buildings as well. Now the cars below multiplied rapidly in size. Whereas before they had seemed like slow-moving ants, they now seemed like what they really were. Fast-moving steel boxes that would be even less capable of stopping quickly on the wet, wintry roads than she would be able to in the air. She considered turning to steel. That way, if a car collided with her, she at least wouldn't be too badly injured. But the subconscious part of her brain that controlled her flight told her it was a bad idea. Her increased mass would make it much more difficult to stop. But she was close to her bag, halfway down past the tallest buildings. 2/3, 3/4. Her brain screamed at her to pull up, but she was so close. Finally, when it seemed she couldn't wait any longer, she spread her dragon wings and caught the breeze. The air resistance almost jerked her body to a stop, and she had to remind herself there was more to a dragon body than simple physics. It took magic to keep her aloft, but that magic had limits. It didn't stop her completely, but changed her direction. Still, she had unfortunately pulled up too soon. Despite her proximity to her duffel, it fell past her claws as she tried and failed to snatch it. She lashed out with the talons on her feet as well, but those too missed. "Come on!" she roared, and willed every part of her body but her wings to catch the bag. Her tail responded. Kristen had been so preoccupied with her wings and the feeling of her silvery mane in the wind that for the last half hour she'd forgotten she had a tail. She remembered now as the long, elegant silver-scaled appendage whipped out and snagged its barbed tip through the strap of the bag. She whooped in pride as she pumped her wings furiously and gained altitude again. Unfortunately, the axe blade positioned immediately below the spear-like point at the end of her tail sliced through the strap, and the bag careened into a downward spiral once again. This time, the part of her brain that controlled her flight was quite concise in its answer to her desire to catch the duffel. "No," her dragon reflexes told her in virtually the same moment that the bag splashed into a puddle. Had it landed only a foot to the side, it would have been on the sidewalk. But a little luck was simply too much to ask, of course. With a regretful sigh, she released a great gout of steam and perhaps smoke. She had yet to use her fire breath, and landed on the sidewalk. She knew some dragons could transform from their dragon body to their human one as they landed, but she hadn't learned that yet. As a result, a massive, silver-scaled dragon landed on the streets of Detroit. It spoke to the long history of dragons presiding over human culture that no one really said anything. A woman with a stroller walked faster. A panhandler who had decided to stay in the frozen city rather than migrate south for the winter with most of the beggars flashed a cardboard sign at her that said, "We'll work for gold." A couple, holding hands and obviously still in the early stages of a relationship, slowed and decided to admire the architecture of the building across the street instead of moving any closer to a grumpy-looking dragon. A little boy noticed her, though. At first, Kristen couldn't see where he was, but as he continued to shout, she realized he was in the third story of a nearby apartment.
Mom, look! It's the steel dragon! It's Kristen Hall! Hi, steel dragon!
The boy shouted. He must have been about 8 or 9.
Can I have your autograph? I read all about your battle with that shadow dragon guy. You're the best! Mommy, look!
The only adult response was the sound of the mother trying to get the boy to close the window to keep the cold out. Her child squawked in disappointment, indignant that his mom didn't want her young child associating with a dragon.
But, Mom, we were going to be friends!
The window closed, and Kristen picked her duffel up. It wasn't soaked through completely. Maybe by the time she reached the base, the stuff inside would be dry. That, of course, proved to be wishful thinking. She leapt upward, caught herself with her wings, and was airborne once more. This time, though, she held her bag a little more carefully. As she flew the rest of the way to the location StoneQuest had shown her a few days before, she let her mind wander instead of indulging in more flying tricks. Even though she hadn't even started her new assignment yet, she already badly missed her old team. Still, she knew that she wasn't leaving them behind forever. She might be a dragon, but she would always think of herself as human, and humans needed human friends. Besides, at the very least, she'd want to vent to all her friends about the dragons. She had no doubt she would inevitably make serious gaffes when it came to dragon culture. Most dragons were centuries old. That gave them more than enough time to learn etiquette and all things dragon-related. Most of them still found riding in an automobile to be a real novelty. She had no doubt that she'd manage to offend them in ways she never could with her human friends. Still, even if she already missed them, Kristen was excited to work for Dragon SWAT. She had loved being part of the Detroit Police Department's most elite force, but once she'd activated her steel skin, it had become quite obvious that she was in a different league than her teammates. Even without her dragon form, she was faster, stronger, and had keener senses. Added to this was aura, which allowed her to not only make humans feel what she wanted them to feel, but could also give her a window into the emotional state of those around her, although she was still learning how to do all that. With this promotion, or reassignment, or whatever you called it when you left humans behind to join dragons, she'd go from being the big fish in a small pond to merely another dragon. Kristen was certain there would be struggles, but she was excited by the potential to learn from other dragons in a way she simply couldn't from other people. Hopefully, there'd be far less bureaucracy. Captain Hansen had been a little obsessive when it came to paperwork. She finally saw the base. It was located in the Capitol Square building, which was actually quite close to her old police station. The 6-story structure was built of red brick on a corner where Griswold, Shelby, and Grand River all crossed. She must have driven past it 100 times, but had never known until a few days before that it housed a force of dragons tasked with keeping much of the Midwest free of dragon-caused conflict. Her journey at an end, she landed on the sidewalk in front, and wondered briefly if most dragons landed on the roof instead, and transformed. Changing bodies was still a new experience for her, and she found the process intoxicating. Unlike putting on her steel skin, transforming from dragon to human took a few moments, and she reveled in them. First, her wings faded and shattered into 1,000 tiny shards of silver that seemed to blow away in a gust of winter wind. Her tail followed, and her long neck and arms simply seemed to combust into a shower of sparkling motes. Kristen knew it was actually more complicated than this. She didn't shed mass each time she transformed. Instead, magic tucked her dragon body away into some other pocket of space. But in doing so, it made the world around her look like she'd dropped a glitter bomb on it. Other dragons could control their transformations, but she had yet to learn that particular skill. Not that she was sure she wanted to. The storm of silver sparkles that filled the space around her human body raced abruptly toward her and vanished, leaving her on the sidewalk, fully clothed in winter gear and smiling like a fool. It was something she didn't think would ever get old. It turned out those inside the Capitol Square building felt quite differently.
"You know, we try to keep a low profile here,"
the dragon working the front desk said. He was in his human form and wore a slate-gray checkered suit and a hat that might have gone out of fashion 80 years before. Kristen could tell he was a dragon because she could sense his aura. It was tinged with impatience and annoyance, but mostly boredom. She could relate to the first feeling, but she didn't understand how any dragon could feel bored when one could simply walk outside and take to the sky.
"Sorry, it's my first day. I'm Kristen Hall, the steel
I know who you are. If you'll kindly fill out this paperwork while you wait, that'd be fine," he replied in a nasal voice.
She stifled a laugh. For some reason, a dragon having a nasal voice was simply too funny.
"I'm glad paperwork amuses you."
The dragon thrust the clipboard closer to her.
"Now, if you please."
"Sorry, it's only that I didn't expect paperwork. It seems like something that's so human."
"Contrary to popular belief, dragons don't exist outside of human culture. We see the value in various human endeavors. Many dragons love human music, for example, and structures like this human-constructed building have always fascinated us. Paper and all its uses are merely other things dragons recognize the utility of. Will there be anything else?"
Kristen shook her head, took the clipboard, and tried not to feel embarrassed. Hiding one's laughter wasn't enough for dragons. They could read emotions as easily as humans could read faces. She would have to make more of an effort to control her feelings. Already, she could see why so many of the dragons she'd met had seemed so distant. It would be stressful to always have to guard oneself against strong feelings to avoid the risk of betraying your thoughts. She sat in the lobby, which was hopelessly pedestrian. Uncomfortable chairs, a bland coffee table, and 2 ailing potted plants, already looking like they felt the cold, filled the room. She sighed and pored over the paperwork. There were the usual questions like address, emergency contacts, although oddly no spaces for email, work history, and that kind of thing. Some parts of the form made her giggle. Instead of a section asking for a doctor's contact information, there was a space about contacting a mage. Rather than a phone number, she was supposed to draw the mage's sigil and made a note to ask StoneQuest about that. She was also supposed to list any holdings she had. That, too, was kind of weird. Kristen didn't even own her apartment, let alone an estate. She wondered if she was the least wealthy dragon inside the entire building. When she reached the section for family history, she simply skipped it. She would forever think of her parents as Frank and Martha Hall, but she knew the dragons would find that confusing, or worse. She did note, however, that the section on family history was long. Apparently, it was rather important to dragonkind. Finally, she reached a part of the form that was actually interesting, and grimaced when the dragon in the checkered gray suit spoke.
"They're ready for you. 2nd floor."
At his words, an elevator dinged at the end of the hall. Kristen stole one more glance at the form. It provided a list of maybe 20 dragon abilities, and she was supposed to put a check beside each one she had. Before she could commit any of these to memory, the dragon coughed rather loudly, and she gave him the paperwork.
"Did you finish it?"
he asked. "Almost. I didn't see a place on the form for steel skin, though."
"I'll mark it under other for you. Now move along. It's not polite to keep dragons waiting."
Kristen smiled a sickeningly sweet smile and went on her way, neglecting to point out that he'd actually kept a dragon waiting. She rode the elevator up 1 floor, where it stopped automatically. As she waited for the doors to open, she tried to compose herself. Despite the disappointingly bureaucratic introduction to Dragon SWAT, she was still excited. She could feel anticipatory energy pouring off her, no doubt alerting the room of dragons she was about to meet about her rookie response. To settle her emotions, she took a few deep breaths and reminded herself that she needed to stay calm. That proved to not be a problem. The doors opened to reveal an office space before her that was exactly that. An office. There were no suits of armor lining the walls, and no swords hung at the sides of the officers. In fact, she didn't think she saw any officers at all. Instead, the room was filled with people shuffling paperwork, fixing coffee, and talking in the bored voices that suggested they wished they could be somewhere else.
Ah, Lady Hall, welcome to the inner workings of Dragon SWAT.
A man in a red robe bowed. He'd darted out of an office as if he'd waited for the ding of the elevator. Kristen couldn't sense any aura emanating from him, which made her think he wasn't a dragon, but a mage. The tattoos on his hands and head further confirmed this suspicion. Stonequest had told her once that dragons could not take tattoos because of their healing abilities. The inner workings? The man grinned, but Kristen could read his emotions enough to know that it wasn't genuine.
Indeed, he said. This is where it all happens. We interpret the Dragon Council's will here, compare it to local human law, and redraft appropriate language that appeases both parties. Everything from land rights to centuries-old cold cases pass through this office, and you'll be able to get a glimpse of all of it, sometimes multiple times as we send it to other offices across the country. I am the head mage of this office. You may refer to me as Atramento, although if that name does not suit you, feel free to call me another, your dragonship. As our newest intern, you'll no doubt have many questions. Wait, what did you say?
The mage smiled, this time a little more genuinely.
Atramento, Latin for ink. I chose it both because of my tattoos and my love for the power of ink on paper.
No, not that Atramento, she said, feeling the word out. It felt clunky in her mouth. Did you say I was your newest intern?
But of course, and may I say it is an honor for you to join us here. We've had dragons in the office before, although not in decades, but I've never had a dragon intern under me before.
And you're not about to get one now. I'm a cop. I defeated Shadowstorm, and I didn't take this job so I could be stuck in an office filling out someone else's paperwork. Atramento tittered awkwardly at the mention of Shadowstorm's name.
Yes, your defeat of Lord Shadowstorm caused quite the flurry of activity in this office. No doubt you'll see some of the splashes you caused on many of the appropriate forms. The requisition of resources to repair the machines alone has proved to be quite a headache. Humans and their independent contractors are truly masters of paperwork in a way this office is not.
He sounded equal parts disgusted and impressed at what regular people did with paperwork. I didn't join Dragon SWAT to learn about independent contractors. And what do you mean, they're contractors? You're human too, right? That drained the color from Atramento's face.
I was born of a woman, yes, but, well, dragons often speak of humans in disparaging terms.
Kristen's face hardened, which only frightened the man further. That doesn't mean you're not human, and that doesn't mean they should talk about people that way.
I apologize, Lady Hall. The dragons in this office often insult humans. Their culture is an old one, you see, and it can be difficult to, let's say, update their language. It's merely the way they speak, but not to worry. They don't mean it against mages.
Oh, so you're better than regular people?
These are their words, not mine. I was born of regular people. My brother is a regular person.
His cultured accent had begun to slip. That made her feel bad. Fear was obviously one of the poor guy's motivators to do his job, which had to suck. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't mean to insult you or make you defend someone else's belief system. I merely didn't understand all that. Atramento relaxed visibly.
Very good, Lady Hall. If there's nothing else, I can show you to your desk.
There is one other thing. Can you tell me where Stonequest's office is?
Lord Samuel Stonequest's office is on the 6th floor with the other senior officers, but he is currently occupied, so the elevator won't service that floor.
His answer was smooth as silk. That's fine. I'll take the stairs. Kristen turned and left him there, sputtering and somehow turning even grayer than he had before. She would make sure to tell Stonequest. Sam? How had she not known his first name this entire time? That Atramento had done a good job of trying to keep her busy. Too bad Dragon SWAT's newest member didn't go for busy work. Chapter 10. Kristen didn't want to swim across the pool. Why swim when she could fly? She transformed, but instead of a dragon, she became a Pegasus. Her brother looked at her from the other side. He was doing a handstand and eating French fries. "Your alarm is going off." Brian crammed some fries into his mouth. "What?" When he opened his mouth, the gentle tinkling of her ringtone came from his lips. She snapped awake and fumbled for her phone. There was a missed call, but she'd get back to that. She looked around and remembered that she was in the security room with Jasper. Television screens displayed empty hallways. A few showed the aerial views of drones, strange, high-contrast black and white images of snow glaring under halogen bulbs, while the night swallowed everything else with blackness. Near the screens, diodes blinked on and off, alerting her to animals moving past motion sensors. Jasper was asleep in his chair, exactly like she had been, his coffee cup empty and balanced on his round belly. The last thing she remembered was feeling sleepy. It was her first overnight assignment at Windfire's residence, and it had been slow and tedious. She and Jasper had made a circuit of the cold, silent grounds, and almost froze their fingers off. They'd returned to check the cameras and warm up. She had yawned. Jasper, being the gentleman he was, ordered coffee from one of the few staff Windfire still kept on in the manor. They'd sat, gone over the cameras, and the coffee had been delivered. The next thing she recalled was the dream about the pool. How was it possible that she fell asleep while drinking a cup of coffee? She'd been tired, but not that tired. At least she hadn't thought so. And her partner fell asleep, too. That seemed like more than a coincidence. Her phone rang again. Kristen was already so wound up that at the sound of her ringtone, she turned her skin to steel. She was relieved that turning to steel was her reflex when confronted with stress. If she'd become a dragon, she would have trashed the entire room. She checked the caller ID. It was Stonequest calling, and she answered quickly. "Stonequest?"
"Lady Steele. Hey, you don't even sound sleepy. Good for you."
"I think something's up," she replied.
"Yeah, you are. I remember my first overnight doing private security. These wee hours of the morning are the hardest," he chuckled.
"I think someone decided it's the best time to try something."
"Wait, what are you talking about?"
"I just woke up. Jasper's still out cold. I think maybe something was in our coffee." Kristen picked her coffee cup up and sniffed it. She couldn't smell anything besides dark coffee, but she didn't know what she was smelling for, nor did she normally smell for anything. Her faint hope that her dragon abilities would have clued her into something brought no luck.
"Wait, you were both asleep?"
"Yes, Jasper still is." She took hold of her partner's arm and shook him. His eyelids fluttered.
"You may be the Queen of England, but that doesn't mean I can't get you a sandwich."
He chuckled and sagged in his chair, unconscious. Kristen shook him again. This time, he didn't stir at all.
"Okay, Kristen, I'm on my way. This is insane. I was only calling to see if you'd fallen asleep. I didn't expect... Never mind. Stay put for now. Don't go looking for trouble by yourself. If someone already managed to knock you both out, they probably have a plan for dragon security. I'll get there as quickly as I can."
"Their plan was to knock us out so they could have the run of the mansion. I can't stay here. That's exactly what they want."
"Damn it, Kristen. Stay where you are. That's an order."
Movement on one of the screens caught her eye. "I see someone moving on the cameras. A figure dressed in black is headed toward the library. This has to be the same person as last time."
"And they're on the cameras that they completely avoided last time? Think about it. This is a trap. Stay where you are."
Kristen rolled her eyes. They couldn't keep talking on the phone forever. "Yes, sir," she said, and tried to keep the sarcasm out of her voice, but not terribly hard. Stonequest knew who she was when he hired her, and she was not the kind of person to sit on the sidelines or hide behind a locked door while someone was in danger. She left the security room and closed the door as quietly as she could. The halls of the mansion were as quiet as ever. Nothing was out of place. There were no furtive footsteps and no people lurking in the shadows. She knew none of that meant a damn thing. If this person, this woman, she felt increasingly sure that it was a woman, had the goal of infiltration, she wouldn't put anything out of place. Hell, she probably knew the security system better than Kristen did, considering she hadn't activated any of it. As she hurried forward, she turned her body from steel to flesh. The floors were old, and she didn't want them to creak under the increased mass of her steel form. Furtively, she moved toward the library and remained as quiet as possible. She was almost there when she heard hushed voices coming from Windfire's grand hall. Jasper had explained that nearly every dragon mansion had a room like it, a place to throw parties, to dance, and where dozens of dragons in human form could congregate. Windfire had built one in his mansion, but he'd never once used it. It was another example of dragon opulence. But now wasn't the time for political commentary, she told herself sternly. She crept down the hallway, straining her ears to make out the voices. The door to the massive room was cracked open, and light poured out, painting a wall with a single strip of illumination. Voices drifted through the gap. One of them was Windfire's, which was a huge relief. Knowing that the old dragon was alive meant she hadn't failed him. Furthermore, the other voice was hushed as well, so it didn't exactly sound like an assassin who was there to execute him. Kristen crept forward. She wanted one peek into the room before she burst in. As she moved closer, she could make out more and more of what was being said. Although Windfire spoke quietly, he sounded strained.
"I'd never betray your people. I've made that very clear."
"How can we believe that?" It was a woman's voice. She had been right about that much.
"I haven't said a word in nearly 3 decades. I live peacefully out here and avoid attention. You must understand that I don't want to be found out any more than you do. If I revealed what you and your people have done, I would be in a perilous position as well."
The woman snorted derisively, obviously not swayed by Windfire's argument. Kristen scooted forward, past the band of light and to the other side of the door. "You mean your position as one of the most powerful beings on the planet might be imperiled?" The visitor sounded scornful. Kristen didn't think she'd check the door while she berated Windfire, so she stole a glance. His back was to her, and the intruder was beyond him. Yes, it definitely was a woman with white skin, short, dirty blonde hair that didn't quite come to her shoulders, and hard eyes. She was tempted to study her face, but she couldn't stare, so she tucked back into the shadows and avoided the band of light.
"What you've done, what we've done, is beyond the pale of dragon law. I don't wish anyone to know of it any more than you do."
Windfire sounded nervous, and perhaps even afraid, but not terrified. The woman hadn't held a gun. Kristen assumed she'd hear it in his voice if she became openly threatening. This was how she justified her continued eavesdropping. "But if the world does find out, you recognize that my people will be eradicated? We'll be burned to a crisp, and our friends and families dug out and slaughtered as surely as we are."
"And what do you think will happen to me?"
"I have no doubt you'll lose some of your connections, maybe have to give up some of your property, and be ostracized, perhaps. But killed? Burned to death and possibly eaten? We both know that none of that would happen. Instead, you'll lay low for a century, which we both know is nothing to your kind, and everything will blow over." She knew she should burst in. The woman sounded more and more irate. She should move before the intruder did, but it was also increasingly clear that this wasn't an assassin simply there to eliminate Windfire for political reasons. The intruder knew him, and furthermore, they'd worked together on something that would apparently be seen as an abomination by dragonkind. The woman was concerned about being incinerated by dragonfire, and Windfire hadn't corrected her. Dragons didn't burn people to death anymore, not since motion cameras had caught it happening once on film, and it had been televised. The public outrage had been so extreme that the Dragon Council had publicly apologized for the dragon's action and made it illegal to do it again except in self-defense, a concept that, at the time, had been laughable. That Windfire seemed to take the idea of this woman and her organization being incinerated seriously meant that they had done something extreme. Kristen wanted to know what.
"But nothing has changed. I haven't left this mansion in years. Please, there's no need to worry. Tell me why you're here and we can work something out. Do you need money? Connections? Samples? I don't want to give any more samples, not with what you've done with them. But if you can offer me assurances that leadership has changed, perhaps we can make something work."
Windfire sounded pleading. It wasn't a good tone for an ancient, supposedly all-powerful dragon. She peeked in cautiously. There was still no gun raised, but now the woman's posture was more overtly aggressive. She knew she should act, and she would as soon as the intruder stopped talking and attacked. "Everything has changed," his visitor said, her voice as hard as granite. "Not because of my actions," Windfire responded. The pleading tone was gone. Now the dragon sounded defensive, like a guilty teenager. "No, because of the steel dragon. And now she's here." The words struck Kristen like a blow to the head. She was there because of her? What could that possibly mean? She had never met Windfire before, and had only been assigned there because she'd gotten in trouble in the paper dungeon. "She knows nothing. I made sure of that," he said. Kristen knew he'd been hiding something from her, but now it was too late to find out what. "That's what I needed to know. It's good you haven't betrayed any secrets, but we don't know how much longer you can last without being compromised. I'm here to tie up the loose end you represent. Now that I know you're the end of that line, let's get on with it." "That's the euphemism you employ to attempt to murder a being such as myself?" Windfire laughed. "You'll find I'm not as easy to kill as all that." Kristen swung the door open, hoping to draw the woman's attention, but wind roared down the hall, past her and toward Windfire. She pushed into it and stepped into the doorway to find him already enveloped in a tornado. It ignited and scorched the ballroom floor beneath his feet. The woman drew her gun and aimed it at the blazing twister. She really did know what she was doing. Hitting a dragon's vitals during mid-transformation was practically impossible. This woman knew enough to know that. She waited for him to finish. Unfortunately for her, her delay gave Kristen more than enough time to transform to steel and draw her own handgun. "Hey, that's my job you're trying to kill!" Chapter 11. In mere moments, Windfire had assumed his dragon body. He was massive and filled almost a third of the ballroom, despite it being large enough to comfortably fit at least 50 people. But he wasn't what held Kristen's attention. She was now focused on the intruder, who regarded her with a cold, implacable expression. The gun she aimed at her was no doubt the same one she'd used to wound her earlier, a gun that had been loaded with bullets made of dragon. She moved toward the assassin in steel form. The woman clenched her jaw. There was hesitation in her gesture, but the stubbornness of a resolution made long ago as well. Before she fired, Kristen reacted as she did every time she faced a single gunman. She moved toward the weapon and held her arms up to block the bullets. There was something about actively blocking bullets that seemed to scare the hell out of criminals, even though it didn't matter where on her body one struck. The steel was the same throughout. She hoped that was the case now as well. The assailant's bullets were made of dragon parts, but that didn't mean they would affect steel, right? Pain erupted on her forearm, and she instinctively flung herself behind one of the many pillars that separated the main dance floor from the perimeter of the room. Windfire seized the opportunity to attack the distracted woman. He struck at her with a claw that was big enough to eviscerate a horse, but his quarry was fast. She rolled under the swipe and came up on her feet. Kristen looked at her arm, knowing that she needed to help Windfire, but also knowing that she needed to assess her own wounds if she wanted to be effective. It felt strange. Wounds from anything but dragons were not something she'd had to deal with for a long time. The pain from the slash of red on her steel arm was a reminder of this. Nothing had ever penetrated her steel skin before. Nothing. Shadowstorm had beaten her senseless and bruised her bones, but he'd never cut her, and yet the bullet from this weapon had. It had left a gash on her skin like she was nothing but fresh-cooked ham. That meant the bullets could kill her, even if she wore her steel skin. Windfire, too. Terrified, but accepting of this new knowledge, she leapt out from behind the column and rejoined the fray. Windfire struck at the attacker with his claws and tail. Each blow forced the woman to jump above it, dodge below, or move one way or the other and out of the dragon's range. She did so effortlessly. It reminded Kristen of the time her brother Brian had tried to catch a dragonfly with a bug net. No matter how fast he moved, the insect was faster. It was the same now. The woman's reflexes were as fast as anything she had ever seen. She didn't simply dodge Windfire's attacks, but almost seemed to guide them. Her deft movements around the massive dragon forced him to pivot in the small space until she was on the other side of one of the rows of pillars. Now, if the old dragon wanted to reach her, he had to punch through the openings rather than swipe across in front of him. It was a good way to limit his size. Too bad it wouldn't work on another human-sized fighter. Kristen raced into battle, past Windfire's whipping tail and into the same narrow space between the pillars and the wall that the woman occupied. "Stop now and I won't shoot!" In response, the woman fired once more at her. The bullet didn't hit, but she rolled into cover all the same. The idea of being wounded by one of those again was not a nice thought. If it did anything more than graze her, the pain would basically debilitate her. At least it had when Death had shot her with a bullet made of dragon. But that only meant she had all the more reason to protect Windfire. She stepped out, but her adversary had closed the space between them. Taking advantage of her lack of steel skin, the woman struck her with a karate chop to the neck. Kristen gasped and tried to suck in air. Her healing powers obeyed and made the wound from the pedestrian blow vanish as quickly as it came. But already the woman raced across the open space of the ballroom and past Windfire, who'd stuck his head between two of the pillars to try to bite her. Immediately, Kristen pursued, turned on her dragon speed, and drew level with her quarry. At least she had been until Windfire got his head clear and tried to swing at the attacker with his tail. He was in a corner, so the first part of his strike impacted a pillar. In that moment, the assassin shot him once in the shoulder. The golden dragon screamed. Kristen had no idea that the pain of a dragon could be so powerful until she felt the pain as her own, his aura radiating the effect to her and probably the woman who'd injured him as well. Windfire used his dragon speed to get his tail free, but in his blind rage, he lashed out with it and hurled his protector across the ballroom floor to collide with a wall. A part of her mind understood that this was exactly what the attacker had planned. She really did know too much about dragons. "Lady Steel!" Windfire called, embarrassed by his own mistake. The woman had dodged his tail effortlessly. He roared again, flicked his tail at her. She avoided it easily and went into a roll. "Enough!" he said, and inhaled a huge breath. The light of the dragon's flame illuminated his throat as the woman came out of her evasive maneuver and onto one knee. Both hands held her gun aimed at Windfire's chest. "No!" Kristen yelled from across the ballroom as she pushed herself to her feet and raced toward the combatants. She was fast, but she wasn't as fast as gunfire. No dragon was. The pistol bucked 3 times, and bullets struck the golden dragon in the chest. Each bullet shattered the scales that covered his torso and turned his protective armor into shrapnel that shredded through his lungs and heart. The fire died in his throat. Brief flicks of flame escaped from the holes in his body before he stumbled and fell, mortally wounded. The woman looked once more at Kristen and shook her head, as if trying to dissuade her from following before she fled. Kristen ran to Windfire. She wasn't a medic and only knew basic first aid, but it wouldn't have taken a doctor to know that he was gone. The carnage where his chest was supposed to be was too much, and his body too still. She cursed when she confronted the reality that she'd failed. It seemed impossible that she'd been on this job for less than a week, and she'd failed. Determination settled in, and she gave chase as she transformed her body into steel by reflex, even though the pain in her forearm told her that steel skin wouldn't do a damn thing to protect her against this woman. As she pushed through the doors the killer had used, she stopped abruptly and stared at her adversary waiting at the end of a hallway. The assassin raised her gun. A revolver, Kristen realized, like she thought she was a sheriff or something, and fired. She'd obviously used the moment to reload, no doubt with more dragon-killing bullets. Kristen cursed and took cover. Footsteps from the end of the hallway told her the woman was making an attempt to escape. She wasn't about to let that happen, and raced down the hallway, furious at herself for letting Windfire die, but more determined than ever to stop the killer. Chapter 12. Constance Vigil tried to focus on her breathing. She had put enough dream tincture in the steel dragon's coffee to knock a horse out, and yet there she was, pursuing her down the hallway. She'd shot her in the arm, and not injured her too much, thank God, and made her bleed. Still, Kristen hadn't given up. Her determination was both terrifying and inspirational. She focused on her breathing, because she didn't actually have increased speed the way dragons did. What she had was a mage in her organization who could increase her metabolism so she didn't tire. The trick was to make sure her body got enough oxygen. As long as she didn't cramp up, she could get out of there. "Stop and no one gets hurt!" Part of her believed the statement. Kristen Hall had demonstrated her commitment to humankind again and again. She truly was different from any other dragon in the world. If she said she wouldn't hurt her, she wouldn't. But that didn't mean she would surrender. The dragon had no doubt already called for backup, or would if she apprehended her. If that happened, decades of hard work would be burned away as dragonkind descended on Constance's allies. That was unacceptable. They'd fought so hard for so long to be in the position they were currently in, as tenuous as it was. Driven by necessity, she ran on down a hallway and toward a staircase. Her pursuer followed doggedly in steel form. Constance had already shot her and proved that her bullets could damage her even through her steel skin, and yet she still wore the protective layer. She would have to get her to drop that armor if she wanted any chance of getting out of there. Fortunately, she and her allies had talked through a few possible scenarios of how to deal with the steel dragon if she attacked in her steel-skinned human form. Hopefully, one would work. At the time, she hadn't realized how pivotal those conversations would prove to be. She took a deep breath, waited for her adversary to make it part of the way down the hallway, and sprinted up the stairs. On the landing, halfway between the second and third floors, she drew another pistol. This one had regular bullets instead of the expensive and difficult-to-make dragon ones that were in the revolver. She unloaded the entire clip into the landing and tried to keep the bullets spread out enough that it wouldn't be obvious there was a hole, but all still in the steel dragon's path. "If you hurt someone, I won't be able to help you!" Kristen shouted. Constance felt pride swell in her chest for this human woman with a dragon body. She knew that the steel dragon wasn't only referring to other dragons. She genuinely cared about people, human people. She counted that as a huge success. At the third floor, she waited and focused on her breathing. She hadn't experienced any cramps yet, but she could tell her body was beginning to experience fatigue. The spell cast on her could only last so long, and she couldn't drag this out forever. The dragon moved incredibly fast. She was up the stairs practically as soon as she was in the stairway. But Constance had planned for her steel skin, and Kristen didn't disappoint. As soon as she put a foot down on the landing, the weakened boards collapsed, unable to support her heavy body. She barely managed to catch herself on the broken boards and turned back to skin as she tried to pull herself up. "Stop!" Constance said, and leveled the revolver with the dragon bullets at her pursuer's face. "I did what I was sent to do. I don't want to hurt you or anyone else." "I'm a person like you. There's no reason to kill me. My name's Kristen Hall. I'm from Dearborn. You don't have to do any of this." Constance knew the steel dragon's name. The whole world knew her name. But hearing it from her own mouth changed something in her. It was simply that Kristen seemed so genuine. She looked at her with eyes that seemed pleading. She wanted this to end, and she wanted answers. "I'm sorry, but I do." "Why?" Kristen demanded, and made no effort to haul herself up. The poor thing understood that she knew something, but she couldn't possibly realize how much that really was. In that moment, she wanted to tell her 1,000 things. That she worked with a group of people who might very well have made her, that they had made other dragons in a lab, and that she most likely came from that same lab. Not that Constance was completely certain. She wanted to tell Kristen that if she joined them, they could overthrow the tyrannical rule of the dragons together. That soon, so very soon, they could arm her with weapons that would slaughter dragons as easily as dragons did humans. But, as much as she wanted to, she didn't know if she could trust her. She had worked her entire life to get humans to the pinnacle of society. Kristen might help them, but she was still a dragon. She might push back against the dragons they'd grown in the lab and harvested to make their weapons. "Our mission is to protect mankind," Constance said. "Protect us from who?" She smiled. This was exactly why she didn't want Kristen dead. She still thought of herself as a human. "From dragons, of course." "Good, yes, I want peace too," Kristen said, still dangling through the floor. It was an odd place to try to negotiate from. The dragon really was brave to leave herself in that position. She clearly understood that, if she pulled herself out, Constance would have to run or shoot. "Where are you from?" Constance asked. "I told you, Dearborn. What about you?" She smiled even more warmly. "No, where are you really from?" "I don't know. Do you?" Kristen asked. She was so perceptive. Constance wished she knew the answer to that question, but she couldn't be sure. Was Kristen the result of another organization growing dragons? Or did she somehow get released from their own secret lab? Her steel abilities, previously unseen in dragons, were an indication that she was unique, which seemed to suggest a process that happened outside the usual dragon system of reproduction. There was something in her thick red hair and her pleading eyes that Constance recognized, or wanted to recognize, but she couldn't be sure. If she was from their lab, how did she escape? Had she been raised by anti-dragon sympathizers, or was her foster family simply chosen to keep her out of the limelight? She needed to know the answers to these questions before she took any action against Kristen. She wasn't so naive as to think that if the dragon knew about the goals of their organization, she would simply sign up. But she wouldn't kill her either, not if she could help it.
"Don't follow, okay? Our mission is done here," Constance said.
"What mission? At least tell me your name," Kristen tried to say, but the assassin fired once more at the wood around her, and the steel dragon fell through the floor. Constance sprinted down the hallway. She knew that wouldn't stop her adversary for long. Even if she hadn't reflexively put her steel skin on when she'd fallen, her healing ability would work quickly. She had to hurry. When she reached the end of the hallway, she continued down another set of stairs. She paused only to shatter a window on the second floor. With luck, that would buy her a few seconds. Already, Kristen's footsteps pounded toward her and closed the distance between them. She was fast, impossibly fast, and Constance knew she wouldn't tire. She knew that, if not for the magic performed on her, she would already be dead. But she'd trained her entire life for the coming showdown against dragons, and wouldn't be caught while running from one in human form. Constance Vigil ran through the hallways of the second floor. This level was mostly parlors and sitting rooms, as well as a few opulent bedrooms. It was absolutely disgusting to her that one dragon could control such wealth and hoard such garish possessions and not even share them with other dragons, let alone humans. That the dragons could control such wealth so effortlessly was sickening. Windfire had helped them in the past, but it had been nothing to him. He'd donated a few parts of his body, some shed scales, a claw, and a broken piece of tooth, while humans had done all the actual work of growing dragons and dragon parts. They'd had to live a life of secrecy, hiding behind a false form of Christianity, living humbly, and devoting their lives to training, while the dragon they'd needed to help them spent his days in secluded luxury. These thoughts steeled her as Kristen raced down the hallway in determined pursuit. She hid in the tiny alcove that led to a room with paintings worth more than most people would make in a lifetime. The dragon was still in her human form, not her steel skin. Constance nodded and slid her guns into their holsters. The steel dragon wasn't wearing her steel. This was a chance to learn, but she couldn't mess up. Only one punch from the dragon could crack a rib. Her pursuer raced past, and Constance darted out behind her and struck her across the back of the head with an elbow. The force of the magic-augmented blow, plus her own momentum, was enough to hurl the dragon into an ungainly sprawl. Before she'd even stopped moving, Kristen had her arms under her and pushed up. She was determined, a trait Constance admired. But now wasn't the time for admiration. She raced forward and kicked Kristen in the back of the knee. Her leg buckled and kept her on the floor. Before she could turn, Constance kicked her in the ribs. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th kick, the dragon caught her foot. She stood and hurled her attacker all in the same motion. She was impossibly strong. Inhumanly strong. The assassin pounded into a wall. Years of training made her rotate her back to the wall instinctively, so she didn't break any limbs. Her feet landed in the same moment that Kristen struck. Constance blocked the punch with her forearm, although the blow was so hard her own arm smacked her in the face like she was a tiny kid fighting a cousin who was years older. "Why did you kill Windfire?" the steel dragon demanded.
"He was too loyal to dragonkind."
Surprise blossomed on Kristen's face, and the assassin used the moment of surprise to rocket her knee into the dragon's crotch. The strike was more effective on men, but it didn't feel great for women either. Kristen flinched, clearly unaccustomed to the blow or the ferocity with which she delivered it. Before the steel dragon could recover, Constance spun and caught her across the face with an elbow. The move would have knocked a human unconscious. In fact, properly delivered, it would have killed many a person, but not a dragon. Her adversary only stumbled back, her eyes closed tightly in pain. Constance swept her legs out from under her and ran. "I only want to ask you some questions," she wheezed as the assassin reached the stairs to the first floor. The same stairs she'd first led Kristen up. The steel dragon. She had to think of her as the steel dragon unless she joined them. She flung herself out the window and landed in the snow outside the mansion, and ran as fast as she could toward one of Windfire's topiary bushes. From there, she sprinted to another, leaving a trail in the snow that her pursuer would no doubt follow. She darted to one more, then doubled back and tucked herself inside the second bush. The tinkle of glass told her that Kristen had jumped through the window. She had no time to act. Less than no time. Constance looked at her footprints in the snow. They left the second bush and after maybe 20 feet doubled back again. The two trails were obvious. If Kristen made it this far without Constance getting help, she'd know exactly where she was, and she would be caught. But her team knew where she was. They knew how to help and came through for her. The trail leading back toward the bush in which she hid began to blow away. Wind scoured the tracks and filled them with snow, yet left the trail that led away from the bush. And not a moment too soon. The steel dragon had already made it to the first topiary creation, a seal balancing a ball on its nose, and moved on to where Constance was hiding behind a leafy bear. The assassin wouldn't have been able to see a thing, but fortunately, Windfire had installed motion sensors and connected them to banks of floodlights. As the steel dragon approached, she was able to watch her eyes in the glare of the security system that was supposed to stop intruders rather than help them. Perhaps things might have gone differently if not for those floodlights. Constance knew the power of dragon night vision. They could pierce the darkness with their inhuman eyes like so many predators could, but they were still animals. With banks of floodlights behind her, illuminating the snow into a blinding white, and Constance tucked into the thick shadows of the topiary bear, Kristen had little chance to see her until it was too late. She almost felt bad for her. But then she reminded herself that, unlike a human, Kristen would be practically impossible to kill with her bare hands. That gave strength to her blow. When the steel dragon raced past, following the path in the snow past the topiary bear and onto a third bush that Constance had never actually gone to, she prepared herself to act. As soon as Kristen's gaze had moved beyond her hiding place, she struck without hesitation or restraint. She leapt out like a coiled snake and kicked the dragon so hard in the face that blood blossomed from her nose. A human had delivered a blow that was strong enough to make a dragon bleed. That might have been the first time it had happened in centuries. Still, it was not enough to knock her down, and for the millionth time, Constance was reminded that a dragon was a beast far more powerful than humans could ever be on their own. It took multiple mages to augment her body, and even with all of them working in concert, she wasn't able to overpower the steel dragon's human form. Kristen stumbled back, clutching her nose. The assassin clawed at her eyes. The dragon tried to defend herself, but this left her body open for a punch in the gut, delivered with every ounce of strength she had. The steel dragon wouldn't know it, but the blow was enough to drain the magic from Constance. Immediately, a wave of exhaustion washed over her. She'd overextended herself, ignored screaming muscles, and not focused on her breathing when she should have. And now she paid the price. Her entire body began to tremble. She had no idea how she'd get over the fence and out of there. But none of that would matter if the steel dragon recovered. Kristen fell to her knees, and Constance summoned a desperate effort and kicked her in the shoulder. It knocked her to the ground, not because it had been a hard blow, but because she had hit her so forcefully in the gut and she was still reeling. The killer drew her gun, the revolver that both she and Kristen knew was loaded with bullets that could kill the steel dragon, and aimed it once more at the face framed by those red curls that seemed so familiar to her. With her other hand, she reached for not her other gun, but a different tool. It took all her strength to keep the gun steady. If she let her arm tremble, she had no doubt that this dragon in human form would sense her exhaustion. The steel dragon groaned and opened her eyes to once again find a gun trained on her head. "Hands up! Please, tell me why you did it!" Kristen obeyed and held her hands up. "Because dragons treat us like rats. Because they've lorded over us for centuries and forced us to eat the scraps from their feasts. So help me change that. Come in with me. Be the first woman, the first person dragons have feared, ever." Oh, how Constance wanted to believe those words. To believe that, after killing the dragon the steel dragon was assigned to protect, that if they cooperated, everything would be fine. We've spilled blood. We both know the dragons won't forgive that." The look in the steel dragon's eyes said she wouldn't either. "So put the gun down and don't spill any more. I promise I won't let anything happen to you if you give yourself up." Constance smiled. It was such a genuine promise from such a naive girl. But it would never work. The steel dragon couldn't protect them from all the dragons that would end them. She could be brought over, but not yet. "We are only trying to level the world. Humans have lost far more than dragons have. Thousands, millions if you consider all the warfare that could have been prevented if the dragons simply cared about us. We care about you, Kristen Hall. We don't want you to die." "Good, that's good. I'm going to stand up now, okay?" "I'm sorry, I can't allow that." Constance took the flash grenade she had held behind her back. She tossed it at Kristen, who immediately turned to steel. The assassin whirled and ran as the device detonated in a blinding flash. The steel dragon screamed in pain. Constance strained her ears, listening for her stumbling in the snow, but all she could hear was her own pounding heart. She reached the wrought iron fence. A rope ladder had been thrown over the top of it. She climbed it to find two of her partners on the other side. Each took an arm and they carried her to their vehicle. They scrambled inside and accelerated away as the last of Constance's magic strength left her, and she passed into unconsciousness. Chapter 13. By the time Kristen's eyesight returned, the only tracks in the snow were her own. Still, she transformed into a dragon and flew around the perimeter of the property, doing guard duty with the drones. She saw nothing. No getaway vehicles, and no tracks. Those who had worked with the blonde woman were at the very least professional and prepared, but given how the woman seemed to have played with the snow, they were probably mages too. She finished her circuit, thinking even as she did so that she'd failed horribly. Windfire was dead. She had let him die, and had been outmaneuvered by a team of humans with some kind of connection to the ancient dragon. But if they were allies, or had been allies, why kill him now? It was difficult to believe that she was at the center of this, that yet another atrocity committed in the Motor City had painted her hands with blood. She hadn't even gotten to know Windfire. Earlier, she'd almost teased something out of him, something about helping people, and had looked forward to hearing more. But now he was gone. The Golden Dragon was survived by his guards. Jasper! She cursed herself for forgetting about her partner. In the chase, the fight, and the eventual disappearance of the blonde woman, she had forgotten about him. Dread rose like bile in her throat. She shouldn't have checked the perimeter, but should have made sure her partner was all right. She transformed into the steel-skinned version of her human form. While she knew the bullets from the woman could hurt her, the assassin was long gone. Besides, she hadn't taken the opportunity to kill her, and she'd had multiple opportunities. But had she been as forgiving with Jasper? Kristen feared the possibilities, that she'd come in to find him with a hole in his head, or worse. If these people used dragon parts for weapons, did that mean they'd harvest dead dragons? It was enough to make her keep her steel skin. It was a comfort no one else could relate to, and yet felt completely natural to her. Enveloped in steel, she burst into the security room of Windfire's mansion to startle awake a sleeping Jasper. "You're all right," she said, upon hearing his snort of surprise. He shifted in his chair, straightened his posture, and rubbed his face. What happened?" Kristen didn't even begin to know how to answer that question. We were drugged, or a spell was cast on us or something." "You were out too?" The panic in Jasper's voice was palpable and very real. She nodded. "Windfire?" Rather than speak, she simply shook her head, and he nodded and wiped his eyes. "Damn it!" "I got there in time, or I thought I did, but he knew the attacker. Oh God, it's all my fault. I was eavesdropping instead of simply going in there." "You were outside when it happened, then?" Jasper asked. "No, Windfire transformed when the killer drew her gun, and that was when I rushed in. We fought, but it wasn't enough. The killer, the woman in black who I chased across the grounds the other day, was good, and I mean extremely good. She was fast, strong, and knew how dragons fought enough to manipulate Windfire into catching me with his tail." He balked at that.
Are you sure?
Kristen scoffed. Gallows humor from her time on SWAT reared its ugly, inappropriate head again. Yeah, his clumsy ass knocked me back hard. Jasper nodded.
There were knights who once fought like that. They specialized in getting dragons into tight spaces, where our size would work against us. But no one's seen them in hundreds of years.
She shrugged. I don't know about all that, only that this woman knew what she was doing.
How did she get away?
He asked, instead of the question she deserved. How did you let her get away? She blinded me with a flash grenade.
It was a good choice, considering you had steel skin.
Kristen shook her head. She had a weapon, bullets that could... A proximity alarm activated, followed almost immediately by another. Drones began to buzz. Their perimeter was breached. Jasper turned away from her and threw himself into the controls of the screens connected to the surveillance equipment. Despite his age, he worked the gear with surprising efficiency. She supposed it made sense. If he worked security, he needed to know all this. In a moment, his screens showed the familiar shapes of dragons coming to land outside the mansion. Stonequest, she said. I totally forgot about him. He called me and woke me up. It was lucky, really.
He was worried?
I didn't think so at first, but maybe he was. But if they thought something like this might happen, why did they have only the two of us on duty? He didn't have a chance to answer. Stonequest was already striding through the mansion. She went to greet him and tell him what had happened.
Kristen, it's good to see you're okay. Emerald, perimeter. Time flash, I want security footage. Heartsbane, check on Windfire.
That won't be necessary, sir.
Oh? Have you mollified the old bastard already?
He gave a little half grin until he saw her clenched jaw. He's dead, sir. It was a testimony to Stonequest's professionalism that he did nothing but blink a few times and take a long, deep breath before saying simply,
Shit. Orders, sir?
Emerald said.
Shit!
Stonequest said more emphatically and paced for a moment.
Heartsbane, check Windfire. I'll be right there. Emerald, the orders stand. Look for tracks in the snow. Maybe we can count how many toes this dragon has and get some clues on its composition.
You won't find them, sir. She used the same magic she did before to clear her tracks. Also, she's not a dragon. He gave Kristen a patronizing smile.
You said Windfire is dead. Let's be realistic. She's telling the truth,
Jasper said, and held up a crystal sphere.
No dragons were here. You can't fool one of these.
Stonequest looked at him, disbelief obvious on his face.
Time flash. Security footage?
It's not here, sir. Everything starting about an hour before was cleared. The whole damn place was wiped clean. They didn't even do us the favor of only cleaning the cameras that caught them. We might have been able to at least plot their course and find some clues that way. But they were thorough.
Where were you two?
Stonequest asked, his tone not quite accusatory, but not kind either.
Asleep, sir,
Jasper said with heavy resignation.
We ordered coffee from one of Windfire's servants. It knocked us both out, and gave me weird dreams, too.
But how? Time Flash said. We don't have the same chemistry as humans. They'd have to use something enhanced with magic to affect dragons.
Nobody touch those coffee cups,
Stonequest said, and gestured at Kristen's half-drunk one and Jasper's empty cup.
We'll get to the bottom of this. But first, I need to see the victim. Lady Steele, are you ready?
Kristen nodded. She had known this moment would come. As they walked, he talked, although she couldn't really tell if he was talking to himself or to her.
It's hard to believe that a human would try something like this, you know?
Yes, sir, but I think...
And to be successful, we haven't heard of such a thing since... Well, since you did it. But you're not even human. Before that, it had been centuries. I simply don't see how a person could pull it off. Are you sure?
Stonequest's words died when they reached the Grand Hall. Heartsbane was there, her anger gone and replaced by tears. Kristen could tell that, indeed, the other dragon's aura was stronger than most, because when she entered the room, she too felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Windfire's corpse lay in the center of the room. His golden scales no longer caught the light now that they weren't moving. Instead of oranges, reds, and golds, they were a flat yellow like the wrapper of a cheap piece of chocolate. His mustache, once animated by an invisible wind, lay limply. His wings were crumpled and broken, as if they'd collapsed on themselves once the life and magic left his body. Worst of all, though, was the wound. The bullets had shattered his scales and left a bloody maw where once had been the gleaming golden armor of a truly ancient dragon.
Talk to me, Heartsbane. What happened here?
Kristen respected Stonequest's professionalism in that moment. She wanted to puke. He wanted an incident report. That was what it took to be a cop, human or dragon. It looks like there was a fight. I think the attacker led him by the nose for part of it. There's some damage that shows they fought behind those pillars, which is not a good place for a dragon to stick its nose. If she was a dragon, she never used her dragon body. It's all kind of strange. Also, it looks like the woman was strong. I think she was thrown across the room and broke the floor. That was me, Kristen said. Windfire hit you? Heartsbane, thankfully, didn't sound accusatory. She nodded. The woman who did this knew how to fight a dragon. You saw her kill him? Yes, ma'am. She did it with a handgun and 3 shots to the chest. He didn't stand a chance. The other dragon snorted. A handgun? If you had a fight with Windfire, you'd better come up with a more believable alibi than a handgun. Every damn dragon there is knows a handgun can't do this kind of damage. Kristen couldn't tell if she actually thought that she had been the one to hurt Windfire.
Heartsbane, go help Time Flash with the security footage,
Stonequest ordered, and his tone brooked no argument.
Sir? Now, Heartsbane.
Yes, sir. She left, and her aura confirmed her anger at the order.
I thought I told you not to talk about that,
Stonequest said, once the two of them were left alone in the room with Windfire's corpse. Kristen couldn't help but gesture at the body, even though it seemed a macabre way to make a point. I only brought it up because that's how she killed him. Look at the wounds, Stonequest. What else could rip a hole in a dragon's chest like that?
A dragon,
he said, his voice like ice. She clenched her jaw and tried to clamp down on her aura. How dare he accuse her of such a thing? In the next moment, he held his hands up in a gesture of apology.
Look, I know you didn't. Or if you did, we're all screwed because you're manipulating your aura at a level beyond anything we've ever seen. I can tell you're being honest and that you're scared.
Kristen was not amused. And what do you think is more likely? That I'm a member of a secret sleeper cell, living amongst humans and hiding my abilities? Or that possibly the same woman who wounded Death also killed Windfire? Shit, Stonequest, she probably used the same gun.
Are you sure it was the same woman?
He asked. Yes. I mean, well, no, not quite, but I think so. The bullets used had virtually the same effect, although these seem more powerful. I'm fairly sure this attacker is the same woman.
But you didn't actually see her at the scene of Death's murder?
Stonequest demanded. No, she had already left by the time I found where Death had set up her sniper nest. I was dealing with Death, and I didn't have much attention for other things, like noticing assassins escaping the scene of their crime.
There's been progress on Death's murder,
he said, and caught her off guard. Oh, yeah? She knew it sounded weird even as she said it. Was he hiding the truth? Why change the subject?
We investigated her body and her supplies, and found that she used rounds that were designed to penetrate Dragonhide. After searching her, we discovered that she embedded a tiny splinter of her own talons inside each bullet. It turns out that can punch through dragon scale.
Yeah, Stonequest, I know. She was killed by those same bullets. I told you Jim told me about all this. It's the same thing here.
I think you might be right. But to think that a human did this...
Then Kristen understood. Stonequest had harbored the idea that these bullets were made by Death. After all, she had apparently manufactured them. She'd been attacked by someone wielding them, but he must have assumed her attacker had somehow taken the weapon from Death herself and turned it on her. Now he had to confront the far more dangerous idea that these weapons were in the hands of humans. Kristen, having been shot by one of Death's rounds, had also assumed that the bullets were being made by dragons. Obviously, she wasn't grappling with Stonequest's disbelief in humans trying to murder dragons, but still, this was big. The implications of humans making these bullets is huge, she said, trying to draw Stonequest out of his own head.
We were concerned about dragons having this ability. If they can shoot each other from long distances the way that death could, well, it would change things. The rules of engagements, how duels work, that kind of thing. But I thought we had time. There simply are not many dragons who know how to use firearms. They hardly work against dragons and aren't quite as reliable as fire breath. But this, the idea that humans have these things is... He actually shuddered as his words trailed off. "This is a genie that won't go back in the bottle," Kristen said. "Humans have these things. We've seen this twice now. And it's become clear that people are targeting dragons deliberately. This isn't some kind of self-defense or revenge. We need to solve this quickly." She hoped Stonequest would say something about revenge. He had to know more about Windfire's past than she did. He shook his head. "I still can't believe that humans are behind this, though. I think it makes much more sense that a dragon is in control here, telling these humans what to do and arming them? Do you really think a dragon is harvesting parts of their own body and giving them to humans? Come on, Stonequest. What's harder to believe? Dragons look down on people. All of you do. There's not a dragon out there who would ally with people, let alone give part of their own body to a human. Not anymore, anyway," Kristen thought and looked at Windfire. Had he worked with the very same humans who had killed him? She had to find out. "But that implies a whole slew of impossibilities," Stonequest argued. "If humans are in control here, that means they what? Captured a dragon and have it chained somewhere and harvest claws and scales as they see fit? I don't care how professional these people are. That would be impossible." "Not necessarily." "Yes, it would. Think about it. First, you need an enclosure that can hold both a full-grown, fire-breathing dragon and also a human. That means no neck chains or handcuffs, or the dragon in human form could simply slip out. Then there's the aura to think about. A dragon could wear down even the most stalwart of guards. Even if they couldn't, if any dragon flew within a mile of this prisoner, they'd feel their aura, which would no doubt disclose the suffering the dragon was going through. No, it's not possible. People have never kept a dragon imprisoned. They never will." "Okay, so if these humans haven't captured a dragon and aren't working for one..." "I still don't think we can rule that out." It was like arguing with a rock. Stonequest couldn't see past his own anti-human biases. How could they work this case if he wouldn't even consider the basic possibilities? "But there's a third possibility," Kristen said. "Being?" He was doing a lousy job of suppressing his aura. She could feel his doubt, even though she couldn't see it on his face. What if there's a dragon sympathetic to the humans? Maybe a dragon gave them this tech, or their DNA or whatever, and they turned on him. He shook his head. "You're grasping at straws here, Kristen, and blaming the victim. Windfire's been a part of the dragon community for millennia. He didn't turn on us." "I'm not so sure. I heard him and the killer talking. I think she knew him. I think if we can find her and bring her in alive, she'll be the key to all this." "The key to who I am," she wanted to say, but didn't. "Look, bring me in on the case to give you a fresh perspective." Kristen promised herself that once she found the answers she needed, she'd share them with everyone else, but she didn't want dragons digging up her past without her knowledge. She needed to know more about this woman, whoever she was working with, and Windfire, too. "Dragon SWAT is handling the case now. We can't take interns on murder cases. Sorry, that policy is set in stone." Stonequest's aura made it clear that he wasn't sorry at all. "You're making a mistake. This isn't some dragon-on-dragon crime," she said. "That's enough, Lady Steele. You've been through trauma, so I'll let it pass. We'll do our best to determine what happened with the security and see if we can corroborate any details and maybe find some leads on this. I want you to take a few days off. We have a psychiatrist trained at a human school. Talk to her. Make sure your head is on straight." "Don't talk to me like I'm not a cop. I've seen death before. I've been in situations like this." "The rules of Dragon SWAT are clear. We can't bring an intern on. I'll talk to you in 3 days. "Whose rules, Stonequest? You know you're making a mistake. I can sense the doubt in your aura." 4 days. Kristen glared at him, but she said nothing more. Instead, she walked from the mansion, past Jasper and Time Flash in the security room, past Heartsbane, who paced outside in the snow,
and past Emerald, whose dragon body flew the perimeter of the estate, a shadow eclipsing the stars. She transformed as well and took to the sky. Initially, she started to head for home, but there was nothing for her there except an empty apartment, which was the last thing she wanted. On a whim, she decided to go to her parents' house instead. If StoneQuest wanted her to keep her distance from dragons for a few days, she could think of no better place than her parents' house to be reminded that she wasn't one of them, and never fully wanted to be. Chapter 14. Kristen finally reached her destination at the ungodly hour of 4 a.m, so she did what any self-respecting person would do after a long day at work, and passed out on the couch. She woke 5.5 blessed hours later to the sound of bacon sizzling and the smell of fresh coffee. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see that Brian wasn't crowded on the couch with her. She had expected to wake to her brother playing video games, but instead, her mom sat in one of the chairs across from her in a knitted sweater and a floor-length skirt. Her parents had always believed in wearing warm clothes in winter, even inside. She hadn't realized the house was chilly because her mom had covered her with a blanket. The caring gesture brought a smile. Dragons might have immense power and live for centuries, but none of them knew the simple pleasures of waking up to a family who cared about you. "Morning, Mom," she said, rubbed her eyes, and scooted to a seated position. She made sure that no part of her poked out of the blankets into the chill of the early morning. "Morning, Chrissy. Is everything all right?" "Yeah, it's, She didn't even know where to begin. "What's for breakfast?" Marty noticed the deflection and change of topic, but didn't say anything. Kristen hoped all moms were as great as hers. Instead, the woman raised an eyebrow and spoke a little louder. "Ask your brother."
"I am so glad you asked, dear dragon sister, for what I am preparing should feed even the biggest of appetites," Brian boasted from the kitchen, his voice raised over the sizzle of the pans he manipulated.
"Oh, so you mean yourself?" she retorted, unable to help herself. Trash-talking with Brian was how they interacted. She didn't know what their relationship would be without it.
"Seeing as how I'm slaving away here and you're sleeping in, you might be right. I'm not sure if I did make enough for you," he retorted with mock offense.
"Well, if there was, hypothetically, enough food to feed your sister who saved your life from a dragon assassin, what would you be cooking?" she asked.
"Okay, for the record, you saved us from a dragon because we were in trouble because you were a dragon. That doesn't really count."
"Your sister fought off many human bullies before she knew what she was," their mom said.
"This is true. She also can't cook to save her life, and the thought of her stinking up the kitchen while murdering a couple of eggs sounds god-awful. Kristen, I've had a change of heart and decided to share with you."
"How generous."
"Now come to the table. It's ready."
Kristen pushed up and out from under the blanket and, as she had expected, immediately felt a chill. "Mom, it's freezing." "Have a sweater," her mother responded and tossed her one. Hastily, she pulled it on and sat down to breakfast. She knew she wasn't a Hall, not biologically at least. Aside from the fact that she looked different and always had, she obviously possessed dragon powers. But sometimes, the starkest difference felt like it was the way the rest of her family cooked. She liked to joke that Brian wasn't a functional adult, more like a 9-year-old in a grown man's overweight body. And yet he could cook. Before her, one of his scrambles was mounded high on her plate. Onions and green peppers sautéed in bacon grease, plus chopped bacon and enough eggs to hold it all together. On top of this, he had put a dollop of sour cream and a sprinkling of chives. She had never used the little green oniony things in her own kitchen, ever. Next to the scramble was French toast that, to her anyway, was absolutely perfect. Instead of powdered sugar, he coated it with a scraping of jam and sprinkled crushed walnuts over it. All in all, it was the taste of heaven. "Brian, have I told you that I love you?" she said between mouthfuls.
"Mom, I think Kristen must have brain damage and is about to die because she's talking nonsense."
"Don't be so dramatic, Brian. I'm sure Kristen will tell us why she's here when she's good and ready." That was Marty Hall for, As soon as your father joins us at the table, and you'd better believe you won't leave this house until you tell us how and why you've risked your life, young lady." As if sensing the subtext of the statement, Frank Hall emerged from his bedroom. What little of his hair still grew from his head was wet, as was his hairy chest.
"Damn it, Marty. It's freezing in here."
"It's January in Michigan, Frank. Put a shirt on."
Yeah.
He mumbled as he vanished into the bedroom and reappeared with a faded Detroit Tigers hoodie on.
"Please pass the scramble, Brian." "Kristen, tell us about work. How is being on Dragon SWAT?"
It's,
Here we go,"
Brian interjected. "It's not going so well," Kristen admitted. "Oh, honey," her mom said, her voice all condolences.
"Why not? Do they have you on desk duty or something?"
Frank asked with a grin. "They did, actually. Apparently it's called the Paper Dungeon, and dragons don't even work there. It's filled with a group of mages," she complained.
"Oh, poor steel dragon stuck with frickin' magic people instead of other dragons. It must be hard to lower thyself to such a level,"
her brother said, and added a third dish to the breakfast table. Sarcasm had been served.
"Every damn cop starts on the paperwork, Chrissy. You know that. I think it's a relief, actually. I didn't want my little girl out there fighting dragons her first damn week. Learn the protocols first and make sure you don't mess up too badly when you're on the job. You'll save yourself some paperwork in the long run, huh?"
Her dad smiled. He'd given a version of this little speech when she had applied to the police force, but it hadn't really had relevance. She'd skipped over regular police to SWAT, and she now supposed it no longer applied to her role on Dragon SWAT either. "Well, I kind of threw a fit and was given a different assignment," Kristen confessed. "Kristen Hall!" her mom said sharply.
"That's not a great way to earn respect, Chrissy. Jesus."
Her dad shook his head.
"So what's the problem then?"
Brian asked as he stretched for more French toast.
"You got out of the paper dungeon or whatever, right?"
"Yeah, I was assigned security to some ancient dragon."
"Let me guess. Out of the city?"
Frank grinned. He'd told Kristen stories about being reassigned to be kept out of the way as well. "Yeah, but... well..." She didn't quite know how to say it, so she simply went with blunt. "The guy I was supposed to protect is... he's dead." The reaction from everyone at the table was the same. Coffee or food was spat out, and each member of the Hall family said in the same tone,
"What the hell?"
"I can't go into the details, obviously. But, Dad, you were a cop and you always told Mom everything, so same trust here." Her parents nodded.
"No problem,"
Brian said. "Someone came in on my watch and got to him. I pursued them, but they escaped. Backup showed up too late, but when they did, none of them believed me. Or maybe Stonequest does, but he acts like he thinks I might be a damn suspect."
"He doesn't think you're a suspect,"
her dad said patiently.
"He's doing his due diligence because he has to. He's a professional."
"I don't know, Dad. He won't let me on his team, even though it was his idea to bring me on Dragon SWAT in the first place. I guess I'm simply an intern and might be for years. On top of that, he won't let me follow up on this case, even though I'm the only one who knows what's going on. The rest of them think this is some dragon-on-dragon thing, but it's not. I think people are involved, like actual humans. He won't even let me say that to any of the other dragons. It's ridiculous."
"Would you stop and listen to yourself?"
Frank said, and made no effort to continue to eat. That meant he was pissed. "What? There's a whole slew of evidence they're not paying attention to," Kristen protested.
"You realize you sound like every hotshot police officer ever promoted in the history of the police, right?"
her dad said. "I do not."
"Yes, you do. Did you tell your superior officer what you thought was happening?"
"Yes, but Dad, he didn't listen to me."
"And why do you say that? Because he didn't start giving you all the evidence and put you in charge? Is that what Captain Hansen at Detroit SWAT would have done if some rookie fucked up and let the person they were guarding get killed?"
"Frank, language!" her mom chastised. "He wasn't a person, Dad. He was a dragon," Kristen replied caustically.
"Oh, right. So if a dragon rips my sister's head off, I'm supposed to shrug and forget all about it because she's a snotty dragon instead of my snotty human sister?"
Despite the tension at the table, Brian had not slowed his breakfasting. "That's not what I meant," she said.
"Then what did you mean? You already had a position in the field that you didn't earn, and it turned out you were not qualified for it, and you now want another promotion?
Dad, this wasn't a promotion, and it wasn't like that. This woman had abilities unlike anything I've ever seen. No dragon could have stopped her.
What abilities do dragons have, anyway?
Brian asked, his tone overly friendly.
And what about those mages? Did you learn all about their powers before or after you ditched them?
Kristen glared at her brother. You're not helping, Brian.
I wasn't trying to,
he grinned.
I raised you better than this, Kristen. You already walked into one job without the credentials.
Her dad sounded so ashamed it almost hurt. I was more than competent at Detroit SWAT.
I won't argue that, Kristen, but you proved yourself there. You put in time and demonstrated that you were the best person for the job and the best person for the city. Now you need to show Dragon SWAT that you're the best dragon.
Dad!
Cream rises to the top, Kristen. This family has no doubt that you're the cream of the crop. Be the cream. Rise. If she's the cream of the whole crop, what does that make me?
Brian sputtered indignantly. The way, their mom said, and smiled demurely.
Was that a fat joke, Mom?
He demanded. Yes, dear. Sorry, dear, Marty said, but didn't sound sorry at all.
You can do this, Chrissy. We know you can. You simply have to be patient. And was I not clear? Pass the cream already.
Kristen rolled her eyes at her dad and passed him cream for his coffee. I guess you're right, she said, and didn't enjoy how little she liked admitting that her father knew things she didn't. Well, of course he is, dear. He was in the police force far longer than you have been, her mom said.
Jesus, Mom, with the burns today,
Brian laughed. You're both adults. You can take it, she smiled. But how can I prove myself if I'm not allowed to be involved with this case? I get what you're saying, Dad. I don't like it, but I get it. But still, more dragons might be in danger. And if StoneQuest is too stubborn to see that, more might be hurt.
You need to keep your nose down, do as you're told, and keep your eyes and ears open. Something will turn up for you. I have no doubt about that. And when it does, all you need to do is seize the moment and let your actions speak for themselves. If you keep playing by the book, StoneQuest will come to you.
Kristen took a deep breath and nodded. She hated to admit it, but swallowing her pride and doing her job made more sense than what she'd planned, which was to quit Dragon SWAT and go back to Detroit SWAT. When are you supposed to go in today? Her mom asked. Kristen blushed. She hadn't told them she was suspended. I'm not supposed to go in for a few days. Mental health, StoneQuest said.
That's good policy,
Frank said, but the grin he struggled to hide said he had much more to say about it. Brian's response was far less controlled.
This is unbelievable. Oh my God, I don't think this has ever happened before. You never even had detention in school.
Shut up, Brian. He laughed.
Why? It's not like you can arrest me. You actually messed up so badly they grounded you? A few days is only a message, Chrissy. They want you on the team, but you have to play by their rules,
her dad said gently. I think it's a good thing, Marty said matter-of-factly. You devote so much of yourself to your work. I think it's good that you have a few days to do otherwise. Get a massage or visit a spa. You could even take your mom, maybe. Kristen smiled. Her poor mom hadn't had much luck in her children when it came to conventional preferences. She had never been one for girly stuff, and of course, Brian liked nothing but food and video games. Tomorrow, Mom, I promise. I'll take you somewhere nice. But today's Friday, right? Her dad nodded. Then I know the perfect place to, relax. She pushed out from the table and took her plate to the sink. Thanks for breakfast, Brian. And for cleaning up.
Bullshit! You clean!
Brian, language!
But, Mom, until you pay rent, you do the dishes,
Frank said, and his years as a cop lent resoluteness to his voice that both his children had learned to respect over the years.
Ugh, fine!
Brian stuck his tongue out at his sister as she put her coat on and headed to the front door.
Where are you going, anyway?
First, I'm going to take a nap.
I can't believe this,
he said from the kitchen sink, his voice ripe with injustice. Kristen laughed, transformed into a dragon, and took to the skies. For this to work, she'd have to keep a low profile. She couldn't let Dragon SWAT see her. They'd probably chew her out for using her dragon form. Hypocrites. But given where she was going, she couldn't let humans find out about her either. Up she flew, up and up, until she was swallowed by the clouds. Chapter 15. When she woke from her nap and checked the clock, it was almost 5. She had to hurry if her planned ambush had any hope of working. Kristen ate a piece of cold pizza from her fridge. She tried and failed to remember when she'd last ordered pizza, but judging from the tang of the cheese, it had been a while. She didn't care, though. Dragon healing powers worked on food poisoning, too. It turned out bacteria couldn't really give you the runs when your body could create caustic fluids that ignited into flame. She would have eaten more, but she couldn't go into this with a full stomach. Despite it still being fairly early, it was already dark. Winters in Michigan were bleak. The nights started early and stretched late into the morning. Streetlights illuminated dirty snow and wet streets. She knew there were places where winter was beautiful. Windfire's mansion came to mind. But the city was definitely not one of them. Cars, hundreds of thousands of people, and snow simply did not fit together to make pleasing scenery. Luckily, she could fly above it. She transformed as a bus drove past. Shocked looks from a group of kids made her smile as she rose higher and higher until once again she was enveloped in cloud. She found she had a vague sense of direction. Even in cloud cover, she could tell north, south, east, and west, and had a fairly good sense of distance, too. Stonequest had explained it as a function of the Earth's magnetic field, which made her think of pigeons, but he hadn't liked being compared to flying rats any more than most people did. It was a good thing she wouldn't have to deal with him or any other dragons tonight. Before long, she sensed that she was nearing her destination. Or, more accurately, she sensed that she'd traveled the right amount of distance. She plunged down through the clouds to find that she'd actually overshot her mark. But that was fine. The far side of the airsoft range was a wooded area, and she could approach in secrecy. She landed in the woods, transformed into her human form, and jogged toward the course. A normal person would have called it a sprint, but with her dragon abilities, it felt easy to her. When she checked the parking lot, she identified a few familiar vehicles. Her old SWAT team didn't all ride together when they were off duty anymore. No one had a decommissioned SWAT van like Jonesy had, but she recognized their rides just the same. There was Drew's truck, and Washington probably rode with him. Butters, despite his size, drove a tiny hybrid, perhaps unusual for a man from the South, but not to her. He was the gentlest man she'd ever met. It didn't surprise her at all that he was concerned about emissions and the effects of excess fossil fuels. Hernandez's motorcycle wasn't there, no doubt because of the temperature, but Keith's dumpy SUV was. They probably traveled together. Apparently, they'd been a thing, or banging anyway, for far longer than she had realized. Satisfied that they were there, she approached and searched for the familiar figures of her friends in the glaring lights that illuminated the course. She located them, already heading toward one of the farther courses. But the starting klaxon hadn't yet sounded. This was perfect. Kristen slunk up to the desk. "The match is about to start, ma'am. You'll have to wait for the next one." She put a $50 bill on the counter. "I don't need the change," she whispered, and held a finger to her lips. She grinned with delighted anticipation and simply couldn't help herself. The man working the desk nodded and quickly handed her some gear. Once the helmet and face mask were on, she checked her gun and sneaked down a hill, across a bridge that spanned a small brook that was mostly frozen over, and into the airsoft arena. The court they played was in a wooded area. Tall pine trees towered overhead, and sandy soil poked out underfoot between patches of snow. In the midst of this landscape, the owners had dug trenches and lined them with sandbags. She didn't know if there were 2 bases, each with designated trenches, or if the pits were more random. The soft pop-pop-pop of an airsoft gun fired at her back caught her attention, and she jumped into one of the ditches. The pellets hurtled overhead, illuminated by her night vision, and the lights mounted on trees high in the arena. "So you think you're fast, huh? I have news for you, buddy. I train with the Steel Dragon." It was Keith, and she grinned broadly when she realized she couldn't have planned this more perfectly. She moved down the trench and made sure to step in any fresh snow to lead the rookie along behind her.
I'm not sure if you've played here before, buddy, but you're coming up on a dead end. There ain't no way you'll make it out of here. It looks like you're the tuna, and I'm the seal.
Kristen found that he was right. She reached the end of the tunnel where the top of the sandbags was about 8 feet above the ground. Unable to resist, she crouched, then vaulted out. It would have been impossible for a human, but to her dragon-powered muscles, it was as easy as hopping into a puddle. She landed on the ground outside the trench, dropped to her belly, and crawled back a few paces through the snow. Oh, it felt good to be cold and dirty and unconcerned about work for a few minutes.
Shit,
Keith said. He'd reached the end of the tunnel. While he looked around in confusion, she leapt down and landed about 6 feet behind him. He spun and fired, and she deflected the pellets with her weapon.
That's impossible! Only the steel dragon can...
Kristen fired and peppered his chest with pellets.
Ow, shit! I surrender!
Keith held his gun up.
Who are you?
Slowly, she raised the face guard so he could see her.
Holy shit, Kristen! What the fuck are you doing here?
Despite her having shot him seconds before, he embraced her in a hug. I had a night off and decided I'd ambush you bastards. He nodded.
That makes sense. The only way anyone could have caught me was if they had your abilities. You used your dragon reflexes and strength, right?
She smiled. Maybe I did.
Right on. Yeah, totally fair. Hey guys, Kristen's here and looking for an ass-whooping from Detroit's best SWAT team.
What the hell was that for?
I leveled the playing field is all.
Keith grinned and stuck his tongue out. Moments later, a flurry of pellets came from the top of the trench, and she ducked and cursed. She bolted back the way she had come and ran for maybe 20 paces before the trench split into two. To the right was empty, but to the left... At another barrage, Kristen fell back to Beanpole's pleasant voice.
I hate to say it, but your time is at an end.
He sounded like he was bringing her the check at a nice restaurant instead of pursuing her through open-air tunnels. She waited for him to round the bend in the Y, but he didn't appear. Instead, pellets were once again fired from above. There was nothing else to do but drop to avoid being hit, and even then she had to continue into a roll until she was no longer in sight.
It looks like we're gonna have some dragon stew for dinner,
Butters laughed. She wasn't surprised to find him and Beanpole working together, even in a free-for-all battle. They'd probably teamed up even before they knew she was there. With no visible target, she aimed at his voice and fired. She missed, but only because he ducked so fast that he dislodged the sandbag he'd stood on. It caught her on the shoulder, but she barely felt the weight of it. In the next moment, the sniper tumbled into the trench. She dodged out of the way, but still managed to position her arms to stop his head from impacting with the dirt. He landed on his back with her hands cradling his head. When he opened his eyes a moment later and saw her, he fluttered his eyelashes.
Oh, Steel Dragon, you saved me. How will I ever repay you?
Call for Beanpole and shoot him when he rounds the bend.
What? That's traitorous. You damn dragons are all the same.
Butters reached for his gun, but she snatched hers up first and shot him twice in his big belly. He grunted in pain, but it quickly morphed into a hearty laugh.
What on earth are you doing here, Kristen?
It's a long story. The short version is I didn't want you guys to forget how easily I can kick all your asses at this sport I never played until I met you losers. She grinned. It was nice to be able to tease her friends. Dragons didn't really get it.
Fair enough.
He pushed himself to his feet.
You beat me. Now give me a hug. In the middle of a round?
Keith asked. Kristen should have had the same thought. Once Butters wound his arms around her, he didn't let go.
I got her! I got the Steel Dragon, trapped by her own human emotions!
Beanpole chose that opportunity to step beyond the corner and fire his airsoft. She almost felt bad using her dragon strength, but this was the game. Her previous team would join together and try to defeat her. All they needed to do was land a single shot, and she'd use her bevy of powers to stop them. It was good training for everyone involved. Plus, it was far more fun this way. So, as Butters hugged her tighter, she hugged in response, grasped him around the belly, and lifted him to rotate him so his big butt took all the pellets Beanpole had fired. She didn't even have to drop her weapon to accomplish it, and simply squeezed him in her arms.
Oh, ouch! Damn it! Ow!
Butters said between guffaws of laughter.
No way did I think you'd use a hug against me. You're a monster.
says the dude who tried to catch me with a hug. She released him and aimed at Beanpole. Truthfully, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. On the SWAT team, he was a lookout most of the time. Sharp eyes and a sense for people's movements made him absolutely essential when trying to determine where a group of hostiles might retreat to. But he wasn't particularly adept at airsoft. He simply didn't quite understand that there were different rules. This was highlighted when Kristen fired a line of pellets past him while she moved toward him. He didn't have the foresight to see he was being guided into the stream of fast-moving plastic, because it wasn't something anyone would do in an actual fight. But Beanpole did it now. She approached and he retreated, directly into her pellets.
"Ouch! Okay,"
he exclaimed, shook his head, and smiled. He and Kristen had never been particularly close, but they were happy to see each other all the same, and shared a hug.
"All right, where are the rest of your insolent human friends?"
she asked in a Russian accent for no good reason.
"If you think we'll betray our folks to the Steel Dragon, you've got another think coming,"
Butters said. Keith was more forward with his approach to eliminating her.
"Guys, Kristen's here. She already took Butters, Beanpole, and me, and she's coming for you next,"
he yelled. "You're dead. You're not supposed to do that," she protested. He shrugged.
"If you can use Leap out of Pit's dragon powers, I get to use Airsoft necromancer powers."
"Cheaters," Kristen said, and vaulted out of the 8-foot-deep trench onto the ground above them.
"Don't let her get away!"
Butters shouted. "You're out. You're supposed to go to the sidelines," she reminded him.
"Right. That's what we're doing. Sitting on the sidelines. Yup,"
he said, looked down the trench, and ran off.
"We won't shoot you anymore,"
Beanpole said. She took that as a small comfort, because it simply meant they'd do everything they could do to distract her and let the rest of the team gain the victory. At least she knew what to expect, more or less. She pushed deeper into the piney woods, but hadn't gone far before she heard the snap of a branch behind her. When she turned, no one was there. She continued until another branch broke. Again, she peered behind her and saw nothing. Something about the sound had been off, though. It hadn't come from the ground, she realized.
"Look out below!"
Instinctively, she looked up as Jim Washington plummeted out of the trees toward her. She dropped her gun and caught him as easily as a mother catching a 3-year-old. "You could have been hurt falling like that," she exclaimed.
"Not with the Steel Dragon to catch me,"
he said, and altered his voice to sound like a saccharine sweet princess. It did not match the ex-Marine and almost overly professional police officer demeanor that was his normal personality. Kristen couldn't help herself. She threw her head back and laughed. He smiled, still in her arms like a baby, and shouted, "Now!" An airsoft gun came to life, and she spun Jim toward the sound. She was rewarded with a string of obscenities the likes of which she'd never heard from the Wonder Kid. It ended with,
"Damn it, Drew! You shot me, not her!"
She dropped him like a sack of potatoes, retrieved her gun, and raced into the woods. It was dark, and shadows from the stark overhead lights crisscrossed the snow and sand. Even with her dragon vision piercing the darkness, it was hard to see what was going on because her eyes constantly had to adjust to the brighter and darker patches. The sound of an airsoft gun alerted her a few paces later. Instinctively, she darted behind a tree. When she stepped out and looked to where the pellets had come from, she saw nothing and smiled. This could only be Drew. She started forward and was almost immediately forced to duck behind a tree again to protect herself from another salvo of pellets. She might have been using her dragon powers, but that didn't mean she'd cheat. If she was hit, it was all over. "Drew, I know you're back there. Why not simply give yourself up and let the Steel Dragon swallow you whole?" she joked in a sing-song voice. In response, a snowball caught her squarely in the face guard. Kristen stumbled, startled by the blow, and was actually impressed when the powder missile was immediately followed by more shots. She flung herself down and rolled behind a tree. Her attempt to wipe her face guard failed, as it was too wet, so she lifted it up. "Nice trick, Drew!" Kristen yelled. "I can't hear snowballs!" She darted to another tree and took cover. As soon as she poked her head out, another snowball landed with unerring accuracy in her now unprotected face. The cold took her breath away. It demanded all her control to not fall down laughing right then, but she managed to shelter behind a tree again. Unfortunately, she realized too late that she'd fallen on her gun and snapped it in half. She could yell to Drew and tell him she was unarmed. He'd no doubt call for a pause and make one of her ex-teammates give her a gun to even the playing field. He was like that. But that wasn't what she wanted. She didn't want to know his position and ruin the fun. Better still, she wanted to take his weapon from him, watch his grim face laugh as she shot him with it, then find Hernandez and win this battle. Thinking quickly, she made a few snowballs and cradled them in her left arm, while her right hand held one ready to throw. She stepped out from behind the tree. Drew was waiting for her, and immediately, airsoft pellets chattered. She continued to move toward the sound, dodged the string of projectiles, and lobbed snowballs toward the source as she did so. But Drew didn't make it easy for her. Every step forward she made was heavily contested. Either a snowball struck her, or pellets were fired that she continually had to dodge. Somehow, he did an excellent job of alternating between the two, and kept her on the alert. Still, she had closed the gap, as she was simply too fast for human opponents. She was only a single tree away, and almost had him in her grasp, when a snowball struck her in the back of the head. "Damn it, Hernandez!" Kristen flung herself against a tree and looked behind her. It wasn't Hernandez, but Butters. He had his own armful of snowballs, and a wicked grin on his face. "You're supposed to be dead," she said.
"Consider me the ghost of SWAT past, then,"
he said, and chucked a snowball at her face. She dodged, landed in the snow, and had to roll when Drew fired on her from behind. With no other choice, she army-crawled across the sand and snow, dodged snowballs and airsoft pellets, and laughed like a fool the entire time. "This is cheating!" she yelled as she crawled from tree to tree and still attempted to close on Drew.
"That's what you've been doing on us since you went to Dragon SWAT!"
Keith yelled. Drew laughed at that. Kristen seized the opportunity. She pushed herself up, raced forward to where he was hiding, scooped up a giant pile of snow, and dumped it down the back of his shirt. "Ah!" he screamed, and sounded much like she had as a little girl, and Brian had done the same thing to her. She used his moment of shock to snatch his gun and shove him back with her shoulder. He fell but didn't release his weapon. He was SWAT, after all. His weapon, even when it was only an airsoft gun, was a part of him. But she wanted it, so the two wrestled wildly in the snow, and each tried to yank the weapon from the other's hands. Drew laughed and grunted as much as she did. It was a difficult challenge to wrest the gun from the other, because both combatants were strong enough to crack the thing in half if they weren't careful. The tussle continued and hurled flurries of snow and sand everywhere, until she managed to get on her feet and stand over him. All four of their hands were still on the gun, and he didn't show any sign of letting go. So it came as a real surprise when she yanked and he simply released it. Kristen stumbled back, tripped on a root, and landed on her butt. She laughed and waited for Hernandez to finish her off. They'd defeated the steel dragon using snowballs, of all things. But the finishing blow didn't come. "What was the point of all that?" she asked as she pushed herself up and shot Drew in the chest a couple of times. She could have offered a surrender, but hardly anyone ever beat him. He deserved a few welts in the morning, exactly like the rest of them. He grimaced as the pellets struck him, but didn't complain. He would have done the same to her.
"The point of that was to buy time for Hernandez. She's a necromancer, you know."
"What's the deal with necromancers? Is that the word of the day or something?" she asked. The word sounded beyond bizarre coming from him. She only knew that it meant a wizard who raised the dead because of Brian's endless video games. Drew shrugged.
"I heard Keith say it. It means she can bring the dead back, right?"
"Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything?" Airsoft rifles began to fire at her from all sides. "This is bullshit!" she shouted, but she honestly loved every second of it. She managed to get behind a tree without getting shot. Not an easy task now that there were 3 people against her. Drew made another snowball. "If you guys shoot me, it doesn't count," she said. "It has to be Hernandez."
"Gotcha," Butters shouted in response. "Ours don't count, which means we can shoot you with as many as we like and not feel bad about it."
A stream of pellets prevented her retort, and she dodged, directly into another barrage.
"Got her,"
Beanpole shouted. That meant she was still technically playing. She darted away from her old team, dodged left and right, and zigzagged to avoid them. After a short distance, she found a trench and dropped into it. Pellets and snowballs whistled overhead. "Now to find Hernandez," Kristen said quietly. It was quite a surprise when someone answered. "Oh, you found me." The sandy wall of the trench directly in front of her exploded. Dirt and grit erupted everywhere. She regretted not putting her face shield down, because she could hardly see. But she could still hear, and there was no mistaking the sound of Hernandez firing at her from up ahead. She stumbled forward and fired as she went. Luckily, she didn't feel any pellets. Her luck ran out when another of the demolitions expert's little explosives detonated, and the tunnel she was in collapsed to bury her in sand and snow. It would have been a masterful stroke, albeit a dangerous one, if it had been used against a regular human. But the steel dragon was not a human. She pushed herself up and out of the mound, one arm free, then another, then her head, her back, and her legs, until she rose from the tiny avalanche like a monster. Somehow, her hand found her airsoft rifle. She must have tossed it up instinctively, which meant she could still win this. Kristen looked up and located Hernandez, who immediately fired. She held her airsoft gun up and blocked the pellets.
"I don't think so,"
Butters said, and a massive weight settled on top of her. Her brain told her that he didn't weigh that much. She did a push-up and lifted him with her. No sooner did she do so than she felt more weight on her back.
"Suck it, Steel Dragon!"
Keith had added himself to the effort to subdue her.
"Indeed."
Beanpole was skinny, but when added to Keith and Butters, she found he weighed more than he appeared to.
"Dog pile!"
Jim shouted and practically dove onto the rest of them. She wheezed, the air almost squished from her lungs. Still, she tried to push them all off. She might have, too. She had no idea how much stronger she'd become. But Drew joined the dog pile, and her muscles, already tired from flying, running, and laughing like an idiot, said that was enough. As she collapsed under the combined weight of her former team, she looked at Hernandez, who approached with a grin on her face.
"I seem to recall you beating me and thinking you were hot shit, Red."
"It's good to know you can beat me if we even the odds," Kristen said. She tried to sound snide, but mostly sounded out of breath.
"Do you surrender?"
"Ha!" she laughed. "Never."
"Don't say I didn't warn you."
Hernandez shot her on the shoulder with a single pellet, dropped her gun, and approached her old teammate. "Is that it?" Kristen asked, shocked that the woman hadn't unloaded the entire reserve of pellets. "I didn't think you'd be one to show mercy."
"Do you know what a noogie is?"
"A what?" The demolitions expert plopped down beside her, took her phone out, and gave it to Butters, who promptly started recording video. Hernandez pulled Kristen's helmet off, then put her in a headlock, an unnecessary move considering she was pinned beneath so many bodies. With her other hand, she made a fist and rubbed her knuckles across her scalp.
"Noogie, noogie, 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 noogie,"
the woman said like she was talking to a dog.
"I'm giving the fucking Steel Dragon a noogie on the internet! I rule!"
Kristen yowled as she suffered this abuse, but before long she began to laugh again. The idea of the rest of Dragonkind seeing her get a noogie from beneath a dog pile was simply too funny. Chapter 16. By the time Kristen and her old teammates left the arena, the brisk air had caught up with them. She didn't really mind, of course. Being a dragon meant being cold didn't pose any kind of danger for her. But when Beanpole shivered and wiped frozen sweat from the tips of his hair, she suggested they head inside for beers. Hernandez wanted to play another game, but when Drew pointed out that if they stopped now, she'd have bragging rights until the next time they played, she acquiesced fairly quickly to going to get beer and food. No one knew where to go, so she suggested Buddy's Pizza, and that's where they went. The hostess must have recognized her, either from the news or from all the times she'd been there with her family, because she led them to a private back room. With the doors closed and pitchers of beer ordered, the team stripped off their coats, gloves, scarves, and hats and let themselves thaw. Everyone had been warm enough after the match. Even Beanpole hadn't minded, despite his hair freezing. But after the car ride, their cheeks were pink with the cold. For a minute, she lost herself in the minutiae of the conversation. Hernandez bragged, and Keith argued in response, and gave her a hard time when no one else would. Butters studied the menu with a cop's intensity, and bounced ideas for pizza off Beanpole, who named the advantages and disadvantages of each one like it was an investment portfolio instead of dinner. Drew and the Wonder Kid talked shop, of course. They argued about the benefits of forcing a door compared to picking a lock. She could tell by their tone that they'd had this argument all week. Kristen let the normalcy of it wash over her. It was a lovely reminder of what it was like to be a human, and what it had been like to be her until less than a year before. It was pleasant to not have to think about dragons or mages for a few minutes. The beers arrived, and with the addition of alcohol to the conversation, any hesitancy to ask their old friend about her new life melted away like the crystals of ice on the ends of their scarves.
So, be honest. How badly do you miss us?
Butters waggled an eyebrow at her. She snorted and followed it with a sigh.
That much, huh?
Jim quipped, before she had a chance to say anything.
It must be tough working with other folks with dragon powers. You're not the captain's little darling anymore, I bet, Hernandez said.
No, definitely not. She shook her head. Actually, my boss is a dragon called Sergeant Ridgespine. I think he would happily eat me to spare embarrassment to dragonkind.
What did you do that was so embarrassing?
Drew asked. Drew. She really hadn't missed how her former boss could cut directly to the heart of the matter. Well, I abandoned my post doing paperwork before I even started it, Kristen said sheepishly.
Hell yeah! Steel Dragon for the win!
Hernandez whooped. Keith, Jim, and Beanpole laughed.
Kristen,
Drew said, and sounded equally as disappointed as her parents.
You know you're always welcome to come back and join us,
Butters said.
Captain Hansen's already complained about the lack of our mascot. It's not good for publicity, losing you.
She glanced at her old team leader, who only shrugged. That meant Butters was telling the truth then. Still, thanks, you guys. Really, that means a lot to me.
Hey, not all of us want you back.
Hernandez stuck her tongue out, and Keith elbowed her in the ribs. I don't think it's that simple, though. I might have, mentioned that I could simply peace out, but Stonequest didn't like that at all.
No surprise there. He recruited you, right? Dragons must get gold doubloons or something for a referral bonus.
Jim grinned. It's more than that, she continued. Stonequest said that us operating together would give all of you, humans that is, more legal freedom than the dragons are strictly comfortable with.
That's bullshit, the Wonder Kid cut in. Dragons use humans to help them all the time. Shit, I know mages are a step above people or whatever, but they're still people. How come they've singled you out for working with us?
I think because I actually listened to you guys. When I told Stonequest about our engagement with Shadowstorm, he was so relieved, like unbelievably relieved, that it was my idea. Dragons sneaking into each other's homes and killing each other is frowned upon, but humans doing the same thing is basically unthinkable.
You know,
Keith drawled. He'd finished his second beer, and she could hear it in his voice.
You might not be able to work with us every day, but we could still help you out occasionally. If you asked us for help, of course. Or better yet, simply bossed us around. You wouldn't get in trouble then, right? That'd be no different than Stonequest using human SWAT to help his investigations, which he totally does.
He has a point, Beanpole said. Everyone turned to listen. He didn't talk often, so when he did, everyone paid attention. If you enlisted our help, Captain Hansen couldn't really get us in trouble. Humans working under dragon orders have a fair degree of legal latitude.
Oh man, legal latitude! That's something I'd like to have in a back alley with a dragon threatening to eat me.
Hernandez chuckled.
What would you do?
Keith asked her.
Shit, what wouldn't I do? As it stands, if I was cornered by one of them, I'd be all like, please, sir, eat this arm and let me go peacefully. If it was up to me and the same rules of self-defense applied as they do to people, I'd tell them to fuck himself and toss a firecracker down his throat.
Everyone laughed at the absurdity of it.
I hear that, Jim said. You guys know I served overseas, right? It's not talked about much, but we saw dragons in combat over there. It was the most unbelievably fucked up thing you can imagine. At least when our military drops bombs, we have to consider the cost of it. Civilian damage, if it's good intel, political backlash. Shit, even the cost of the damn bombs.
Dragons merely get to burn shit with no consequences. With a little legal latitude, I'd post that shit all over the media."
Everyone nodded and looked somber.
"Way to bring the fucking mood down, Jim,"
Hernandez said. Everyone at least attempted a chuckle as gallows humor raised its head once again.
"What about the rest of you?"
"I'd try to get my hands on whoever made the food at that rooftop party Kristen took us to. An official requisition of resources. I'm sure that's how the dragons think of it. Hey, food!"
Butters cheered as their waitress brought in 4 pizzas. If it was anyone but this team, Kristen would have thought it an absurd amount of food, but she knew there would be no leftovers.
"What about y'all?"
the sniper said, pizza stuffed into his cheeks once everyone took a slice.
"I'd go treasure hunting,"
Keith said, as if it was the obvious answer. Everyone laughed, but he yelled over the din.
No, hear me out. Look, there's a whole stash of treasure that's been taken, right? Sarcophaguses from Egypt, jewels from Africa. Shit, Nazi gold is still out there. Who do you think controls all that?"
"I have definitely seen priceless artifacts in dragons' homes," Kristen said.
"See? I'd go treasure hunting and return it to the rightful owners, namely the people who actually made it. We all know the dragons didn't."
Laughter and nods responded to that statement. Kristen was actually impressed. It was yet another example of dragons' oversized control on human culture. "Beanpole?" she asked. He swallowed his pizza, took a swig of beer, and cleared his throat.
"This isn't as clever as the rest of yours, but I'd want to read more about dragons and learn about their powers, their strengths, and their weaknesses. That kind of thing."
The team absolutely died laughing. Jim laughed so hard he cried. Butters almost choked.
"What? Why is that so funny?"
Beanpole asked. The Wonder Kid wiped his eyes and answered with a wide grin.
"Because there would have to be a fucking infiltration unit of the utmost skill to pry that kind of knowledge from their talons. There ain't no way dragons will part with that level of intel. Not in 1,000 years. Not unless we— what did you say, Kristen? Snuck into their houses or whatever. We'd need a damn mercenary team to accomplish that shit. What about you, Kristen? What would you do with more freedom from dragon rule?"
"Take myself off administrative leave, for one," she said, before she could stop herself. Her friend's response was identical to what a group of children would do if one of their own had been put in timeout by a teacher. They groaned in unison and cursed her superiors, telling her that administrative leave was a part of the job. Only Drew remained silent. Once the protests died down, she turned to her old team leader. "Drew?" she asked.
"Actually, I wondered about something you said earlier."
"Oh yeah? What?"
"You said something about dragons sneaking into each other's homes and killing each other."
Kristen blushed and clenched her jaw. She hadn't really wanted to talk about the case.
"Oh, shit! Did y'all feel that?"
Hernandez caught the edges of the table like she was holding on during an earthquake. Nods all around the table answered the question.
"Did something make you embarrassed there, Miss Steel Dragon?"
Jim asked, and looked embarrassed himself. "No, why would you say that?" she lied.
"Because we felt your emotions like a damn tidal wave."
Butters laughed, although he also looked like he'd been caught raiding the cookie jar. She sighed and allowed herself a laugh. "I guess beer and dragon powers don't go that well together."
"It's more like keeping secrets and your old team don't go well together. Now what's the deal?"
Drew sounded concerned. "Yeah, I know, Drew." She took a mouthful of beer. "This is police business, right? If any of this gets out, I might be forced to eat the leak." Her team nodded. Jim said,
"Spill it."
Kristen told them about the attacker no one else had seen, the late-night infiltration that hadn't shown on the cameras because the system had been wiped, the dragon she'd been powerless to save, and the human woman who had somehow bested the steel dragon. At the end of it all, she expected to be berated by her team for her failure, or to be chastised for acting outside the boundaries of her job, or even jokes about the dead dragon. She didn't expect what actually happened. Keith put a hand on her shoulder.
"They might not think that you're qualified to work with them yet, but we know you are. You've had a ton of excellent training from some of the best people I know. You had less experience than me, but compared to you, I'll always be the rookie." They should respect that. Everyone nodded, except Hernandez, who made gagging sounds at the kind words. So, you're not mad? She was shocked. The other woman shrugged. Okay, you abandoning paperwork in a tantrum is fairly embarrassing, but I'm not surprised. And it's not like any of us think you made this attacker up. Of course I didn't. We know, Butters said, and the others nodded. Maybe you can use your human training to help the investigation, Jim said, and sounded like he was thinking out loud. That time you tracked me, you noticed all kinds of things about the situation I didn't. I bet there are clues dragons would miss, especially if it's a human attacker. Kristen looked at her friends' faces. All of them looked eager to help, like they believed in her and knew she could do this. Except for Drew, who looked concerned. What are you thinking? She asked her old boss. I think that Jim and Keith are right. You do have good instincts and an eye for this kind of investigation. It makes sense for you to go back to the crime with your sergeant to get to the bottom of this. She held his gaze and fought the urge to use her aura on him. As always, she didn't want to manipulate her friends. And besides, he adhered to protocol with the fervor of a religious man. She doubted she could sway him much with her abilities, so she didn't try. Although she wouldn't lie either. I'll consider that. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have friends like you. Then why the hell are you standing up? Keith asked. Kristen smiled and pushed her chair in. I have an early morning. Bullshit, Hernandez said. You said you were on administrative leave. She shrugged. Call it a late night, then. I'm going to pretend I can beat my brother in video games. More groans followed. No one on the team was a gamer, and they simply didn't get it. But the excuse suited her purpose. She said her goodbyes, paid the tab despite her team's protests, took to the sky, and headed home. Brian had been only an excuse, and she definitely wouldn't see him tonight. She'd need her rest if she intended to go through with the plan already forming in her head. Chapter 17. The next morning, Kristen found Windfire's mansion much as she'd left it. Cameras still pointed at her, although she noticed the sky was empty of drones. The window that had been broken in her pursuit of the woman who'd killed Windfire was taped up with black plastic, but had yet to be repaired. She landed, noted that her tracks were still in the snow, and approached the mansion. It was taped off with good old-fashioned yellow police tape. A quick look confirmed that the front gate was taped off, too. There were warning signs not to enter under penalty of law, the usual protocols that a secure scene necessitated. Except there was no security. She had spent her flight over there concentrating on her aura in an attempt to perfect a balance of professional interest and concern for Windfire. It was important that no one thought she was taking this personally. She wanted other dragons to see her as professional, the newest member of the community who wished to contribute to those who'd built it up. She'd prepared arguments, questions, and a series of things she might look for. It turned out she didn't need any of that. The estate was empty. She stepped past the tape and waited for an alarm to go off. When one didn't, she proceeded up the steps to the mansion and, finding that it wasn't even locked, she slipped inside. The interior of Windfire's home was eerily quiet. Kristen hadn't realized how much noise the ever-present security cameras had actually made. There had been an electrical hum to the hallways that was now absent. No motors whirred to track her movements as she made her way down the hall. The first place she wanted to see was the surveillance center. She knew dragons understood tech, but she also knew there were vast gaps in their knowledge of it. They simply didn't see the need for things until well after their adoption. She hoped they'd overlooked something there. As she booted the system up, she thought it a little odd she had to boot it up at all. If they didn't have guards to man the crime scene, why not leave the security system online so at least they'd know if there were any intruders? The system went through its boot sequence, and she was reminded again how extensive the security system was. There were well over 100 cameras on the property, both inside and outside, so virtually every inch of the mansion and grounds were covered. Motion sensors were plugged into spreadsheets that logged any activation, plus the drone network. It must have cost a fortune to build and maintain,
and yet it hadn't been able to save its patron in the end. Kristen looked through the footage, but, like Time Flash had said, there was nothing. The recordings had been deleted. That made her pause. She hadn't actually asked Time Flash if the data had never been recorded, or if it had been deleted. If deleted, it meant that it had existed, which meant maybe it still did. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed that this couldn't be the only place where Windfire stored data. He had backup generators, so why neglect a backup hard drive? She stood from the chair and checked the time, shocked to see an hour had already passed. It really was easy to lose oneself in computers. If Windfire had a backup, where would it be? She pondered this as she patrolled the house. After 20 minutes of lackluster searching, she had nothing. She'd punched a hole in one wall, only to find it led to a dumbwaiter. Soon after, she'd found a safe behind a painting, but her steel grip revealed that it was filled with $100 bills and a small pile of gold, but no hard drive. She photographed the contents before she slammed the door shut hard enough to jam it closed. This would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Kristen couldn't tear the entire mansion apart. Even if she brought in Dragon SWAT to help, something Drew would no doubt have advised. She couldn't simply say, "I think there might be a hard drive hidden somewhere, because Windfire had a backup generator and probably knows more about security than the rest of you dinosaurs." No, if she wanted to make any progress, she had to be smarter. While she still didn't know much about the attacker, she did know Windfire, at least to some degree. He was paranoid and seemed to be something of an expert on security. Where would he hide something? The answer struck her like a lightning bolt. Where no one would look, of course, or where no one could see. She ran back to the security room and began to flip through the cameras that showed the interior of the house. Hallways, kitchen, dining room, hallway, bedroom. Windfire certainly was thorough, and yet he'd missed a hallway. With a frown, she checked the diagram of the mansion and went through the cameras once more. Yup, she was sure of it. In one of the hallways on the second floor, there was a dead area that no camera could see. Based on the diagram, it wasn't much of an issue. There weren't any doors to rooms there or anything, so if someone tried to hide from the cameras, they'd be stuck in the middle of a hallway where a guard would see them easily. That aside, there was definitely a security hole she hadn't noticed before. Kristen left the room and climbed the stairs to the second floor and the dead area. She noted that, although it looked like the cameras pointed to it, they in fact faced slightly toward the floor, which effectively made this small location invisible to the security system. Not sure what else to do, she turned to steel and punched a hole in the wall. It went straight through. She muttered a quiet imprecation. This was nothing but a wild goose chase. Disgruntled, she peered into the hole and saw that the other wall was perhaps 4 feet away. That seemed like an awfully large space to put between walls, even for the architect of an extravagant dragon mansion. Intrigued now, she moved a few feet along and punched through the wall again. This time her fist found metal, and she realized that a steel wall had been built behind it. She poked through the wall in a few places with her finger until she found the edge of the steel. It really was a large amount of metal, like a walk-in safe or something. She was sorely tempted to simply break through the wall, but she thought about paperwork in the paper dungeon and decided against it. Instead, she probed carefully until she found what she was looking for. A piece of the baseboard gave under pressure from her toe, and an entire panel of sheetrock rotated inwards to reveal Windfire's secret room. Cautiously, she stepped into the void between the walls and confirmed that there was a metal door inside. It had an electronic lock she didn't think she could break, but it turned out she didn't need to. When Dragon SWAT had shut the security system down, they'd disabled the lock as well. Silently, she thanked Windfire for not wiring the room to lock in the case of a power outage, turned her body to steel, and entered the tiny space. Room was, in all honesty, a generous word. It was more like a closet, an incredibly secure closet. The walls formed a Faraday cage around it, and there was only a single hard line going in. Inside was a second computer system that could only be what she'd searched so hard for. She couldn't think what else Windfire would keep there except a backup. When she turned the computer on, she was shocked to find it didn't even have password protection. Did this mean the dragon knew he might be killed? The more she puzzled over this locked room that seemed to open for her at the slightest touch, the more it seemed to indicate that he might have left this there as a kind of failsafe. He would have known that his death would be investigated by Dragon SWAT. Maybe the system had opened this room for them so they could actually find it. Too bad no one had actually looked. But would this system be deleted as well? Kristen felt certain that the intruder wouldn't have had time to. It didn't seem likely that this system could be hacked from afar, but what if someone had returned while Dragon SWAT had left the estate unguarded? The only way to find out was to try the computer. When she accessed it, she found that the logs were intact. Either the intruder hadn't known about this backup, or her interruption had forced her to skip this last necessary piece of cover-up. Either way, she would take the satisfying result. This was exactly what she needed. There was footage of the attacker infiltrating the building and slipping something into the coffee pot the servants had served Jasper and Kristen from. It included a recording of the intruder confronting Windfire, and Kristen's fight against the human woman, and the assassin's flight. There was even footage of the woman hopping the fence, and two shadowy figures helping her into the woods. This changed everything. She copied all the video that showed the intruder onto her phone, and shut the computer down. Feeling proud of herself, she sealed the room again, and went so far as to move a painting from down the hall to cover the hole she'd punched and the smaller ones she'd poked in the wall. With her evidence in hand, she left the abandoned mansion, transformed into a dragon, and headed toward Dragon Police Headquarters. She didn't know if she was more excited about making StoneQuest proud, or making Ridgespine swallow his words and admit he had a fair amount to learn from their newest intern. Chapter 18. Kristen transformed into her human form in a park a few blocks down from Dragon SWAT headquarters, and walked the rest of the way to the Capitol Square building. The dragon working the door in human glamour glanced at her and immediately returned his attention to his newspaper. "I thought you weren't due back for a couple more days. Did you leave something here or something?" "I think I might have cracked this case wide open. Do you know where Ridgespine is right now?" "Right here," the sergeant said, and entered from the hallway with the elevator. "I sense your aura. What are you doing here?" "There's been a breakthrough. I have something to show you. I think we might know more about Windfire's—" "That's enough, Steele." "Sir?" "This isn't the place to have this conversation. Any human could simply walk in." "You can say that again," said the dragon tasked with watching the entrance. She found that to be an odd stance from the man whose job it was to make sure that didn't happen, but she nodded all the same. They were right. Someone could walk in off the street. She followed Ridgespine to the elevator. He pressed the button for the 4th floor, and as soon as the doors slid shut, she pulled her phone out and brought up the footage. "Sir, if you'll take a look, I think you'll be surprised to find that, in fact—" "Now's not the time. I thought I made that clear." He didn't even turn to glance at Kristen. "Sir, am I supposed to believe that there are spies in the elevator?" "Watch your tone. Dragons were once ostracized for being disrespectful. I have little doubt I could bring the practice back where you are concerned." "But, Sergeant, I have vital information that—" "I'm sure you do, and we can review your little hypothesis once we get to my office. I've lived for centuries, Steele. Telling me whatever nonsense theory you've thrown together can wait 30 seconds. "Yes, sir." She gritted her teeth. For the rest of the ride in the elevator and the walk to his office, she focused on 2 things. The first was to clench her jaw as tightly as possible to keep her mouth shut, and the second was to keep her aura from spilling rage into the entire building. If anything, doing so made her respect Heartsbane even more. She found it difficult to control her aura, and hers wasn't even particularly powerful. The other dragon must have really struggled to achieve her position and be treated with respect, given how hard she must have to work to suppress the effects of her powers. Maybe. Then again, Heartsbane hadn't been raised as a human, and therefore had probably not been treated as a pariah by dragonkind since she'd been discovered. They made it down the hallway without Ridgespine insulting her further or her saying anything else. A victory for both parties. They stepped inside the office, and he closed the door and gestured for her to sit. She did so in a hard-backed wooden chair that was obviously older than most cities in the United States. While the sergeant walked around his desk to sit, she scanned the office. There was a painting of Ridgespine on the wall behind him that was no doubt older than the invention of photography. He wore a military uniform that she thought might have been British. She couldn't really tell, but it did make her wonder about his accent, which was American, and she wondered how many times he'd changed it. That had to be something all dragons did to continue to fit in with human culture. She'd never noticed Stonequest's accent, which, for a being who was centuries old, was kind of strange when she thought about it. A few medals hung on the walls of the office, all big, gaudy, and gold, along with a pair of slender curved swords with golden hilts. There were no photos or paintings of family, and nothing to indicate that the stern dragon did anything but work on Dragon SWAT in every available moment of his time.
Now, what seems to be so urgent that you needed to come into headquarters despite being on leave? Remember, you're a dragon. Your life's not ticking away like it does for humans. It's time to learn patience. There's no reason to fear what do the humans call it? The Grim Reaper. There's no reason to fear the Grim Reaper anymore.
Actually, sir, that's kind of why I'm here. Kristen took her phone out and brought up the sequence she'd constructed of the intruder breaking into the house, drugging her and Jasper, confronting Windfire, and fighting her before eventually escaping. Ridgespine watched the footage for about 6 seconds before he realized what it was.
Is this Windfire's mansion?
He asked, a little stupidly in her opinion. Yes, sir. It was all on a backup system. If you move the slider at the bottom, you can fast forward. The sergeant nodded and clumsily sped the footage up until the battle between Kristen and the assassin. He flinched when the attacker fired the gun into Windfire's chest, despite the gunshot sounding quiet and tinny over her phone's speakers.
My God, the bitch really did it with a handgun.
She wasn't sure if he said bitch because the attacker was a human or woman, but she didn't like it either way. Still, this wasn't the time to say anything. There was a murder that needed to be solved. Yes, sir, she said, confident that her aura told Ridgespine what she thought of his language. He watched her try to catch the attacker until the chase moved outside. The footage was harder to make out there. The harsh glare of the lights on the snow made the shadows almost impenetrable. But even with the low quality, it was obvious that she had told the truth. He even rubbed his chin when something blew the snow back into place and erased the woman's last set of tracks to give her the advantage over her pursuer.
I'll be damned,
the sergeant said once the video ended.
How the hell did you find this? Don't tell me it's on the web.
The web? Oh, the internet? How Ridgespine had latched onto slang that was 20 years out of date was a mystery for another day. No, sir, it wasn't online. I went back to the crime scene and went through the cameras. I found a dead area in the security system and assumed that given Windfire's paranoia, it didn't seem likely that he had accidentally left a place in his mansion that wasn't on camera. I was right. He was hiding a secret room with a backup hard drive.
And you went into this room?
Yes, sir. That's where I got the video. I made a backup on my phone. You know that entire crime scene is completely abandoned? And came straight here to show you, sir.
And you can make me a copy?
Ridgespine gestured at his computer the way a vegetarian might gesture at a slab of raw beef, with equal parts fear and confusion. Yes, sir. If you'll give me a moment. She connected her phone to the computer and transferred the files. An awkward few minutes followed while the videos copied. Ridgespine said nothing and watched the progress bar with the same strange, anxious fascination that her brother devoted to his console when he was downloading new games. Finally, the files finished copying. The computer dinged and, despite it saying so right on the screen, he looked at her for confirmation. We're all done, sir. She disconnected her phone.
Very good, then, Lady Steele.
Kristen sighed with relief. Oh, thank you, sir. When she'd first come into Dragon SWAT HQ, she had hated being called Lady Steele. Now she was pleased to hear the anachronistic honorific.
This will probably prove to be, useful. I think that, in time, the, organization will see the value of what you've done here."
Obviously, Ridgespine was unaccustomed to giving compliments, yet she had the sense that there might have been something more to what he was trying to say because of his aura. It vacillated between being impressed and disdain. He liked what she had done, but he also really, really didn't. "Sergeant, with all due respect, what will we do from here? We need to take this to Stonequest or whoever is in charge of this investigation. I have some ideas on how to cross-reference some of the video here with—"
"That will be enough, Lady Steele."
Ridgespine's aura was all professional once more. "Sir?"
"We appreciate what you did here, and I'll do my best to get you a civilian reward for assisting us. It's been a few decades, but I'm sure there are still a few gold coins lying around in the coffers. I'll make sure that your help as an outside informant is noted, and will do my best to protect you."
"Do your best to protect me? Sir, again, with respect, what the hell are you talking about?" That earned her a harsh glare from him.
"You broke the rules by going to a crime scene solo. There is a whole slew of reasons not to do that, not least of which being that you could have contaminated the evidence and hurt the investigation."
"Contaminated the investigation? There wasn't anyone there. I simply walked right in. What's to stop anyone else from doing that and contaminating the whole damn place?" Kristen knew she shouldn't raise her voice, but she simply couldn't help herself. This was ridiculous.
"We have an oral sensor on the premises, and we'll know if a dragon moves in. You showing up will make that harder to discern."
"Oh, for the love of Christ, a dragon did not do this! You saw the video. What kind of a dragon would fight Windfire in their human form?"
"This video lends some credence to that theory, or at least supports the idea that a dragon manipulated humans against Windfire, which is outside the rules of engagement. When we wrap this all up, I'll reference that you found this video. Get yourself under control, and when this is all over, you might actually have the beginnings of some kind of a reputation."
"This is absurd. I did what needed to be done to solve the crime. I brought back the evidence you need to get a handle on this, and all you talk about is what rules I broke? Those are some fucked up priorities."
"If you had theories—"
"You would have ignored them. Admit it. There's no way you would have listened to me if I didn't have evidence."
"And now we have the evidence. Thank you for that. Now that it's off your phone, you can go."
"Off my phone? What are you—" Kristen cut the question off before she revealed anything further to the archaic dragon. Of course, he didn't know how copying files worked. She didn't need to inform him that it worked quite differently from moving a stack of papers from one drawer to another. There was no need to correct this misconception, not with his present attitude. "There's a map in that file as well that shows the location of the hidden room, if you want me to show it to you when I'm back from suspension or whatever."
"That won't be necessary, Lady Steele. You're suspended for this infraction."
"But I didn't even know—"
"You were on leave, and you're a former human cop. Don't give me any of this nonsense about not knowing any better. Besides, those are the consequences for skipping out on training sessions. You'd know good and well that you're not supposed to operate by yourself at a crime scene if you'd stayed in the paper dungeon for more than a few seconds. You were supposed to learn that you can't simply go herring off by yourself any time you please. There are reasons for procedures. Reasons that have been around much longer than you have."
Kristen gritted her teeth, but failed miserably to control her aura. She knew that Ridgespine could feel every spark of her white-hot fury. "How long will my suspension be extended, sir?" she asked when she managed to speak without yelling.
"Until we finish the investigation, at least. That could take a week or longer."
"How much longer?"
"Months, depending on the track Stonequest wants to pursue."
"Months? Come on!"
"Until then, you need to take a step back and stop throwing everything into disarray. I understand this world's new to you, so take time to say goodbye to the old one. I think that— well, I shouldn't say this, but I think that this evidence will impress some people. But you need to learn patience."
"I'm supposed to wait months while a killer of dragons is on the loose?"
During the last human rebellion, some of us held our positions for years. Consider yourself lucky that you live in a time as frenetic as the current one. You never would have survived in times past."
"Right, sir. Whatever you say." Kristen wanted to say that Ridgespine was barely surviving now, that he didn't understand computers or people or the city outside the walls of the building. But she held her tongue. She was sure he could read her aura anyway. Disdain was such a strong emotion, and she made no effort to contain it in the least.
"That will be all, Lady Steele."
She nodded, stood, and saw herself out of his office. The asshole even went so far as to watch her enter the elevator, like he thought she might trash the place or something. It was appalling and pathetic. He didn't understand what was happening, so he focused on her and acted like that attention would help instead of hinder. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. She wouldn't let this woman hurt any more dragons, and she wouldn't let the team supporting her continue to operate from the shadows. If Dragon SWAT didn't want her on the investigation, fine. But that didn't mean she would simply give up and stand on the sidelines while yet another secret enemy threatened to choke her city. And, luckily for her, she happened to know people who would feel exactly the same way she did. Chapter 19. Once she stormed out of the building, Kristen texted her friends and asked if they wanted to meet at a brewery after work. She was pissed and didn't think there was time to waste, but also knew Captain Hansen well enough to understand that if she marched into SWAT headquarters in Detroit and demanded her old team come to talk to her, the woman would either yell at her until she backed off. Despite her being only human, she was still quite intimidating. Or she'd simply tell StoneQuest. She didn't want either of those things to happen, so she ordered a dark beer. She always preferred porters, stouts, and the likes in cold weather, and waited at the bar for her friends to finish work. They came in one by one, and she told them what had happened. Hernandez, for once, was wildly supportive of her, and went so far as to suggest that they burn down the Dragon Patriarchy, something she couldn't quite wrap her head around the logistics of. Jim was also very supportive of her operating outside of Dragon SWAT, but that didn't surprise her either. He didn't like dragons, so probably wanted to buck their rules merely for spite, although he did show an interest in the group that had killed Windfire that she should have anticipated. It did make sense, after all. He didn't like dragons, and they attempted to kill dragons, so it seemed like a match. Keith had Kristen's back, but he always did. Butters also supported her, and seemed appalled at the lousy perimeter that Dragon SWAT had maintained. Beanpole went along with everyone else, although the furrow of his brow seemed to suggest that he was less than happy to do so. It was Drew who had the biggest issue with what she had done, so she considered it quite fortuitous that he was the last of them to arrive. By the time he was able to voice his opposition, she had a cheering squad.
"You know, when you worked with me and my team, you had to follow rules too. I had issues with you rushing into buildings, even though you had steel skin. And you had to learn to respect that," he said over an untouched beer. "This is different, though. She used her experience to investigate a case, not put herself in jeopardy," Keith said in support of her. "We can't know that, though. You've said yourself that you missed out on the magic training part of your job. Maybe there are curses or hexes or some shit you don't know about," the team leader pointed out.
"If there are, none of them activated," she replied. He shrugged and nodded half-heartedly, which meant he still wasn't convinced.
"I'm only saying that if you had gone to one of my crime scenes without my permission, I might have tried to bench you too."
"But would you have willfully ignored what I was saying because you worried about the political ramifications?"
Drew grinned. "You, me, and Captain Hansen all know that the answer to that is an enthusiastic fuck no."
Kristen smiled. She thought she had him. "I'm not asking for us to put ourselves in danger. Only run some discreet intel. I have this woman's face, right? There has to be something we can do with that."
"But isn't this dragon business?"
Butters protested. "I don't think so. It might be, and if it is, I have no doubt that StoneQuest will catch the dragon with his crystal spheres or whatever. But if this is a human breaking and entering and murdering in Detroit, this is a human concern. The dragons can't keep this to themselves in the same way that they couldn't when Shadowstorm terrorized the city. Shit, busting him got me on Dragon SWAT. At the end of this, either I'll be wrong, In which case, maybe I can come back and work here. Or I'll be right, and all of you will be the first human heroes to dragonkind." No one could say no to that. Even Drew, who was less than enthusiastic about doing anything in any way that wasn't according to protocol, had to admit this could help break down barriers between humans and dragons. Hastily, they finished their beers and got to work. They drove to her old job, Detroit SWAT headquarters. It was after hours, so Captain Hansen wouldn't be there. There would no doubt be hell to pay in the morning when she found out she had come into her office without permission, but in the meantime, they had the office to themselves. As they made their way to one of the computer systems, some of her old coworkers waved hello. She'd been closest to her own team, of course, but it was nice to see there was still goodwill toward her. "So, any idea what this bitch's name is?" Hernandez asked, and peered over Keith's shoulder as he settled at a terminal. "I haven't a clue. I have footage of her face, though, and hoped we could do something with that." "No problem." The rookie took her proffered phone, plugged it into the system, and found the footage before she could even point it out to him. He isolated an image of the assassin's face and ran it through the facial recognition software. After a few minutes, they found absolutely nothing. Did it come as a surprise to anyone that this team of anti-dragon freedom fighters is smart enough to avoid having their mugshots taken? Hernandez asked rhetorically. Kristen tried to hide her disappointment. She supposed it made sense that the woman had never revealed herself to law authorities, but that would definitely make their job that much more difficult. "What's the plan, then?" Drew asked. "Can you get into the closed-circuit security cameras we have around the city?" Hernandez asked Keith. "Because if you can't, get out of the pilot's seat." "Is that legal?" Butters asked. Keith shrugged. "We're operating well outside of human law right now. Technically, it's not illegal to kill a dragon either." "But spying on the whole city?" the sniper protested. "Every company that installed these cameras and connected them to the internet could have done a better job securing their systems. It's like we don't investigate car robberies if the driver says the door was unlocked, you know?" His fingers flew over the keys and only paused when Hernandez told him he'd made a mistake. "I'm not worried about the rights of the people who own the cameras, but the people whose faces are on these systems," Butters persisted. "We live in a surveillance state, Butters. Have you never heard of Homeland Security? Besides, every single one of us has a phone in our pocket. Most of those damn things are voice-activated." Jim held up his own phone to illustrate his point. Kristen didn't really care about any of that. She wanted to stop a murderer. "Is it working?" "Yeah." The rookie pushed his chair back. "But it'll take a while, and even then it might not work. Cameras would have to have caught her face, and the system needs to find that piece of footage." "How long?" she asked. He shrugged. "An hour? A day?" "Tell us more about this case, Kristen. How the hell did this dragon get killed anyway?" Drew asked. "Because she killed Windfire with a handgun." Jim nodded. He was well-versed in dragon culture since he was one of its harshest critics, but the rest of her team looked confused. Hernandez summed it up for the rest of them. "People get shot by handguns every damn day in this country, and no one gives a shit. What's the big deal about a dragon getting popped?" "Because it shouldn't be possible," she stated. "Dragon scales should deflect bullets from a handgun with no problem. That means these bullets are made of dragon." Jim sucked his teeth in concern. "But you were shot by a dragon bullet by death. How's this different?" "Because I don't think a dragon is behind this. In fact, I'm beginning to wonder if Death got her bullets from this organization, or one like it. If dragons made these weapons, it would cause a shift in power in their society. But if people are making them, then—" "This could start a war," the Wonder Kid said. "How's that?" Butters asked. "Think about it," Drew interjected. "Humans have been allowed to remain free and largely not interfered with by dragons, precisely because the dragons feel impervious to harm from humans." "They look down on us," Jim scowled. "Worse than that. They don't even bother looking at us. We're like cattle to the mean ones and like pets to the good ones." "That's right. What a good boy," Kristen said, and patted him on his shaved head. "Not you, Kristen. You hardly count as a dragon," he responded. She smiled. That meant a lot coming from him. When she'd first met him, she was fairly certain he was trying to kill her, and now he was one of her staunchest supporters. Drew continued without even a small smile at the banter.
If this gets out to dragonkind at large, and if there's another murder, I don't see how it wouldn't. The entire dragon attitude toward humanity might change. During the 2 rebellions, dragons wiped out large numbers of innocent humans while they hunted for the would-be rebels among them. They might well do so again. Or worse. He shuddered. Then we have to stop this woman before she starts a crisis the likes of which human and dragon kind have never seen, Butters said. The gravity of the situation had finally struck him. Do you think that's her intention, Kristen? Beanpole asked. She shook her head. I don't know. I don't think she killed Windfire to start a war, and I don't know if she'd want to start one at all. If dragons in general know that a group of people has targeted them, that's the group of people they'll try to stop, right? This woman and her people have been able to hide, but no one's actually looked for them. I don't know if she wants to disrupt that. Then why do any of this? Beanpole asked. I've been trying to make sense of it, and I'm simply not sure. I will say that she could have killed me, multiple times in fact, and I think if she actually tried to strike fear into the hearts of the dragons or start a war, she would have killed me. Do you really think the dragons would have come to your defense? Hernandez asked derisively. She obviously didn't think such a thing would happen. In response, Kristen turned to Steele. Special powers, remember? If a human can kill me, most dragons would really be in trouble. The Steele ability is weird. She thought back to the intruder and what she'd said to Windfire. And the assassin seemed to know about me, too. Keith turned from the screen to laugh. Yeah, Kristen, every damn person in the world knows about you. No, it was more than that. She rubbed her chin and tried to think how she could explain it. It was like she knew me, or wanted to anyway. I think she didn't kill me because she wanted something from me. Maybe a dragon on their side, Jim said. Everyone looked incredulously at him. What? Don't look at me like that. I hated dragons for years. I still do, except Kristen, of course. And there were many times I fantasized about a dragon joining the freaks and crackpots in the corners of the internet. You fantasized about dragons while you were on the internet? Hernandez asked. I didn't know there was that kind of porn out there. Everyone laughed at that. So what is your theory? Drew asked. Kristen couldn't even begin to answer. I don't have one. No, wait, that's not true. Honestly, I have too many. That's why I want to catch this woman. I want to ask her a few questions. Everyone grinned at that. Cop reflexes never went away. Hey, Dingus, check your search. Hernandez slapped Keith on the arm. Oh, shit, he said and turned quickly to the computer. We have a match. The woman had left a fast food joint a few hours before, climbed into a vehicle, and driven away. Why can't we make the license plate out? Drew asked. It's probably treated with some kind of reflective shit so the camera can't make out the number. You can buy that shit on the internet, Hernandez said. When everyone turned to her and stared, she raised an eyebrow and snorted. What? I'm the only one of us who runs red lights? Not everyone drives a hatchback like that, though. I might be able to follow it. Keith's fingers flew over the keys. The vantage point switched from the burger place to a traffic light camera, and from there to the security camera outside a dollar store. At that point, they almost lost her, but he found her at a red light a few blocks away. It was a lucky thing. Otherwise, she might have been lost to the city. Her face had never been visible in any of this camera footage of her car. She drove another block, then, blessedly, pulled into the parking garage beneath a high-rise hotel. The rookie hacked into the cameras in the parking garage and saw her go inside the hotel. We have her, Kristen said, hardly believing the words. Almost. Keith sounded frustrated. I know this place has cameras in the hallways, but I can't get in. They might not even be online. Then we do this old school, Butters said. How's that? Kristen asked. We go to the front desk and ask for help, Drew said. Chapter 2. Her expression disapproving, Kristen took the steps 2 at a time and repeated the litany that she wasn't angry. She kept telling herself this, despite the pit of rage that began to boil in her gut. If she allowed herself to be angry, she would definitely lose control of her aura. She was in a building filled with dragons who would undoubtedly judge her every move, so now was not the time to get pissed.
That time would come if StoneQuest tried to send her back to do more bullshit paperwork. When she reached the 6th floor, she scowled at the doors that were unexpectedly locked. For a brief moment, she considered kicking them open. In her steel body, she'd done that very effectively countless times. But she decided it probably wasn't the best way to start her new job. Regretfully, she retreated to the 5th floor and, finding the door unlocked, pushed it open. She paused on the threshold and stared into a spacious gym complete with weight equipment, treadmills, punching bags, and an area with mats on the floor for sparring. While she didn't know exactly how she would find StoneQuest, she assumed someone there might know. But what was the etiquette for approaching a dragon in the gym? It was awkward enough in human gyms, so who knew the rules here? It didn't help that she wasn't dressed to work out. She'd shed her winter gear and now wore a skirt and a yellow blouse of all things. Her assumption had been that training would be mostly in dragon form, and that they'd provide her with a uniform if they went on any runs. And yet, there she was in a skirt, like a damn intern. Luckily for her, she didn't have to make the first contact. A woman with platinum blonde hair done in long French braids who was spotting for a man at the bar press noticed her and took immediate issue with her. Kristen could feel her annoyance from her aura as plain as the scowl on her face. She realized that she made absolutely no attempt to hide the emotion. The woman wanted her to know she was annoyed. Which was, she had to admit, damn annoying. "What are you doing here?" the dragon half-yelled across the gym. Kristen smiled. This was her in. "Heartsbane, right?" she asked as she recalled the woman's cheekbones and French braids, and that she had worked with StoneQuest. "Yeah, and you're the steel dragon." Heartsbane stopped spotting and walked toward the newcomer. "Melissa, a little help here," the man at the bar press grunted. Heartsbane, Melissa, which was kind of interesting actually, ignored him. Instead, she marched across the gym and stopped deliberately, mere inches from Kristen's face. A challenge, if ever there was one. "Kristen's fine," she said, and plastered a smile on her face. "I thought you only started today." "That's right." "Then shouldn't you be down there at your desk, cutting your egg teeth?" "Melissa!" the man at the bar press grunted. It rested on his chest, and Kristen noticed for the first time that the weights on the bar must have totaled close to 400 pounds. "Damn it, Heartsbane," another woman said. Her aura made it obvious that she was also a dragon. She had dark, wavy hair, and was also very beautiful. The shade of her purple workout gear was quite familiar, too. She strode over toward the man who struggled with the weights, murmured something, and the weight lifted off his chest and settled on the rack. "Thanks, Time Flash." The man gasped, stretched for a nearby towel, and wiped his dark skin. The name triggered the memory of where Kristen had seen the woman's aura before. This was the dragon who had turned back time. No, not turned back time, actually. As Time Flash had explained it, it was more like putting things back where they'd been. She was also StoneQuest's teammate. "It's nice to see you again, Lady Steel," she said. Her tone of voice said it wasn't at all nice to see her, but at least she wasn't openly hostile like Heartsbane was. "Look, I didn't mean to interrupt, but there's been some kind of a mistake. I'm merely looking for StoneQuest so we can sort this all out," she said to Time Flash. "And what's the fucking mistake?" Heartsbane demanded. "Someone seems to think I joined SWAT to be an intern," she replied. The belligerent dragon snorted derisively. Obviously, the newcomer being an intern was exactly what she expected. Kristen glanced at Time Flash for support, but she too looked annoyed. "Can you believe this shit, Aaron?" Heartsbane said to Time Flash. Her first name was appealing, and it seemed to fit better than Time Flash did. "Believe what?" The man from the bench press came to stand beside them. His dreadlocks stopped short of his shoulders, and he looked like he'd rather be anywhere than right there having this conversation. "Can you believe that they haven't promoted Lady Steel here to captain of Dragon SWAT yet? Seriously, she's already worked here for 20 minutes. There was undisguised venom in Heartsbane's words. "Ah, you're the intern then. My name's John Emerald Eyes. Most people call me Emerald." Kristen shook his hand and noticed that, indeed, his eyes were a sparkling green. She also noticed that he seemed to be intent on crushing her hand into a fine powder. Instinctively, she squeezed his in return, but the shirtless human-formed dragon was much stronger than her. She flared her dragon strength, but Emerald simply continued to crush her hand. Finally, she turned it to steel to prevent any real damage to the bones. Once she did so, she of course squeezed his hand even harder. He snorted.
No dragon powers in the gym. And why would you turn your hand to steel? Are you trying to show off because you have extra powers?
You were crushing my hand.
And you reciprocated. It was a test of strength. You could have simply stopped squeezing instead of trying to win by cheating.
She was beyond confused. How is using my dragon powers cheating? You were bench pressing like 400 pounds.
Not with my powers. There ain't no point in using your powers to train. You have to grow the actual muscles in your human body if you want gains. Wait. Are you serious right now? Are you really asking me basic anatomy questions?
Emerald shook his head and clenched his jaw. What's wrong with wanting to know more? She asked. The problem is, Heartsbane cut in, that if you had been amongst dragonkind for more than a half hour, you might have actually learned some of this already. Instead, you're here wasting our time, trying to waste Sam's time, and hell, probably wasting your own time. There are mages who would be happy to answer this crap for you. This is all some of them do, talk about dragons and pretend they might be as strong as us one day. Don't talk about them that way, Aaron said to Heartsbane. I didn't say anything, the other woman countered.
Oh, here we go.
Emerald rubbed his face irritably. It seemed an old argument was about to resurface. Your tone was enough. I don't care what you think about mages, but you'll treat them with respect, Aaron said firmly. So I can't use certain tones when I talk about them? There aren't even any here right now. How the hell am I supposed to think of them as equals if they're weaker than us? Heartsbane looked to be both baffled and repulsed. Simply because they're weaker doesn't mean they don't deserve to be treated with respect, Kristen said, and immediately came to the defense of the mages she'd met.
You shouldn't have said that.
Emerald shook his head and moved to a rack of free weights. He glared at all three dragon women as he did curls. You really don't know what you're talking about, Heartsbane said dismissively. I know that mages are people too, exactly like my family and exactly like you and me. That's bullshit. The woman's aura made it quite clear that she truly detested mages and those who defended them. Mages have tried to overthrow dragonkind not once, but twice. They bred entire races of beings into existence to try to destroy us. Because some of them play nice doesn't mean we should stop watching them. You do know you sound insane, right? Aaron said. You say mages are weaker than us, but that they're also dangerous. Choose one, weak or strong. How the fuck is that crazy? Heartsbane snapped in response. It's the same thing as the steel dragon here. An odd steel skin quirk makes her perhaps more powerful than us, but she's still greener than Emerald's eyes.
I heard that,
he grunted. I served on SWAT for months. I defeated Shadowstorm in hand-to-hand combat, she protested. Sweetie, we've all defeated dragons in hand-to-hand. That's part of the job description, Aaron pointed out. Don't think that because I disagree with Melissa on mages, it means I think you should be anywhere but at your desk in the paper dungeon right now. The paper dungeon? Kristen was appalled. Why the hell would you stuff me somewhere you call the paper dungeon?
Because that's where we all started.
Emerald grunted and dropped his dumbbells with a clang. They landed on the mats at his feet, and the sound echoed through the gym.
You weren't even down there long enough to realize that everyone calls it the paper dungeon. How does that make sense to you? Do you want to guess how long I worked in there?
She really didn't. There was no way it was shorter than the 5 minutes she'd been in the room. But she wouldn't be silenced. I don't know, 3 months? The other three dragons all laughed, Emerald so hard that he had to wipe tears from his eyes.
More like 3 years.
You were all interns for 3 years? I was in the paper dungeon for 5, Heartsbane fumed. Erin was only down there for 1 year, but that's because her powers are unique. She's perfect for a security force trying to keep dragons from interfering with humanity, as she can make things look as good as new. A charmer like myself and a common like Emerald don't count for much. But Before Kristen could speak, he cut her off.
So you have steel skin? Big deal. Sam can turn to rock. Fair enough, I get that steel's stronger. But do you think that means you get to cut in line and be immediately placed on the force? Why? Because you can stop bullets? I have news for you, honey. We can all stop bullets.
She was about to say something about death and the woman who'd hurt her so badly with nothing but a regular pistol, but Stonequest and his team had been on that job. Emerald no doubt knew about it already. Instead, she asked, "What's a common?" He shook his head and walked to his weights, mumbling as he went.
I can't believe this shit.
A common is a dragon without any unique abilities, Erin explained. She tried to sound patient, but didn't quite achieve it. They have increased speed, strength, and healing abilities, plus an aura. They can transform and breathe fire, but that's it. There aren't many of them on Dragon SWAT. Emerald had to bust his ass to make the cut. Unlike the Steel Dragon, Heartsbane sneered. The other woman continued. You and I are sometimes called specials because of our abilities. Stonequest is a special too, because he can turn to stone. Shadowstorm was also a special, although he had more than one power, which made him especially unusual. Are you a special? Kristen asked Heartsbane. The woman recoiled. You don't simply ask that. What? Why not?
I can't believe we're dealing with this greenhorn baby shit right now,
Emerald said. Erin grimaced. It's uncouth. It's the human equivalent of... How did my mages put it? It's like asking how much money someone makes or their dress size. So, what you're saying is there's no good reason not to talk about it. She had always thought not talking about your income was stupid, too. That only benefited the more powerful. We will not break down millennia of social norms right now in the gym, for fuck's sake, Heartsbane snapped. Look, just listen, okay? You already sound like an ignorant little bitch to us. But maybe if you actually listen, you won't embarrass yourself with everyone who works here. I'm called a charmer because my aura is especially strong. I can make humans feel things and forget things easier than most dragons. Still, if we're in a powers contest, that counts for hardly better than commons. I thought you said it was hard for commons to make dragon SWAT. Damn it, that's enough, Heartsbane said. You have no idea what you're talking about. Most dragons learn all this in the creche. Hell, most dragons don't have to learn this shit at all. It's simply how we're brought up. I don't want to talk about it at work to some upshot special who thinks she's hot shit because she can turn to steel. Why do you get to call me special if I can't call Emerald common? And besides, I don't think I'm hot shit. Bullshit, you don't. If you didn't think you were hot shit, you wouldn't have name-dropped Shadowstorm and how you beat him. You wouldn't have marched up here like you own the damn place. The woman's aura literally pounded against Kristen now. She could feel her anger, her rage, and her pain. There was more to Melissa Heartsbane than only fury then. Erin spoke quickly. She has a point, you know. I know you have a different background and everything, but we all know who you are. We've all briefed ourselves on your past and your history on Detroit SWAT. Plus, I was there to clean up the mess you and Shadowstorm left behind, if you don't remember. Did you do any reading on us? Maybe ask Atramento about the library or your new partners? You coming up here is totally unprofessional. And poor Atramento. You know he'll have to take the heat for all this, right? That gave Kristen pause. She hadn't meant to get him in trouble, but that might have explained his discomfort. He hadn't wanted to be caught between two dragons. If he agreed with one, he had to disagree with the other. It wouldn't be an easy position to be in. I can cover for him.
You don't know how to cover shit,
Emerald said, and dropped a weight on the mats.
You don't even know who your boss is yet.
Yeah, I know, because I was dumped in the... What did you call it? The paper dungeon. That's why you were dumped in there. That's the whole damn point of it. It's to give you the opportunity to get your bearings before you make a fool of yourself. Heartsbane was yelling now. Any restraint she might have had, long gone.
Been there, done that,
Emerald said. Kristen had a feeling he wasn't talking about himself. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't realize... The door to the gym flew open and Stonequest strode in. He looked distinctly out of place. Everyone but Kristen was dressed in sweat-stained workout gear, while he wore a tan suit with a white and blue striped tie. She realized once again that, in her blouse and skirt, she was also quite out of place. Stonequest smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
Well, there's something I never thought I'd hear. The Steel Dragon apologized.
Stonequest, I was looking for you, she began, but he cut her off.
Heartsbane, we can feel your damn aura all the way in the conference room. There were 2 car crashes out front because of that shit. They need to forget about it. Time Flash, I want both cars fixed. And Emerald, stop dropping weights, man. That shit shakes the damn floor. If you break any more of them, it'll come out of your damn pay. Man, whatever,
Emerald said, but Kristen noticed that he picked his weights up and racked them carefully.
Hall, let's take a walk.
She grimaced and nodded. Suddenly, she wasn't in such a hurry to talk to Stonequest. Chapter 20. It was strangely nostalgic for Kristen to be once more riding in the back of a Detroit SWAT van. It hadn't been that long since she'd actually been in the back of one, a couple of weeks, and yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Already, the guns seemed like toys, and the seatbelts part of an amusement park ride. Dragon SWAT didn't need vans. Why drive when one could fly? But she had an answer for that. There was something about being squished together when they took hard turns, about the nervous chatter, and about the way everyone's gazes sometimes fell to the guns on the rack on the back of the vehicle. It built camaraderie in a way that flight didn't. Flying was an independent action, a time to get lost in one's own head, whereas riding along in the back of a van was inherently human. Flying definitely wasn't human. They arrived at the hotel.
All right,
Drew said, and strode from the driver's seat to the back of the van.
Butters and Beanpole, I want you on the rear entrance. Make yourselves invisible, but I need to know if our girl or anyone else goes in or out. I don't care what they look like. I need to know about it. We'll determine who is a suspect later. Yes, sir,
the sniper said, and his spotter nodded.
Hernandez, rookie, you're on the front. I want you to go in ahead of us and get a drink at the bar. Then keep your eyes on the situation. I don't think our target will get a drink, but I don't want anyone to see a police presence in the lobby. Not yet.
Are you saying you want me to get a drink and flirt with the rookie? Hernandez smiled.
Is that a problem?
Drew asked.
No, sir,
the rookie said quickly, and everyone laughed. They'd run hundreds of missions together, and yet nerves were still high at the start of a mission. Kristen was relieved that it wasn't only her, although she did feel palpably afraid in a way she normally didn't. Since she'd discovered what she was, her steel skin had been armor not only against guns, but against fear, doubt, and hesitation. It allowed her to act when others had to think. Now she would go into a situation where turning to steel might very well endanger her further.
That means the Wonder Kid and the Steel Dragon are with me, Drew said. You always get the best picks,
Keith complained, and sounded like the kid chosen last for kickball. Do you want one of them instead of me? Hernandez raised an eyebrow.
No, ma'am.
No chuckles followed this time. They were too close to the action.
Kristen, I don't want you on point. That honor goes to Jim.
What? This is my case, and I'm a damn dragon. Why shouldn't I lead this?
3 reasons. 1, because she might recognize you. If she has a camera or some kind of magic shit, it makes sense to put one of us first. 2, we don't have any bulletproof armor for you. 3, your reflexes are antithetical to every damn person I've ever met.
They are not, she protested, before he cut her off.
Yes, they damn well are. You run toward bullets. People don't do that. I thought about that, sir,
Jim said, and loosened his bulletproof vest.
We might not have brought enough vests, but she can wear mine.
Drew shook his head, but Kristen spoke first. No fucking way, Jim! That's out of the damn question!
You could die,
he said, and continued to loosen the armor. Without that vest, you will die. I'll be fine unless she hits me with a dragon bullet, which she doesn't have an unlimited supply of, obviously. You'll be dead if she hits you with any bullet.
I'll be fine.
I can heal from wounds in minutes, Jim. Minutes! You're not giving me that vest.
You're the target, Kristen. This is basics. We protect you.
I won't take anyone's damn vest, and that's final. If you don't stop unbuckling it, I will flex my aura and make you put it back on.
I thought you didn't like doing that to your friends,
he responded. I don't. That's why I'm threatening you with it before I do it." Jim sighed, but he began to buckle his armor on again. Once he'd finished, Drew nodded, and they went in a few minutes after Keith and Hernandez.
"Hey, I got this, all right?"
the Wonder Kid said. Drew and Kristen shrugged and let him approach the desk. He plastered a big phony smile on his face.
"Well, hi there,"
he said, and sounded as friendly as he did when he spoke to the press.
"My friend is staying here, but didn't give me her room number."
He flashed a photo of the woman taken from the surveillance footage. "That's nice," the woman said. "If you'd like to wait at the bar, she should be down soon."
"Really?"
Jim said. "She's lying," Kristen said. She could sense the woman's emotional state enough to know that she wouldn't give anything in response to Jim's phony act. Drew stepped forward and flashed a badge.
"I'm with Detroit PD, SWAT. We have reason to believe this woman is a terrorist."
"Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. She checked in a few days ago."
"Is she here right now?"
Drew asked. "I can't say, sir. We don't keep track of all of our guests." "Can we have a key to her room, please?" Kristen asked. "No, ma'am. That's against policy. I can't simply—" The receptionist trailed off as the dragon flexed her aura. This woman needed to be a little afraid and to understand that the team was there to help her. She didn't like manipulating people, but it was an ability she had, and, without a doubt, if the woman who'd killed Windfire had any such ability, she'd have used it without conscience. "What were you saying about giving us that key?" she asked again. "It's, right here, I think." The woman stood and retrieved a key card, ran it through a scanner, and handed it to her. "Thank you. Room number? 1409, 14th floor. Take the elevator, go left, and follow the signs." "Are we in some kind of danger? Does the hotel need to be evacuated?" Kristen was about to answer, "Hell yes, it should," but Drew caught her arm and shook his head.
"Everything should be fine, ma'am. We're only here to ask her a few questions. Nothing too major. Your cooperation should make this go smoothly."
The woman nodded, noticeably relieved. "But," Kristen said, not wanting to scare her, but feeling like she had no choice, "if you feel a flash of fear like you need to get out of here, and you see that other people seem scared too, sound the alarm and go. Do you understand me?" "Yes, ma'am." The three left the desk without further discussion.
"What was that about?"
Jim asked as they moved to the elevator. "How else can we communicate that the hotel is in danger besides my aura? If it seems like we're all at risk, I can make everyone in this place feel like they need to get out."
"Let's hope it doesn't come to that,"
Drew said as the elevator doors opened. They stepped inside and rode to the 14th floor. In silence, they strode through quiet hallways and passed only a man in a robe and a swimsuit, no doubt headed to the rooftop pool despite the cold. A few minutes later, they found the room.
"I'll open the door. Jim, you go in, Kristen right, and I'll take left. If you see hostiles, disable them. I don't know what mages can do, but I'm sure it's far less if they have a bullet in the leg."
The other two nodded. Drew opened the door. Jim rushed in. Kristen moved quickly behind him, checked the bathroom, and found it empty. "Clear!" she shouted.
"Clear!"
shouted Jim as well.
"There's no one here,"
said Drew. She stepped from the bathroom into an empty hotel room. It was a fairly simple place to secure, merely a standard hotel room with a bathroom. There were no places to hide.
"I'll keep an eye on the door," the team leader said. "You two see what's here."
Kristen nodded. Although the room was empty, it wasn't totally deserted. There were some signs that a person had stayed there. Beside the bed, she found a duffel bag with a few changes of clothes, some of them pedestrian and some of them all black. It wasn't exactly a smoking gun, but was better than finding nothing at all.
"This just in. She brushes her teeth,"
Jim called from the bathroom. She nodded absently, as she hadn't seen anything in the bathroom when she'd cleared it. There was one more thing, though. 3 photographs were on the desk at the window. The one on top was of Windfire, with a big black X over his face drawn in marker. The meaning was obvious. In the photograph, he was in a hallway in his mansion. Kristen recognized the painting as the one she'd moved to cover the hole she'd punched in the wall when looking for the secret room. The overhead angle of the photograph suggested that this was an image taken from his own security system, which made sense. The intruder had wiped the system, so taking a photo from it before clearing it would have been child's play to her. "Hey, I have something," she said, absorbed in the pictures. The next photo showed Kristen herself. She was in the same location, moving down the hallway toward the secret room. Her eyebrows were furrowed like she was concentrating, and indeed she had been. Around her face was a circle with a question mark inside. This sent her heart racing. Not only had this photo been taken after the murderer's last known entry to the house, but it clearly demonstrated that the assassin knew the ins and outs of the security system.
"Who's this?"
Jim asked, holding the picture of Windfire and pulling her attention away from the third photo before she could study the face hidden behind the axe. That's the dead dragon about to enter his hidden security center. Whoever these people are, they're more than mere killers. They had enough access to know where that room was.
"It looks like they're fans of yours,"
Jim said, and gestured to the picture of her with the question mark across her face. Why do you think that?
"Well, the other two have X's. That tends to mean something very specific in the psychopathic murderer circles. You didn't say that another dragon had been killed."
One hasn't.
"Then who's he?"
Kristen couldn't make out the face at first, but the rigid posture, the ancient uniform, and the crew cut left her with no doubt. It was Sergeant Ridgespine. But I only told him about this room a little earlier. He must have gone there in the last few hours.
"Let me see that."
Jim held his hand out for the photo, and she gave it to him.
"See those numbers on the bottom? That's a timestamp. This photo is about an hour old."
The goddamn stubborn dragon must have followed up on the lead after all. Never mind all that shit he gave me about not going anywhere by yourself.
"Easy, Kristen," Drew said from the door. "I can feel your aura from here. You don't need to be scared or pissed."
Then how am I supposed to feel? This photo proves that the murderer knew Ridgespine was investigating her, and might mean he's already dead.
"It sounds like we need to go then,"
Jim said. Let's do this. She spun toward the door. Chapter 21. As they hurried to the elevator, Drew issued orders, and Kristen smiled. He simply couldn't help himself, despite this being her case.
"Jim, call Keith and tell him and Hernandez to be ready to roll by the time we're down there. I'll get Butters and Beanpole headed toward the van. Kristen,
I'm already calling the Dragon headquarters."
"Right, of course,"
he said, and looked sheepish for a brief moment. He'd no doubt realized he'd actually tried to command the Dragon who'd put this mission together. But Butters must have picked up on the other end of the call as Drew started talking while the elevator doors closed. Jim's call also went through, but her phone refused to work in the elevator. She was forced to waste more precious time as they rode down. It was a suffocating feeling, knowing that the woman could be moving against Ridgespine while she waited. Or worse, that she already had. But there was nothing to be done until they opened the doors to the lobby. Hernandez was there, leaning against the wall with Keith. Both looked a little drunk, until they recognized their team and snapped to attention. Kristen called Stonequest, but there was no answer. She called the number for Dragon SWAT, and the mage Atramento picked up.
"Bureau of Dragon Affairs,"
he said crisply. "Atramento, it's Lady Steele." She had to scowl at Hernandez, who snickered at her and mouthed the title while she frowned, closed her eyes, and raised her eyebrows. The world's worst impression of the upper class. She ignored the woman as they left the hotel and jogged to their van.
"Whatever can I do for you, Lady Steele?" Atramento replied cautiously. "I'm afraid I don't have any current assignments for you. I was under the impression that you were under some kind of suspension."
Kristen had spent enough time around Atramento to know that for him, that was basically, why the hell are you calling? You're still in trouble for majorly fucking up. And besides, it's as late as hell. "I need to know where Sergeant Ridgespine is," she said, thankful that auras didn't travel over telephones. She had little doubt that the mage would have some kind of resistance, or at the very least an awareness, of what to do about auras, and right now hers was far from controlled.
"Lady Steele, I would love to be of assistance to you in this matter, but alas, the sergeant is conducting police business, which means that, that is, due to your suspension, I cannot divulge the nature of his current whereabouts."
"Cut the horse shit, Atramento. I only need to know if he's in the building or not."
"That information is only relevant to the police who are on shift and currently not, extended leave."
"I gave Ridgespine some information about Windfire's murder."
"Lady Steele, I don't know any details about open cases, and furthermore, if I did, I wouldn't be able to discuss such details.
Damn it, Atramento! Rich Spine's life might be in danger. We both know you see every piece of paperwork that comes through there. He must have said where he was going. I'm sure you at least saw the footage of the mansion. Is he there?
I can't be certain.
Cut it out, Atramento. His fucking life is on the line. I know you know where he is. You told me as much when I first got there. And we both know Rich Spine didn't go anywhere without filing the paperwork to do so. He doesn't have an independent bone in his body. So, tell me if he filed a damn request, or whatever the hell it takes to go to the mansion. There was a long pause, painfully long to her, before he finally answered. The accent he normally spoke with slipped slightly, and he sounded more like a regular human now. He had a hint of a Detroit accent, touched with a faint trace of something Hispanic.
After you left, he filed a request to acquisition more evidence from Windfire's Manor.
And he went there? Kristen demanded.
I'm a mage, not a GPS system.
He left headquarters?
Yes, Lady Steele.
Shit, we're headed to the mansion then.
Shall I tell Sir Stonequest, Lady Steele?
For fuck's sake, Atramento! Of course you should tell Stonequest. This isn't some bullshit political dragon maneuver. There are lives on the line. Yes, tell Stonequest and get him and the whole damn team to the mansion.
But of course, Lady Steele. However, it may take some time, so please be careful.
Take some time? Where the hell are they?
Playing a human sport. Airsoft, I believe it's called.
Unfucking believable, Kristen said. Butters and Beanpole had reached the van, and it was time to go. Keep calling him. Shit, keep calling his whole damn team. Maybe one of them will get out early and actually answer. Tell them to go to Windfire's mansion immediately.
It's generally not considered proper to give orders to one's superiors, Lady Steele.
Then tell them the Steel Dragon has gone rogue and intends to burn the mansion down unless they stop her. I don't care how you do it, but get them to the mansion.
Yes, Lady Steele,
Atramento said, but didn't sound entirely sure if he believed that she had only been making a point about burning the mansion down. Good, she decided. Rage Spine might very well be dead already, and she needed Stonequest and the other dragons there. Hell, she'd prefer it if they got there before her. But, of course, she very much doubted that would happen. She hung up. Let's go. They scrambled into the vehicle and drove away. A few minutes later, the van screeched to a stop. Where are we? Kristen demanded from the back.
Quick stop.
Drew slid out and ran toward a humble little house. Kristen realized this was his home. She could tell by the way he shouldered the door open and didn't bother to turn the lights on as he rummaged around inside. In moments, he was back out and told Kristen to get in the back, like she had been the one wasting time instead of him. What was that about?
We were a vest short. I keep extras at home.
He tossed her a bulletproof vest. She was about to say she didn't need one, and that she was a dragon who could turn to steel. But then she remembered the huge bloody hole in Windfire's chest. How short-lived her dragon abilities had really been, she thought. Only a few months, and already she could be killed by guns once again. She put the vest on as Drew hurtled around corners and eased onto the interstate. It didn't take her long to realize that this wouldn't work. The van was too slow, and Windfire had built his mansion as far away from the state freeway system as he could. Drew would be able to go 90 miles an hour for a time, but soon he'd be reduced to less than half that when they would be forced to take twisting back roads. Is anyone afraid of heights? Kristen asked everyone in the back. The rookie's eyes lit up immediately. He knew what she was thinking. I ain't afraid of shit. Hernandez puffed her chest out. Well, except public speaking. I have these fucking dreams where I'm only in my underwear.
I have those dreams where you're only in your underwear, too, Keith smiled. I have no problem with heights, Jim said, and pounded on the window toward the front of the van. Are you guys good with a ride on the back of a flying dragon? Hell yes, Drew said. If she can support my, dinner choices of the last 20 years, then sure.
Butters sounded enthusiastic, but a little dubious. Kristen turned to Beanpole. He was the only one who hadn't responded. He didn't need to. His face had paled, his normally calm smile replaced by a quivering frown.
Exactly what are you intending?
He asked weakly. Move away from the door, buckle up, and close your eyes. Got it? He looked like he wanted to scream a protest, but he merely nodded, moved from his position near the back door, and traded places with Keith. Quickly, he buckled up, caught hold of the van's frame, and nodded curtly. Here we go, she said.
Do you want me to pull over?
Drew yelled from the front. "We're going like 80, right?" she hollered in response. "Yes, ma'am." "Keep us cruising." He complied as she flung the back doors to the van open and turned her hands to steel. She told herself she'd pay for the damages later, or better yet, make Dragon SWAT foot the bill. So she felt absolved of guilt when she dug her steel fingers through the roof of the van. "Holy shit! Do you guys see this?" Jim shouted from inside the vehicle. "Are those your fingers, Kristen?" Kristen didn't answer, and merely pulled herself farther onto the roof until her legs and feet were also atop the speeding vehicle. "Smile for the camera!" Keith yelled. When she turned her head, he had poked his head out of the back of the van with his phone in one hand, shooting video of her. "Keith, you'll slip!" "Hernandez has my belt. I'll be fine," he said calmly, as if they weren't barreling down the highway at 80 miles an hour with the doors open. "I thought she mostly took off your belt," Butters shouted from the front. "She might decide she's done that one time too many and let you go." "Oh, please," Hernandez snorted. "If I wanted to kill him, he'd be dead already." "Speaking of killing us, what the hell are you doing, Steel Dragon?" Jim asked. "Learning new skills." "Now, with us in the car?" "Why not?" Kristen focused on her body. She knew other dragons could transform while running, flying, swimming, or doing other things, and reminded herself that she wasn't doing anything as complex. Basically, she simply stood on solid metal. Admittedly, it raced along a highway, and the slightest slip might injure her and all her friends. But she had always done well under pressure. The first thing she needed to do was transform her feet into talons. If she could do that, she had little doubt that she could do the rest. Calmly, she set every other thought aside and focused on her feet. She thought about her toes extending and her purple-painted toenails transforming into steel claws. After a moment, however, nothing had changed. "Whenever you're ready, Steel!" Hernandez shouted. "For this to go viral, we really need it to be less than 90 seconds, Keith said matter-of-factly. He seemed unconcerned that he hung out the back of a speeding van, and was more interested in getting views, apparently. "I need to make talons," she said, and felt as impotent as a nervous teenager. "Well, pretend we're sheep or something," Jim suggested. "Or tuna fish," Keith interjected. "I once saw a dragon documentary where dragons would hunt tuna fish from the top of the ocean." "You're not tuna fish!" she yelled in response. The suggestions seriously weren't helping. "Maybe focus on that bridge about a half-mile up," Drew yelled. That did the trick. Kristen transformed her feet into talons and dug them through the roof of the van, crumpling the metal like it was aluminum foil. "Good job, Dragon Lady," Hernandez said sarcastically. "But you missed the roll cage. If you fly now, you won't take us with you." "Right." She repositioned her dragon-sized steel feet and sliced through the roof of the vehicle once more. "Better," Butters said from the front. "Not better," Beanpole retorted. He was directly below her talons and was tall enough that he had to duck beneath them. "All right, here we go," she said, and extended her arms. She knew she couldn't simply grow wings as the force would rip her apart, or more likely rip her from the roof of the van. Her legs extended first, then her torso. Scales rippled through her clothes and verified the magical nature of a dragon's transformation. Her arms lengthened, and she was now large enough that, if she hit the bridge, she'd be struck in the chest instead of decapitated. Neither were pleasant thoughts. Now that her dragon body was there, she thought of her wings, and they erupted from her back, drawing a cheer from Keith. He sounded like a kid watching a fireworks show. "You'll ruin the audio!" Hernandez bellowed at him. "This isn't a damn dragon unboxing video!" Kristen tried to ignore them and not giggle, but it wasn't easy. The bony, arm-like parts of her wings appeared first, and stretched to their full length, merely bones and flesh in the shape of a pteranodon fossil from a natural history museum. A leathery membrane spread over the bones, and in the next moment she caught the wind and was in flight. The speed of the vehicle gave her amazing lift, so they cleared the bridge easily and were airborne in seconds. Everyone inside cheered, except for Beanpole, who threw up when the van tipped backward. "Keith!" Hernandez yelled. Kristen glanced back, and her long dragon neck gave her flexibility she didn't have in her human form. The rookie, held aloft by nothing but Hernandez's grasp on his belt, whooped with glee. "I have all this on video, baby! It'll go viral for sure!" "Get inside, you idiot!" Drew yelled, and he thankfully complied. She curled her tail back and into the cab of the van, pressed it up against the ceiling, and coiled it as she did so. With 3 points of contact, she found she could better control the tilting vehicle than she could with only her back talons. She was less maneuverable without her tail to help her steer, but considering what she was carrying, she definitely didn't intend to do anything but fly as fast and as straight as she could.
"This is amazing!"
Butters had rolled his window down and whooped in the front seat.
"How can you support all this weight?"
"I can fly when my entire dragon body is steel. This isn't that bad. It would be easier without your butterball inside, of course." He laughed, never one to shy away from a fat joke.
"Are you going to tell us your plan, Lady Steele, or did you intend to simply break into song?"
Drew asked from the driver's seat.
"A whole new world,"
Hernandez and Keith sang together, which made her want to barf and actually made Beanpole throw up again. "Right now, my plan is to not drop you and let you plummet to your deaths."
"Good plan,"
the team leader said. Kristen pumped her wings and raced faster through the chilly night air. She hoped this was all in vain, that Stonequest was already on his way, and that she'd arrive with her can of humans and be laughed off the premises. Hell, if that was the case, she promised herself she wouldn't complain about being suspended. But she very much doubted that would happen. She used the journey to consider what she knew about the murderer, and hoped it would be enough. Chapter 22. Kristen set the van down about a mile out from the mansion, landed on the street, and reverted to her human form before she'd even stopped moving. She smiled with satisfaction. Apparently, transforming on the back of the speeding van with her friends inside had broken any mental barriers she'd constructed to stop herself from accomplishing it while moving. Her brother had always said her doing everything under pressure was crazy, and he was probably right. But that was who she was, and who she had always been. She had to accept that if she wanted to continue to grow. Keith stepped out as she approached the back of the van.
"That was fucking awesome! You're already up to 50,000 views!"
"I'm up to what?" He blushed, his crimson color only visible because the lights of the SWAT van were on.
"Meanwhile, in reality, you totally trashed the van,"
Drew said from the front seat as she reached the back and climbed in. "Does it still drive?" she asked. The team leader revved the engine in response.
"It's not like I can simply kill the damn thing to save gas when we might all freeze to death without the heater."
"Fair point," she acknowledged. "Then drive us there. It's about a mile down the road. That whole system is designed to keep dragons out, or at least the drones and the oral sensing crystal sphere thingy were. I think if we drive in, we have a better chance of actually surprising this woman."
"But I thought the security system belonged to Windfire,"
Jim queried as Drew complied without protest, and the van accelerated down the dark country road. "It does, and yet the intruder has been the one who really enjoyed the advantage of it. She used it to cover her tracks and to destroy evidence. I think we have to assume she has control of it now, or at the very least that she's watching the cameras."
"And what about the other guy?"
Drew asked from the front seat.
"The guy whose picture had a big black X over it."
"We have to assume he's still alive," she said, knowing full well that everyone around there could feel the despair her aura radiated. Reg Spine should not have rushed in there. Her only hope was that the sergeant was more adept with his dragon body than she was. Surely he could stand against the intruder. He had to. Because to think the intruder wasn't there when she'd had that picture was obviously absurd.
"Are you going to tighten that or only rock the steel skin?"
Hernandez asked. "I think this fight will have to be in my human body," Kristen said, and didn't relish the thought. "This woman obviously knows how to fight dragons, and I'm, well, less than experienced. If she could manipulate Windfire into hitting me with his tail, I don't doubt that she could get me to burn you all to a crisp."
"Gee, thanks,"
Jim commented dryly. "I'm only saying that if you see me transform into my dragon body, you get clear. I'm not saying I won't. I damn well might have to. But I don't think it would be smart."
"And what about your skin, Steel Dragon?"
Keith asked. "When I turn to steel, my clothes turn to steel as well. That means if I'm wearing a bulletproof material, it'll change, at least visibly. I don't know if it would still be able to stop bullets. I know steel should be able to, and it does. I withstood rocket-propelled grenades. But these dragon bullets? I just can't be sure. If my vest is transformed to steel, the bullet might simply tear through, powered by whatever dragon magic is making it." You have really weird concerns, you know that? Beanpole said. Now that they were driving, he seemed to have recovered some of his color. She loved the tall, quiet gentleman he had always been to her. He hadn't liked flying, but rushing in to fight a human powered by mages, or a mage who understood tech or whatever the hell this was, didn't bother him at all. "Sorry again for tipping the van like that," Kristen said, tightened her vest, and checked the ammunition in her pistol. She had a feeling that firearms might define this battle. The woman was a dragon warrior, after all, not a police officer. A gunfight might give her and the team the advantage. "It's fine, but please don't mention it again, especially if we're in a van. Like, ever." "No problem." "Do you have a plan?" Drew asked her. "We'll have contact in 30. "I showed you all the map and where the security room is, so that's our goal. That will move Team A past the standard security room so we can check there. Team B will come up from behind. We'll use radios to keep in touch, so we'll all arrive at the same time. Butters and Beanpole, I want you at stairways. They should give you the longest sight lines." "Right, we went over that. But what about that gate?" he asked. Oh. She'd flown over the gate so many times, she hadn't even thought of it as an obstacle. "Ram that fucker down." "You heard her, people!" Drew's voice brimmed with excitement. There was nothing like trashing shit to get the adrenaline pumping. "Hold on tight!" Before he had completed the warning, they bulldozed through the gate. A crisp pop and hiss indicated tires going flat. That wasn't a surprise, of course, as anti-vehicle strips were installed under it. Not that it would matter. The barrier was down, and they were through. It was time. The team spilled from the van. Drew, Jim, and Keith had assault rifles. Hernandez carried a shotgun, plus a belt of explosives. Beanpole and Butters had high-powered rifles, but their normally absolutely insane scopes were replaced with something that looked more suitable for close quarters. The kind you could use to hunt a deer instead of shoot a fly's asshole from a half-mile out. Kristen was armed with only a pair of handguns. She had no doubt that she'd need to pursue the woman at some point. Tactical retreat seemed to be one of her trademarks, and she didn't want to be encumbered when it happened. They raced through the yellow tape marking the mansion as a crime scene and up to the door. It was locked. "That's a bad sign." She shook her head. "Last time I was here, this place was wide open." Hernandez stepped forward. "Do you want me to?" Her offer came too late. Kristen kicked the door hard enough to splinter it, but instead, the wood cracked to reveal a metal one hidden inside the first. "Holy shit! Paranoid much?" Keith said. "The motherfucker was murdered in his own house," Hernandez pointed out, and placed charges on the hinges before Kristen could stop her. "At least he had a reason to be crazy." Windfire had also been alive for thousands of years, and watched humanity come and go and grow from loose tribes to the globe-spanning culture it was now. That couldn't be good for the psyche, she thought. It was insane to think that, if she didn't die in the next 20 minutes, she would conceivably live through not only the next few centuries, but the next few millennia. Kristen, Keith, and Jim raced down the hallway, past the security center where she and Jasper had been stationed when they'd been drugged, and toward the stairway that led to the hidden room. Drew and Hernandez, Team B, went up the first set of stairs they saw with the understanding that they'd rendezvous soon. The emptiness of the house did something to calm Kristen's nerves. At least the intruder hadn't brought her entire team with her. They sprinted up the stairs and burst into the hallway. To her surprise, the woman stood in plain sight, her gun trained on an opening in the wall that led to the secret room. That could only mean that Ridgespine wasn't dead. "We have a hostage. I repeat, hostage situation," Kristen said into her radio. "That's right, you have a hostage," the woman shouted. "If anyone moves, this dinosaur gets it. And if you think I'm not packing dragon-scale rounds, well, you're not thinking that, are you?" "Look, answer some questions, and no one has to get hurt," Kristen said, and took a step forward. "Stop right there!" the woman yelled, although she still didn't move her gaze from Ridgespine. "What you're trying to do is talk long enough so you can try to poison me with your aura. That's what this snake in there did. But you're better than that, Kristen. You're the Steel Dragon, the Lost Dragon of Detroit. You can still join us. It's not too late." "Join who?" she asked, both to keep the woman talking and because she was curious. The assassin knew something about her. She had to. "I can't tell you that, not with all these cops here.
Take them out, Kristen. It's the only way. You do them in, I'll put a bullet in this fucking reptile's brain, and we'll go answer all the questions you have. I can't hurt these people. They're my friends. Then let them join us. Cops often don't approve of our methods, but if you promise me that they'll let me go once I put a bullet in this fucker's brain, we'll be fine. Ridgespine must have moved or something. Kristen had the sense that the threat wasn't aimed at her as much as it was aimed at him. How about we start with some good faith questions? You know my name. What's yours? The woman considered this for a moment before she spoke. Constance. You can call me Constance. Okay, good. Constance. Good. Look, I can't let you kill Ridgespine. So what are your demands? How about we start with a fundamental restructuring of human and dragon society? Our demands are power for the people, not these monsters. We want to be able to kill them, the same way they can kill us. Only then can we talk. If I shoot another one, it's the best way to accomplish that. Constance, if you continue to kill dragons, it'll only make them retaliate against you and your people. There will be sacrifices, but humankind won't bear this burden forever. It's not about us versus them. We're all on the same team. This doesn't have to end with violence. Violence is our only recourse. We tried trusting dragonkind, but we can't. Join us, Kristen. No more surprises, no more deception, and no more bullshit. We can tell you more about you. In that moment, Hernandez and Drew stepped around the other end of the hallway. Constance glanced in their direction. A tiny, fractional movement, something Kristen would have disregarded as a flinch. But in that span of time, a clang echoed and the assassin cursed. Ridgespine had moved inside the room, and that clang was the door slamming shut. "Move in," Drew shouted. "The hostage is temporarily safe. Disable target." Constance fired at him, and the bullet struck him in the chest. All it accomplished was to knock him down. The woman turned toward the hole in the wall and fired a volley at the hidden Ridgespine, but Kristen could feel the dragon's aura inside the room. He was alive. "Give up! You're surrounded!" "Oh, Kristen, you don't understand at all." Constance took out a pair of flash grenades and rolled them down the hall toward the two teams. The steel dragon closed her eyes and turned her eyelids to steel. When she did this, it really did black out her vision. By the time she opened her eyes, the assassin was nowhere to be seen. She only knew which way she'd run because Hernandez lay on the ground with a bloody nose. Without hesitation, she sprinted in pursuit. Chapter 23. Kristen raced past Hernandez, and her former teammate groaned weakly. Bust her face up," the woman muttered as she passed her. She rounded the corner and located Constance at the end of the hall beside the doorway that led to the stairs. The assassin fired once, twice, and 3 times, but she aimed low. She couldn't read the woman's aura, only her actions, but she still had the sense that she didn't want to kill her. None of the shots could have hit her head. As stupid as it might have been, this made her race toward the gunfire even faster. That seemed to scare the killer enough to change her tactics. She raised her gun higher and fired again. Kristen dove into a roll, came up on one knee, and fired in return with one of her handguns. Constance immediately ducked into the stairway. Kristen had not been able to land a shot. She raced forward and barely caught sight of her quarry as she rounded the stairs and went out into a hallway on the first floor. The dragon vaulted over the banister, turned her body to steel in midair, and let gravity seize her and drag her down to the first floor. She pounded into the floorboards and surprised Constance, who'd aimed up the stairs. The assassin swung her weapon, but her target put on a burst of dragon speed and raced forward. The woman fired, but not before Kristen was able to throw a shoulder into her. The blow was strong enough to crack ribs. With the added mass from her steel skin, it would have been enough to send a lineman from the Detroit Lions sprawling. But Constance didn't tumble. Instead, she twisted in midair and landed on her feet. She was as agile as any cat, and had to be a mage or have mage assistance. Kristen was beyond frustrated. There was so much she didn't know, while her opponent seemed to know everything about her. There was a serious disadvantage to being famous. The dragon raced forward, and Constance fired at her as she did so. A concerted volley ended with the empty click of a gun that had run out of ammo. This was her chance. The assassin knew it, too.
Quickly, she ducked into a doorway and Kristen followed. She went through a door and into a large kitchen. Before she could so much as look around, a frying pan hurtled toward her face. She punched it out of the air, but it was rapidly followed by a bowl, then a plate, another bowl, and a mug. Each projectile was easily deflected and shattered as she pushed toward her attacker. It was a stupid attack. Dishes wouldn't be able to hurt her. She closed the distance between her and Constance, but before she could get close enough to lay hands on her and stop her, the woman sidled around a food prep counter. Her hands dug through drawers, and she hurled anything she touched: rolling pins, a mortar and pestle, wooden spoons, and a set of knives. They bounced off her steel skin, but still, the attack earned Constance an advantage because the dragon couldn't help but flinch when confronted by the rapid barrage of kitchenware. Kristen had to take the upper hand, so she caught hold of her edge of the counter and flipped it at the assassin, as easily as a human would flip a card table. Constance rolled out of the way, reached the end of another counter, and moved behind that one. "You can't hurt me," the dragon said as she came to stand on the other side of the counter. With both hands resting on its edge, the threat was clear. "I will if I must, but don't make me. Why serve dragons when you could fight for freedom? Why support a toxic governmental system? Because killing people in their homes is not an alternative. Windfire wasn't a person, Kristen. He was a dragon and loyal to himself and himself alone. I did what I did so he couldn't betray us. That's not good enough." She lifted the counter and flipped it. The woman was ready, though, dove to the left, and somehow managed to avoid being crushed. It still worked to Kristen's advantage, as she'd put herself between her quarry and the exit. "There's nowhere else to go." Constance backed against a wall, and her hands continued to move, but found nothing to throw except a spice rack. "Even if those are glass, you know you can't hurt me," Kristen said. In response, the assassin lobbed a tiny jar at her. She was ready for this one, so she didn't flinch and didn't look away. She let the glass shatter on her steel face, and it did nothing to her. No scratches, no pain, and nothing to generate even the mildest discomfort. Her smirk soon faded, however, when the cayenne powder inside the jar reached her eyes. She rubbed frantically at them in an effort to remove the burning powder. As she did so, Constance's footsteps thumped past her. She flailed in an attempt to stop her, but the woman was too fast and danced past her grasp, and Kristen banged her knee into another workspace in the kitchen. Desperate, she felt around until she found a sink. She turned the water on, sprayed herself in the face until the burning eased, and looked up. Only one door out of the kitchen moved. It swung in and out, and revealed exactly where Constance had gone. She sprinted forward, heartily sick of this shit. As she moved, she turned her body to steel, barreled through the doors, and knocked them off their hinges. The hallway was empty, but she raced on all the same. If she knew the intruder, and after spending so much time pursuing her, she was beginning to get a sense of how she fought, she'd have to pause to reload. Kristen hurried down the hall, looking for some sign of her adversary. She passed an open door and looked inside at a kind of sitting room lined with rare artifacts in the form of suits of armor, paintings, and swords. The room was most likely designed to impress, despite the fact that Windfire never actually had company. She was almost past it when she heard the telltale snick of a revolver's cylinder being clicked into place. Cautiously, she entered the room. As she stepped through the doorway, a shot fired. She fell prone and barely made it below the bullet. Before she could find her feet, something struck her in the back with enough force to hurl her down again. Constance stood over her with her gun in one hand and some kind of medieval weapon in the other. "We've done this for decades. You can't stop us now." It wasn't merely a medieval weapon, Kristen realized. She'd played quite a few fantasy games with her brother, enough to recognize a morning star when she saw one. Basically a spiked metal ball at the end of a wooden club. It made a cruel weapon. "I hate to be the one to tell you this, but it's my job to stop you," she said and pushed herself up. The assassin swung the morning star against the back of her head with enough force to once more tumble her into a hard landing. She didn't think the weapon could actually puncture her steel skin, but it definitely could rattle her brain around inside. If her adversary struck her temple or throat, it might cause real problems. With that in mind, she pivoted her hips and spun her legs in a sweeping kick designed to sweep Constance off of her feet. Unfortunately, the woman was too fast and leapt aside. but that gave Kristen the space she needed to stand. The assassin obviously recognized that she'd lose any attempt at a melee and hurled the Morning Star at her, but she knocked it aside. Kristen surged toward Constance, who danced away and shoved a suit of armor between them. It crunched under the steel dragon's weight when she stepped on it. The woman yanked a painting off the wall and threw that, but Kristen shredded it like it was a paper banner for a high school football team to run through, instead of a priceless oil painting belonging to a wealthy, rich dragon. Constance darted across the room and behind a low table that Kristen simply kicked at her. The woman managed to dodge, and it careened past her with inches to spare and shattered when it impacted the wall behind her. A lamp, a vase, and a chair became puny missiles that the steel dragon simply demolished with ease. Something in Constance's eye seemed to indicate that the woman didn't know what to make of her foe, who did not care at all about any of these priceless artifacts. Apparently, she had hoped she would. She threw a small sculpture and made her escape by diving through a window and into the snow. Kristen muttered a string of curses and simply pounded through the wall to resume the pursuit outside. Constance sprinted through the snow, her tracks already being blown away by whatever magical wind her allies could summon. She was incredibly fast, and for a moment, the dragon wasn't sure if she'd be able to catch her. Before the thought could be put to the test, however, a shot rang out. The assassin stopped running toward the gate and turned. Another shot puffed the snow directly in front of her.
"Try to run and see what happens,"
Butters whooped from one of the upper windows of the mansion. She pressed her luck and tried to reach the fence once more, but another perfectly placed shot stopped her dead in her tracks. "If I give the order, you're dead," Kristen said. "I don't want that. You don't want that. Put the gun down and let's talk." In response, a flurry of snow kicked up and obscured her quarry briefly. Butters, being nobody's fool, fired at the cloud, and this time more gunshots joined the barrage. Kristen's team had taken care of Hernandez then and had joined the fight. No one seemed to be able to shoot Constance, however. She moved constantly, ducking and dodging the bullets with an agility that was inhuman. Kristen realized that her team wasn't aiming to kill, but to control. Most of the shots went long and peppered the snow beyond the fugitive, effectively herding her away from the gate. "You won't make it out of here!" Kristen shouted. The assassin seemed to see the truth of this. She fired once at her and darted toward a topiary bush in the shape of some kind of long-necked dinosaur. "Don't let her reach the gate!" the dragon shouted. "But give me a shot at this! I want to take her in alive!"
"Roger!"
Butters yelled in response. Constance seemed to think her chances were better against the steel dragon because she stopped her attempt to reach freedom. Instead, she darted from one topiary bush to another, dodging gunfire and trying to put some distance between her and Kristen. The situation didn't provide much to work with. She was forced to take cover while her adversary simply had to race forward. The dragon gained, and the chase was almost over. Kristen could taste it. There was only one place Constance could hide, an outbuilding of some kind that Jasper had said she needn't concern herself with because it was winter. The assassin made the desperate dash toward this building, slid inside despite a barrage of gunfire, and slammed the door shut behind her. She even went so far as to lock it. Kristen grinned at the unnecessary gesture. She was the steel dragon, and locks were no more effective in stopping her than doors were. When she was sure her entire body was steel, she surged forward and bulldozed through the door. She immediately realized the seriousness of her mistake. On the other side of the door was an inky body of water, black in the unlit room. The indoor pool had only begun to ice around the edges. She tried to stop, but in her steel body, her momentum was too great. Her trajectory took her headlong into the pool, and a gunshot rang out as she splashed into the water. Being steel, she sank, and the pool engulfed her in its icy blackness. Chapter 24. The cold of the water was unlike anything Kristen had ever experienced. It was painful, but also so much more. Debilitating, blinding, and numbing. It told her to surrender, to stop, and to let her heat be leached away by this energy that was truly a lack of energy. This presence that was the antithesis to life. Her brain, confronted with cold in a way it had never been before, fired off synapses in an attempt to make sense of the intense situation. She remembered her brother falling through a frozen pond when he was little, as vividly as if it had happened the day before. They had been ice skating, and, no surprise, her brother had been terrible at it. He slipped, crashed into a cone that had been put out as a warning of thin ice, and in an instant he was through the ice and into the water. Her father had reacted before she could even process that anything was wrong. He stripped his skates off and slid across the ice and into the water, which made young Kristen think of a seal hunting a penguin. He came out in seconds with Brian in his arms. The water in the pond wasn't all that deep, thank goodness, and they drove home with the heater on high. Frank Hall cursed everything and nothing with every breath of air, telling Brian to slap his arms and move his legs, and for the love of Christ, to not fall asleep. Kristen had thought that a really dumb thing to tell her brother. How could he fall asleep? He'd splashed into frozen water, after all. But now, at the bottom of this pool, she understood. There was something about the cold that demanded she give up, stop fighting, and surrender to its grasping clutches. Every time she moved her arms, they did nothing. No swimming strokes pulled her closer to the surface. The cold worked itself into her incredibly quickly, perhaps because of her steel skin, or perhaps because she was sweaty from her chase. It stole her fingers and toes, then her hands and feet, then her legs, until she could only feel her head and body. Even her mind told her to sleep, to give up, and to succumb. But her heart refused. It was a boiling pot of water, a wood-burning stove, a bonfire, a bomb, and a rocket's thruster. Her heart was the furnace strong enough to make a dragon fly and to empower her to face bullets. When threatened with its own end, it made her think of her mother and father, her brother, her friends, and the people who wanted to hurt them. Kristen turned to flesh from steel, kicked off the bottom of the pool, and stroked hard toward the air. She breached the surface of the pool, gasped a breath, and found the edge of the pool. Her hands slipped on the ice lining the edge, but on the second attempt to get out, she used her dragon strength to crush the ice and some of the tiles around to give herself better traction. She hauled herself out, and her clothes clung to her with icy water. There was no movement inside the pool house, but she heard gunshots. Despite her all-but-frozen limbs, she forced herself to move outside and waved at the mansion. "Inside!" Butters called from the roof, and fired to create a little plume of snow that puffed up close to the mansion as a trail. Kristen ran forward and transformed into a dragon in the blink of an eye. Immediately, gunshots erupted from a door to the house, obviously from Constance. She changed back to her steel human form and landed outside the door. Her dragon form had been blessedly warm. She'd absorbed her clothing, or displaced it, or whatever it was dragons did with their clothes when they changed. But now it was back, and still as cold and clinging as before. Hardly believing what she was doing, she stripped her pants, her soaking wet boots, and her shirt off, until she wore nothing but her still icy underwear. She put her bulletproof vest on again, and started down the stairway, her human flesh pimply with goosebumps, but much warmer than she had been with the wet clothes. It seemed that the furnace of her dragon abilities was enough to warm her now that she'd discarded the freezing wet clothes, and her naked arms and legs steamed as she descended the steps that Constance had fled down. Kristen fumbled for a light switch and found one, but it was totally destroyed. No doubt the assassin's work. She scowled and focused to pierce the darkness of the basement with her dragon night vision. Innumerable crates were stacked down there, alongside boxes and shelves of what, in a human's house, would no doubt be old junk. On a dragon estate, they might very well be powerful artifacts spanning centuries. Movement in the back caught her attention. She descended the rest of the stairs slowly until she reached the bottom. As she stepped forward into the space, a shot rang out, and pain bloomed in her shoulder. Despite her steel skin, she'd been hit. Her left arm went limp, so either a nerve had been damaged, or the dragon bullet itself was enough to paralyze the appendage. Either way, her arm was useless. Worse, she realized her guns were at the bottom of the freezing pool. Constance stepped from the shadows, two hands holding a steady gun that was aimed at Kristen's chest. She grimaced and turned her skin from steel to flesh once more, and held her one working arm up in a gesture of peace. In response to this gesture of goodwill, the woman raised her weapon from pointing at her bulletproof vest to her face. Kristen sighed. This was not going well. "Why don't you do it then?" she said. "You have the damn shot. Why not take it?" The fury that flashed across Constance's face told Kristen that she was asking herself the same question. That meant she didn't want her to die. "Who are you?" she asked and took a step forward. Her adversary took 2 steps back and kept the gun trained on her face for a moment. Then her jaw began to tremble and a single tear trickled down her cheek, an unbidden sign of her humanity. "I'm your mother, I think." "I already have a mom, thanks, and she's not a murderer with a gun pointed at my face right now." "You don't understand. You can't understand." "Then tell me." She grew more frustrated by the minute. I remember that red hair, but I could be wrong. Many of us think I'm wrong, but I remember." "Everyone remembers my hair, Constance. If a male anchor covers any of my busts, it's essentially guaranteed that they mention I have sexy red hair and tits." No. I remember that first little tuft. It was almost like a cartoon character. All bald except for this tuft of red hair at the top. It has to be you." A chill tremored through her very core. Her mom had said the same thing about her 100 times. Hell, she'd seen the baby pictures. She'd very definitely had a little tuft of hair on her head when she was a baby. "How do you know that about me?" she demanded. "We all had our role to play, but I never imagined our experiments could be as successful as you have been." "Did you actually call me an experiment?" She wanted to say it out loud, but found that her mouth was dry and her mind spinning. An experiment? What did that mean? What did that imply? She knew her aunt had worked as some kind of biologist at a dragon's lab, and that she'd left Kristen with her brother Frank. She had always more or less assumed that she was her Aunt Christina's baby, even though Frank had never been sure. Could she be something else? Could she be something so far removed from the spectrum of human and even dragon existence? She knew she was a dragon, which by its nature made her not human. But an experiment? "You've done more to break the divide between human and dragon kind than anyone in history." Constance was really babbling now. "Your very existence is controversial, yet you haven't hidden from the limelight but embraced it. You're everything we hoped for and more. You can bring it all down." She had so many questions, 100 questions, maybe even 1,000. But at that moment, so much had become clear. Her first instinct was to ask Constance what she had meant by an experiment, or how she could think of herself as a mother to her and yet abandon her. But the woman had revealed her true self, and Kristen no longer had time for selfish questions. "I don't want to break anything. Humans and dragons need a bridge built between their cultures, not a larger divide." "That's where you're wrong. Dragons can never come around to seeing things our way. That's like asking humans not to eat meat." "Have you ever heard of a vegetarian?" She took another step forward. "Dragons are different than people. They can't be reasoned with. That's why we had to kill Windfire. Even if he stayed loyal to me and our current leaders, he would have betrayed us eventually. If not this decade, then the next. And if not this century, he'd betray our children." "So you killed him? You killed the man who gave you what you needed to conduct dragon experiments? To make these damn bullets?" It was a stab in the dark, a bluff, and a well-informed guess. And it totally paid off. "Do you think I felt good about killing a man with bullets made from his own body?" Constance choked out. "Do you think it's easy talking to you right now, knowing that I killed your father?" That was enough for her. She rushed forward as she flashed her aura to try to make her adversary feel hesitation and doubt in her beliefs. It worked, or if it didn't, she already felt that way. The woman lowered her gun, possibly with the intention of firing at her other arm, but Kristen had anticipated as much and used her dragon speed to get out of the way of the shot. "My father's name is Frank," she said, and threw her injured shoulder into the assassin, to launch her back and into a crate. It splintered and spilled gold coins across the floor. The pain in her shoulder was insane. It pulsed in time with her heartbeat, gave her tunnel vision, and screamed at her to pass out rather than feel anything more. But it was worth it to see the look on her adversary's face. The woman was furious that she still referred to Frank as her father, despite the fact that both of them knew full well that was not the case at all. Constance, sentimentality seemingly forgotten, raised her weapon again, but Kristen had finally run out of patience. She surged forward and changed to steel as her knee drove into the hand holding the gun. The assassin chose to drop the weapon rather than break her fingers, and it clattered away and was swallowed by the shadows of the basement. Kristen raised her steel fist and was about to bring it down onto Constance's solar plexus when her feet were swept out from under her. She sprawled into the pile of gold coins as her opponent scrambled away. She followed closely and kept herself between her quarry and the exit. Her left arm still hung loosely and barely responded to her commands, acknowledging them with screams of pain whenever she tried to use it. The killer understood the situation well. Despite her speed, she couldn't make it past the steel dragon. Rather than make the futile attempt, she raised her hands. Instead of fists, she held them like knife blades. Kristen was very much convinced that this killer of dragons would have some kind of plan to attack her, even in her steel form. Constance didn't disappoint. She launched herself into an assault, her arms a whirlwind of blows. The dragon defended herself as best as she could with her right arm, but many of the strikes found their target. The assassin hit hard, no doubt about that, but she had faced dragons while wearing her steel skin, and a human simply didn't compare to the power she had struggled against. She swung a right and missed, so she kicked instead. That single blow was enough to catapult her attacker across the room. She might have had an injured arm, but she still possessed a font of dragon strength, and her legs, wrapped in steel, carried far more power than the woman could hope to deliver or even stand against. Kristen decided that 3 blows should end the fight. Constance would be defeated, and she could finally get some damn answers. The assassin seemed to disagree, however. She was back on her feet and glared at Kristen through the dark of the basement before she raced toward her and enveloped her in a whirlwind of broken wood and shards from the damaged crates. She pounded into the dragon's defensive stance and hammered blows on her steel arms. The attack was relentless and unstoppable, as fast as any dragon she had ever sparred with, and possibly faster. Her blows didn't hurt, but they didn't leave an opening to attack either. Kristen ventured a kick, only to have her leg kicked down again. She tried with the other leg, and Constance again swept her legs out from under her. She landed with another solid thump, and immediately pushed herself up into another whirlwind of blows and scattered treasure. "How many of you are there?" Kristen demanded, as she dodged and squinted through the flying debris. "Technically, they shouldn't be able to hurt me," she thought. She'd looked in the mirror enough times to know that even her eyeballs turned to steel, or the whites did anyway. But it was hard to fight against a lifetime of human instincts. Constance didn't answer, though. She was done talking. In fact, she seemed to be done with the fight. She tried to bound over her adversary and reach the stairs out of the basement, but Kristen spun, caught one of her legs, and used her momentum to swing her forward and drive her into the concrete floor. The woman grunted in pain, but was back on her feet before the dragon was. Still, she was up before the assassin could flee again. There was no way she would let her lead the attack again. Although it hadn't done much damage, she had the sense that Constance was testing her. For what, she didn't know, nor did she particularly want to find out. With that in mind, she pushed her opponent this time despite the woman's blinding speed and ferocious attempts to fight back. She tried to stay close, jabbed with her right arm, and kicked with her legs. But her target constantly managed to move toward her injured left and continued to force Kristen to keep her injured arm away from her. Even on the defensive, she controlled the fight. It was frustrating. No, it was downright infuriating. "Just stop already!" she screamed, and threw her full aura at Constance. It had no effect. In fact, she almost had the sense that her dragon abilities simply washed over the woman, and like a boulder resisting high tide, it would take millennia to move her even a finger's length. How badly she wanted to know if those powers were from human will or magic augmentation. She had no doubt that some of the assassin's powers were granted by magic. Almost certainly, they were from mages, given the woman's political feelings toward dragons. But that merely begged the question of which powers and how, and if she was magical at all. The implications of being able to confer magical abilities to regular humans were huge. Could dragons do it as well as mages? Was technology of some kind involved? Only Constance could say, and she seemed quite committed to not saying a damn thing.
"I can't stop Lady Steel. Not now, not ever. Not until the power in this world flows down instead of up."
"I can help you," Kristen said, and hesitated in her relentless approach toward her that had achieved absolutely nothing.
"Help me by letting me go," Constance said.
She almost respected her resolve. The woman had the die-hard belief of the devout, yet with a political mentality instead of a religious one. The hardest part of this battle was that she did believe some of what she seemed to be saying. Dragons did have too much power. They should be held accountable. But murder wasn't the way to achieve those goals.
"You killed Windfire in his own home. I can't simply let that go. It's as bad as killing a person."
Something changed in Constance's expression. Before, there was a trace of hesitancy, some kind of misplaced belief or trust that Kristen had hoped to ferret out. But now, that belief was gone. Or, if not the belief itself, the hesitancy that controlled her actions. In simple terms, she no longer held back. The blows were ferocious, and her hands held like knives pinged against the dragon's steel skin with enough force to send shudders down her forearms. Between these karate chops of death, the killer threw in rocket-like kicks that alternated between trying to knock her adversary to the ground with another sweep of her legs and striking her hard enough in the crotch to cause some kind of stutter. Kristen gritted her teeth and withstood it all, defended herself, and tried to attack. The woman would tire, and she only had to hit her once more. She'd already hit her twice, and was sure the final blow would do it. After all, she'd seen her almost collapse from the effort before on the security footage. The woman was fast, obviously, and augmented with some kind of power, but it wouldn't last forever. It couldn't. All she needed to do was land one more blow. Constance clearly had the same thought, and unfortunately, she was faster. The dragon deflected what seemed to be an obvious elbow thrown at her temple, only to be struck in the throat with such a forceful karate chop that she couldn't breathe. She stumbled back and grasped her throat as she tried to drag in a breath. Constance vaulted past her and up the stairs. Her instinctive response was to pursue, but she didn't have enough oxygen for her already exhausted body. She landed hard, and her quarry vanished up the stairs. Kristen felt her neck to find it was dented. The woman had hit her so hard that it had actually imprinted the steel that encased her when she used her powers. She hadn't known this was possible. Her steel skin allowed her a full range of motion, and she'd never encountered a situation in which it had inhibited her in any way. And yet somehow, Constance seemed to have found a weakness in her defenses. Unable to breathe, she transformed into her regular skin and immediately felt her lungs fill with air. It seemed that in regular form, her skin was as elastic as any human's. She took a deep breath and sprinted up the stairs in pursuit. Constance couldn't believe how powerful the steel dragon was. If she hadn't hit her with that bullet, she had little doubt that she would not have survived that battle. She wouldn't have said anything about her compatriots, obviously, which was what Kristen had wanted so badly. But she might have been forced to forfeit her life, a possibility she recognized the necessity of, but nevertheless did not embrace. Besides, death wasn't quite off the table yet. She raced up the stairs from the basement, through the open door, and out through the snow. One of her allies immediately gusted wind to cover her tracks and sweep snow down the hall into the basement to further distract the steel dragon. The slivers of ice and snow stung her as she ran. Within moments, the gunshots began. The first one was obviously a warning. It came from the top of Windfire's mansion and exploded a meter in front of her. Exhausted and unable to stop the reflex, she screamed and changed direction. She wouldn't be able to take a direct path, which was necessary considering a dragon might resume the pursuit at any moment. But she couldn't provide the shooters with an easy target. Unfortunately, whoever else was in the building wasn't so economical with their ammunition. Assault rifle fire rang out, and the snow all around her began to puff as a hailstorm of bullets stopped her every turn. She realized then that they were trying to trap her, no doubt on the orders of the steel dragon. Constance couldn't let them. The same mages who augmented her strength and speed and covered her with wind powers had the ability to end her life. She'd told them to do as much if she were captured, but she couldn't let that happen. No one could balance other mages' powers like she could. If she died, her movement would lose a mighty warrior. This was not arrogance, but fact. Still, they would not hesitate if they had no other choice. The assassin decided to risk the fusillade of bullets and attempt to reach the fence. She was quickly reminded that one of these people was a better marksman than most when another shot landed directly in her path. She changed course continually, yet moved steadily closer to the fence behind which her people waited for her. The next shot proved that the sniper was done with warnings. It caught her in the calf. Hot pain flared through her body, and crimson blood painted the brightly illuminated snow. Wind could no longer cover her tracks, but she had known that. She needed a good, old-fashioned gas-powered car if she wanted to escape. Even then, the dangers posed by the steel dragon were real, and she might have already called for backup. Oh, that was a chilling thought. The steel dragon emerged from the basement, and Constance's heart dropped. "She won't kill me," she told herself again and again, even though it was antithetical to what most dragons did to most people. They were beasts who saw themselves as predators and humans as cattle. They had slaughtered countless people who'd wanted nothing more than their basic human rights. She had been raised to believe this. Hell, confronted by the evidence, it was hard not to come to these conclusions. To now be hunted by one of the very beasts she'd been warned about since she was a child was truly something out of a nightmare. Still, she couldn't believe that Kristen would kill her. She wouldn't, because she was still mostly human, biology aside. These thoughts did nothing to calm her as she ran as fast as she could while she dodged bullets and felt her lifeblood course out of the hole in her calf. She was lucky the bullet hadn't shattered bone, and luckier still that the powers that gave her extra strength allowed her to run with the wound at all. An ominous whoosh from behind her told her clearly that Kristen was airborne as the steel dragon. She turned, knowing full well that a human, even an augmented one like her, could never hope to outrun a dragon in flight. The only thing to do was fight. Her focus on the dragon, she reached for her gun. It was gone. The steel dragon had knocked it from her hands during their struggle in the basement. For a moment, Constance stared at the massive, silvery specter of wings and teeth and claws that soared toward her. But a gunshot rang out, and her brain resumed functioning. There had to be a way out. There was always a way out for those who were attacked. Predators weren't 100% effective, and prey often escaped when all seemed lost. She simply had to find a chink in Kristen's armor and somehow exploit it before someone put a bullet in her brain. As if on cue, the realization struck. "Her wing!" Constance screamed into the night and hoped and prayed that someone heard her. The response was immediate. Great gusts of wind kicked up and slowed her escape until they were redirected into the sky. It blew faster and faster, and she scrambled ever closer to the fence as the steel dragon fought against what had quickly become a gale. She was so incredibly close, but none of it would matter unless they stopped the steel dragon. A car might be able to outrace a dragon, but not on the roads surrounding the mansion, and not at night. If her team didn't see what she had seen, they were all doomed. No, beyond doomed. They would be dead. The wind velocity continued to increase and bent the pine trees that surrounded the estate more and more until branches began to break free and join it. Still, Kristen flapped through it and seemed to soar as easily as a hawk or an eagle. A wet, sickening snap filled the night air. It was even louder than the distant gunfire, and a moment later, the steel dragon plummeted with a roar of pain. The assassin stole a glance behind her to see that the shoulder socket that supported Kristen's wing had become dislocated. The appendage flapped uselessly at her side, and every pump of the thin bones increased the injury. A dragon with more experience would have already become human again, but the pain probably made it hard to think. It never would have happened, not in 1,000 years, if Constance had not shot her in that same shoulder. The interaction between the human and dragon forms was a complex, poorly understood relationship, but some things were known. Injuries in one body roughly transferred to the other and kept their anatomical position. If one chopped a hand off in the human form, the dragon body would also be missing it. They could regrow some of these missing parts because they were dragons, but in the short term, these injuries transferred with the bodies. This was especially true of the special bullets. Dragons seemed to be able to absorb their clothes into their dragon bodies, so when they became people again, they didn't have to get dressed. But the same ability to magically hide certain items didn't apply to dragon bullets. She had shot Kristen's human body in the left shoulder, so it would be roughly in the same place in the dragon body. It had still been a huge gamble, but that had been the only play she had possessed. Dragons had 4 shoulder joints, 2 for their wings and 2 for their front legs, so it could have been that a bullet there would have done nothing to the steel dragon's flight. And indeed, it hadn't done much. She'd still been able to fly after all, until the joint had been overtaxed. Fortunately, seeing their mascot, or friend, or however the steel dragon's human entourage thought of her, wounded, was enough to stop the gunfire. Constance finally reached the fence where 2 of her allies waited, one already on her side and hidden in a topiary bush. He lifted her up and she cursed reflexively when he touched her injured leg as he pushed her over. The man on the other side caught her, and as soon as the first man had followed her over, the 3 of them ran through the woods.
"The gun! Where's the gun?"
one of them demanded. "It doesn't matter. You'll see. It doesn't matter at all." And once again drained of the magic that had empowered her in battle, she passed into unconsciousness. "Where's the gun?" Kristen asked as soon as Jim was within earshot.
"How about we worry about you first? I don't know much about dragons, but I know your wings aren't supposed to go like that."
Kristen grimaced. She was back in human form, her dragon body too injured for her to inhabit. "They aren't. She shot me with another dragon bullet earlier and fucked my left arm up. That's why their wind gusts were able to hurt me."
"Is that what it was? Magic wind gusts?"
"Yes, obviously. Do you think that was a coincidence? We're obviously facing real professionals here, professionals who have mages working with them, not to mention engineers who can make weapons out of dragon parts. Which brings me back to the damn gun!"
"I have it!"
Keith yelled as he emerged from the basement.
"But you won't like it."
He tossed the gun to the Wonder Kid with a cavalier grin on his face.
"For fuck's sake, man! Who taught you how to handle a firearm?"
His teammate caught it, but he looked damn pissed.
"The same guy who taught me guns don't hurt people, bullets do." "What are you trying to say?"
Jim examined the weapon for half a second before he realized what had happened. His face said it all. "It's empty," Kristen said and laughed.
"What the hell's so funny?"
he asked.
"Seriously, Kristen, we could have run ballistics or something on the ammunition."
"What's so funny is that Constance had that gun trained on me for more than a minute, even though there wasn't a damn thing in it." Keith laughed and Jim smiled. Drew came up and immediately took his coat off.
"You'd better stop laughing about all that,"
he said, and gave his coat to Kristen, who only now realized she still wore nothing but underwear and a bulletproof vest. She wasn't cold, though. In fact, all the snow had melted around her, so she sat in a circle of steam. "Why's that?" She took his coat all the same, because she was still human, and her mother had taught her modesty.
"Because Stonequest is here, and he won't think any of this shit is funny."
Chapter 25. Drew ushered his 3 teammates indoors. The team leader had called ahead on the radio, so by the time they reached the door, Hernandez had located a pair of pants that more or less fit Kristen. It was a good thing, too, as by the time she pulled them on and made it upstairs to rejoin the sergeant and the rest of the team, Stonequest had arrived. His eyebrows were raised in amusement, but his jaw was set in frustration. This definitely would not be a fun conversation.
"What the hell happened here? Actually, more specifically, what the hell happened to your arm?"
he demanded, as if that counted as a greeting.
"Lady Steele saved my life," Sergeant Ridge Spine said. "I came here to investigate a hunch. It was luck, extraordinary luck, that she arrived when she did." "Uh-huh."
The other dragon didn't sound convinced.
"And the arm?"
"I was shot by a bullet made from a dragon!" she yelled, and raised an eyebrow at him.
"A what?"
The sergeant had obviously not been privy to this intel.
"Now is not the time, Kristen,"
Stonequest warned. "Really? And when is? Because this fucking thing hurts badly right now." Hernandez had found a shirt, and they'd tied it into a sling for her arm, but that, of course, did nothing to stop the pain caused by the bullet still in her body.
"Not now."
Stonequest looked at the wound and grimaced. He knew what these weapons had done to Windfire, and he knew, as did she, how lucky she had been.
"Time flash!"
he shouted, and a moment later the purple, bedecked dragon in human form was there with 2 human mages in tow.
"Yes, sir?" "I need Lady Steele healed. It appears to possibly be one of the new munitions I told you about. I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to be clearer, one of the mages said in a thick Kentucky accent. Removing a bullet made of lead or a bullet made of dragon requires an entirely different form of magic. Stonequest scowled at the man, but apparently, magic healers were as impervious to professional criticism from those who didn't know the trade as human doctors were. He merely glared in response. It's dragon, Kristen said. Are you sure? The mage asked. Yes, I'm fucking sure. It feels like someone poured gasoline inside me and is about to fire it up. The mage nodded, took her into one of Windfire's many bedrooms, and went to work. First, he had her remove the bulletproof vest. Then he cleaned the wound with alcohol, a practice she was familiar with. At that point, his treatment diverged from the norm. He stuffed the wound with some kind of dried flower petals that were incredibly soothing. That done, he took a snail, of all things, from one of his pockets. At first, she thought it was only a shell, but a moment later, a bright orange body emerged, followed by 4 little stalks, 2 long and 2 short. The mage put the creature on her wound, and it immediately began to suck at the hole the bullet had inflicted in her shoulder. The pain receded up her arm as easily as the tide flowed back into the ocean. Little by little, it faded, until nothing hurt except for the wound itself. That should heal before too long. Dragon powers and all that. Well, that didn't seem so bad, Kristen said. The mage shrugged. We know how to heal such wounds, but these snails are incredibly rare. I've had this one for years, but the dose he took from you, well, this'll be his last time to help anyone. Do you mean that it will kill him? Yes, Lady Steele. I'm so sorry. He bowed. It is an honor to serve you, my lady. She nodded, once again both impressed and confused at the strange formal obedience the mages showed dragons, and led the man out of the room. In the hallway, Jasper had joined the conversation. Stonequest didn't seem any happier about this than he was with anything else. Are you saying that you called them in? Yes, sir. I saw there was a break-in, but as there were no dragons here, well, it didn't seem to be a dragon matter, so I called the humans. Jasper grinned widely at the absurdity of the lie. She was too tired and exhausted to read his aura. Reading for lies wasn't a strength she'd developed yet anyway. But Stonequest had to know something was up. And what exactly were you doing here? You were dismissed from this case. Windfire paid me in advance, sir, and more than he should have. Plus, he was a good friend. I couldn't simply pack up and leave. Right, the other dragon said, disbelief heavy in his voice. And then you folks answered the call, sir, Keith responded, and sounded like the eager kid he so often seemed to be. So it was you who called Kristen? Stonequest asked him. Yes, sir. There's nothing wrong with her doing what she wants, right? She was suspended from Dragon SWAT. The rookie grinned as broadly as Jasper. To be clear, Stonequest, this is a human matter, Drew said. We were called by someone presenting themselves as human to solve a human matter, namely breaking and entering. There are no dragon laws against that. And you came fully loaded to do that? You've met us. Hernandez stuck her tongue out. Do you think we do anything less than fully loaded? Fair point, Stonequest said. But it seems like you didn't really listen to me about not mixing human and dragon affairs, Kristen. Was I supposed to let them rush in here and get slaughtered? Kristen asked. He finally cracked a smile again. No, of course not. That's not why I brought you on. But all of you need to understand that this is top secret. Every aspect of these weapons is classified until the Dragon Council can determine what to do about them. Stonequest turned to the humans assembled. That goes double for you, too. He flexed his aura, and she felt it as surely as her team did. He was deadly serious. Drew straightened. Sir, the last thing we want would be for news of this kind to get out and endanger the security and stability of our city, state, or country. Rest assured, your secret is safe with us, and that if anything else like this does crop up, Dragon SWAT will be the first to know. That brings me to another point, the dragon said. This whole situation is a jurisdictional mess. Honestly, even thinking about the headquarters lawyers is a nightmare. But sir, Kristen interjected, I answered a human call. What's the problem? That's the damn problem. Humans do not tell us what to do. And they didn't, Jasper said, clinging to his story. They answered a dragon, which means Kristen did too.
Stonequest shook his head. He clearly wasn't convinced in the slightest.
Maybe we can get this to blow over this one time, but that doesn't mean it won't keep happening. The fact is, I need to find somewhere to keep you out of trouble.
Her heart dropped into her shoes. There must be some kind of curse that could entrap her in the paper dungeon. Ah, well, freedom had been nice while it lasted.
You've proven that I need to keep my eye on you, and I can think of only one place where I can really do that.
Where's that, sir? She couldn't even pretend to keep the dread out of her voice.
On Dragon SWAT, serving with me.
Kristen, for a rare moment, was speechless. Finally, she managed, "But I thought I had to earn my place there." It came out sarcastic and a little bitter, which wasn't what she had really intended, but was how she felt. Stonequest shrugged and pointed to the trashed mansion.
I think this proves you have what it takes. You single-handedly pursued one hell of a killer, not once or twice, but 3 times, and you uncovered a treasure trove of evidence. I told you that it was me who—
He waved his hand at Sergeant Ridgespine, and the other dragon stopped talking.
It might not have looked like we were watching, but we were, and that only proves my point. You convinced all these folks, human and dragon alike, to work together, and that woman still escaped. If we want to catch her and the people she works with, I have no doubt that I'll need your help.
But I failed, she said, still dumbfounded. She'd let the murderer escape, and he wanted to promote her? Maybe dragons really were different.
Hall, don't look a gift horse in the mouth,
Drew snapped in the voice of her old superior officer.
Or the throat of a dragon,
Jim quipped, and earned a glare from Ridgespine. All right, Kristen said hesitantly.
Excellent. I'm glad we're in agreement on something. For once.
Stonequest smiled.
Don't get the wrong idea,
Drew said, and immediately wiped the smile off the dragon leader's face.
Kristen, if they don't treat you like the excellent cop you are always welcome with us.
The rest of her team nodded, and her heart swelled.
Ah, shit, Drew! You'll make her cry,
Hernandez grimaced. And hug! Kristen caught the other woman in a bear hug. When she tried to fight, she whined that her arms still hurt, so Hernandez relented and let the steel dragon hug her while everyone else made stupid cutesy noises. It was nice to be able to torture a friend with something so simple. It was even better than shooting Drew in paintball.
We will endeavor to make sure you don't leave us, Lady Steele,
Stonequest said, and sounded quite formal.
We want you on the team so you can help us, and so we can learn from you. I can't promise that we'll change thousands of years of culture and methods overnight, but I'm willing to try to get started. Besides, it would seem that if we don't, someone will try to hold a gun to our head to force us. What do you say? Are you here for this?
She nodded and took his hand. They shook and their auras pressed against each other, feeling for any degree of hesitancy or disagreement, any hidden resentment, or feelings that had gone unspoken. Kristen found none in him, only an earnest desire to do better, do right by her, and try to help people who didn't always know they needed help. With that simple exchange, she accepted the promotion. She didn't know what was more exciting, the idea of being an actual officer on Dragon SWAT, tasked with investigating a new kind of weapon and the cabal of criminals who had invented it, or the prospect of bragging about it to her brother. Luckily for her, she didn't have to decide. She would be able to do both. Chapter 26. Spring had come to the Motor City, and Kristen couldn't have been happier about it. Winters lingered in Michigan, and snow sometimes remained until April to remind humans that they still had no hope of controlling the cold, this most primordial of forces. But on that particular evening, the atmosphere seemed to be firmly on the side of the combatants. Given that she was about to enter a battle between 2 races, she found it a small comfort that, at least the sun felt warm on her skin, the sky was clear, and the ground had thawed. Kristen currently stood between 2 groups, although people didn't quite describe who was there. They all looked like people, and, more specifically, like cops. Despite the fact that this was only a mock battle, airsoft being the name of the game, they all still dressed like cops. Sturdy pants, jackets, boots instead of sneakers for the half-muddy recently unfrozen ground, and gloves for the cold that looked well-worn rather than cumbersome. But the similarities were only skin deep. Her old team had gathered on her right. Drew talked strategy, and Keith, Jim, and Beanpole listened intently. Hernandez fiddled with something that could only be explosives. Butters, however, was distracted. He orbited the smoker that one of the dragons attempted to operate as an enthusiastic backseat griller. There was something about the way the humans, with the exception of the sniper, worked, even at a game like Airsoft. They had focus, a drive to win, and to succeed in the moment that dragons simply lacked. She thought it might be a matter of mortality. Certainly, Butters' obsession with the grill seemed to be driven by his own mortality.
I honestly don't see how you think a pork shoulder is gonna smoke in less than 6 hours.
Lumos, the dragon he spoke to, tilted his head and gave him a sidelong glance.
And what do you propose? That I blast it with my fire breath?
When in his true form, he was a resplendent golden dragon. As a human, he looked like a rather fit old man with a white-pointed goatee and a large, well-trimmed mustache. He gave her the impression of a distance runner, one of those 60-year-old men who could still somehow run 20 miles in a day. Although, of course, his true age was closer to 60 decades than 60 years. He was the oldest member of Dragon SWAT, but he didn't seem to have the same cantankerous distrust of humanity that many of the ancients possessed.
Jesus, of course not!
Butters reacted as if Lumos had said he intended to urinate on the coals.
The last thing you want is to cook the damn thing too fast. The internal temp needs to reach 145 for the tendons to break apart. If you roast it, we'll end up with burnt on the outside and chewy in the middle.
I think you fail to realize how much more intimately dragons understand heat than humans do, the dragon said patiently. Are we going to play this human game, or simply sit here gabbing about meat all day? Heartsbane demanded. Although as prickly as any dragon, Kristen could tell her undeniable beauty had an effect on the men she used to work with. Hell, Hernandez seemed to have a crush on her, too. She was gorgeous as both a human and a dragon. As a human, she had steel blue eyes, platinum blonde hair she kept in 2 tight French braids, perfect cheekbones, and an unbelievably attractive athletic figure. In dragon form, she was a white dragon, as elegant as she was terrifying, with ivory-white scales and a ridge down her back that was both feminine in its grace and razor-sharp.
I'm ready,
responded the other member of Kristen's Dragon SWAT team, John Emerald Eyes, who answered to Emerald among the dragons. Although she liked his human name more, much to his chagrin, she still thought of him as Emerald. After all, it was hard to forget that he could turn into a massive green dragon. He was, in many ways, a counterpoint to Heartsbane. Male, while she was female, dark skin compared to light, and loose dreadlocks instead of tight braids. He was friendly in a reserved kind of way, compared to rude and wordy, and was young for a dragon, less than a century, although he looked more like he was in his late 20s. She had only known him for a few months, but she already respected his work ethic and ability to put his head down and get things done.
We're ready too,
Drew yelled from his little huddle, and immediately resumed talking strategy with her human friends. He directed a glare at Butters, who finally pulled himself away from the smoker to join his team.
What's about to happen here is truly remarkable, Kristen. I must say, I'm impressed,
said Stonequest, the last member of Dragon SWAT present, and the dragon she knew best. He had first shown an interest in the dragon who was raised as a human, had recruited her to Dragon SWAT, and arranged her promotion at record speed. Truly, he was the only one on her new team she already thought of as a friend. You're impressed that Butters is about to cuss out a dragon because of inferior barbecue? She joked. She was glad that Stonequest felt good about this, but it was the first time she'd brought these two worlds together for anything besides a murder case. For obvious reasons, she was fairly nervous, and could only hope that it would all go well. Stonequest chuckled.
Lumos has been grilling for centuries. I'm sure all of you will be pleasantly surprised.
Kristen shrugged. I'm sure us Detroiters will be, but Butters is from the South. He takes smoked meat more seriously than he takes his job sometimes. But that's not what you're talking about, is it? She said, reading his aura. He was amused, but that didn't fully explain the feeling he tried to express.
The barbecue is part of it, honestly. I'm totally amazed we're all here interacting with each other at all. I know dragons interact with humans, obviously. Our two cultures are entwined and inseparable. But not like this. Dragons and humans never act as compatriots and comrades in arms. Hell, we never rent an airsoft course together for a day of guns and grilling.
It's a good thing we reserved the course for the day, too. Can you imagine someone getting caught in the crossfire?
Stonequest smiled good-naturedly. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about you, Kristen. You did this. You brought two groups together in a way that hasn't happened before. Not in centuries of cohabitation, or in the millennia of history we share. Honestly, I'm not even sure it's a good thing. Unlike you, I was brought up by dragons. I grew up in my creche learning the reasons why human and dragon kind shouldn't get too close.
Do you still feel that way? She asked.
His grin widened. In the long run, who can say? We have such different lifespans and abilities. It makes sense to me to have some kind of separation between cultures. But short term, I'm damn excited. Getting to know you has made life far more interesting. You make the entire world live in the present. Kristen Hall, the Steel Dragon, a lost dragon raised by humans, trying to bring justice to both human and dragon kind. This is the kind of stuff history is made of.
Kristen shrugged. What chapter will the first airsoft match be in? Do you think humans will hate me for playing on the dragon team?
I'm serious, Kristen. I'm impressed.
It's not really a choice I made to bring us together or anything grandiose like that. It's simply that I'm part of both worlds, period. I'm obviously a dragon, what with the sick powers and the steel skin and all the other perks. But I grew up as a human. I spent most of my life not knowing that I was a dragon. I can't simply turn my back on all that. How am I supposed to look down on the people who used to put me in timeout for stealing extra cookies from the cookie jar?
Are we doing this, or are you dragons calling it quits already?
Jim yelled across the muddy picnic area. She smiled. The Wonder Kid had a bone to pick with dragonkind. There was probably no one more excited for this match than he was. Except maybe Hernandez. Despite never following the rules, Hernandez loved airsoft. All right, here's how we play this match. Kristen raised her voice and directed a look at Hernandez, who winked in response, no doubt already planning how to subvert the game. The first rule? No transformations allowed. Her human friends all cheered, and actually went so far as to chant, 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 arms. The dragons all groaned dramatically. How am I supposed to swoop about and pick them up for little snacks? Lumos whined. His teammates laughed at that, and the humans shuffled uncomfortably. She held her arms up and waited for everyone to quiet again. Okay, next up. In human form, dragons are faster and stronger. It's not really something we can turn off or ignore, so that means that we will be armed differently. We will carry pistols, while the humans get semi-automatic rifles to keep it fair. No problem there, Emerald yelled and did a standing backflip. We have to do something to level the playing field. This doesn't level it, Heartsbane sneered. We'll still utterly demolish all of you without losing any of our own. But maybe now we might break a sweat. Lumos and Stonequest both chuckled at their team's smack-talking. I think that's about enough of that shit, Jim hollered in return. Keith patted him on the back and mumbled something in his ear that Kristen couldn't hear, but she assumed he was probably trying to calm the Wonder Kid down. Jim had a long history of disliking dragons. He'd even seen them fight in war, something that humans rarely did. The joke about eating people was probably too much. Oh, what's wrong? Heartsbane said in a high-pitched, teasing voice. Is the little baby human afraid he gonna lose? She lowered her voice to normal and grinned. Because you should be. I ain't afraid, merely sick of this arrogance. Jim folded his arms. Dragons use electricity, the internet, cars and air conditioning, and everything else people have invented, and yet you still act like you're better than us. Well, I have news for you. This is a human game, played with human weapons. We don't need an advantage against you dinosaurs. I say we either give the old fogies semi-automatics like we use, or we all use pistols. Why do you want to lose so badly? Heartsbane asked as she sauntered forward and away from the other dragons. The Wonder Kid didn't miss a beat. He also marched forward. The two came to a stop beside Kristen, who still stood in the middle of the two groups. They squared off opposite one another, their foreheads only an inch apart, and shuffled like birds or elephant seals trying to test one another. She couldn't help but be impressed with Jim. Heartsbane could transform into a dragon and eat him, and yet there he was, acting like she was nothing more than a schoolyard bully. More impressive yet was that she could feel the dragon flashing her aura at him. She wanted him to be afraid, and no doubt he was, and yet he fought that fear and held his ground. Kristen thought she'd always be impressed with the courage humans showed to a world that could kill them so callously. Standing face to face with a dragon was equally as brave as remaining in one's home during a hurricane, although she had to admit it was perhaps even more stupid.
Heartsbane, right?
The Wonder Kid all but growled the question at the woman's face.
You're damn straight I am. Make my fucking day, Heartsbane.
He blew her a kiss.
All right, that's enough. This is only a friendly game of airsoft,
Stonequest called.
Please step away from the pissing contest, Heartsbane. We use pistols, humans use automatic rifles. It's cool.
Heartsbane jerked her fists up in an effort to make Jim flinch, but the Wonder Kid remained unmoved. He merely glared at her. Kristen shook her head. This was supposed to bring the two groups closer together, but it seemed to create distance between them instead.
Heartsbane, that was an order, Stonequest said. Get your ass over here and grab a pistol. We'll still slaughter them.
He said the last words as a joke, but no one laughed. The dragon scowled, but she went to stand beside her commanding officer. Once she walked away, Jim turned and returned to the knot of humans. Keith and Hernandez gave him a thumbs up, and Kristen shook her head. Her friends on Human SWAT were bold enough to play mind games with a team of dragons. She loved their bravery, even if it was as foolish as anything. Drew stepped forward, and his expression suggested that he tried to contain a smile.
You know what? I think the Wonder Kid is right. You think you'll easily slaughter us even if you have weaker weapons. That's exactly the kind of arrogance humans have had enough of. We'll use pistols, too. That way, when we win, you won't be able to say a thing.
He finally allowed the smile to come through. I don't know if that's a good idea, Kristen protested. You can't argue that dragons aren't faster, and it's simply not possible for us to not use those abilities. It's like asking you to be slower. Even if you try, how much slower is slow enough? It's not something we can quantify. Pistols versus semi-automatics will at least give you a fighting chance.
We don't want it to be a slaughter any more than they do,
Drew said and gestured at the dragons.
Pistols will make everything fairer.
He winked at her. That meant he had a plan and wanted her to go along with it, even though she was on the other team. She nodded, unable to help herself. Although she would play on the dragon's side, she was a dragon after all, and one objective of this practice was working with one's team against an unusual threat. Part of her still wanted the humans to win. That didn't mean she intended to hold back at all. However, she saw absolutely no reason to tell her dragon allies that the humans were up to something. Not that it would have mattered. Dragons tended to underestimate humans, not only physically, but mentally as well. It honestly wasn't smart, considering how many things humans had invented over the years. Airsoft guns were merely one example. All right, Dragon SWAT, do you have a problem with humans using pistols? They all shook their heads, even Heartsbane. Only Emerald said anything.
I had hoped to break a sweat and maybe not have to work out today, but it's cool. We'll see you guys when this is over. Let's say, 5 minutes. Do you want us to wait that long before we whoop you? No problem.
Hernandez stuck her tongue out. Load up, Kristen said, and everyone went to the booth to get their weapons. The kid who worked at the counter and watched the exchange looked equal parts nervous and excited. She noticed he had a monitor with a split screen on it to display camera feeds of the battle. No doubt he was ready to watch it all happen. If you stream this, I'll not tip you a cent, she told him sternly. He nodded, but the grin on his face said that was exactly what he wanted to do, and that maybe someone else had gotten to him first. She eyed Keith. He loved repping the Steel Dragon online, but he had already run off toward the far end of the course with the other humans.
Here we go,
Stonequest said. Kristen and the dragons moved to the entrance of the airsoft course. Chapter 27. The 5 members of Dragon SWAT waited at the entrance to the arena for the horn to blare.
We stay tight, and we do this clean. If they ask us for a rematch and beat us 1 match out of 5, or 1 match out of 3, fine. Stonequest whispered to his team. "But they will not beat us in round 1. That means we do this by the book. They no doubt think we need superpowers to beat them, and that we don't know how to work together. And Lady Steele, if I find out you're a mole for them, I'll shoot you myself." He said the last words as a joke, but she knew he was serious.
"No one has shot these guys with more pellets than I have. Believe me, the last thing I want is to lose and to have to listen to Hernandez gloat about it."
That wasn't quite true, she admitted silently. What she wanted least in this game was to be eliminated first. The klaxon sounded, and the door to the arena opened. Stonequest nodded. "All right, then." Kristen hadn't been able to see into the arena from the outside. The entire area was surrounded by camouflage netting hung between telephone poles, so the inside had remained a black box until now. She had come to this airsoft course more than a couple times, however. In fact, she'd developed a real affinity for the game when she'd been on Human SWAT. She had expected a novel layout, but had still thought she'd more or less recognized the interior. The owners of this course were architects who specialized in the pallet. She had imagined a more or less open area with pallet bases spaced here and there, and maybe some empty oil drums, because that was what was normally there. Inside, it couldn't have been more different than her expectations. The first thing that demanded attention was the 8-foot plywood walls. They were painted black, and some of them even had tarps spread across the tops of them. Instead of an open arena with bases, they faced what appeared to be the entrance to a gloomy maze. Spray paint adorned the black paint here and there, an anarchist's A, a skull in white, and curse words disparaging both cops and dragons. She had no doubt that Drew had a hand in the design. Hopefully not in the layout itself, although she wouldn't put it past him, but in the choice of spray paint. He believed in keeping a cool head in any circumstance. From working with him, she knew he was definitely the kind of boss who thought police should come face-to-face with anti-cop beliefs so that they could stay calm and continue to serve their communities even when it was difficult. The dragons were obviously less skilled in this mindset. "What the fuck is this shit?" Heartsbane pointed to a crudely drawn dragon. It looked more like a penis with wings than it did a reptile. Below it, someone had scrawled the words, "Dragons are dicks." "Psychological warfare," Stonequest said. "We set this damn game up a week ago. I bet Drew told these assholes what to paint." "Are you sure?" Emerald gestured to another piece of graffiti that said, "Blue Lives Murder." "That seems like a real fucking good way to piss a cop off." "Don't blame the owners of this place," Kristen said. "We've really taken advantage here. Private games, weird rules, and hell, Hernandez blows shit up half the time. They know us and probably wanted to make somewhere to actually scare us." "Too bad dragons don't get scared," Heartsbane huffed. "Then why aren't you moving down this passage?" Stonequest asked pointedly. She didn't reply in words. Instead, she flashed her aura to tell him and everyone else what she felt about all this before she stepped forward. They moved down the corridor in a tight group. Despite Heartsbane's temper, Kristen had to admit she was a damn good cop every time she saw her in action. It was more than that, though. She was a warrior, someone who'd fought for centuries. Kristen had the sense that the dragon could not only handle a gun, but she could also handle herself in a sword fight, or even a good old-fashioned brawl. That all made sense when she thought about it. She was Stonequest's second in command, which meant that of course she was good. She met each open passage with her teeth clenched and her muscles flexed, ready to spring out of the way at the slightest sound. The area really was a maze of walls, with far more passages than might be expected. The tarps covered about 90% of the space above their heads. There was light, more than enough light for dragons to see, given that they had night vision, but also enough for humans to not be disadvantaged. But the tarps made it impossible to see the telephone poles that ringed the arena, so it was difficult to track one's progress. Lumos, however, didn't seem to have any issue with it. "I estimate that we're about a third of the way through," the Golden Dragon said. His voice couldn't have been calmer if he ordered appetizers at a restaurant. "Let's pick up the pace, then, and bring the fight to them," Emerald said. He reminded Kristen vaguely of Keith and Drew combined. While he was professional, he was less than a century old, which, in dragon society, meant he still had much to prove. On top of that, he didn't have any extraordinary abilities. He was a common, which meant he had worked damn hard to earn his place there. Still,
He had the chip on his shoulder that often nagged at someone not born into wealth and power. It really was an odd trait for a dragon to have, she thought.
I don't think that would be wise, Lumos replied. They will come to us. That's the name of the game. If we push too fast and let them get behind us, we'll give them an advantage. After all, it's more important to outthink your enemy than to outfight them.
That's Sun Tzu, right? Kristen asked. The Art of War. She had read the book, of course. It was essential reading for any police officer, member of the military, or business leader. He shrugged.
I don't remember if he said that first or I did, but either way, it's good advice. He's right, Johnny, Heartsbane said.
Apparently, John Emerald's name had actually been given to him when he hatched, an unusual practice. Heartsbane and Stonequest had taken human names themselves since they worked with humans so much, but they never actually used them. Emerald had been John since he was born. Heartsbane found this hilarious.
It's better to go slow. Does this arena have another entrance on the opposite side?
Stonequest asked Kristen as they moved past another of the open passages. Yeah, the far end. There are only the two.
Do you think they'll try a direct attack or sneak around?
There is no way they'll come straight at us, Kristen said, not at all ashamed about revealing this aspect of her former team's strategy to her new team. Stonequest pressed her for more information.
What do you think their plan is?
Extremely loud pop music suddenly blared over the speakers. It was so loud that she was convinced there were speakers hidden in the maze itself. I think this is step one! She couldn't help but smile. Her former team was crazy, and she loved them for it. Which way, boss? Heartsbane had to yell to be heard over the deep, driving bass line and shallow lyrics. She'd reached the end of the straight passage they'd followed. Now they had to choose right or left. Stonequest looked at Kristen and raised an eyebrow. She laughed in response. I have no idea! She also had to shout over the noise. These guys spend their free time coming up with ways to beat me. Do you really think they shared their strategy with me this time?
Left,
he said. Heartsbane nodded and pressed on. Be careful, the steel dragon shouted. This whole place is a perfect setup for ambushes, and I have no doubt they'll try to use that to their advantage.
No human could sneak up on a dragon. I'll hear them coming a mile away, she retorted.
Even over all this noise? Kristen asked. She could hardly hear herself think. She did seem to have sharper senses as a dragon, and she tried to focus those abilities now, but it was difficult. How could one focus on footsteps when a pop diva screamed at you about dropping panties and taking names? But sure enough, Heartsbane could somehow hear over the racket. She moved in front of the first corridor after she'd turned left, and immediately flinched away. Little rubber pellets struck the opposite wall. I found the little monkeys! She roared, and peeked down the passage, drawing another bout of airsoft fire.
Do not pursue, Heartsbane! I repeat, do not pursue!
Stonequest bellowed. She ignored him and sprinted forward, moving so fast she almost blurred.
Follow her, their leader said hastily. They'll probably try to separate and isolate us. It's a good strategy, but we can't let it work.
He raced away after the other dragon. Monkeys? Kristen asked and followed.
It's,
He looked extremely uncomfortable, and rather than attempt an answer, he increased his pace.
It's a slur for humans. Your kind is related to primates, right?
Emerald said as he pushed past her. That's fucked up, she retorted.
Your boy called us dinosaurs. Same shit.
She didn't think so. One group had an enormous amount of power and had wielded it through essentially all of history. The other group had served at their beck and call for centuries, if not millennia. To her, it seemed like humans had earned the right to a little free speech. The dragons should be the ones to show respect. But she chose not to say anything, and raced after Heartsbane, Stonequest, Lumos, and Emerald, checking the passageways to the right and left as she ran. She knew that rushing after the other team wasn't tactically sound, but also knew that staying behind and on her own wouldn't help her team either. Heartsbane reached another T-junction and stopped.
Didn't you see which way they went?
Stonequest yelled over the roar of the pop music, which now blared something about drinking in the pool, drinking like it's cool. I heard something instead, Heartsbane said, but she didn't move and merely pointed at her foot. She was standing on something.
What the hell is that?
Emerald asked. Kristen crouched, but she didn't have to look closely to know what it was and who had placed it there. A pressure mine! Hernandez has talked about that shit forever! I assume she finally accomplished it. Whatever you do, don't move. We might be able to slip something on top of the pressure plate so it doesn't go off. She chuckled, but the rest of her team did not seem to think it was funny. Secretly, she couldn't help but be impressed. Hernandez was always upping her explosives game. This is bullshit! Heartsbane hissed, and Kristen felt the dragon woman's anger as her own because of her aura. The rules are pellets from pistols. She can't simply bury a whole stash of pellets and try to eliminate us like this. Plus, they were obviously here before us. They couldn't have buried this shit in the last few minutes.
Rats always have the territory advantage on those who wish to drive them out, Lumos said.
Even though he had referred to her friends as rats, there was no bitterness in his voice. Kristen had the sense that it was another saying, although she didn't recognize this one. He looked amused rather than annoyed. Hernandez didn't fill this with pellets, she said, and sniffed the mine. It's not her style. It might have a flash of some kind in there, but judging from the smell, I'd say it's a stink bomb. A what? Before she could repeat herself, the pop song ended. Stink bomb, bitch! Hernandez yelled from a hiding place nearby in the maze. If you move, you stink for a week.
Then I don't move, idiot!
Heartsbane yelled in response.
Then you lose,
Drew yelled. Despite the fact that everyone sounded fairly close, Kristen couldn't see where any of them were. Her attempt to locate them was cut short when pellets erupted from all directions. She flung herself prone. Hit the deck! It's an ambush! Chapter 28. When the barrage of pellets started, Heartsbane dove out of the way. The mine exploded in a blinding flash of light. Kristen pushed herself onto her butt and scooted back, laughing at the insanity of it, but extremely careful to avoid being shot. By the time her vision returned, the passage was filled with smoke. It wasn't a stink bomb after all, but all smoke and flash. She would have to ask Hernandez later if she had smeared the mine with something stinky to throw the dragons off, and lied about it to further cover her intention. Questions could come later. There was movement in the smoke, and even though she possessed night vision from her dragon powers, that didn't mean she could see through smoke. She could hear, though, and right now, what she heard was Heartsbane's cursing. You fucking monkey bastards! You had to use a mine to get me! I see how it is. I can't transform, but you can use every little trick humans have learned over the years.
Take all the shit you want as you make your way to the exit,
Keith retorted, and sounded way too confident.
I tagged you fair and square. You're dead.
Yeah, she said. Kristen continued to scoot through the smoke. She thought she moved back down the alley through which they'd come, but with the smoke and flash, it was hard to tell. She was disoriented, and honestly, she didn't really want to move away from the action. More airsoft shots chattered, followed by another curse, although this one was much more good-natured.
All right, I see how it is. I'm not gonna lie, that wasn't bad for humans. It never would have worked for real, but you do know how to play the game,
Emerald said. More gunshots followed, and Beanpole yelped. A dragon had obviously shot him. It had become 5 against 3. Another pop song blared, this one without words, and only the beat and screaming synthesizers over the top of it. Kristen pushed herself to her feet, and Lumos collided with her.
You're still alive?
The ancient gold dragon asked her. A surreal question, to be sure. Yeah.
I thought so. Your aura doesn't have any offense in it yet. This way, StoneQuest and I will eliminate these little whelps.
There was so much to be said for one's tone of voice. He didn't sound angry at all, and was merely trash-talking in a fight. She found that she liked the old dragon more and more. He was wise, capable, and patient. She missed Time Flash, the other member of StoneQuest's team, but she was away in Australia on other business. Her powers were unique, and therefore sometimes needed at the far corners of the globe. Kristen wondered if that was her own future. There were no other dragons with steel skin. As far as she knew, there hadn't been a dragon like her before. Lumos put a hand on her shoulder, and she snapped back to the moment. She followed him to a corridor where StoneQuest waited.
Steel, you're alive! Hell yes!
Hell yes, sir! She grinned.
This way circles to put us behind them. We'll give chase, but watch our feet. If we don't step on any mines, we should be good. Our speed and reflexes are faster than theirs. It sounds like a plan, sir, Lumos agreed.
Right, Kristen said. and didn't bother to say that there was no way Hernandez had managed to make another mine, let alone more than one. They raced forward in silence and burst into another tunnel, then stopped when they realized they were behind some of the human SWAT team members.
"They found us! Move, move, move!"
Drew yelled. He was the farthest away and, being the tallest of the humans, provided cover fire over the top of their heads while the others hastily retreated. Not all were fast enough, though. Before Kristen flung herself into cover, she fired a few shots and managed to hit Keith in the back. He fell, a caricature of someone shot, and landed untidy, laughing like an idiot. For someone who cared so much about his online presence, he could be seriously dumb about stuff like that. A video of a cop laughing about someone being shot, even during an airsoft game, could very easily end someone's career. The dragons didn't hit any of the others, though. Hernandez and the Wonder Kid made it past Drew, and he followed them around a corner.
"They'll try to keep near the center,"
Lumos shouted over the music as the three dragons gave chase.
"If they go near the edges, there will be fewer paths for them to follow. Don't let them get away,"
Stonequest said, drew on his dragon speed, and moved even faster. They rounded the bend to see another long, straight passage that opened into a number of others before it came to a dead end. Jim stood at the far side of the passage before them, both hands on his airsoft pistol. As soon as Lumos came into view, he began to fire. He'd miscalculated, as airsoft pistols didn't have the kind of power that rifles did. Lumos was able to avoid the flying pellets as easily as if they were big, clunky dodgeballs instead of tiny projectiles. He raced toward the Wonder Kid and moved closer and closer while he dodged every pellet fired at him. Entirely focused on his quarry, he didn't register the gunfire from one of the side passages until the pellets struck him in the ribs. Lumos slowed to a halt and looked over his shoulder at his teammates.
"Well, I'll be damned. They tricked me."
Butters' low, bubbling chuckle came from one of the side branches. She knew they'd held the sniper in reserve. Even though he had to use a pistol like the rest of them, he still had the skill required to set a trap and seize the opportunity.
"Well, I guess it's only you and me,"
Stonequest said to Kristen over the blaring pop music. "You, me, and 4 humans," she replied.
"We target the sniper first."
She nodded. Together, they raced down the passage toward Jim. He fired a few times at them, but wasn't able to dodge like they could, so had to tuck out of sight when they fired at him. She spun into the doorway the shots had come, and stopped short. Butters stood with his hands up. It wasn't a passage after all, but a dead end. He wouldn't have put himself in such an obvious position unless... Shots rang out from behind her. While they were barely audible over the music, they were familiar enough to alert her, and her hearing identified them with little difficulty. She assumed that Heartsbane had been right about her senses after all. It was a damn close thing, but she managed to fling herself aside in time. The pellets rocketed past her and hit Butters in the gut.
"Oh, you got me. You Yankee dragons got me shot by my own kind,"
he said, and clutched his stomach dramatically. Then he shrugged.
"I'll go check the barbecue."
He liked airsoft, but compared to his teammates, it simply wasn't a priority, and definitely not with smoked meat on the menu.
"Not before I do,"
Lumos yelled from the other corridor.
3 left,
Stonequest said, still obviously very much committed to the game. "Let's go," Kristen responded. They jogged down the passage toward where Jim had been.
"Do you smell that?"
he asked when they paused in another empty part of the course. "Something stinks!"
"It must be your friend who made the mine."
She nodded and realized that the other dragon's senses really were more sensitive than hers. It was something to work on.
"This way,"
he said, and followed his nose. Kristen obeyed, and the two of them snaked down a few passages. After a half a minute of silent pursuit, except for the music that now sang about California thighs with Mexican hair, they located the human team. Jim was again at the end of the corridor, ready to fire. "It's another trap!" she was about to say, but she didn't bother. Stonequest had already raced forward, dodging their opponent's pellets easily. She had recognized the tactic. It was obvious, really, and maybe she should have tried harder to say something. A part of her thought it might be best if the humans won. After all, dragons were incredibly arrogant, and that didn't bode well for human-dragon relations. Plus, there was a group of people out there who had actually killed a dragon. They needed to be confronted by humans who could show them that they weren't a lesser species, but a force to be reckoned with. Although that didn't mean she would let them win either. Dragon SWAT would be forced to admit that she was talented if she defeated the human SWAT team when the other dragons were eliminated. It would demonstrate the fundamental concept of know thy enemy. If dragons really faced a cabal of humans who wanted to kill them, they needed to know humans in a way they simply didn't. She followed StoneQuest down the passage and went so far as to shoot at the human as well. It looked like her half-hope of the humans beating dragonkind wouldn't come to fruition because her dragon teammate shot Jim in the gut. The Wonder Kid, ever the politician, smiled and dropped his weapon.
Good game, StoneQuest.
He stuck out a hand to shake. The dragon, confused but honorable as well, paused, shifted his pistol to his offhand, and extended his hand. Without warning, Drew darted out of another tunnel and shot him. Jim began to laugh so hard that Kristen thought he might genuinely pee his pants.
That's bullshit,
StoneQuest growled, and his aura reflected his frustration.
You offered to shake. In the middle of a fight? Come on, man. Really?
Jim sputtered between bouts of laughter.
Is that what you do when you face another dragon? Simply stop and shake hands? You know I wouldn't have fallen for it if it wasn't you, right? Steel always says you're the goody-goody,
StoneQuest said. Despite losing, his mood didn't seem to have soured too much. He must have recognized that falling for a handshake had been particularly foolish of him.
Come on, let's go,
the Wonder Kid said.
Are you kidding me? I want to see the end of this.
He stepped out of the path between Drew and Kristen.
I learned a few things from you, Steel Dragon,
her old boss said, and picked up a piece of plywood in his left hand. She responded by firing her pistol at him. He blocked the pellets with the wood, and she smiled. He definitely learned that from her. Before he could return fire, she rushed forward. I know Hernandez will throw firecrackers or some shit at me, Drew, which simply means I have to beat you before... The plywood wall beside her fell and thrust her into the opposite wall. Her reflexes kicked in, and she shoved it off without falling. It collapsed entirely, and Hernandez groaned from under it. You blew your load early! Kristen turned to Drew, but it was too late. He'd already fired a dozen shots at her, and had been careful enough to aim all over her entire body, not only her chest. Although she was able to dodge the first few pellets, that only moved her into the path of the others.
Oh, dance, dragon!
Jim hooted, even though he was already out. The pellets found their target. She'd lost. That meant Drew and the humans had actually won.
Good game,
he said with a broad grin, way too proud of himself.
Are you ready for that handshake now?
Jim asked StoneQuest.
In your dreams, human,
the dragon replied and slapped him across the back instead. The two laughed. It seemed that some friendships had been made in the battle. Drew fired his pistol in the air 3 times, and the pop music, thank God, stopped. Together, human and dragon wandered toward the exit of the course. It was a nice moment, until yelling became audible from outside the arena. She looked at StoneQuest, who also looked concerned. The group paused to listen, but a massive pillar of flame blazed into the sky. Concern overcame curiosity, and, as one, they raced to the exit. Chapter 29. Outside the arena, a dragon the color of ivory and beautiful in her rage screamed at the humans before her. You may have won this stupid game, but that proves nothing. You had to cheat to beat us. And besides, this is the foe you would truly have to defeat. Fuck off, you big lizard, Hernandez said, as soon as she emerged from the course, and before she could see what was happening, even though she wasn't part of whatever had started the argument. Heartsbane turned to the woman and spread her huge white wings. I could incinerate you without even trying. This is the true threat of our kind. You using mines is like us becoming this. Lumos, still in human form, ran between the two adversaries. There was nothing said about using other tools to win, he said, and held his hands up in a placating gesture. We said pistols and no transformations. We didn't say what else was or wasn't allowed, and definitely nothing about mines or bad music. The humans beat us in this game, fair and square. I'm only saying it was a game is all, Heartsbane snapped. Yeah, no shit it was a... Hernandez started to shout, but Keith ran over, threw an arm around her shoulder, and dragged her away. Without the pop music blaring, Kristen could hear better than she'd realized. Right now, she could hear him telling her that he'd said Heartsbane stank from the bomb, and that had set her off. There was no reason to make her even more angry at Hernandez. In response, she laughed. Heartsbane transformed into her human form, and the dragon mediator relaxed. She strode over to a table and sat to redo her hair in a huff.
"I will say this about dragonkind,"
Butters shouted with a full mouth.
"You know how to smoke a pork shoulder."
Lumos frowned and marched back toward the grill.
"That wasn't ready yet." "Nonsense. It's fine."
"The center might still be tough."
"Might? I feel like you should know whether it is or isn't, don't you think? Besides, it's time to eat. If the meat's not ready, you really don't know what you're doing."
The low-stakes argument and smell of the food lured all the combatants over to the grill. While Butters and Lumos argued the proper resting time, everyone else piled their plates with coleslaw and buns. There was nothing like a springtime barbecue to bring people together, Kristen thought. She was about to head over and join them when she felt Stonequest's aura tug at hers. Startled, she turned to him, and he gestured for her to join him at a table. She approached and sat. "I'm sorry we lost," she lied, knowing full well that he could see through it. "I thought Hernandez would have another explosive ready." He waved off the phony apology for what it was.
"It's fine. Really, I wanted to thank you again. Setting this up was a really good idea. We need to think of our two teams as allies, not competitors. And this was a good exercise for my people."
"Oh yeah? I thought you might be bitter about losing to humans," she replied. Stonequest shook his head and snorted.
"This style of fighting isn't something we'll ever have to do in the field. It's far more likely that we'll have to engage in dragon-to-dragon battles, which we practice all the time. This kind of activity is good to get us out of our comfort zone, like go-kart racing or mini-golf."
Kristen could tell from his aura that he wasn't worried at all, which she found kind of annoying. Fair enough. Human police have to train for gunfights all the time, so it makes sense that they won, even without dragon abilities. If the dig bothered him, he didn't show it. But don't you think that, with dragon-based ammunition in the hands of people, it might be worth Dragonswat's time to practice with handguns in human form more often? Stonequest's aura shifted from relaxed to uncomfortable, even though his posture didn't change at all. Sometimes it was odd communicating with a dragon in human form. Definitely odder than talking to one while they were in dragon form.
"I still have doubts about the conclusions you drew from that case."
"Conclusions I drew? We have the fights on camera. A human killed a dragon with a handgun. Period. The only way I was able to stop her from killing another dragon was by using my human form. A dragon body presents too big a target."
"Maybe you have a point there. But let's look at the evidence. We found no trace of any of the bullets, which makes determining how it was done almost impossible."
"But we know it was a human." She had argued this point so many times, and yet he still routinely dismissed it.
"I simply don't see how a human could have made a bullet that can kill dragons and then vanish. It's ridiculous. There has to be another explanation. We simply haven't found it yet. It would be more realistic to think that they obtained it from a dragon."
Maybe he was named Stonequest not only for his stony appearance in his dragon form, but also for his impossible stubbornness. Is it as unbelievable as a team of humans defeating a team of dragons in a tactical exercise? She said, unable to help herself.
"Come on, Kristen. Your human friends obviously explored this arena beforehand, buried that mine, and studied the layout. This hardly counts."
Kristen looked at her friends, both dragon and human. They'd given up on waiting for the pork shoulder and carved into it to pack their buns with smoked meat. Butters nodded appreciatively. Hernandez and Heartsbane seemed engaged in some kind of a shit-talking competition. The others sat at a table and talked amicably enough. "Stonequest, even a month ago, this would have been impossible. There are vast rifts between human and dragon culture. I think you might not fully understand how much humanity has grown in the last 100 years. Think about it. Electricity, cars, TV, assault weapons. Things will not continue as they have always been."
"Do you really think you're the first person to talk this way? I remember that, during the Renaissance, people spoke in the same terms. Telescopes and other technological breakthroughs came along, but didn't change much.
Stonequest yawned. The Renaissance did change everything, but things are poised to change even more now. Think about this. Dragons are used to being virtually invulnerable. Your kind—
Our kind, he interjected.
She thought it was annoying to quibble with her about her own identity during an argument, but her point still needed to be made. Sure, you're right. Our kind. Our kind is used to being invulnerable. But that strength can be a serious weakness. Look at my steel skin. I began to rely on it, and that proved to be disastrous. Not only did Shadowstorm realize tasers were effective against me, but now these bullets can cut right through the steel.
But it was a dragon who figured that out.
Why was he being so stubborn? Was he really this adverse to change? Or was it simply too hard to process? Kristen didn't know exactly how long he had been alive, but since before the Renaissance, apparently. Her own dad got stressed when he went to a different pizza place than his usual one, and he was in his 60s. Maybe dragons had a kind of crisis of thought caused by their old age. A dragon might have figured it out, but he used human tech to do so. I'm only trying to say that thinking oneself invulnerable is actually a fairly dangerous mindset. It makes it too easy to get surprised. Stonequest straightened at the table and blew out a long breath. It steamed, despite the spring afternoon being fairly warm.
The problem our two cultures have faced for so long is that there's no common ground. You can change all that. Don't burn down the bridge before we've even finished building it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm simply saying we need more evidence to lead us to the right answers.
Kristen nodded and let him join the rest of the party. She simply didn't know what else to do. He dug his heels in and clung to his beliefs, despite being confronted with evidence that directly disproved them. Maybe humans and dragons were more alike than she had realized. Chapter 3.
I thought you were doing orientation with Otramento,
Stonequest said as soon as they'd left the gym. You mean killing time in the paper dungeon? Kristen snapped. She immediately regretted the outburst, but there it was. He stopped walking and turned to look at her.
First off, you need to get your aura under control. Heartsbane already has hers under wraps, and if people realize that shit's coming from you, don't expect to make any friends.
I'm not here to make friends.
Yeah, obviously. I thought you were here to work a job, not chase after me like you need me to hold your hand.
The words stung, even though he had said them kindly. I'm sorry, she said, not sure what else to say.
Look, it's my fault. After everything I've seen from you, what else could I have expected?
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you're not very good at going by the book. You didn't ask for human or dragon backup with Shadowstorm, so I guess spending your first month learning the bureaucracy wouldn't ever work.
The first month? Kristen was aghast. Stonequest chuckled.
That's nothing. You know Emerald worked under Atramento for
3 years. Yeah, I heard.
Well, look at that. I guess you are making friends.
I only know that because Emerald practically spat it in my face.
That's good for him. He doesn't talk to people he doesn't like.
That calmed her somewhat. At least he'd been comfortable enough to be rude to her. That reminded her a little of Hernandez on Detroit SWAT, which sent a pang of homesickness through her chest. Look, I appreciate the opportunity and all that, but this isn't really what I signed up for. My team on SWAT respected me. I had a future there.
You have a future here. Don't look at this as a demotion. It's not like you've been bumped from human SWAT down to Dragon Gopher. You've been bumped up from human police to entry level on Dragon Police. That's an improvement. Not to mention the first time in history that it's ever happened.
It doesn't feel like an improvement.
Kristen, I can't simply promote you to officer right away. Think about the optics. Some dragons wait years for their promotions. In other industries, it can be decades. Look at it as an opportunity to prove yourself to the dragon community before you're promoted.
And is that all that's going on? She asked. He flinched when she lost control of her aura for a moment, and she knew that he felt her anger. There are obviously dragons who don't like having the steel dragon on the team. How do I know I'm not merely being put somewhere to rot and stay out of everyone's hair?
Because I recommended you for this job, and I promise that's not my intent.
Well, your team seems to feel differently.
Was your human team any different? Did you all always agree on everything?
Kristen snorted, but didn't reply. Stonequest had met her team. Hell, he'd played airsoft with them, so he knew they all had different minds.
If you always shared the same opinions, you'd all be weaker of mind for it.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But I'm merely wondering if maybe it's better if I go back to human SWAT. You guys obviously have it under wraps here. It might be better if I work from a different perspective.
Stonequest paled. Hey, you've been here for what? Like an hour? Don't quit yet.
I'm not quitting anything. I'm dedicated to being a cop, but I'm not sure about this assignment.
Kristen, I understand you're uncomfortable. I really do. But you have to understand there's never been a case like yours before. Dragons don't get lost. They don't get discovered. Even a few centuries ago, when the world was less connected, we didn't simply lose eggs and find that they'd hatched and become full-grown women decades later.
You make me sound like a science experiment. She hated sounding so whiny, but she couldn't unsay it. Thinking of it that way actually made her like Heartsbane, Aaron, and Emerald more. At least they hadn't kept her at arm's length. They'd told her exactly how they felt about her.
Look, I hate to be this way, but can't you see it from some of the dragons' perspective? We're all very curious about your origin and want to learn more about you. Even if you quit Dragon SWAT, the world of dragons, even the Dragon Council themselves, will continue to be interested in your life.
So you're saying I can quit? Kristen said, knowing she'd make her brother proud with the snark she now laid on Stonequest. He shrugged placatingly, but the half-hearted gesture looked as awkward as hell.
Well, yeah. Your unique origin makes you a special case, but dragons are essentially allowed to do what they want in human society, as long as they don't challenge dragons outside of the established rituals or break any human laws in really flagrant ways.
Like trying to blow up a city? She countered.
Even Shadowstorm used intermediaries to protect himself, and once we knew it was him, we stopped him.
You mean I stopped him? Stonequest grinned.
Yes, exactly. Which is why I don't want you to leave our force before you've even started.
But I could.
Yes, technically, you could go back to work with the human SWAT again if you really wanted to. Dragons have worked in human industry for centuries. Some are CEOs of major companies or philanthropists and such, so there's precedent. It would be a jurisdictional nightmare, though.
For you, it would be a nightmare for you.
You continuing to serve on human SWAT would create scenarios the likes of which dragon and human culture have never dealt with. I don't think I could legally stop you from going back. That's something dragons don't really do to each other. But I might be forced to stop you through the Dragon Council the moment you tried to challenge another dragon.
What are you talking about?
Human forces don't have the right to police dragons. But with you alongside them, especially with you, taking their opinions into account, they could technically police us. It creates scenarios like the one with you and Shadowstorm, where humans were allowed to impose their will on dragons.
Maybe that wouldn't be an especially bad thing, Kristen replied. That proved to be too much for Stonequest. He laughed it off.
There are few dragons who believe in human rights more than I do. You're more, progressive, obviously, and Aaron is also, and that's about it. But I think even you agree that dragons not taking a direct hand in human affairs is for the best.
Oh, so they can simply direct us from the shadows instead?
For starters, you're one of us, not one of them. And yes, that's how dragons see it. If humans ever grew powerful enough to control dragons, we would have to assert ourselves. Humans vastly outnumber us and are creative in ways we're not.
What is that supposed to mean?
Napalm, assault weapons, nukes. Dragons didn't come up with any of that. If humans started policing dragons, we'd have no choice but to rebel.
You act like you're the oppressed instead of the oppressors.
Stonequest shook his head, frustrated. I don't want to oppress anyone. You're right, some dragons see people that way, but that's why I want you on the team. I think you could be the bridge between human and dragon societies. But that'll never happen if you're on human SWAT working with humans to eliminate dragons.
It's not like Shadowstorm was innocent.
Of course he wasn't, and many dragons obviously agree with you. given that you're now working in this building. But if he hadn't hired Death to kill you, this would be a different story. What I mean is that if you hadn't snapped his neck and one of your friends had finished him off instead, there might have been repercussions.
I don't accept that humans can't defend themselves against dragons.
I'm not asking you to. Not permanently, anyway.
Kristen had never seen such a wheedling smile on his or any other dragon's face.
But Kristen, if you want to change things, do so from the inside.
She sighed. While she didn't exactly agree with his arguments, she could see the wisdom of them. He read her acquiescence in her aura.
Good. I'm glad you can see things my way, he continued. Stay the course for a little while. Jump through a few hoops, prove that you're as good as I already know you are, and I'm confident you'll advance rapidly.
Okay, fine. I've had to prove myself to people who questioned my skills more than once before. I can do it again.
Good girl.
It took all her self-restraint not to sock him in the face. She wasn't particularly proud of controlling herself, either. Chapter 30. Obscura arrived in the city of Detroit at nighttime. She preferred nights. Shadows were her friends, after all. But something about the way the city was garishly lit up appalled her. The arrogance of these humans, to take the night like they took everything else. To subjugate a force of nature and then complain why they themselves were subjugated. It was hypocritical. If humans recognized that they were above some forces, those as ancient and powerful as the dark, they also needed to recognize that there were others more powerful than them. Forces like her. This city, and the rats who called themselves its rulers, had taken her son from her. Sebastian Shadowstorm had been born to rule. He'd had not only one unusual power, but two, plus a mind and the strength to back it up. Or at least Obscura believed he had. She was not so arrogant in her own abilities to fail to recognize that she'd made a mistake with regard to the true abilities of her son, especially his intelligence. But it mattered not. He was gone, killed by a human. No, worse than a human. He had been killed by a dragon. One with powers greater than most, yet who thought of herself as human. It was unnatural, obscene, and utterly not right. Her task in this shining city was to fix it. And, unfortunately for her quarry, the trail wasn't hard to follow. There was a video of her and her son fighting online, posted by one of the Steel Dragon's human lackeys. She found it to be the most offensive thing she'd ever witnessed in her millennia of life. How dare this Kristen Hall with her peasant's name hurt her son and broadcast it on the internet like a battle with him was nothing but cheap pornography? When the news of his death finally reached the world of dragons, she had already heard about it through her own channels. She was thankful that there wasn't a video of that battle, but she knew in her heart that if there were, the humans would have posted it all the same. They had no scruples and no sense of decency. This Kristen, the Steel Dragon, was no different. She had to be completely destroyed. Humans could be useful, and those who weren't could be squashed. But Kristen had the toxic ideas of humans, plus the powers of a dragon. She represented a real threat to dragons, and would try to push the status quo in exactly the wrong direction. Obscura would do a good thing by killing her. In fact, it would be a gift for dragons everywhere. The hurting that she would do beforehand would be the only part that she would personally enjoy. And how could she not take the death of her son personally? He had died in a trash facility of all places. Hardly a fitting grave for a dragon of his pedigree. Obscura flew toward it now. The location was no secret, and the internet had maps and diagrams. There were even conspiracy nuts who had somehow traced out the battle. She didn't shy from the internet the way most dragons did. Especially in the wake of Sebastian's death, she threw herself into human culture and technology. Obviously, the creatures were gaining in power. Dragons had long had a power advantage over humans, but there was much more to it than that. One of dragonkind's greatest strengths was their auras. The ability to communicate instantaneously on an emotional level was powerful, as was the ability to manipulate lower life forms. Humans now had those abilities. Their technology made them smarter than they were individually, and although most of them squandered this power, she would not make the mistake her son had of underestimating her opponent. She would use Kristen's people to kill her. Oh, revenge would be a sweet thing. Moments later, she soared over the grounds of the facility where he had done battle. She landed amongst the trash trucks in her dragon form. While Sebastian was large, she was truly massive. She was larger than a garbage truck, large enough that she could probably pick one up and lift it high enough into the air to drop it and destroy it completely. Part of her wanted to do that now, the same part that her son had no doubt inherited and failed to exercise control over, but she didn't. Instead, she settled between the trucks and flashed her aura once to make the workers think nothing of her. They would continue to go about their work. When they went home to their human wives and broods of children, they would fail to mention the massive dragon who had prowled among them. They wouldn't mention her bat-like wings or her scales that seemed to change color depending on the light shining on them. Nor would they mention her crown of horns or the anarchic spikes at the tip of her tail. They wouldn't mention a damn thing, because her aura could hide her from them almost effortlessly. The failure to properly hone this skill was Sebastian's first mistake. He'd had a penchant for the garish, and had liked his human servants and the pleasures they could provide him. While he had hidden from some humans, he'd relied on others. He had been weak, whereas his mother had to be strong. She told herself to be strong as she entered the facility and transformed into human form as she did so. As a human, she was unremarkable. Average size and build, a little thin and old. She had white hair, light brown wrinkled skin, and a face she kept devoid of emotions. If she chose to, she could appear much younger, however. Auras affected perception, and perception was the window to the mind. She didn't need to for this task, but Obscura could mask her true appearance in many forms. For now, she settled for the invisibility of being instantly forgotten. She wore a suit, a disgendering of human culture that she, for once, approved of. As she walked through the facility, the humans who noticed her treated her like a visiting bureaucrat, someone to avoid and nothing more. If her son had learned anonymity, he might still be there, but of course one couldn't teach a shark to fly like a bird. Obscura approached the towering incinerator. It was old in human terms, her research had told her that much, but she could tell parts of it were new. It had been touched by magic. She could feel that, and knew it had been rebuilt by the dragon Time Flash and the mages who served her. How convenient that this particular dragon was on another continent at the moment. The last thing she wanted was to face human mages. They occupied a frustrating middle ground between the two cultures that she would happily grind out. She thought it unremarkable that her web of secret influence spread to other continents and was such that a murder could be used for a distraction. But there were surely others who would have been awed by such effortless power. But now was not the time to think about that. Her purpose was to look upon the place of her son's destruction and understand what had happened there. She stepped inside the incinerator. As soon as she'd moved within range of the humans who worked at the garbage processing plant, she'd used her aura to tell them to stop burning the trash. As a result, what she now walked into wasn't a blazing fire, but a mountain of smoldering coals. The heat didn't bother her at all, though. It would take temperatures far higher than this to harm even the weakest of dragons, and she was most certainly not the weakest of them. Although the bricks were no longer below where Shadowstorm's body had been robbed of its life and turned into a corpse, she could see his blood on them all the same. It was spread all the way up the shaft. Time Flash had restored the structure, but she hadn't been able to remove the blood. Now, even in the heat of the incinerator, his dragon blood was still present. Like molten glass, it clumped together on different bricks, black and hot. Obscura touched one of the drops on a brick in front of her, but felt nothing. Her son had already been dead too long for these tiny specks of blood to still hold any of his essence. Despite a lifetime that stretched millennia, despite losing hundreds of friends, she felt her heart lurch at this lack of sensation. Not toward sadness, and definitely not toward remorse for the loss of her foolish son, but toward anger.
This steel dragon bitch has snuffed out my son's life in a garbage pile, she thought bitterly.
Sebastian had been many things, arrogant, impetuous, and hedonistic, but he deserved more than to die and be forgotten in a heap of trash. And to think that humans were part of his death, the disrespect to dragonkind and the blatant disregard of the natural order was almost too much. She swallowed and fought back the churning pit of fire in her stomach. She wanted to burn this entire building to the ground so everyone in this cursed city would know she was there and fear her. But she knew that would be counterproductive. If she announced herself, the steel dragon would come for her, and Obscura would have to kill her. She didn't want that. Not yet. But she didn't want to simply leave her son's body to be forgotten either. She knelt amongst the coals at her feet and pushed aside the burned trash, stumps of chair legs, and pieces of metal that had once been screws or broken tools. There was a fair amount of debris to clear away, but she finally found the brick floor beneath the garbage. She extended her hands to feel for her son's presence, or some memory of him. There was power in dragon's blood, as there was in all things dragon. This place would no doubt give humans uncomfortable feelings, and even spawn ghost stories given enough time. That was, if she could find... Her search located a puddle of blood, Sebastian's life essence spilled there in this place of ultimate human waste. It was far larger than any of the burnt specks that had been on the bricks magically rebuilt into the towering incinerator. She touched it, and it clung to her fingers, still slightly sticky despite a fire being burned atop it every day for months now. She'd had to wait until Dragon SWAT stopped their regular patrols there, and she was relieved that some of the blood was still almost slick. Obscura raised her right hand and transformed the pointer finger of her left hand into its dragon form. She extended the clawed digit, pointed it at the palm of her hand, and scored a line across her palm. Blood blossomed, and with it, the pain of being wounded by a dragon's claw. The dragon pressed her bloody palm against Sebastian's blood. She added her own rage to the energy present in the residue to further taint the sight to the human psyche, before she continued with something a little more extreme. Still on her knees, she spoke words in a language long unused. To say it was forgotten would be a disservice to the type of memory dragons had. But it was safe to say that a human hadn't heard words said in this tongue since they'd settled in cities to serve dragonkind. It was a guttural, rasping sound, only possible to make by letting her teeth and tongue change to their true form, that of a dragon. Although the words were unknown to human ears, the message might have been familiar.
I vow to avenge my son, to make his tormentors suffer like he suffered, and to kill his killer. May my blood see it so.
The heat of the oath coursed through her arm to bind her to these words. It would strengthen her as long as she served it. It was old magic, old and powerful, and somehow tied to the same magic that let dragons' bodies exist, despite them going against what humans called physics. If her purpose faltered, the magic of the oath would remind her of her duty with the oldest of memory aids. Pain. But Obscura wasn't worried about that. Her plan was not to murder the steel dragon as quickly as possible, but to make her as desperate as her son had been. He had made his last stand in a glorified garbage heap. That spoke of fear and desperation. His murderer must feel the same thing before she was snuffed out, and the humans who served her must feel it tenfold. The language with which she spoke the oath made this distinction clear. It was not death that she wanted for this dragon and her band of human servants, but emotional collapse. When she finally ended their lives, they had to have reached a place where they begged for their own death, if not consciously, then in their dreams. This would mean that when she did kill them, and kill them she would, relief would be the last thing they felt. Relief at finally escaping the shadow of dread that had hounded them. Relief at finally being free of a world ruled by dragons. Oh, yes, she thought. Oh, yes, this would definitely be fun. As the magic of the oath coursed through her, she felt it strengthen both her resolve and her body itself. She walked from the facility with her shoulders back and head held high. The power she felt, taken from the place of her son's death, bolstered her. She would feel this way as long as she endeavored to make the steel dragon suffer. The old dragon decided that she might actually enjoy her stay in the Motor City. It was with giddy excitement that she once more transformed into her dragon body. She was no larger. After all, she was already quite massive. But there was an energy in her muscles that could only come from a dragon sworn to vengeance. She flapped her wings, took to the air, and raked her claws across a garbage truck to tip it as she passed. In the morning, the workers would report it as a malfunction. They'd explain the gashes as best they could, but if their supervisors chose to investigate, it might become clear how large a threat had come to their city. Obscura flew into the night sky toward her hideout. There was so much to prepare. Traps within traps and feints within feints. She couldn't wait to reveal herself to the steel dragon, but wait she would. Her oath would give her patience until she'd taken everything from the aberration, and then she would snuff out the creature that shouldn't be. A dragon who'd killed another dragon to protect people. The idea of that was almost enough to make her wish to declare war on the steel dragon and the humans she served. But the oath she swore reminded her of her purpose. War was about eradication. This was about suffering. The time for a fight would come. Until then, she had much to do. Chapter 31. Kristen had been impressed with the pork shoulder that Lumos had smoked, crisp on the outside, yet tender on the inside. While she thought it could have gone for another 10 minutes, there were people who would have disagreed. She only felt confident in having such a particular opinion because of where she now stood beside her brother while he worked the grill in his parents' backyard. "I hope you're hungry, Chrissy." Brian lifted the lid of the grill to reveal 4 deboned chickens, each being crushed beneath a brick. This was one of his favorite dishes. Brick chick, he called it, and she knew he'd waited all winter to be able to indulge that particular preference. Now that spring was here, her family would basically live in the backyard, which suited her perfectly. She tried to come home at least once a week, although sometimes it was closer to once a month, so she could keep in touch. If barbecue would be part of that equation until the snow started to fall again, she had absolutely no problem with that. "I'm starved." She realized she'd salivated over the chicken sizzling away beneath the bricks instead of answering him. Although yesterday, Lumos made some damn good pork shoulder. He knows how to use his dragon abilities to keep the temperature exactly right. "Oh, wow. Someone named Lumos is a dragon? What a shocker. Do you really think his food will be better than mine?" Brian didn't sound like he thought it was funny. In fact, he sounded kind of pissed. "Hey, your grilling is good and always has been. It was only interesting to see him use his abilities to do something that people have to slave away at," Brian retorted before she could finish. "No, I mean, yes, I guess. I'm simply trying to make small talk. Are you all right?" "Trying to make small talk by saying my grilling is less than exactly right. Gee, what a compliment!" Kristen didn't know what to say to that, so she wandered inside and left him with his brick chick. There was something about him that seemed off, but she couldn't quite place her finger on it. It was almost like something pushed at his aura, but she would have been able to tell if that was the case. In the house, her parents were setting the table. "Hey, guys!" She gave her mom a hug and kissed her dad on the forehead. "Hi, Kristen." Marty turned back to a bowl of potato salad. "I didn't hear you come in," Frank said. "Did you go straight around the back or something?" "I flew. It's more efficient than driving, and better for the environment, too." Brian came through the back door with his platter of chicken. He'd left the bricks outside, although his face was as red as they had been. "Really, Kristen? Really?" "Really what?" She had no idea what she'd said. "Now dragons are better for the environment?" he demanded, as if it was the most offensive thing in the whole world. "Instead of cars? Yeah, obviously. No fossil fuels.
What's your deal? My deal is that you're acting all high and mighty about being a dragon. Shit, at least people are trying to make electric vehicles and solar panels and shit. What do dragons do for the environment? Light more shit on fire?
Brian Hall, language! Marty snapped. I will not have that kind of talk at my table.
We're not at the table, Mom, he replied querulously. Don't argue semantics, Brian, or I'll steal the cord to your game station.
Frank took a place at the table as if sitting there would support his wife's point.
Jesus, Dad, it's a PlayStation, not a game station, Brian protested. Like I said, semantics. Now put that chicken on the table. It smells too good to let it get cold.
That put a smile on Brian's face. There was nothing like good food to cool a hot temper. The whole family sat and dug in. The chicken was great. Brian had obviously brined it because the meat was tender, moist, and dripping with flavor. Her mom's potato salad featured fresh herbs from the garden. Marty had always been able to use her windowsills for gardening space, so as soon as the outdoors thawed, she had plants in the ground. That she had enough dill to season the potato salad and lettuce for a tossed salad counted as a victory over nature itself in Kristen's book.
Mom, these herbs are awesome,
she said, her mouth still half full. You know, on some of those dragon mansions, they have mages who control the climate on a local scale to extend the growing seasons.
Gee, how impressive. Magic herbs while 1 in 7 Americans live with hunger, Brian said.
She shot him a look that was supposed to say, "What's your problem?" He returned it with a glare that very clearly said, "You." Quite honestly, she had no idea what she'd done wrong. She decided to try flattery.
The chicken's good, too. Even for your advanced dragon taste buds? Brian sneered. All right, I don't know what happened outside, but it needs to stay outside,
Frank said, in as close to his cop voice as he could with a mouthful of salad.
You two have been at each other's throats since Kristen got here.
I haven't been at anyone's throat, she protested.
Can a human be at a dragon's throat? Is that even possible?
Her brother's voice dripped sarcasm.
Whatever,
Frank yelled. Judging from her mom's expression, he had crossed some unspoken decibel threshold. There was a moment of extremely awkward silence before Marty cleared her throat. Brian, how's the job hunt going? She said, by way of changing the subject.
Not good, he sagged. I can't find any game tester gigs here in Detroit, and, well, I don't know if I want to move. Why not? It feels good to get out of your parents' house, Frank said.
He'd tried to get his son out on his own for years.
Going to another city might be fun, too. I spent some time in Milwaukee before coming back to Detroit. It gives you perspective. I know, really I do, but well, I downloaded one of those dating apps.
Kristen's mom immediately perked up at the word dating. She cleared her throat. Someone please tell me that a dating app involves actual dating.
Yeah, Mom, of course it does.
Brian glared at her with far less annoyance than he had at Kristen.
The thing is, I actually have a date coming up this week, and I know that's not a big deal or whatever, but, well, this will kind of be my first date. I guess I don't want to leave Detroit yet, you know? But I can't get an apartment here because there are no jobs for gaming. God forbid you get a job outside of the PlayStations, his father muttered.
I, for one, am excited that you're looking for a woman to spend time with, Marty said, absolutely beaming. Of course you can stay here a while longer. It's great to see my little boy finally grow up. Frank rolled his eyes so hard they almost fell out of his head, but he didn't say anything else about it. Instead, he changed the subject to Kristen's job, his favorite topic of conversation over dinner.
So, Kristen, any new busts for Dragon SWAT?
She shook her head, finished chewing her mouthful of chicken, and swallowed. No, not really. Everything's been fairly quiet after what happened this winter.
Too bad.
He looked heartbroken. The only thing he looked forward to more than Kristen's stories of fantastic dragon police action was the Detroit Tigers. We did play airsoft, though. I brought my old team together and played against the dragons, she said. Her parents had never taken them to play airsoft, but since she had started playing with Detroit SWAT, she'd regaled them with stories from the arena more than a couple of times.
Oh, yeah?
Frank said, and dared to hope for an interesting story.
Which side did you play on?
Brian asked. With the dragons, of course, she replied. He sucked his teeth and scowled, but didn't say anything. Did you have fun? Their mom asked. Sure, Mom. We had the funnest, most everyone is a winner time ever, she joked. To be honest, it was very cool. The humans actually won, believe it or not. They had to use some tricks, of course. I think they might have designed the course for how well they knew it. Plus, Hernandez used a mine rigged with a flash and some smoke. But still, they pulled it off. Can you even hear yourself right now? Brian demanded. What are you talking about? Kristen was genuinely confused. The humans actually won. Like, it's such a shock that people can stand up to dragons in a game that humans invented. I beat dragons online all the time. It is a big deal, she snapped. Dragons are faster and stronger than people. You know that. They should be proud of themselves for beating us. And how can you know they're dragons? People could simply lie about that online. See? Brian said and pointed a finger shiny with chicken grease in her face. See? I knew it. Knew what? She asked, even though she didn't really want to know whatever it was he was whining about. Was he mad that she'd trash-talked video games? That was one of her standard avenues of attack. You act like one of them. He wiped his hands as he spoke. You thought you were human until maybe a year ago. Even when you first found out, you were cool about being a dragon. But ever since you joined Dragon SWAT, you lord it over the rest of us. You act like being human's not good enough. Humans aren't good enough when it comes to fighting dragons. Dragons can withstand explosions, gunshots, and all kinds of attacks that would kill people. It's our duty to protect regular folk. She tried to keep her voice calm. It wasn't easy to argue about things that were so obviously true. So what? You think you know what's better for us? Is that it? A few months with Dragon SWAT and you've seen the light? Brian was so angry he practically spat the words. That's enough, Brian, Marty said, her gaze focused on her plate. Kristen knew that meant he had gone on about this for a while, or at least since before she had arrived. When he was in one of these moods, it was better to let him get it off his chest than it was to push back. Yet she couldn't help herself. I don't think I'm better than people. In fact, I think I'm way more accepting of human culture than any dragon I've ever met. Most of them think people are beneath them, true. But I'm trying to change that. I want to use my abilities to make the world safer for everyone, not only dragons. Gee, wow, Kristen, how noble! Her brother wielded the sarcasm like a razor. So not only are you better than humankind, you're better than dragons, too. It's great to be related to someone so wonderful. Oh, wait, are we related? That's enough, Brian, Frank warned. Ever since she and the world discovered that she was a dragon, her dad had steadfastly refused to call her anything but family. Brian had acted that way too until now. She knew her dad was right and that she should try to change the subject, but she couldn't. He had struck a nerve. She spent so much of her time trying to bring dragons and humans closer, and had even put together an airsoft match to start to bridge that divide. And he now gave her shit for it? He wasn't being fair, as she was doing her best. Seriously, Brian, drop it. I came to save you from Shadowstorm's minions. I killed him to make sure he wouldn't come back to hurt you. Humans couldn't have done that. They only tried to kidnap us because of you, he said venomously. So you think I should have left you to die? What are you even mad about right now, Brian? I'm mad that I lost my sister. You used to care about me, about our neighborhood, and about everyone. You don't act that way anymore. Fair enough, I get it. There are no dragons attacking Detroit right now, so you get to unwind with your coworkers or whatever. That's fine, but it doesn't mean crime stopped. A chicken place was shot up the other day, and no one did a thing about it. Some guy's been tossing bricks off one of the bridges onto cars below. 2 people have died as a result of this asshole. And what do dragons do? Nothing. Shit, someone flipped a garbage truck. You don't understand. That's not our jurisdiction. Kristen regretted the words almost as soon as she said them. She couldn't believe she'd actually uttered the same phrase Stonequest had used to get her to stop talking 1,000 times over. It was obvious that the words had had a similar effect on Brian that they usually had on her. His mood went from white-hot anger to ice-cold rage. He clenched his teeth and stared at her. She was about to speak, to apologize or to defend herself, she wasn't entirely sure. But he spoke first. It was almost as if he had waited for her to speak so he could cut her off.
"So, let me get this straight," he said, his voice low and cool, unlike her normally bubbly, good-natured brother. While he'd sometimes had spells like this when he'd get into funks, she hadn't known what to do about it when they were younger, and she didn't know what to do about it now. He seemed so much angrier than usual. She wanted to reach out to him with her aura to calm him, but if he felt her doing that to him, it might push him even further. Instead, she decided to simply try to listen.
"To be clear, humans aren't in your jurisdiction. Is that right?"
She nodded. "Stonequest says that all the time. I guess it sank in and—"
"But you can fly in here in your dragon body, land in the backyard, cruise over the city, go in and out of human airspace, and obey human laws as you see fit. Do those even apply to you, by the way?"
"Not technically," she admitted. "But we're supposed to follow them so we don't—"
"What?"
He cut her off again, his words like razors.
"So you don't make a scene or ruin your reputation?"
Kristen nodded at the truth. "That's how it is now, yeah."
"And you're actually fine with that?"
he demanded. "No, of course not. Dragons have underestimated humans for all of history. I'm trying to change that. That's why I took this job, so I could change dragon culture from the inside. I know it's not happening fast enough, but that's because—" She didn't know what to say. That there were humans who hunted dragons with weapons that could actually level the playing field between the two species? That the dragons wanted to keep it secret? That it was kind of a good thing that dragons viewed humans as pets, or cattle, or servants, rather than as a threat? That open combat between the two species wouldn't be good for anyone?
"Let me guess. It's classified to dragon kind?"
he taunted. "So, who wants dessert?" Their mom pushed herself up from the table and went to retrieve a chocolate cake on the kitchen counter. "No thanks, Mom. I was just leaving." "But Kristen, it's your favorite," Marty said.
"She made it for you, Kristen. Everyone does everything for you."
Brian had never sounded so angry about the prospect of eating chocolate cake.
"Damn it, Brian,"
Frank said. But Kristen didn't hear the rest. She pushed herself up from the table, snatched her coat up, and marched into the front yard. When she looked back through the living room window, she could see directly through the tiny house to the dining room. Brian and her dad were yelling at each other. Her mom threw the chocolate cake in the trash and began to do dishes, her posture and movements angry. What was happening to her family? She wasn't completely certain what had come over Brian, but it sure did seem like it was her fault. The temptation was to transform right there, take to the skies, and forget about all this. But Brian was right. She had already turned herself into an international headline, and yet her parents refused to leave the house where they'd raised their children. The least she could do was not transform directly in front of it. There was no need to reveal the exact whereabouts of her family to the few people who didn't know that she was a dragon. Instead of transforming, she ran and pushed herself faster and faster as she let tears streak down her face. She moved so fast, they couldn't even make it down her cheeks before they were pulled into the wind. Kristen ran for seemingly endless miles, a loss of stamina now a thing of the past. Finally, lost and alone, she transformed in a back alley and became airborne. She knew she should go home and sleep. Tomorrow was a workday. But Brian was right about that, at least. No dragons had threatened the city for some time. It was better to use her abilities to help the regular people whom she had first sworn herself to protect. Her search of the city below revealed nothing. Without Dragon SWAT's system of signal fires and empathic awareness, she was limited to her own senses. And without a police radio, she was deaf to any people who needed help. Eventually, she wheeled in circles high above the incinerator where she'd defeated Shadowstorm. Even it seemed to be going on with its normal activities without her. Her brother was right. A garbage truck had been toppled, and people set about righting it using forklifts and chains they had made themselves. Humans really could solve their own problems if dragons would simply get out of the way. Finally, she went home and slipped into a restless night of sleep. Her dream world was one without dragons. There, her family had a happy life, and Brian thrived when he wasn't forced to live in her shadow. She watched the whole dream from an invisible, ghost-like perspective. When she finally awoke, she wasn't immediately sure if she existed, let alone whether she deserved to. Chapter 32. At the office, Kristen found that there wasn't enough coffee in the world to make her feel better. What made things even worse was that she'd looked forward to this morning. There was nothing as good as her mom's chocolate cake and a cup of coffee. And yet, even thinking about how disastrously dinner had gone filled her stomach with dread. "Are you all right?" Lumos asked as he paused outside her office. It was a human gesture to ask. She knew that he, and probably every other dragon on the floor, knew exactly how she felt due to her aura. Although she tried to control it, thinking about it merely reminded her how different her life was now that she was a dragon, which only made it worse. She looked at him and tried to summon a smile. "Can I ask you a question?" "You just did." "Oh, right, sure." He merely smiled encouragingly and waited for her to continue. It was kind of impressive that a dragon as old as he was could seem so human. But who better to talk to about this than him? "Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but... well, I'm afraid I'm losing touch with my humanity." The old dragon studied her over his mustache for a long moment before he finally said, "What's the question?" That teased a weak laugh from her. "How do you stay focused on what's important? Last night, my brother pointed out that for the last few months, I haven't done anything to really help people. How is that okay?" "You have, though. You stopped those zealots from murdering more dragons than only Windfire." "But isn't that protecting dragonkind?" Lumos stroked his mustache in thought before he sat in the chair opposite her. "You know, that's a good question, one I haven't really thought about for centuries. I suppose I think of it like this. It's not our job to make rules." "You mean dragons? It seems to me like they actually make numerous rules." "No, I'm not talking about dragons. I'm talking about cops. We don't make rules, we enforce them. Our job is to keep the status quo, keep society stable, and keep the streets from descending into chaos so the baker knows he can produce his loaves for everyone who needs them in the morning." "The baker?" Lumos chuckled. "Okay, so maybe I need to update my references. The factory worker?" "Not for much longer," she said when she thought of all the factories that once powered the Motor City. Most of those were gone now. "Okay, then that's a good example. Our job isn't to find new jobs for people. They do that themselves. Our job isn't to stop them from stealing from one another or lying to each other. People do those things, and so do dragons. That's simply how it is." "So what is our job?" "Our job is to... what's the modern expression?" He paused as he considered what he wanted to say, and his expression lit up when he found the expression he was looking for. "Our job is to stop the shit from hitting the fan." Kristen laughed, unable to help herself. "And if there's no shit flying?" "There will be. There always is." "And if our bosses don't recognize it?" "I think they normally do. Sometimes they don't react in the right way or quickly enough, but I think they always notice. Then they tell us to react." "But what if dragons, or cops or whoever, are on the wrong side of it?" "As long as our intention is to stop people from hurting each other, I think we're on the right side of it. There have been some horrible abuses by both human and dragon police over the years. The way your politicians used police during your civil rights movement was awful, but in the end, the leaders did the right thing." "And you think the Dragon Council has a commitment to justice?" she asked. It was a question she'd been afraid to ask every dragon she'd ever met. She was almost afraid to ask now, but there was something about him that put her at ease. Perhaps it was simply his age. He was like a boulder in the way he did little but observe and act as a solid force. I think sometimes they must be reminded that times are changing, Lumos said carefully. But, and maybe this is centuries of police work talking, I don't think trying to stop humans from committing crimes against each other, merely because work is slow, is the way to do that. Kristen sighed. So she was simply supposed to sit there and do nothing? That was worse than anything else. Things will pick up, and when they do, you'll be there. You're on Stonequest's team now. He doesn't exactly sit things out. That's true, she said, and thought back to all the conflicts the dragon leader had involved himself in. Maybe part of being a dragon meant sitting back and letting people work things out for themselves, and only getting involved when absolutely necessary. But how much longer would she have to wait for something to happen? As if in answer to her question, he frowned, tilted his head, and smiled slowly at her. Do you feel that? Feel what? All she could feel was her own miserable aura. Stone has something. He's on his way here, I think. A door at the end of the hallway slammed open with enough force to echo down the hallway. I need Stonequest's team on the roof in 30 seconds. Let's go, dragons. This is not a drill. Pounding footsteps meant that he had followed his own advice and raced to the roof. 30 seconds? That doesn't give us enough time to gear up, she said. Are there weapons on the roof or something? She tried to recall if she'd ever seen anything, but if there were, she hadn't noticed. There will be very soon, Lumos said, and ran down the hallway. She followed, impressed at the dragon's speed despite his age, and took the stairs 2 at a time. Despite that, she still arrived on the roof without being winded. Dragon stamina was awesome. We have an unsanctioned battle happening about 60 miles northwest of here, with collateral damage and the potential loss of human lives in the hundreds. Let's move. We can talk more on the wing. With that scant information, Stonequest transformed into his dragon body. First, he was surrounded by dust. The cloud expanded, and with a gust of wind, it was gone and a dragon stood in its place. In this form, he looked like he was made of marble, off-white with ribbons of green and pink shot through, like his massive body had been cut from a quarry. With a pump of his wings, he took to the air. Don't we need to gear up or something? You're a steel-skinned, fire-breathing beast who's larger and stronger than any land animal on the entire planet. What gear do you think we need to bring? Lumos asked, his voice light, but his point serious. And we'll simply fly there? Do you want to ride in the back of a van? No, never mind. Kristen prepared to transform, but he put a hand on her shoulder. Wait your turn. If we have 2 dragons up here at once, it'll cave the roof in. She nodded, her anticipation now almost at a fever pitch. Heartsbane transformed next. Other than her aura, she had no unusual abilities, so her shift lacked the grandeur of Stonequest's. Her body simply grew scales and wings, her limbs elongated, and a tail sprouted, and that was that. By the time she was airborne, John Emerald Eyes was transforming. The process was the same for him. He went from human to dragon like a rapid-motion version of metamorphosis. Your turn, Lumos told her, and she nodded. Steel shards erupted from her like glitter. They encompassed her and blocked her from the world around her, while her body grew as if an interdimensional force filled a dragon mold with molten steel. A moment later, the steel glitter sucked back into her skin, and she was a dragon. She pumped her wings and took flight. Kristen gained altitude and spun in circles above the streets of Detroit, using the thermal from the concrete to take her higher and higher. She looked down once, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lumos's transformation, but he'd already changed into his golden dragon body. Higher and higher she rose, until she reached the other dragons. As soon as she did, Stonequest headed off with Heartsbane and Emerald behind him. She knew that they were riding his wake. Like geese, they could ride the wind he tweaked, and although she had done it once before, right now she was simply too nervous. While the other dragons all matched pace with each other and flapped their wings in a repeating cascade that started with Stonequest, then to Heartsbane, then Emerald, and finally Lumos, she struggled to keep up. "What's the protocol when we get there?" Kristen asked. She had read the manuals, of course, or tried to anyway, but they were written in language that must have seemed out of date the moment it had been put to paper. There was something about confirming combatants' right to duel, and a ground most proper, and weapons of flame and claw, but she hadn't made any more sense of it than she had the Detroit SWAT training manual. Some things one had to learn by doing.
Heartsbane, stick with Steele. Get her drafting your wake so she'll be fresh when we're there. Answer her questions, too.
Immediately, Heartsbane made her feelings about the order quite clear. Her aura screamed disdain for the rookie, but she obeyed all the same, dropped back, and positioned herself in front of her. The first rule of engagement is to draft. If we show up flapping our wings like a flock of damn sparrows, we won't calm the situation at all. Move to my right and follow my wing beats. Kristen obeyed, despite it being difficult given that the dragon's aura made it quite clear that she would far rather see her crash. Still, she got the hang of it. She found if she focused on following Heartsbane, her wings could more easily do their job. If she tried to focus on flapping, she messed it up. So what do I need to know? Will we secure the perimeter from the air, or what? Will I go in because I have steel skin? Will you do the negotiating because your aura is more powerful? Or will you leave that to Stonequest since he's the boss? She couldn't stop talking. Even when she flew through a tiny swarm of moths and felt a good number of them go down her throat, the questions continued to spew. The first thing you need to do is calm the fuck down, Heartsbane replied, which, of course, didn't help her nerves at all. Unsanctioned battle can mean many different things. We'll assess when we reach the location. So we will land? Can you please shut up for the flight? I won't have any sway on them if all they can feel is how freaking annoyed I am to have to babysit the freaking human-turned-dragon. That effectively stopped the babbled flow of questions. It reminded her where she was in the world right now. Namely, isolated. Too physically dragon to be human, but too emotionally human to be a dragon. It really sucked. She had 1,000 more questions to ask, but she kept them to herself. Her focus shifted to an effort to tell herself that she wouldn't rush in and would follow her boss's lead. The idea was good, but part of her knew that if people were in danger, she wouldn't be able to help herself. Hopefully, Stonequest recognized that this was the nature of the dragon he'd hired. They could see the destruction from miles away. Houses were all but demolished, as if airplanes had been dropped on them and then removed. Between the houses, people ran, drove, and did everything in their power to get away. Kristen could feel their fear, even from the sky. It was a palpable, yellow, sweaty feeling, one that came when people were reduced to their most basic animal instincts. Run, hide, and survive. What did this? She asked, mostly to herself. Heartsbane answered all the same. Dragons, you twit! They soared past the fleeing people, over the abandoned town, and toward a hill in the middle of the town. On the sides were attractive houses, not mansions. There weren't too many of those in Michigan outside Detroit, but nice all the same. A picturesque church stood at the very top of the hill. Now, however, many of the houses burned from holes blasted into them. No doubt the aftermath of dragonfire. The church itself was completely ablaze. As she approached, she saw firefighters at the bottom of the hill, waiting and not rushing in. "Why aren't they helping?" she demanded. "I thought you cared about humans," Heartsbane sneered. "They could get roasted to a crisp if they go in now." Sure enough, another gout of flame erupted from the church, and the blast was enough to finally weaken the steeple. It imploded, and debris pounded into the roof which, already weakened by the fire, collapsed inside the building. A roar came from within before a dragon was hurled from the interior, up and out through the broken roof. Before it could land, it flapped its wings and dove back into the structure, breathing fire with such force that the few windows still intact shattered outward. "Let's stop these assholes!" Kristen yelled to the team. "Not yet," Stonequest said. "Start the circles of warning." "What do you mean, not yet?" She wondered if she'd heard right. "Oh, for fuck's sake, Steele! We can't simply rush in there and break up a duel. That's against the Dragon Code of Engagement." Heartsbane scoffed like it was supposed to be common knowledge. "I thought this was unsanctioned combat," she protested, and followed her to join the other dragons, circling around the church like a flock of vultures waiting for an animal to finally die. "They shouldn't be fighting here," Lumos yelled from the opposite side of the wheeling pattern the 5 members of Dragon SWAT now maintained. "But if we interfere without giving them the circles of warning, we've essentially joined the battle." Kristen couldn't believe this. They would simply let the dragons spew destruction and wreak havoc on the landscape below? It was a small blessing that the humans had escaped. She didn't sense any of their auras. But what would they come back to? Many of their homes had already burned, and now their place of worship would be reduced to rubble. Below, a dragon's tail pounded through one of the walls, which then fell on top of it. The rubble slowed it, and the other one, a coppery-toned slender dragon, used this opportunity to attack the larger red dragon. It slunk in, moving fast like a skink, and caught hold of its adversary's throat. With a violent gesture, it yanked its foe's head back with such force that she thought the other dragon was about to be decapitated. Instead, the red dragon pumped its wings and avoided losing its head as it soared across the church-turned battleground. The copper dragon still held it by the neck and controlled its trajectory, and the red dragon careened into the altar at the center of the church. "We have to go in there!" Kristen roared in frustration. 3 walls still remained, but not much else. If they didn't step in now, nothing would be left standing. "One more circuit," Stonequest said, and sounded as calm as Drew did on a stakeout. She didn't know if she could do it. How was she supposed to fly in lazy circles while the center of these people's community was destroyed? Then there were the burning houses. Every minute these dragons battled was another minute the firefighters wouldn't go in. Already, a few of the houses had collapsed in the flames, and the fires hadn't stopped burning. Orders be damned. These dragons had to be stopped. She broke rank, veered toward the center of the circle they'd maintained, and dived toward the church. As soon as she broke rank, John Emerald did too. Oh, thank God! It was a relief that she wasn't the only person on the team horrified at the violence these dragons were allowed to inflict on this town and its place of worship because of protocol. But he didn't swoop down toward the church. Instead, he swerved in front of her, twisted his body, and clawed at her. She flapped her wings to slow her descent and avoid a collision with him. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Making you follow orders. If you go in there now, these people might not get a damn thing." "They've already lost so much!" she screamed and tried to sneak around him, but he was too experienced. She wasn't nearly as comfortable in flight as the other dragons. He was far more maneuverable and could take risks that she wouldn't dare to attempt. As much as she wanted to help the people of this town, she didn't simply want to tuck her wings and plummet. She might demolish another house or destroy one of the church's remaining walls. "If you interfere now, they get nothing back," Emerald said. Horrified, Kristen could only stare beyond his green wings as the copper dragon pounced on its adversary. The red dragon, larger and seemingly more powerful, caught it on its back legs and hurled it away and into the front wall of the church. The masonry literally disintegrated when the huge body bulldozed through it. Still, the 2 combatants continued to fight. The red dragon glanced at the dragons above them and raced back into the burning wreckage. "All right, 3 loops," Stonequest said. "Steel, you follow our lead if you care about the people of this community." "If I care?" she shouted indignantly. "This is not the time," Lumos said as he swooped past her. Heartsbane also descended, and once the 3 had landed, Emerald finally allowed her past. She settled behind the other 3 dragons, the green dragon at her heels. The 5 of them stood on the front steps of the destroyed church, front row seats to the senseless destruction of a holy place. By now, there was nothing left, save 2 walls. She stared as the crucifix on the back of the church, already on fire, fell from the wall to join the devastation. It was a vision of hell on earth. The combatants didn't notice any of it. Instead, the red dragon pounced on its opponent. The copper dragon, unable to escape, thrashed with its tail and scattered smoldering wreckage as easily as a child could kick over a sandcastle. "This is Dragon SWAT. I am Agent Stonequest. We have completed the circles of warning and allowed each of you an honorable end to this duel. Now, in accordance with the will of the Dragon Council, you must cease this battle or face the intervention of this team of enforcement officials. Furthermore, any failure to comply will force the Dragon Council to seize your fortunes without trial and without regard to the outcome of this duel." Kristen couldn't believe that he went through this entire speech while the dragons continued to brawl. Humans were read their rights too, of course. but after they were apprehended. The dragons, who had both scuffled as he spoke, finally stopped when he spoke about seizing their fortunes.
"For the record, I won,"
the red dragon said. His claw rested on the other's chest, who was sprawled on his back. He spoke like a lord from a British drama, and was the first dragon she had encountered whose voice sounded as self-interested as most dragons behaved.
"Sheep's guts, you did,"
the copper dragon replied, in an accent that she couldn't place beyond being somewhere in Eastern Europe. He slipped out of his rival's talons, rolled over, and whipped the other dragon across the chest with his tail. The copper one was smaller. Kristen didn't know how to express the size of dragons, as they were so large. It was perhaps the size of 4 horses end to end, instead of the red dragon's 5. But that didn't seem to affect the ferocity of his strike at all. His adversary replied in kind, and lunged once more at him.
"The success and veracity of your duel will be determined in front of a tribunal. Please step away from the human structure. If you attack us, the rules of duel will not apply. The 5 of us are allowed to use lethal force to subdue you if we must,"
Stonequest said, and sounded like a cop running through a script, despite actually telling these dragons he might kill them. The combatants tussled through the entire speech, but once he stopped speaking, they ceased as well. Kristen thought back to the airsoft battle between human and dragon SWAT. In that battle, Stonequest had stopped fighting because Jim had offered his hand to shake. At the time, she had thought it absurd that he'd fallen for such an obvious distraction. Now, after seeing the other 2 dragons stop fighting after his little speech, she thought that maybe it did make sense. Dragons were beings of immense power, and one of the ways they navigated this was with an overemphasis on manners. They were politicians, every one of them, and politicians weren't supposed to brawl.
"Come this way at human speed,"
Heartsbane ordered. The dragons complied and approached the SWAT team. Their massive claws shattered what was left of the blackened pews into nothing more than chunks of coal. Chapter 33. To say the dragons stepped from the church would sell short the damage done to the structure. There was no longer a door to step through, let alone the wall that framed the entry. All that remained of the church was 2 walls, the back and the right if one faced the altar. In a span of minutes, the combatants had reduced the structure to burnt ruins. Even the hill itself was scarred. Huge gashes rent the ground where the dragons had hurled one another's spiny bodies across the lawn. Many oak trees had stood in front of the church not an hour before. Now they were charred stumps. The heat from the dragon's flame was no doubt enough to have killed even the roots. In short, Kristen didn't see how people could ever return there. A place of worship and community had become a scorched reminder of mankind's fragile existence in the world. The dragons emerged from the wreckage and came to stand in front of Stonequest. Both of them flicked their tails like cats annoyed at being pulled away from wounded birds. She had a sudden urge to neuter them.
"Surrender yourselves now,"
the dragon leader said. The 2 looked at each other, then back at him.
"And if we don't?"
the red one asked. In response, he blasted the earth in front of them with a stream of flame so potent it ripped the sidewalk that led to the church apart and instantly turned the nearby grass to ash.
"You are more than welcome to fight the 5 of us. In fact, if you choose to do so, and somehow win, the Dragon Council won't hold you responsible for any further damages."
Kristen was appalled that Stonequest even allowed them to consider this. If 2 fighting dragons had caused this much damage, surely a battle between 7 would destroy the entire town, if not the state. It was an unthinkable, terrifying thought. "Stonequest," she said in response to the inner prompting to voice her complaint. That was why he had brought her on the team anyway, right? To be a voice for humans. A hasty jab from Heartsbane's tail told her to shut up. She intended to say something anyway, but in the next moment, the 2 dragons transformed into their human forms. It appeared Stonequest's bluff had worked. If that was what it was. She dearly hoped that was the case.
"He started it,"
the red dragon said. In his human form, he was a rather tall and thin man covered in freckles. His British accent wasn't quite as strong, although he sounded as imperiously whiny as before.
"I did no such thing,"
the copper dragon responded. He was shorter, with coppery skin, almost the same color as his scales had been, and slicked-back black hair. She was surprised to find that his accent was almost non-existent in his human form. Stonequest took out a notepad. "Start at the beginning, Lord Rubicon." The man bowed as if they were meeting at a dinner party instead of a place of wanton destruction. "I was courting the most beautiful dragon. She was enchanting, truly enchanting, with subtle power and a timeless beauty rarely seen." "She was an ancient, then?" Stonequest asked. "Possibly. It's no longer politic to ask about a dragon's age, you know. A crossover from human culture, to be sure." "All right. What happened then?" the SWAT leader prompted. "We were talking, having a grand time, when this barbarian interrupted our evening," Rubicon exclaimed. "That's a load of ash, and you know it. She was bored to death with you and practically begged me with her eyes to come over," the other dragon said. "And you are?" Stonequest asked. "Lord Copperstrike," he replied with a bow and a flourish of his wrist. "And I can tell you all about this woman. He had her cornered, so I went over to help her, right? Well, Rubicon wouldn't let her go, so I challenged him to a duel for honor and all that." "Nonsense. You threw a drink in my face, took her by the hand, and ran from the tavern." "For starters, they're called bars in this country, not taverns. And that's not how I remember it at all. You don't remember it, or you don't want to remember it." Kristen could feel their auras begin to froth again. She was in dragon form, while they were simply humans, but she couldn't let another fight break out. Without thought, she turned to Steel and took a step forward. Again, Heartsbane switched her with her tail. "We can't let them destroy this town," she protested. "Which means we shouldn't attack them in dragon form," Heartsbane said. Lumos, to Kristen's surprise, transformed into his human form and approached the two dragons, a set of heavy manacles in each hand. "It sounds like we can chalk this up to the stupidity of youth, huh?" he said as he strode forward. "That won't be necessary, sir," Rubicon said. Copperstrike held his wrists out and let Lumos shackle them. "Now it would be 1 on 5, Rubicon. Do you really want to test those odds?" Stonequest asked. The troublemaker grumbled and stuck his wrists out petulantly for Lumos to shackle them. He wilted visibly when they locked decisively. "Emerald, check for casualties and catch up with us. Lumos, you'll transport the prisoners. Heartsbane, you're on guard duty. If these two try anything, feel free to show them some of the things we've learned about the human form." "Give me a second to prepare them for transport, sir, and I'll be ready," Lumos said. Stonequest nodded. Emerald took flight and soared to the town below. He landed amongst the wreckage of the town, transformed into human form, and was soon lost amongst the buildings. "I don't understand," Kristen whispered to Heartsbane as Lumos fiddled with the manacles. "What good will those do against dragons? Can't they simply transform and break them?" "Oh, wow. I never thought of that. Hey, Stonequest, Steel pointed out that these dragons could transform and break the manacles." The sarcasm in her voice rivaled Brian's. "We came willingly. There's no reason to rub it in," Rubicon snapped huffily. Kristen looked from the human-shaped dragons to Stonequest, who chuckled, then at Heartsbane. "What? What did I say?" "They're magic manacles, obviously," Heartsbane snorted. "Sometimes I forget how goddamn annoying it is that you didn't spend any time in the paper dungeon. You still don't know a damn thing about dragon culture. So if they are wearing them, they can't transform?" She was reluctant to ask, but needed to clarify exactly what it meant. "Yeah, you got it. I guess your brain is made of metal too, then." She took a deep breath. Being in her dragon form meant it was deep in a way human lungs could never be, and tried to calm her nerves. "I merely didn't know that kind of technology existed, is all. The information would have been useful in the case with Windfire." "We don't discuss open cases in front of criminals, Steel," Stonequest snapped. "And now you know why we didn't tell you, rookie," Heartsbane said. "It's not the kind of information we want the whole of the human race to know about. And since spreading the news about whatever you damn well please is basically your M.O., it wouldn't have been too smart to tell you before we needed to." Her reply remained unspoken, not because she didn't want to, but because Lumos transformed into a dragon. He pumped his wings and elevated, then picked up each of the dragons by the chain connecting their manacles. "Isn't that cruel?" she asked. It had been a long flight, and these men would dangle by their wrists the entire way. "Damn it, Steel! Can you pick a side? First, you want to barrel in there and bust some heads. Then you don't want to fight them when StoneQuest gave them the option of innocence by duel. And now you're concerned about what? Their shoulders getting hurt? They're fucking dragons, remember? This won't so much as make them sore the next morning." "It had better not!" Copperstrike shouted from above. "And now you've made our team seem ununified in front of a threat. That's amateur shit right there." "I'm only trying to understand." "Yeah, the thing is, I don't care. I've never cared about humans, and yet somehow I've found a dragon I care for even less." Kristen didn't have to ask who she was talking about. She simply sighed as Heartsbane took to the air, followed by StoneQuest. It was exhilarating and amazing to flex these new powers and to learn more about what she was and what she could do. But damn, there were times when she really, really missed being a regular human. She took flight as well and caught up to Heartsbane and Lumos, who flew in companionable silence, then pushed ahead so she could be next to StoneQuest. "What will happen to them?" she asked. "Probably not much," he said, and glanced at the two prisoners who, true to Heartsbane's word, seemed to be doing fine. "They'll be fined for damages, definitely. Given the conflicting nature of their testimony, it will probably end up being a 50-50 split. But that's for the courts to decide, not us. If this woman they were allegedly fighting over turns up, she might be able to serve as a witness." "But there had to be dozens of witnesses in the bar," she protested. "Sure, human witnesses. Those don't count for much in a dragon court of law." "So humans don't matter?" "No, of course humans matter. If any humans died, there will be fees associated with that as well. Part of those will go to the accountants, whose job it is to pay out to the humans as well. We try to ensure that the people who are most affected get the largest slice of the pie." "A slice of the pie? This is their lives we're talking about!" Kristen was aghast. It's bad enough to think about destroying a church and repaying the damage to a community by letting these monsters go free with nothing but a fine, but to let them go if they killed people? It's not like we're talking about tiny amounts of money here. If a family loses more than one member, they can be set for life if they play their cards right. Things would be different if this was a dragon's territory, but it's not, so the courts will do their best to patch this up. There's no way this can be patched up. We don't encourage this behavior. The Dragon Council recognizes that humans are entitled to certain rights, and that by infringing on those rights, it destabilizes dragon culture by affecting business and land claims, stuff like that. We all know it's bad for business, and if it happened too often, it might make the humans rise up again. But that's why the courts are there, to try to fix this as best we can. But these are their lives. She simply couldn't understand how he could be so callous. The worst part about it was that he was one of the dragons who actually seemed to care about people. Yes, and I hope no one died. But the buildings are merely buildings. It was a church. At least it wasn't Sunday, right? That, of course, was not her point at all. Look, I understand that you feel things aren't quite equitable, and you're right, but humans and dragons are fundamentally different. Humans recognize this with the other species. You eradicate termites, which is your right, and you protect the whales, and dragons respect you for that. But you have to understand that there are a different set of laws because humans and dragons are different. But I thought that even though they were different, they were still just. Human laws are for human justice, and dragons' laws are for dragon justice, StoneQuest quipped in response. When I joined SWAT, I expected to be part of bringing criminal dragons to justice, not asking for murderers to pay fines. Alleged murderers, he said. Oh, how she hated him in that moment. Look, I know that our system is imperfect. We need more officers and smaller districts. We could have prevented far more damage if we had got here sooner. But not all dragons want to serve. That's a people problem, too. Was this really what Dragon SWAT was reduced to? It was supposed to be the most elite security team in the region, and quite possibly the entire continent. And he complained about broken systems and doing the best he could because he didn't have other people to do his job for him? It wasn't enough for her, not even close. She wanted to bring justice from the dragon world to humankind, not deceive people into thinking that justice existed in the first place. These thoughts raced through her head for the duration of the long flight back to the Motor City. She thought of Brian and how he'd accused her of losing her humanity. If she was becoming less human, it must mean she was becoming more dragon. Only now, she wasn't sure that was something she wanted at all. Chapter 34. Kristen could barely hold herself together for the rest of the workday. She understood that criminals had rights and believed that they should be treated with respect, in theory, but she felt that Dragon SWAT took it too far with Rubicon and Copperstrike. Everyone they passed greeted them with a "my lord." Even worse, any mages they encountered in the hallways as they processed the alleged criminal and took them to their cells bowed and supplicated themselves to an excruciating degree. By the time they'd actually filed their paperwork in the paper dungeon and taken the two dragons to holding cells, surprisingly plush accommodations, Dragon SWAT seemed downright friendly with the brawlers. Heartsbane didn't seem to care at all that they'd burned a church to the ground, and even Lumos treated them genially enough. He seemed especially adept at putting the two dragons at ease. She told herself that he was playing the role of the proverbial good cop, but no one really played bad cop, so it lost its relevance. Even when Emerald returned and told StoneQuest that their brawl had killed 22 people, no one really dropped the act. The SWAT leader frowned at the death toll and talked a tough game about fines and fees and how the dragons would need to pay before they could be released. But in the end, he never made any threats about holding them for any length of time. The dragons looked annoyed to be fined millions of dollars, but even the amounts they were quoted seemed low to her. Plus, their lack of reaction proved that although they didn't want to, they could afford to pay the fines. Both seemed confident that they'd be free before too long. The system seemed even more corrupt to her when, by the time she was ready to leave at the end of the day, Rubicon had already been processed and released. Apparently, he'd recently bought a mansion and surrounding estate outside one of the major cities in the Midwest, and had offered it to the Dragon Council in exchange for the damage caused to the town and the loss of human lives. They had accepted, and that was that. StoneQuest said that if the money made selling the property didn't quite cover the damages, the Dragon Council would help. But that didn't seem like justice to her at all. It appeared that Copperstrike would be freed in the morning. He apparently owned a rather substantial silver mine in Kazakhstan. All he needed was for one of his agents there to deliver the appropriate amount of silver into an account the Dragon Council maintained for this purpose. Because of the time zone difference, he would most likely have to stay overnight. But given that the beds in the cells looked plusher than the ones in her apartment, she didn't exactly feel bad for the guy. Kristen could hardly take it. These dragons were murderers of 22 people. And they would walk out of there like they'd done nothing more than make a generous charitable contribution. It was an egregious abuse of power, and to her, another example to prove that although humans and dragons shared a planet, they lived in different worlds. When StoneQuest mentioned to her that they'd be stuck in the office for the rest of the shift, and that if she wanted to leave an hour early, she could, she jumped at the opportunity. In reality, she had no idea how she would have lasted another hour. So it was with rage and relief that she walked to the roof, transformed into her dragon body, and left. A glance at the office clock had told her that it was almost quitting time at Human SWAT, so she headed over there. Her dad might have been a good ear, but she didn't want to see her brother again so soon. He'd been so angry the last time she'd seen him. She didn't want to set him off again if he was still upset, and she hadn't done a very good job of calming him. It would be better to see her old team. At least the only risk they posed was excessive trash-talking. She landed about a block away from her old Detroit SWAT office, transformed into her human shape, and walked the rest of the way toward the building. When she was almost there, she was greeted with, "Incoming!" yelled at the top of Keith's lungs. "What's up, rookie?" she called in response, and wrapped him in a big hug. That was another thing dragons didn't do. Hug, smile, or show any trace of warmth, unless they had a reason to. Keith was in front of a building filled with cops. Not regular cops, but a group of SWAT officers. And he hugged her like it was nothing extraordinary.
"How long you been on Dragon SWAT?"
he asked. "I'm not sure. A few months?"
"It sounds like you're the rookie to me."
"You'll always be the rookie, Keith. You have this deer-in-the-headlights look about you." He raised an eyebrow.
"Says the woman walking down the street to her old office all alone, making everyone on the street depressed and pissed."
She cursed silently. "Sorry, I can get that under control." She tried to reel her aura in, a little irritated that she'd let it get out of hand. Its power had definitely increased, and in general, she was able to control it better, when she remembered to. But she still didn't always think about it, or the need to manage it constantly the way the other dragons seemed to. Still, now that Keith had pointed it out, she was able to will it to start to subside with only a few deep breaths. The rookie chuckled.
"It's cool. I kind of want to punch someone in the face, but I can more or less tell when it's your aura doing that now, you know? It's weird, but cool. I don't think I'd be able to tell at all if I hadn't spent time with you, but I guess being friends with a dragon has its perks."
Hernandez burst from the door to the SWAT building behind Keith.
"Steel Dragon!"
she shouted like she was announcing a wrestler coming into the ring.
"What the fuck brings you to this shitty neighborhood?"
Before she could answer, the woman stuck her head inside the building and hollered,
"Red's back!"
"Hey, Hernandez," she said in greeting.
"Sorry, it's steel now, huh? I guess the color of your hair's not really a big deal compared to fancy dragon powers."
The demolitions expert took a step back and almost flinched.
"Shit, Kristen, that pissed-off shit is you, huh?"
"Yeah, sorry. I was trying to get it under wraps."
"It's cool. It's less than what it was,"
her old teammate said in a rare moment of kindness.
"That's because she's happy to see me,"
Keith said. Hernandez threw an arm around his shoulder and planted a kiss on his cheek.
"Well, aren't we all, rookie? You know, technically, Jim has been on the force for less time than—" "Kristen!"
Butters burst from the building and enveloped her in a massive hug.
"If you crush me any harder, I'll have to turn to steel to save myself from having my ribs cracked," she wheezed. "Bring it. I need the workout. Plus, can't your dragon powers heal a couple of cracked ribs?"
he asked as he put her down and smiled.
"What you doing around here? Are you up for a night of slumming?"
"That's what I wondered," Hernandez said. "What? Did you get sick of people treating your bitch ass with respect?" She grinned and dared her to rise to the insult. Kristen merely laughed weakly. The other woman frowned. "Oh, shit. What's wrong?" "I'll tell you guys over drinks. The first round is on me. Are Drew, Jim, and Beanpole off too?"
"They're finishing up some paperwork, but I'll text them and they can meet us there,"
Keith said, and dug in his pocket for his phone. "Okay, cool. I wouldn't want to only buy drinks for the members of SWAT I never liked." Hernandez laughed hard at that. Butters put on a fake dopey frown and feigned being insulted. It was a nice moment, one in which to forget all the bullshit of her job and the awkward place between two societies where she would spend the foreseeable future. They walked to the bar, and Keith chattered about how many views the video of SWAT in airsoft combat had received. Apparently, he had told the kid manning the cameras to post it online, and it was doing very well. She wasn't surprised. The Steel Dragon was an internet sensation. They reached the bar, ordered a few pitchers of beer, and made small talk for another few minutes. Kristen reveled in it all. Butters' insistence that the wings weren't really that great, even as he virtually inhaled them by the fistful, Hernandez's constant, unending shit-talking, and Keith's bubbling enthusiasm that would forever make him seem as green a cop as he could be. When Drew, Jim, and Beanpole arrived, they greeted her with the same self-effacing humor.
"Oh shit! Lady Steele has come to inflict her will upon her loyal subjects,"
Jim said in a horrible attempt at a British accent, and dropped to one knee.
"I hope I can drink a beer before you enlist us to hunt another dragon,"
Drew said, but he didn't reach for one until she poured it for him. He was always a cop first and a human second, and, given their history, He probably thought that the chances of them hunting another dragon on their off time were actually fairly good.
"Hi, Kristen," Beanpole said.
He still seemed shy with her, but he was shy with everyone, really. But you didn't necessarily need people skills to be a good cop, especially if your go-to role was as a lookout who didn't let anyone get past him.
"So?"
Jim turned to her and raised an eyebrow after everyone had talked shit for a few minutes about Captain Hansen and her obsession with filing forms in a timely manner. In that moment, she could feel tension, as if her old team had an aura of their own. She supposed she could feel their emotional state with her new powers. It was an odd realization. Still, tense or not, she filled them in on the bare outline of their earlier call-out. She used the opportunity to tell them about the trials and tribulations of her own job, hoping she could bitch and moan about work with the rest of them. But it didn't work. As soon as she mentioned that 2 dragons had been fighting, Keith told everyone to shut the hell up so he could hear her talk about the battle. "It wasn't a battle for Dragon SWAT," she explained. "They surrendered like rich assholes always do."
"Man, I wanted to hear how a steel dragon fares against your garden variety fire breather," the rookie said.
She made a mental note never to share such details with him. He'd probably post it all online. He and Hernandez started an argument about how the dragon powers they'd seen might stack up, and everyone else ignored them.
"It's still great that you went out on your first real bust,"
Drew said, a proud cop.
"Yeah, I guess," Kristen muttered.
"Wait a minute. Spill it. Why are you disappointed to apprehend these 2 dragons?"
Jim asked. The side conversations at the table stopped, and Kristen sighed. She supposed this was what she wanted, but she didn't even want to think about it and risk getting pissed at the whole situation again. After a moment's hesitation, she took a sip of her beer and told them about the battle. She mentioned the burning homes and the firefighters too frightened of the dragons to stop the flames. They winced when she described the church that the dragons had demolished like it was nothing but a sandcastle on the beach. She mentioned the land they'd burned and the ancient oaks they'd incinerated. No one interrupted, even when she described the plush accommodation where the dragons had waited for their cases to be finalized. She added that one dragon had already walked free, and the other likely would in the morning. Finally, she told them about the 22 people who'd died, and how each victim would be given a price tag that would be paid, and that would be the limit of their justice. And after that kind of massive destruction, all they'll have to do is pay fines.
"For human lives?"
Jim asked. He sounded even more furious than she felt. She nodded.
"How much are we talking here?"
Hernandez asked.
"That's a bullshit question,"
the Wonder Kid protested. "I don't know," Kristen snapped, and her aura flared alongside the words before she hauled it back under control. "I know they will have to pay tens of millions, although I don't know how much the final amount is. But that is supposed to cover the houses, too, and the church, which I don't see how they could even rebuild."
"$1 million is a good life insurance payout,"
Beanpole said. All eyes fell on the normally quiet lookout.
"I know it doesn't make it okay, but at the same time, I'm glad they get something." "No, fuck that attitude, Beanpole. These people didn't die in a car crash or a goddamn tornado. They were killed."
Jim scowled. Kristen wasn't surprised to see that this was his reaction. He'd held a grudge against dragonkind for a long time, and she was the only reason he tolerated them at all.
"Yes, Jim, you're right. But at the same time," Drew began. "Oh, come on, Drew. Don't fucking start with your devil's advocate bullshit," the Wonder Kid protested.
The team leader held up a hand for him to listen.
"No, I don't excuse them, and obviously you can't put a price on a human life. But listen to me for a second. I've seen plenty of shitty, stupid murders like drive-by shootings that killed old people making dinner, car accidents where the drivers turned guns on each other, and shit. I once saw a man who'd been shot in the gut simply because he was in a convenience store when a stooge tried to steal scratch-offs. Scratch-offs! There can't be a more pathetic, shitty reason to die than that. So people killing each other means dragons can kill us and get off scot-free?"
Jim's tone was almost a snarl and sounded as ferocious as any dragon.
"No, Jim. Would you put that shit on the back burner for a goddamn minute?" Drew said.
The other man scowled and reached for a beer, but at least he stopped talking.
"I'm only saying, I've seen many killers get off without paying their due.
money or time-wise. The team leader sounded world-weary. Man, this one time, a rich guy drove his car into a house where homeless folk were squatting a while back and got off with a charge for property damage because the woman he killed didn't die until a few days after the collision. His lawyer was able to convince the jury that her bruised ribs and fucking ruptured lung were from smoking meth, not being hit by a car. That asshole didn't pay more than $10,000, and that was to the owner of the fucking derelict property. And he sure as shit didn't serve any time in prison. But simply because there's human-on-human injustice doesn't mean... For Christ's sake, Jim, let me finish, Drew said. The Wonder Kid slammed his hands on the table, stood, and stormed away. Drew continued calmly. All I'm saying is that humans escape justice sometimes, too. You don't know if this was a one-time kind of thing or what. Maybe most dragons can't pay damages. So the rich should be treated differently than the rest of us? Kristen asked pointedly. Hernandez laughed. That's reality. Like, are you fucking serious right now, Lady Steele? Rich folks in this country have health insurance, good neighborhoods. Shit, they have roofs that don't leak. We live in Michigan. Have you ever heard of Flint? Do you think that town would have water problems if the rich gave a shit about it? It sounds like these dragons were richer still. Yeah, I guess, she said, not liking the fact that these cops were making excuses. Justice isn't perfect, Drew said matter-of-factly. Sometimes the bad guys get away, but that doesn't make catching them any less important. And think about what could have happened if you hadn't been there. The whole town might have been nothing but a smoking crater. I guess, Kristen said again, still petulantly. Come on, Steele, Hernandez said. You never saw this shit happen before? I guess you weren't really with us that long. Which is why we should call her Rookie, not me, Keith interjected. Everyone laughed and began to yell over each other why that wouldn't happen. He simply had a rookie face. She already had a way cooler nickname. Calling a dragon a rookie was like asking to be set on fire. All right, but listen, Hernandez said once everyone had calmed. You want to talk about injustice? Let's talk about injustice. I was once called in for a bomb threat and disarmed this whole mess of C4. I'm talking blocks and blocks worth of it, only to learn that the detonator switch wouldn't have actually worked. The dumbass kid who put it together didn't know what the fuck he was doing. And guess what the dude's lawyer harped on in court? Do you know what it feels like to give testimony under oath that helps get a guilty man off? I told them the bomb couldn't have gone off, because that was the truth and I was under oath. So the lawyer convinced the jury to let him go on account of it wasn't really a death threat. How's that for bullshit? I'm from the South, Butters added, which means injustice isn't about money, but race. I was once on a case where 5 white boys on the college football team beat the shit out of a black wide receiver from their own damn team because he dropped a pass. They all got off because one of their parents was on the city council. He laughed bitterly. City councils don't have any fucking power. We all know that. And yet it was enough to let this guy and all his friends walk. I'm sure all of us have seen justice go unserved, Beanpole said sagely. Except Keith, since he's a rookie. Everyone laughed, but not as uproariously as before. Failed justice wasn't something that made anyone feel good. It's merely part of being a cop, Drew added. As much as I hate to say it, that's the truth. We don't catch 'em all, you know that. But even some of the ones we do catch get away with it. It's fucking crazy to think about, considering how many people we have in prison in this country, Hernandez commented. Yeah, but that's drug laws plus private prisons, Jim said as he returned to the table, ready to argue. Drew held up a hand to stop the tangent. It sounds like justice going unserved is something that happens to dragons, too. Yes, it's disgusting, absolutely disgusting, that these 2 dragons went free. But at least they paid something. Plus, now the Steel Dragon knows their faces, and we all know she don't give a shit about legal procedures, Keith interjected. That drew a ripple of laughter again. The rookie has a point there, Butters said. How many more times are you going to make us circumvent justice? Not that I have a problem with being a dragon hunter, but shit, if it's $1 million a pop to kill a human,
I don't think there's any way I can afford to pay what it costs to eliminate one of them flying dinosaurs. Even Jim smiled at that. Can you imagine them trying to target us with what happened to Shadowstorm? Like if they wanted us to pay that shit off. I can totally see StoneQuest in my shitty apartment with my framed posters instead of oil paintings, and my TV with its broken speaker. I bet I couldn't pay for the damage done to one of Shadowstorm's nuts, let alone the whole damn lizard. Do you need a new TV? Keith asked. Why not rob a pawn shop? Drew just said you might be able to get off with nothing but a slap on the wrist.
Kristen shook her head. Her friends were ridiculous. While an outsider might see these jokes as tasteless or callous, she knew the truth of the matter. This was one of the few ways to deal with the horrors police officers saw. As shitty as it was, there were still stigmas attached to seeking mental health treatment, and even with proper treatment and counseling, cops needed to build relationships as much as any other profession. It was simply a little different when they joked about their work than it was when people who worked at a zoo or whatever were unwinding. Dark humor was cathartic, far more so than silently enduring the injustice they all witnessed every day. Plus, controversial jokes or not, it made her feel better. As her old team worked through the pictures she'd bought them and ordered more, she felt the pressure that she'd carried start to lift. She'd missed them, their human problems and human jokes, and their focus on today and tomorrow and on their lives, and not much beyond that. It was a perspective that dragons didn't appreciate, and it was what she wanted to bring to the group that essentially ruled the world, even if it was through the back channels. They all left a few hours later. The humans shared a cab, and she took flight after her friends had ribbed her unmercifully about flying drunk. They didn't know she could use her healing powers to burn the alcohol off almost effortlessly. As a result, it wasn't a drunk Kristen who flew home, but a contented one. She knew she wouldn't be able to handle every issue that came her way with perfectly delivered justice, but at least she could try. That made her feel a little more ready to face whatever Dragon SWAT had for her the next day. Chapter 35. Obscura was at a loss as to what to think about Kristen Hall, the steel dragon, and the woman who'd killed her son. She watched her now from across the tavern. Humans called it a bar these days, seated with a group of human law enforcers. They appeared to be friends, and it was an extremely odd thing for a dragon to do, to be sure. The old dragon was in her human form, and, being a master of her aura, she was hidden effectively from the other dragon, despite being only a few tables away. All in all, she still didn't know what to think. Part of her was cautious. After all, this was the dragon who had killed her son, and for all Sebastian's shortcomings, he was still powerful in his own right. He had possessed powers of shadow. Like his mother, he could use the gaseous matter that appeared when he transformed to move from shadow to shadow. In addition, he had also possessed a little of his father's ability, although he'd never mastered it like the old dragon had. Shadowstorm's ability to control the weather hadn't gone much beyond starting storms and causing lightning strikes, but this was still beyond the power levels of most dragons. And yet, Kristen had killed him. She'd fought him to a standstill and collapsed a garbage incinerator on him. It was a humiliating way to defeat a dragon with blood as ancient and powerful as Sebastian's had been. Because of this, Obscura knew better than to underestimate her quarry. She knew she was dangerous, powerful, and committed to her causes. But she was also infuriatingly close to humankind. In theory, she thought she could understand. Kristen, even the name wasn't worthy of a dragon of her power, had been raised by humans. Instead of a creche, she'd had a crib. She'd never been heated by the flames of a parent and fed meat, and had been fed milk like a suckling pig or a side of veal. Rather than learn about dragon culture in schools and on the practice combat ground, she'd learned about it from the outside. Fortunately, the Dragon Council, pack of fools that it was, still believed in maintaining a veneer for the humans. Much of their culture was hidden and would remain so. This explained why the Steel Dragon hadn't understood dragon culture, but Obscura had trouble understanding why she didn't embrace it now. She had been raised by an inferior species. This much she could understand. But how could she still spend time with them now that she knew what she was? The old dragon could hide her disgust effortlessly while she watched. She could even engage in a conversation with a man who'd joined her at the table, no doubt thinking her to be a human woman in the latter part of her second decade, so as to further hide her intent. But she couldn't look into the woman's mind and see what she appreciated in these hairless apes. They grew louder and louder as they drank more and more beer. Obscura appreciated the effects of alcohol, but she was a dragon. If she got too drunk, she could simply burn off the offending toxins and regain control of herself once more. Humans had no such ability, and yet they drank the poison all the same. They debilitated themselves deliberately with no remedy to fix their simple biology other than time and sleep. It was odd, to be sure, but not why she was ultimately there. She focused on Kristen and listened to the woman's conversation while the young man across from her tried to ply her with drinks and poorly crafted innuendos. No matter what the steel dragon said to these humans, Obscura didn't understand why she valued them. After a while, though, she realized she was going about this all wrong. She didn't need to understand the woman and her fascination with the lesser species to move against her. It was obvious that she had a weak spot for these soft, squishy, and, oh, so vulnerable humans. The thought was hilarious, actually, given that the steel dragon could literally turn her body to metal. Her powers made her invulnerable in a way most dragons simply weren't. A well-aimed slice of the old dragon's tail could decapitate any dragon, but not this one. She could have been a queen if she so desired. But instead, she spent time with humans. It was like she asked to have them used against her. If Kristen had been raised by dragons, she would have seen this as the weakness it was. Dragons were taught from a young age not to get too attached to humans or risk them being used against them. In the old days, before telegraph wires, then radio waves, and now the internet tied everything together, it had been an easy way to undermine benevolent dragons. They'd sit in their castle, lord over the holdings, and teach the peasants how to think and to live with decency and respect for each other. All traits that humans didn't naturally possess in Obscura's opinion, in exchange for the humans providing food and comforts for their lord. It was almost too easy for another dragon to obliterate these city-states. One simply flew in, incinerated everything, and waited for the dragon to emerge from the stronghold and fly into the trap. She didn't want to burn the city down, of course. Well, she did, but she wouldn't, as she understood the dangers of the media and of cell phones, too. Now, every human had a camera in their pocket that they could use to instantly share with the world around them. And there in Detroit, almost everyone was already ready to record anything that happened to the Steel Dragon. Obscura had even watched a video of Kristen and Dragon SWAT face a team of humans. Better yet, she'd seen what strategies worked against her. It was a simple matter to take her own phone out and pretend to put the man's number in it, while actually taking photos of the humans Kristen was with. The faces matched those of the people she'd seen try to hunt the dragon in the video she'd watched. She could tell them apart fairly easily. The demolitions expert, the sniper, and the one who worshipped the young dragon and had posted the video online. Two of the others looked more capable, and like they'd make annoying victims. The tall, quiet one didn't seem worth targeting. But target them she would. As her plans started to form in her mind, Obscura felt the oath she'd sworn with her son's blood course through her veins. Oh, yes, this was how to make the Steel Dragon suffer the most. Doing things to these police officers would do more damage to the human-minded dragon than a physical battle ever could. She'd weaken the girl's mind, and then strike. These humans would be pieces of the puzzle that she had failed to fully recognize earlier. She'd already identified the human family. They made easy, obvious targets that even her foolish son had known he could use as leverage. She had started working on them and was reasonably confident with what she'd done so far. The Steel Dragon now believed that her brother was angry with her. The old dragon didn't know the exact particulars of their relationship, but she thought it best to assume that if they were angry with each other, they wouldn't be in contact as much. Cell phones and online communication made everything more complicated, but she was confident that she'd played the first parts of this game well enough. Now she saw that there were more pieces that needed her attention. Although she wouldn't move yet, much as she wanted to and the oath demanded her to. First, she'd learn more about these humans, watch them in action if possible, and discover their own weaknesses, beyond the laughable fragility of their human flesh. Then, and only then, would she enact the final part of her plan. She would use these humans to teach the Steel Dragon that she wasn't invulnerable, by striking where she was weakest. The oath began to churn in her veins as Kristen and her team prepared to leave, and it spread through her and consumed her with a need for vengeance. She turned to the young man in front of her and consented to let him escort her to her hotel. The girl's pathetic connection to these humans could be used against her. Then, when the Steel Dragon felt nothing but fear, Obscura would kill her, and vengeance would be hers. Chapter 36. With her background in human SWAT, Kristen found it hard to remain quiet while StoneQuest allowed his team to essentially be hired out. To her, it seemed like a gross misuse of power, but she told herself there were times when human police escorted people, so she kept her opinion to herself. The issue was that she didn't think Dragon SWAT really needed to help someone move. Anderle, an ancient black dragon, was moving his base of operations to Detroit and had requested police assistance during the transfer of his goods. Honestly, it was like she and the rest of them were nothing more than a glorified security team. He sat across from them now in a conference room in the Dragon SWAT building. His black suit with tails seemed horribly out of date to her, but it seemed to fit with his thin, pointed mustache. He carried a cane, which had to be an affectation, because she hadn't ever seen a dragon with a limp.
The value of the convoy cannot be estimated, you understand.
Anderle spoke in an accent she couldn't quite place. New England, perhaps? That had to be it, given that Anderle was moving to outside Detroit from Maine.
Yes, sir. We'll do our best to make sure nothing happens to it,
StoneQuest said placatingly.
You'll have to do better than that.
Anderle wheezed and coughed.
The jewels alone are worth a fortune, but there's much more that we simply cannot risk getting damaged. Then there's my art collection. Priceless masterpieces painted by some of the earliest American artists. It would be a tragedy to lose any of those.
Kristen wondered if the dragon let people even see the paintings. They had probably been kept hidden from human eyes in his mansion on the East Coast, despite them being painted by people.
Believe me when I say that there is nothing we want more than a smooth transfer of goods to your new residence,
StoneQuest assured him. She felt a flash of anger and glanced at Heartsbane. From the outside, the hot-headed dragon seemed calm enough, but she'd let her powerful aura slip. Anderle noticed the anger too, but he didn't seem to understand its real source.
I feel exactly the same way, young lady. The idea of some common human crooks trying to take wealth I have accumulated fair and square is a rather unpleasant idea.
Right, Heartsbane said through clenched teeth. A few days later, the team soared high above a convoy of semi-trucks. Lake Erie was on their right, although the people driving the trucks couldn't see it, since the forest was so thick on either side of the highway. They had recently left the state of New York and now traveled through Pennsylvania. The trip had been unremarkable thus far. Kristen had enjoyed the journey up because it was the first time she'd traveled so far using only the power of her own flight. But the trip back lacked the novelty of the trip to Maine. The only good thing was that Anderle wasn't with them. He was already at his mansion in Michigan, getting things prepared, he'd said. She didn't know if she necessarily approved of the fact that the dragon made little effort to help with his own things, but at least they could talk shit without worry. Heartsbane exercised this particular privilege to its fullest. Do you think he's not helping us because he's simply an old windbag filled with hot air?
We've been over this, Heartsbane,
StoneQuest said. No. Hear me out. At first, I thought he was merely lazy, but maybe he's literally a windbag. Like the only way he could have kept up with us is if we tethered him to one of the semi-trucks and they pulled him along like a kite.
Enough, Heartsbane,
the leader said, although his voice lacked conviction. He wasn't excited to be doing this either. Emerald started to laugh the manic, uncontrolled, hysterical laughter of the extremely bored.
"Don't encourage her," Lumos said. "Harendel is a wise old gentleman. He has given much to dragon culture." "Oh yeah? Like what?" Emerald asked. "I, for one, find that thinking about the conversations I've had with him over the centuries is an extremely efficient way to get to sleep."
Kristen, Heartsbane, and Emerald chuckled. Only Stonequest didn't seem amused, but he remained silent for a few minutes as they flew on. They'd already been flying for days, so the regular rules of conversation had long since stopped being applicable to their situation. It was perfectly fine to fall into silence for a few minutes before someone started a random conversation. It was fairly pleasant to take her relationship with dragons to this level of familiarity, Kristen thought, but also problematic. She knew that while she was up there, crimes were still taking place down below. People were being shot and killed, and those in power were abusing their privilege. There were real issues facing the world, as there had been forever, and they were up there making sure nothing happened to a horde of crap. And there was the whole timing and specificity of the request. Why had Harendel contacted Stonequest? Why move to Detroit? Why insist that the entire team go? She didn't like it, and had difficulty with the fact that they were out there in the middle of nowhere while stuff was going down back in the Motor City.
"We have a motorcycle,"
Lumos said. He was currently closest to the rear of the convoy of 5 semi-trucks. How anyone, dragon or otherwise, could accumulate 5 semis worth of belongings was beyond her. But then again, if she'd been paid by a dragon to pack and transport his entire fortune, she might have kept things rather spread out too.
"Did you ever ride one of those?"
Emerald asked as the motorcycle picked up speed to pass the convoy of trucks.
"I can't say that I have, no,"
Lumos replied as he watched the motorcycle lazily. It was one of the high-speed, streamlined ones. Crotch rockets, her brother called them when he piloted them in racing games.
"It's a trip, man. I recommend it," Emerald said. "They can't go faster than a dragon in flight, of course, but something about being in human form on 2 wheels so close to the asphalt is exhilarating."
"That's like riding a skateboard," she said.
"A what?"
Lumos asked. "It's a board with wheels," she explained. "You can't actually go that fast on one, but it feels way faster than a bicycle. I think because you're closer to the ground." "Emerald, that motorcycle, it should be able to pass those trucks, right?" Heartsbane asked.
"Oh yeah, that's a Kawasaki Ninja H2R. The engine is like 1,000 cc's. "Which means," Lumos asked, "that it's a fast one. Crazy top speeds and kick-ass acceleration."
"So why is it staying right next to the driver of the middle truck?" Heartsbane asked.
"I'm sure he's about ready to take off. He'll pop a wheelie or some shit," Emerald said.
"I don't think so." Heartsbane pumped her wings a few times to pick up a little speed. As she did so, the biker lifted one hand off the handlebars of the bike, reached inside his jacket, and drew a handgun. "Do you guys see this moron?" she asked, and plummeted toward him. Before she could get close enough to scoop him up in her claws, the biker fired 2 shots into the window of the semi-truck. The driver swerved as soon as the gun was fired, but managed to keep driving.
"Heartsbane, take him out,"
Stonequest said, energy in his voice once more. "You got it, boss!" She sounded downright excited to be doing something. The dragon swooped in, closer and closer to the biker. When she was almost on him, he turned, pointed his handgun at her, and fired. She screamed in pain. The sound was more akin to a hawk screaming in the sky than a human's agonized shout. She tried to flap her wings to stay airborne, but the bullet had caught her in the shoulder, precisely where her wing extended from her body. It was obvious to Kristen that her left wing was in severe pain. "Lumos, come on!" the steel dragon shouted, and dropped lower toward Heartsbane. The golden dragon followed, then passed her. He was much more experienced in flight than she was, so was able to reach Heartsbane before she made impact in front of the 4th truck in the convoy. He wound his tail around her chest and neck and pumped his wings to slow her fall.
"A little help, Lady Steel,"
he shouted. Kristen caught hold of Heartsbane's tail with her talons, and not a moment too soon. They hauled her back into the sky and out of the way of the vehicles, slowed, and finally deposited her on the grassy embankment between the forest and the highway. "He has dragon bullets!" Kristen shouted to Stonequest and Emerald, who were both still airborne.
"And company!"
Lumos yelled, before he breathed a gout of flame as another biker rocketed past them. The bike was, unfortunately, as fast as Emerald had said it could be. It must have gone in excess of 100 miles an hour, because by the time Kristen had even seen it, it was past them.
"I can't believe that gun hurt me,"
Heartsbane said as she tried to work her wing and flinched in pain. Each time she moved, the joint popped. It was a horrible sound.
"You'll have to change into human form until we can get you to a healer," the Golden Dragon said. "After those fucking monkeys shot me? Yeah, right,"
Heartsbane hissed in pain and fury.
"Well then, at least stop moving your damn wings. You'll rip a tendon. I'll be—"
Something tore and Heartsbane screamed before she transformed slowly into a human. Even in this form, one of her arms didn't work. The bullet had really done significant damage.
"These can only be the same people who killed Windfire," Kristen said.
"Then Stonequest and Emerald will need your help," Lumos said. "The old man is right. Go!"
Heartsbane said through clenched teeth. Kristen nodded, raced after the vehicles on her dragon legs, and took to the air. The convoy had gained at least a mile on her in the time since she'd landed to help her wounded teammate. She flapped her wings furiously to catch up, but was still a less than skillful flyer. It would be at least a minute before she reached the fight. Ahead of her, more motorcycles had joined the ambush. 6 of them now swarmed around the center truck of the convoy, like a pack of wolves trying to cull a young or sick elk. Although she was sure there was more to their strategy than that. If they could crash the 3rd truck and keep the wreckage on the road, the 4th and 5th would have to stop. Between them, it would make quite a haul for the thieves. They seemed to be more than thieves, however. The reality was that they could have already disabled or destroyed the vehicles. They could simply have shot the tires or sprayed the drivers with bullets, but they hadn't. Instead, they seemed to be playing some kind of game of cat and mouse with the dragons. The motorcycles were both faster and more maneuverable. The dragons had to fly in relatively straight paths to maintain their speed. They were big, bulky, and not particularly agile. When a dragon approached one of the bikers, they would simply throttle up and race away, then cut between the semi-trucks so they were on the far side and safe from the dragons. Perhaps if the drivers of the vehicles had been trained in defensive maneuvers, they could have stopped the motorcycles. But as it was, the humans in the convoy did everything in their power to simply keep moving. Kristen worked hard to close the gap, but she still had a fair distance to cover. Still too far away to do anything, she responded with helpless terror when one of the bikers darted out from behind the 4th truck, gunned his bike so hard it popped a wheelie, and aimed his weapon at Emerald. "Watch out!" she screamed, and flashed her aura to warn the other dragons of danger. Emerald paid no attention, and focused instead on the biker who was near the front of the pack and zigzagged tantalizingly close to him, in what she now saw was an obvious attempt to bait him. The other biker coming up from behind steadied his aim on the dragon despite his speed. She had no doubt the gun contained dragon bullets. Why else had the biker not yet fired? A gunshot rang out, and almost at the same time, Stonequest crashed into his teammate. At first, she thought that the team leader had been shot. But when the 2 dragons tumbled to the grass with such force that they felled pine trees before they scrambled to their feet, she realized that he'd only narrowly saved Emerald from a bullet. She passed them, the only one of her team still in flight. "Don't worry, I'll stop them," she said.
"Damn it, Kristen, slow down! Slow down!"
Stonequest shouted, untangled himself from Emerald, and tried to get back into the air. The problem was that the convoy now raced down the road in a stampede, and as out of control as a herd of buffalo. Kristen was almost impressed by the drivers, but then she realized they were probably worried about being eaten by dragons if they failed. Compared to that fate, a crash might not seem so bad. That wouldn't happen, though, not if she could do anything about it. She pumped her wings as fast as she could to gain altitude and speed, until she'd caught up to the vehicles and the motorcycles harrying them. Once in position, she tucked her wings, plummeted, and added the acceleration of gravity to her speed. She extended her wings seconds before she struck the last truck of the convoy, and the wind caught her. A biker tried to swerve out of her way, but she had come in too fast for him to react. She snatched him up by the shoulders and yanked him off his motorcycle, then dropped him as the biker ahead turned a gun on her and started shooting. Her captive fell from her claws and onto the grass on the side of the road, where he rolled to a stop. She didn't turn to see if he was okay, but she did notice that one of the other motorcycles slowed and fell away from the convoy, no doubt to rescue their fallen comrade, or finish him off. But that wasn't her concern at the moment. She was the only member of her team in position to stop this robbery from happening. It was strange how, when it was boring, she hadn't cared, and now that there was action, she didn't want these guys to escape. Either way, someone else would have to pick up the stragglers. Kristen flew on and pushed herself to maintain her speed and stay close to the trucks. She reasoned that if she could pick up another of the bikers, it might end the chase. If they didn't want to leave anyone behind, disabling one could force another rescue. That would leave only two, and against a dragon, that seemed like lousy odds. The thieves seemed to have the same idea, because one of them swerved out from behind the trucks and began to fire indiscriminately at her. She reacted by reflex, gained altitude, and tried to stay clear of the potentially lethal bullets. But almost as soon as she did so, she realized it was a bluff. Before, the thieves had taken careful aim and conserved their ammo. The person firing at her now delivered a veritable barrage. That could only mean he wasn't armed with a pistol loaded with dragon bullets, but an automatic weapon with old-fashioned slugs. Reasonably sure of her assessment, she descended and turned her wings to steel. Sure enough, the bullets only sparked when they struck her. If they'd been dragon bullets, they'd have torn her to shreds, despite being made of metal. Another biker veered out from behind the vehicle in front of her. This one had a handgun, which in this fight meant they were far more dangerous than their cohort with the automatic weapon. They had, however, appeared in front of a pissed-off, steel-skinned, fire-breathing dragon. Kristen used her dragon-granted powers and unleashed a great gout of flame at the armed biker. The thief's bike left the ground from the force of the blast, and its gas tank exploded. This catapulted the bike into a somersault that pounded the rider against the pavement 3 times before they finally came to a stop in the grass on the side of the road. No one would go back for that one, she knew. His helmet was scattered along the road, together with what had been inside. Another thief emerged from between the trucks, immediately behind her. This one already had a gun aimed at her, and because he was behind her, she didn't know how she could reach him. She wasn't practiced enough at flying to shoot fire behind her. While she could slow and try to trick him, the motorcycles were fast and maneuverable. She wasn't foolish enough to think that losing speed would lose her pursuer. Which meant there wasn't a thing she could do. The weapon was leveled at her, and no other dragons were nearby. If the shooter squeezed the trigger, she wouldn't be able to do a thing but hope the bullet didn't strike her in the heart. Before he could fire, another biker accelerated from behind the back of the truck, going so fast that their front wheel left the ground. They pulled up beside the gunman and shook their head vehemently. A curl of blonde hair protruded from the back of the helmet, and, although she couldn't see through the visor, Kristen thought that she knew who the rider was. It could only be Constance, who had killed Windfire with dragon bullets and had, thus far, made no real effort to kill her. The biker gestured at the steel dragon, and the woman shook her head once more. She tried to use the opportunity to gain the advantage, but the bikers were ready. Constance gunned her engine and rocketed past, going from 70 to 120 miles an hour in an instant, and outpaced the lumbering steel dragon. The other thief with the gun swung between the trucks before she could slow enough to catch him. She pushed herself higher and gained altitude, in time to see him accelerate down a side road and into the forest. He was beyond their reach already. There was no way a dragon could follow a motorcycle if the bike was able to drive on asphalt streets, while she'd have to deal with tree cover. The only other biker, the one at the front of the pack, turned down another side road. That only left Constance ahead. Kristen tried to gain on her, and for a moment she seemed to do so. She was almost close enough to blast the woman with fire when her quarry slowed and brought herself close. Crazily, she lifted her visor, no doubt to confirm her identity. She was about to incinerate her, but there was something in the woman's eyes. Compassion? Pity? Respect? Whatever it was, it made her hesitate. And in that moment, Constance throttled up and hurtled away down the next road to the right. Kristen, furious at herself for not eliminating this dragon murderer when she'd had the chance, gave chase. She pursued her determinedly, but the smaller street was much more difficult to navigate. The trees almost covered the road completely, so she only caught glimpses of the biker here and there. Constance wasn't able to go as fast as she had on the other, wider, straighter road, but the steel dragon couldn't reach her. If she crashed through trees, the fugitive would no doubt simply race away, and she didn't want to light the canopy of this forest on fire. She'd already seen quite a few houses tucked into the woods, and given that it was spring, even these country homes were likely inhabited. That left her with little choice but to pursue, even though she couldn't close the final gap. "Return to us!" Kristen felt heartsbane using her powerful aura to communicate with her, since she was much too far away for voices to carry. She flinched when she felt the aura tug at her, and her quarry veered toward a fork in the road that was frustratingly obscured. The assassin had no doubt chosen her route ahead of time. Frustrated, she chose one of the directions at random, only to realize that she'd taken the wrong one. She flew higher and moved to the other road, but the bike wasn't there either. It seemed that Constance and her team had vanished into thin air. She briefly considered landing in the woods and trying to pursue on foot. It seemed likely that the killer had simply stopped under the dense tree cover in an attempt to wait the dragon out. But she knew that even with the woman's apparent hesitation to shoot her, that would be a risky thing to do. Disgruntled, she returned to her team and accepted that the ambushers had escaped. When she reached the convoy, it had stopped, and the dragons prowled around it, as frustrated as she was. Chapter 37. Lynn Hernandez arrived home at her apartment building late, after another long day at SWAT. She trudged up the steps and wanted nothing more than a long, hot soak in the tub, but knew that she wouldn't get to do that yet. First, she'd have to go to the roof to check on her experiments. When she let other folks come over, which wasn't often and mostly only Keith because she'd made him swear he wouldn't talk about it, she didn't let them go to the roof, despite it being the favorite part of her apartment. Up there was where Lynn had her little lab, as she liked to call it. That was where she'd developed the flash grenade and smoke bomb turned landmine. She tested tripwires, motion sensors, pressure plates, obviously, as well as her favorite part of it all, the explosives themselves. She didn't use C4 or anything like that, but she had a working relationship with virtually every fireworks manufacturer in Michigan, so her little bombs would detonate with fountains of green sparks or bursts of red and orange or whatever she felt like cannibalizing for her lab that day. There were disadvantages to filling one's workspace with traps, though, especially when it was open to the world. The first of these was that she always had to check the space before she could actually go home. Ever dutiful, she walked past her apartment and onto the roof to make sure nothing had gone off. Oh, she was very glad she did. Someone had been up there. She saw that immediately. The tripwire across the top of the stairs had been triggered. A burned-out canister tacked to the side proved that someone had faced the shower of sparks that she had left for them. One of her pressure plates was messed up too, although this one wasn't activated, but had simply been crushed deeper into the floor. She might have wondered more about what could have done such a thing, but had spent so much time trying to get the damn things to work that it didn't come as a surprise that this one seemed to have had something dropped on it without going off. Lynn did not check her apartment rooftop every day because her traps could cause damage to the building. They could, sure, but there were sprinklers on the roof as well. She made sure to do so every day because her traps had killed 2 pigeons, and once cost a cat a good chunk of its fur. This had happened years before, back when she hadn't known how to properly calibrate her toys for people instead of animals. But the idea of hurting an innocent cat, or even a pigeon, still spooked her. She'd adopted the damn cat, Blasterface she called him, and she didn't want to have to adopt another one. But she'd be damned if she skipped the roof only to find a dead cat in the morning. Despite her concerns, there didn't seem to be anything else wrong. Only the tripwire at the top of the stairs, which probably hadn't been a cat, given that it was strung at about a feline's eye level, plus the pressure plate, which she hadn't been able to get to work at all. The whole situation was weird, but nothing that couldn't be pondered in a bath. If she hurried, she might still have time to call Keith over. She was occasionally bisexual, which was an oddity she saw no reason to advertise. While she strongly preferred the company of men, that was one of the reasons she liked working on SWAT so much. She was sometimes more interested in female partners. Keith was nice because he was such a sweetheart. He was undemanding and enthusiastic, and he didn't mind her cussing. It was convenient, and the added bonus was that they had both agreed that it should be kept discreet. Granted, the rest of SWAT knew about it by this point, but it wasn't a big deal. These were the thoughts that went through Lynn's head as she walked down the stairs, unlocked her apartment door, pushed it open, and heard the click of an explosive device being triggered. Her brain told her to disarm it. Turning bombs back into potential explosives was what she did as a job, after all. But her instincts told her to get the fuck away from the door before she blew up. Instincts won, and she dove toward the stairwell. Years of airsoft practice turned the dive into a roll, but she was moving too fast. She came out of it and tumbled down the stairs. Momentum flung her into a somersault, and she protected her neck and head with her arms as she careened down the first flight of stairs and impacted with the wall of the first landing. "Ugh, fuck this," she moaned and rubbed her left shoulder, which had taken the brunt of her landing. She didn't stop moving, however, and scrambled down the next flight of stairs, around a corner, and hoped she would be safe from any flying shrapnel. There, she waited and took slow, shallow breaths so she could hear as much as she could from the bomb in her apartment. She waited for an entire minute, and nothing happened. Finally, she shook her head. "Maybe I need a different hobby," she muttered quietly. There were disadvantages to working with explosives all day and spending her free time playing with even more. It made any unexpected click seem like a trigger, and any out-of-place smell seem like some kind of chemical attack. That didn't seem to be the case now, however. She pushed away from the wall, walked up the stairs, and pushed her apartment door open carefully. It definitely hadn't been blown off its hinges, which was a plus. Lynn sighed. She hadn't overreacted like that in years, and told herself she was probably on edge because of the roof. Still, she'd fucked her shoulder up for no good reason. The thought and the irritation it engendered continued until she stepped inside her apartment. About 5 feet inside, and lined up with the doorknob, was a bomb-like device. A metal cable now hung loosely from it. Obviously, it had been connected to the door until she had opened it. She wasted no time, flicked the lights on, and moved toward it. If it had some kind of delayed fuse, it could still be dangerous. Within moments, she saw that was not the case. Her entire apartment was covered with glitter, and even the ceiling above the device was more sparkly than the floor around any stripper's pole she had ever seen. The rest of the apartment was absolutely swimming in it, too. There would be no easy way to clean it, either. It was absolutely everywhere. Lynn tried to make herself smile. It was only a joke. A dumb, weirdly specific joke made with some of her own tech stolen from the roof. Someone who knew her must have done it. But who? None of the members of her SWAT team knew a thing about explosives. That was why she was so essential, after all. Keith had seen her lab, but he had been at work with her all day and then headed to the gym. It couldn't have been him. With all these thoughts running through her mind, she crouched and examined the bomb-like device. It was definitely one of hers. She normally filled the pressure canister at the top with something stinky, but whoever had done this had switched that for the now inescapable glitter. She began to consider how she would prank whoever had done this. It could have been Carl Gantz. He was the demolitions expert on another team, and she had certainly bandied words with his dumbass before. He quickly became her preferred candidate, until she noticed a sheet of paper attached to the underside of the bomb. She checked once more to make sure the device wasn't armed, and, finding nothing, turned it over to see the missive. Stationery was a more accurate term than simply paper, and her theory of who had maybe done it immediately went out the window. The paper itself was beautiful, but the handwriting convinced her that it couldn't have been Gantz. He typed up every report he submitted because his handwriting was so bad. This was written elegantly in ink and contained only 3 words. Bemused, she read them out loud. "Bang, you're dead." Something about those simple words, delivered with such elegance, sent a chill down her spine that the bomb hadn't. Gantz wouldn't have joked about that. He would have used a note to say, "Gotcha." She felt in her gut that this wasn't a coworker prank at all. It was too elaborate and too specific. It seemed like weird serial killer shit. It was a threat, of that she was certain, and whoever had placed it had done a great job of freaking her out. She left her apartment and the glittery mess and called Keith on her phone. While she could usually handle anything, no matter how weird, she didn't want to be there tonight. In fact, she didn't want to be there until she found the source of this threat. Chapter 38. The rest of the escort mission went well enough. When they delivered the trucks to Arundel's mansion, he thanked them profusely and instructed his staff to start unloading with such eager attention that, for a second, Kristen could almost believe that nothing had happened. The reality, though, was that something had. They had been attacked by humans armed with bullets that could hurt dragons. She couldn't state with total certainty that they were the same technology and the same group, but she was damn sure that was the case. The woman was definitely Constance, which meant that the bullet that had injured Heartsbane and almost sent her plummeting to her death had been made from a dragon's body. The wound had been so bad that they'd had to call a car and complete the rest of the escort without her. She had already made it back to HQ, though, and thankfully without further incident. That was where the team was now headed. Kristen tried to remain professional, but as she followed Stonequest, Lumos, and Emerald over the Motor City, she found it increasingly difficult. She wanted to make a difference in this case. No, she needed to. And could feel in her bones that this whole thing with humans harming dragons was all centered around her. Beyond the simple fact that she wanted to understand more, she wanted to stop these people from killing dragons. Yes, she agreed that they had too much power and should show humans respect. But killing them wouldn't do anything but set off an interspecies war. Something she was terrified of having to take sides in. All of it came down to these bullets. Who made them, and out of what? How many were there? All were questions that Stonequest dismissed when she asked him. "Look," he said when they landed on the roof of Dragon SWAT HQ. "I know Heartsbane was hurt back there, and that you have a theory as to why. But I need you to back off on this one." "She could have been killed," she argued, unable to suppress her instincts. "You're right. She could have, but she wasn't," Lumos said. "We were lucky, and we all know you helped. Let Stonequest write it up, and we'll move on to the next mission." "You mean escorting more of some rich old dragon's priceless crap?" she demanded. Their leader gave her a cold look, and the golden dragon looked uncomfortable. Emerald was the only one who laughed, and even that was short-lived, more of a guffaw that withered to a chuckle under Stonequest's look. "What? Sorry." Emerald shook his head. "It's only... Well, she's right. We all thought it. That was supposed to be a bullshit time-killer mission. Instead, we almost lost someone." "Which means it's out of our hands," Stonequest said. "And into whose?" Kristen asked, and struggled to remain calm. Let's check on Heartsbane," he said. Kristen nodded. She could at least agree that the well-being of her team was the priority. That was why it was so important to find out as much as they possibly could about it. She took a deep breath. While she was as frustrated as hell, she knew that losing her temper with the dragons wouldn't accomplish anything. Instead, she followed her teammates down to a medical wing that she hadn't known existed. They found Heartsbane already up and moving around, despite an attendant who continued to fuss about her. "I'm telling you, Hippocrandus, it feels fine." "That doesn't mean you should be moving already," the female mage protested. Her curly brown hair stuck up in a puff from the middle of her head, and the sides of her head were shaved. "It's fine!" The dragon winced. She'd tried to gesture with the arm and had aggravated the injury. "It will be," Hippocrandus said. "Your healing rate is unaffected by the wound, so you'll be fine soon. But this was a gunshot. Humans can take months to heal from such a serious injury. You can't expect to be better in only a few hours." "That's good, though," Stonequest interjected, and drew an awkward but deferential bow from the mage. "The bullet hurt you," he continued.
But at least it hasn't retarded your natural healing ability. You'll simply have to sit tight for a week or so."
He sounded incredibly relieved. "What about the bullet itself?" Kristen asked. Hippocrates bowed at the question and showed her the same respect she had given Stonequest.
"There was no sign of the bullet, Lady Steele. It went straight through the muscle and exited the shoulder behind it. Maybe if it had struck a bone, it would have stopped, but then Lady Heartsbane would be out even longer. I think it was a lucky thing."
"Do you have any idea what kind of ammunition could do this to a dragon?" she asked. Hippocrates looked at Stonequest, who shook his head curtly.
"No, my lady."
Kristen noticed the exchange between him and the healer and glared at him. "If there are no leads, we need to try to find them, right?" They both knew damn well there were leads. 2 dragons had already been killed by handguns. This was a pattern, not merely random thugs.
"Drop it, Lady Steele,"
he ordered. "But shouldn't we at least try to find out? Isn't this the point of Dragon SWAT? We're supposed to protect dragonkind and keep things stable. I see a gun that can hurt and kill dragons as a threat to dragons, and possibly the greatest destabilizing force on the planet right now."
"She has a point," Emerald added. "This is a mystery that needs to be solved."
The leader folded his arms and stared a little belligerently at the 2 youngest dragons on the team.
"It will be solved, but not by us. This whole thing is out of our hands. The Dragon Council has classified the matter. It's above our rank now. Special Operations will sink their claws into it. These kinds of investigations simply aren't what SWAT is supposed to do. Believe me, when this whole situation is finally resolved and declassified, I will be the first to read the report. But until then, we need to respect the hierarchy."
"Wait, Special Operations? I thought Dragon SWAT was Special Operations." She frowned in confusion.
"I've said too much already."
Stonequest rubbed his face with his hands. "For the sake of Dragon's fire, tell her the rumors at least," Heartsbane said.
"If you'll excuse me."
Hippocrates bowed and saw herself out of her own office. Kristen hated the way human mages deferred to dragon authority, but now was hardly the time to get into office politics.
"There's nothing to tell,"
the leader said stubbornly. "Nothing but rumors, anyway," Lumos added, and earned a glare from Stonequest. "Oh, hush," Lumos chided. "There have been rumors for over 100 years. If she grew up as a dragon, she'd know them already."
"True that," Emerald said. "I had heard about Special Ops before I joined SWAT. Everyone has."
"Everyone has heard what?" Kristen asked, and tried not to sound demanding.
"There's not much to tell," Stonequest said, before Lumos could add anything. "Aside from the fact that they're real. I've seen one of their agents cleaning up a mess before, but they're a shadow group. They're used by the Council when they don't want their work to be done in the open."
"When the Council wants to keep secrets, you mean?" she said, her tone accusatory. He took a deep breath, obviously frustrated. Lumos sighed.
"Look, Lady Steele, Kristen, you have to remember the scope of the Dragon Council. They're responsible for maintaining international peace, not only between dragon factions, but between human governments as well. After the World Wars, there has been less overt aggression in the world, mostly, but counterintelligence measures between nations have become more and more secretive, which makes sense. Dragons can't allow a hidden network of information to exist. It would be the perfect channel to start another war. Or worse, a rebellion."
She thought a war was far worse than people standing up against dragonkind, but knew enough not to say anything about that.
"The dragons who work for Special Operations have a tough, thankless job, but they get it done. It's better if you simply forget about them and focus on SWAT,"
Stonequest said. "Well, that sounds better than the bullshit we're doing," she muttered. Of course, all the other dragons heard. They had extra-sensitive hearing, so muttering didn't do much to hide one's words from them. Stonequest clenched his jaw at her comment, Heartsbane laughed, and Emerald merely looked uncomfortable. It was Lumos who spoke.
"What we're doing is not, bullshit, Lady Steele."
It was obvious from the way he said the word that it wasn't one he was familiar with. "Really? Because that's what it feels like. Our most recent mission was to escort treasure. Anderle wasn't even there."
"If we hadn't escorted that treasure, the people who hurt Heartsbane would have had access to a ton more resources,"
Emerald pointed out. "So you admit it was people who shot Heartsbane?" Although it was Emerald who had spoken, she directed the question to Stonequest. Heartsbane answered first, though. "Obviously it was people. There's not a dragon alive who can fire a gun from a moving motorcycle." "A dragon could have ordered that strike. I'm sure that's the focus of the investigation," Stonequest argued, although he didn't sound like his heart was in it. "And what about the mission before that?" Kristen countered, not intentionally meaning to keep him off balance, but not wanting him to think he'd won any part of the argument either. "We saved people on that one," Emerald said. "Yeah, as an aside, I thought we would save a town from 2 destructive dragons, but it became obvious very quickly that the real goal was to break up the fight." "If we hadn't have stopped that fight, more people would have died," Stonequest said. "Sure, yes, I can see that, but there don't seem to be any actual consequences for the dragons who did the damage." "They'll pay millions, which I'm sure they can afford." She cut Stonequest off brusquely. I guess that when I signed up, I thought I'd make a real difference in the world. In the worlds, really. I thought I'd bring justice to dragons and humans. Now it feels like I did more of that as a human SWAT team member than here as a dragon." Stonequest cleared his throat and tried to adopt his most reassuring expression. "You are making a difference. I know it may not feel like it, but these are the actions that must be taken to maintain the stability that humans and dragons need. If we'd gone in and aggressively confronted those 2 dragons who fought in the city, we could have had hundreds, or even thousands killed in the flames. This way, only—" he glanced at Emerald. 22 people. This way, only 22 people died. Surely that's better than simply letting dragons run amok. And with the escort mission, yes, I'll admit that seemed like bullshit at the start, but it ended up being a serious raid. If you're right about a group of humans hunting dragons, it was absolutely essential that we stopped them from acquiring more resources." She looked at Stonequest and shook her head. "But did I need to be there for any of that? You could have handled the battle without me. There's no doubt about that one. And I guess I dispersed the bikers, but if I hadn't had been there, do you really think you would have let them go?" "I was shot back there," Heartsbane said. "I was shot, and it hurt. If you hadn't said something to Stonequest and Emerald, maybe one of us would have been killed." Kristen nodded, even though she knew full well that the dragons could tell she wasn't placated. The fact was that she had already faced humans armed with dragon bullets when she'd been with human SWAT. She'd been on a case that had been more important to her, stopping the people who'd tried to use her family as hostages, and had been closer to unraveling it than she was on Dragon SWAT. All she wanted was to protect the people she cared for. She wanted to be that person more than anything. But it felt like her time with Dragon SWAT wouldn't allow her to be a person at all. "Look, I have paperwork to catch up on," she said lamely, and wandered out of the medical wing feeling dejected, worthless, and like her purpose wasn't being fulfilled. Chapter 39. Butters poured himself a cup of coffee and checked his pork shoulder. It had been cooking all night, low and slow, exactly like his grandfather had said, and looked like it was about done. The outside looked damn good, and the temperature inside was all right. He knew he should let it rest, but he had to get to work, and he also needed to know if it was as good as the one the Dragon Lumos had made. He tested it with a fork, and the meat parted effortlessly under the slightest pressure as he pulled a small piece out. It still dripped with fat, as the meat hadn't yet had time to reabsorb the juices, and he put it in his mouth. Oh, it was damn good. Better than the dragons, in fact. And he grinned. Hernandez had talked about a rematch against Dragon SWAT on the airsoft range. He hadn't really cared about all that, but now that he knew he could win in the smoked meats department, he was ready for another competition. Feeling a little smug even at the thought of culinary victory, he downed the remainder of his coffee and checked the time. Realizing he was now running late, he hurried to the door, paused to grab his cell phone — he'd almost left it on the shelf at the door — and stepped out into the pre-dawn light. Before he could close the door behind him, a bullet streaked past his nose and into his apartment. Butters' instincts kicked in, and he rolled forward. An absolutely massive weeping willow grew beside the stream that ran outside the front of his apartment complex, and the trunk was large enough to hide even his girth. It was one of the reasons he'd stayed in this apartment. The leafy cover of the tree's canopy gave the sniper some sense of protection. But whoever had shot at him had seen through the bright yellow-green flush of springtime growth. Butters pressed his back up against the tree and was able to feel the shots from the sniper as they pelted the far side of the trunk.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All were delivered a few seconds apart, like whoever used the gun was able to do so as easily as he could breathe. He knew he couldn't move. If he stepped out from behind the tree, the shooter would have no problem finding a target. The bullets stopped, probably so the marksman could reload or move to get a better angle. Butters knew that if it was the second, he'd have some time. There was only one apartment block across the street where this guy could be shooting from. He had been a sniper for years, and feeling that first shot streak past his face and drill into the floor of his apartment was enough to tell him the rough direction of the gunman. If the asshole wanted to kill him, he'd have to go down 6 flights of stairs, then a few blocks over, and up another 4 flights. Thankful that he'd grabbed his cell phone as he was leaving for once, instead of having to go back for it like he usually did, he called Drew. Despite the early hour, his boss didn't sound surprised or groggy. Knowing him and his own obsessions, he was probably at the gym.
What's up, Butters? Did you burn your apartment down with another pork shoulder? I am under attack. Some Yankee son of a bitch is across the street with a damn sniper rifle and has me pinned down. Can you get to cover?
He could hear Drew moving, no doubt springing into action. It was good to have friends like him.
I already am. Do you know that willow tree in front of my place? Of course. That's where I am. I reckon I have maybe 6 minutes before this guy repositions. We'll be there in 5,
the team leader replied.
Make it 4. This guy could either move or stay where he is, I suppose. If I guess wrong, he's got me. No doubt about that. We'll be there.
Drew hung up. A minute later, Butters heard sirens wailing down the street. In another 15 seconds, a SWAT van stopped with a squeal of tires and almost drove into the willow despite it being on the grass. The door slid open and Keith slid out with a bulletproof vest for Butters. He helped him get it on, and together, they ran to the van. Hernandez was inside and looked freaked out for once.
Where's Beanpole?
Butters demanded. All these people were his team, but Beanpole was his partner. He'd be damned if something had already happened to him.
He went with the other SWAT van,
Drew said.
Now why'd he go and do a fool thing like that?
He demanded, and the tone of his voice sounded like the Southerner who'd been raised in a Baptist church that he was.
He does look out for snipers, so he said he'd be the best person to find this asshole and deal with him,
Drew said, and tried not to grin.
The dude was pissed,
Keith added, and his grin broadened. The radio hissed to life with Beanpole's voice.
We found the site of the shooter. At least I believe we did. There are no casings or anything, but it smells like gunpowder, and there are scratches from where a bipod was mounted. Are we clear?
The team leader asked.
Oh, yes,
Beanpole replied.
I sent police to the other 2 buildings that might be able to get a beat on Butters' front door. They're making a ruckus on the top floors and haven't found a thing. We're clear. Do you want to go see if we can recover any evidence from this willow?
Drew asked. Butters nodded. He'd felt those 7 shots through the tree. Not one had hit the ground or gone wide. They stepped from the safety of the SWAT van. This was always a harrowing moment for him, to go from known safety to danger merely by taking a single step. He'd once thought that he'd become accustomed to it over the years, but it still set his heart racing every time. He was cool as a cucumber in actual combat, but once the all-clear had been sounded and he was no longer supposed to hide behind his rifle, he became as nervous as hell. It turned out there was good reason to be worried about the gunman this time. He and Drew went around to the other side of the willow tree to examine the spread of the shots. Butters had been worried about a tight little circle, or maybe a bullet hole or 2 that had overlapped. What he saw was far more terrifying. The sniper had drawn a smiley face on the tree trunk with a bullet hole for each eye, and another 5 in an unmistakable smile. Drew cleared his throat, obviously freaked.
That's damn near impossible,
he finished for him.
It means the first shot wasn't a miss, either. The first shot? When I stepped out the door, the sniper damn near gave me a shave, the bullet was so close. I assumed it was a miss, but if they could draw a picture with bullets at that range, hell, he shouldn't have missed. Do you think it was some kind of warning? Drew asked. What was? Hernandez stepped from the van. Butters pointed at the smiley face on the tree. I should be dead. Tell me I shouldn't. That makes two of us, she said, her face white. What are you talking about? Their boss asked. Last night, I got home to find that some kind of explosive device had been rigged to my door, she said. Butters knew she was serious because she hadn't cursed once. Why the fuck didn't you say anything sooner? Drew demanded. That's why you showed up at my place last night? Keith also sounded surprised. It wasn't actually a bomb, so it was fine, she shrugged. Someone had taken one of my little experiments and rigged it with glitter. I thought you'd gone to a strip club, Keith said, and gestured at her face. It was indeed sparkly. I thought it was a joke. I didn't think it was funny, of course, because glitter's never funny, but now, well... This isn't a joke, Butters said. We were targeted by someone with a sick sense of humor. And who knows I like explosives, and you're a sniper, Hernandez said. We might all be in danger. Drew pulled his phone out. Yeah, but the whole team is right here. Who are you calling? The sniper asked. Kristen, it seems like when the shit hits the fan, the Steel Dragon's always involved.
Chapter 4. Kristen was ready to work in the paper dungeon and try to glean more information from Atramento while she... made coffee? It sounded miserable, but she could do it for a few days. However, by the time StoneQuest guided her out of the elevator, another dragon was waiting for them. He was a mote of stillness in the chaotic mess of busy interns and paperwork that was the paper dungeon. Behind him, mages bustled across the space, filled out paperwork, talked to each other in hushed voices, and darted about like dragonflies, while the dragons stood implacably. He wore a green uniform that looked like it belonged on the battlefield in World War I. His skin was pale and pockmarked, his hair close-cropped, and his eyes hard and cold.
Kristen, this is Sergeant Ridgespine.
StoneQuest gestured at the dragon before them.
He's your boss.
She didn't think his dragon form could have worn the name better. His spine did indeed look as straight and hard as a piece of rebar.
And you're Kristen Hall,
he stated in almost a growl. He did not seem pleased to meet her, not even vaguely. Yes, sir.
I haven't had someone abandon their post in 126 years. And then it was because we faced the first machine gun any dragon had ever seen in battle. It turned out he didn't actually abandon his post, as he ended up strafing the gun and ending that fight. What was so damn important that you thought you needed to abandon yours?
Ridgespine said the last part of his little speech like it was a question, but she had a feeling he didn't actually want her to answer. She was right.
Because unless we're under attack by a rebellious band of humans or dragons who don't respect the council, I expect you to stay at your post. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir. You make yourself very clear, Sergeant Ridgespine, sir. She swallowed and tried to keep her instinctive response bottled in, but that proved to be about as much ass-kissing as she could handle. I'm merely curious as to how many of the other dragons condemned to serve in this paper dungeon of yours have defeated a special with not one, but two unique abilities.
No other dragon would be so arrogant as to work outside of established channels.
Ridgespine had begun to turn bright red, and the color matched the heat that emanated from his aura. She guessed that no one had spoken back to him in decades. Centuries, if his story was any clue. I was hired because I worked outside of established channels. I'll work in here for now, but you need to understand that the moment something threatens my city, I will move to protect it and abandon this pathetic little post, if you can even call it that. At that moment, Atramento appeared. The tattooed fingers of each hand tapped against each other in a flurry of movement, and the placating smile on his face vanished the moment he saw Kristen and Ridgespine posturing opposite one another. The mage vanished so quickly, she thought he might have used magic to turn invisible.
Do you know what you need, you arrogant little dragonling?
the sergeant began, and puffed himself up as he spoke. "You need a different assignment, perhaps," Stonequest interjected, and deflated Ridgespine before he could start his tirade. "Detective?" He looked at Stonequest in obvious surprise, but he deferred, at least momentarily. That was interesting. Kristen couldn't tell who ranked higher, but it seemed that Ridgespine at least listened to him, although Stonequest didn't exactly boss the sergeant around either. His tone had been polite rather than authoritative. "I've worked with Lady Steele, and I know she can be brash, especially when she doesn't understand the importance of her work. She's always one to find a higher priority," Stonequest said. Kristen wanted it to be a compliment, but she wasn't quite sure that it was. "That's not how things are done around here." Ridgespine's words were filled with menace. "Everything about the Steel Dragon is not how things are done around here," the other man responded. The sergeant nodded at that, but said nothing. Stonequest continued. "Given her experience as a field officer..." That proved to be too much for Ridgespine. "A human field officer," he sputtered. "Still, given her familiarity with working a beat, I think she might better serve you on a simple assignment outside the office. Call it an extended field trip for the new intern. Plus, if she's out there, learning from a senior officer and working to protect dragons and keep human culture stable, she won't abandon her post. Right, Kristen?" She nodded and looked at Ridgespine. He didn't lose his scowl, but the intensity of his expression flickered. "There may be something to that, I suppose. Personally, I think you've already spent far too much time with people. You already behave... human." She had never heard the word used as such a scathing insult before. "And that means I'm not a dragon?" Kristen asked, unable to help herself. "Physically, you're a dragon. I can sense your aura, and there's no way a human could have defeated Shadowstorm. But you still read too much like a human for my taste. It might be best to keep you out of this office with Atramento and his mages." He sneered at the mention of the non-dragons who worked in the building. "Do you have an assignment in mind?" Stonequest asked, obviously in an attempt to keep the conversation on track. The sergeant nodded again. "I have a job that might work. And by might, I mean that if you abandon this post, I'll shackle your ankles to your desk in the paper dungeon. Atramento's influence be damned." "What's the assignment, sir?" she asked politely, and didn't bother to mention that she could snap any chains as easily as any dragon could. "An old-timer, one of the ancients, in fact, has asked for security. There shouldn't be any real problems. He lives in a quiet neighborhood outside the city, and we have no reason to believe his suspicions. But he's given a tremendous amount to dragon culture over the years, so we won't simply dismiss him either." "Who's the officer on duty?" Stonequest asked. "Officer Jasper. I brought him in from Colorado, actually. He's a good man, Jasper is. He has asked for company, though. Lady Steele, you can go out there and back him up." "It sounds like a cakewalk security job," Kristen commented. Ridgespine squared his shoulders and faced her, his eyes like laser sights. His expression brokered no argument. "Is that a problem?" She thought about the ridiculousness of her, the Steel Dragon, tasked with defending a decrepit old reptile. Didn't Ridgespine realize she'd defeated one of those old dragons exactly because he believed that humans weren't anything more than cattle to him? But she couldn't simply dismiss it. Stonequest had gone out on a limb for her. He'd told her to prove herself, and, as boring as it sounded, this was an opportunity to do exactly that. She had defeated a senior dragon, one apparently with powers beyond those of most, so she could handle a security detail. All she needed to do was prove it, and it was far better to do so on security duty than by making copies and delivering coffee. "No problem, sir. I love cake." Chapter 40. When Kristen was awakened by a call from Drew telling her that someone might have targeted her and her old team, it was almost a relief. They'd already placed some kind of explosive at Hernandez's place and used a sniper rifle against Butters, although both of them were fine. Finally, action was needed. She knew what to do when faced with this kind of threat. She stepped out of her apartment, transformed into a dragon, and flew to SWAT HQ, remaining high above the city so as to avoid potential sniper fire. She soared over the city, and her sharp dragon eyes revealed the streets to her like an owl hunting a vole in the snow. Despite the circumstances, which she really would prefer not to have any of them go through, she felt like she finally had a purpose. Her team and her friends had been threatened. She only hoped the assailant was a dragon or a mage. If they were merely a regular human, it wouldn't go well for them. With her wings tucked, she dove toward the SWAT station and spread the steel webbing between the thin, impossibly strong bones of her dragon body to slow her descent. She landed in front of SWAT HQ and noted that the van Drew and the team usually used was parked outside. They'd made it back then, and were presumably safe. If someone was in the hospital, they wouldn't have driven to the office. In moments, she transformed into a human and took a deep breath. There had been an attack on her friends. Drew had said that, but not much more before she had rushed off to help. Knowing that she needed to stay calm and keep cool, she took another deep breath. She'd rushed into situations before and endangered not only herself, but her friends too. This was a situation where they were in danger, so she couldn't let fear and paranoia escalate any further. No matter what, she had to remain in control. Calmly, she looked around and tried to take in her surroundings to both ground herself and see if there was anything out of place. A few early morning joggers ran by, but that was typical. The station was near the Detroit River, and people liked to exercise in the fresh air. A van from Ashley's Flowers, a local flower shop located in the nearby Millender Center, was parked nearby. A bum shuffled past, perhaps unusual for the season as it was still cold out at night, but she recognized the guy. Satisfied that she'd seen nothing unusual, she went inside. At the front desk was a delivery person from Ashley's Flowers, a kid Kristen recognized, in fact. He tried and failed to persuade the woman at the front desk to take the flowers. "Miss Hall!" The kid's voice cracked. She'd used Ashley's for flowers before she'd been the Steel Dragon. He was probably one of the few people in the entire city who still thought of her as Kristen instead of the Steel Dragon. "Yes?" She raised an eyebrow. "Can you sign for this delivery?" "Hold up there, Slick," said the woman working there. Mrs. McGill sounded apologetic but firm. "Captain Hansen said that no one on the force is taking deliveries right now." Slick, undoubtedly a nickname, but an accurate one based on the sheen of sweat on the kid's forehead, looked pleadingly at Kristen. "Who are they for?" He checked a tablet. "Keith Wentworth? Please, miss? I think it's for his aunt, maybe? We're friends on social media, and he's been upset about her. I think it's for that." Kristen nodded and signed for the flowers. That checked out. Keith had lost an aunt a week or so before. His relentless social media presence had taken a morose turn for a few days before he'd cheered up a little. She took the vase with the bouquet and headed toward the back room. Curious, she sniffed the flowers. They were an unusual choice for sharing condolences. Growing up as the kid of a cop in Detroit, she had attended more than her fair share of funerals. The standard was white lilies, although that wasn't a hard and fast rule. Still, most people sent white flowers for funerals. Even white roses or carnations were considered more tasteful than the garish red roses in front of her. At least they smelled good. Her team was already gathered in the old break room when she walked in with the flowers in hand. They all looked morose. Cups of coffee stood half-finished on the table, and a dejected Butters poked at a box of donuts. "Did someone die?" she asked in a somewhat weak attempt at gallows humor. Everyone looked up. "Flowers? Really?" Drew asked. "Who are they for?" Hernandez asked. "Loverboy," she said, and pointed at Keith. "Now that is weird," Hernandez quipped. "There ain't no one on this planet who would send the rookie flowers." "I'll have you know I am the object of affection of many of my online followers," Keith retorted smartly. "The delivery boy thought maybe they were for your aunt," Kristen told him. He nodded. "Red roses?" Butters asked. "Yeah," she grimaced. "That's why I thought it might be a stalker or something. Who sends roses for a funeral?" "Is there a note?" Drew asked. She hadn't seen one, but she checked again. "Nope, nothing." "That's weird," the team leader said, his voice like ice. "Kristen, maybe you should put the flowers down." His warning came too late. The arrangement began to spray gas into the room. She turned her steel skin on by reflex, even though it wouldn't do a thing to protect her lungs from toxic gas, and threw the vase through the window and into the parking lot. Hernandez had already donned a gas mask. "Come on, let's go see if this asshole was more serious about killing Keith than he was about me or Butters." Kristen nodded and followed as a pit formed in her stomach, one so deep it could maybe reach all the way to the center of the earth. She had made a mistake. A serious, possibly lethal, and unbelievably naive mistake. While she had recognized the flower shop van and the delivery boy, she hadn't even considered that such familiar things would be used against them. But it made sense. After all, if these three events were connected, and she had no doubt that they were, whoever was orchestrating them had done their research. They had known Butters was a sniper, and that Hernandez had a penchant for explosives. It was also very possible that they had known that the cops had received flowers from Ashley's, and would therefore be less wary. Shit. She half wondered if whoever had done this had only sent the bouquet after the other two events in hopes of snaring her. But no, probably not. If they knew she was a dragon, they would have known her reflexes would have reacted much faster than the time it would take for a gas canister to fill a room. Which meant that whoever they weren't infallible. That they hadn't anticipated her action was a tiny, infinitesimal comfort. And considering how close it had been, it was probably safe to assume that no more mistakes could be made. Not with the lives of the people she cared about on the line. Chapter 41. It had taken all night, but Brian had finally done it. He was first on the leaderboards. The game had been out for hardly 24 hours. A second-world first-person shooter in which you had to craft your own guns from the beasts you slew. But Brian had already climbed to the top. He probably wouldn't be able to hold the number one position. Few could, and especially given how exhausted he was. But he'd likely keep his place in the top 10 for at least a week, even if he stopped playing. Not that he would do that. He still had a base to reinforce, plus there was some kind of a warthog centipede fusion monster that, if he could kill and harvest it, would grant him some sick armor. He'd need to sleep, but he'd be back at it thereafter. A chime sounded, a new sound he didn't recognize as a proximity alert or anything else from the game. Was there a feature he'd somehow neglected? That was impossible, though. He was in first, and not by a tiny margin. There was simply no way he'd neglected an entire component of the game. The noise repeated. He looked up from his screen when he recognized the sound. Someone had rung the doorbell. His first thought was to simply wait for his parents to answer it, but then he remembered something about them going to get brunch and him demanding pancakes. With a sigh, he signed out of the game. He was in his base and had it locked down, so it wasn't too risky, and answered the door. No one was there. Brian shrugged, turned toward the couch, and tried to decide whether to continue to kick ass or if a nap would better maintain his place as number one. He frowned when he realized the couch wasn't empty. A person sat there, right next to his usual position. Startled, he rubbed his eyes. He'd gone for quite some time without sleep, and he had to admit that the woman on the couch looked like she had come from a dream. He rubbed again, but the woman didn't evaporate, so he studied her quickly. She was gorgeous, easily the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, with long dark hair and beautiful exotic features. Her figure was like something out of a video game. She had a narrow waist, an ample chest that was barely contained in the tiny black dress she wore, and legs that poked from a slit in the skirt and set his mind racing. A garter there caught his eye, and, oh, how he longed to remove it. She reminded him of a Bond villain, and he liked Bond villains. Hi, who are you? He stumbled through the words.
My name is Obscura, and I've heard a lot about you, Brian Hall. Number one in only a day? I like fast boys.
Brian's heart hammered in his throat. This woman, this perfect woman, was on his couch talking about his high score. It was almost too good to be true. Of course, there was the question of how she'd gotten inside.
You're a dragon?
He said it as a question, but he already knew the answer. That was the only way she could have made it inside, and anyway, he could sense her aura. Kristen didn't actively use her aura on him, but she sometimes did by accident. He could feel the same sensation tug at his brain to make his sleep-deprived mind even more sluggish. "Is that a problem?" the woman asked in mock outrage, her finger pointed at her breasts. Her chest, he told himself, like he'd accused her of a horrible thing.
No, You must know my sister is a dragon."
"I'm not interested in your sister, Brian. I'm interested in you. Stop being such a stranger and come sit with me. I'm cold." She shivered, which made parts of her body dance in a way that graphics simulators had yet to emulate.
"Yeah, of course."
He knew he wasn't thinking clearly because he was tired, because this dragon lady was manipulating him with magic, and because he hadn't so much as had a girl talk to him since he'd graduated high school. His brain dismissed all these potential conflicts of interest and logic as quickly as they arose. Brian sat beside the woman and pulled a blanket over them both. To his agonized delight, she squirmed closer so their bodies were pressed against one another, and her breasts pushed against the side of his chest. He hoped she didn't reach under the blanket and discover his enthusiasm, but he also desperately wanted her to reach under the blanket and discover that he felt the same as she seemed to.
"My mom keeps it cold in here,"
he said, in what even his addled brain recognized to be possibly the worst pickup line in all of history. "Brian, I want to talk about you. After all, you're the gamer and the one with the high score. Do you want to play a game with me?" She took his arm and put it around her shoulder. She was hot and not sexy hot. Obviously she was that. But temperature-wise, she was so warm. He wanted to sink into her and never let go.
Don't get me wrong,"
he said. The small part of his brain that still struggled against a situation he'd literally dreamed about, rebelled, and ruined it for the rest of him.
"But, are you one of Kristen's friends or something? Is that why you're here? Because she's out of town. Or maybe she just got back or something. She's not here."
"Oh, I know full well all about her movements, and how she went on some mission from Maine to here. I know about her team, and I know about you. I thought it was so brave of you to get so angry with her this week. Those words you used were so evocative."
"You heard all that?"
"How many ways do you want me to say it, Brian?" she whispered into his ear. "I've been watching you, thinking about you, and hoping that I'm on your mind the way you're on mine."
"Wait."
Brian would have pulled away, but his arm was around her shoulder, and the feel of her hair on his forearm made it hard to think.
"You've been nearby? Was it your aura that made me so mad with Kristen?"
"How does this thing work, anyway?" The woman gestured down, and for a second, he thought that this was his moment, and he would score with a dragon. Then he saw that she was pointing at a game controller. She pulled the blanket down and leaned over, obviously to give him another tantalizing look at her body, and picked the controller up. "Will you show me?" she asked, and pulled Brian's arms around her like he was Patrick Swayze in Ghost, but with video games. It would be a lie to say this wasn't his most epic fantasy moment, and this woman seemed to be into that.
"You work the buttons and, watch to make sure you're doing it right," he said.
There, that sounded better. That could have passed for innuendo, right? "I love that you're a man who knows what he likes," the woman said, drew away from the controller, and rested her hand on his belly. "You must like food, too, huh?"
"Well, yeah."
"Don't be ashamed, Brian. Dragons aren't ashamed of what we like."
"And, what do you like?"
he asked, desperate to please her and to do anything for her. Whatever part of his brain had fought her had given up. Her touch was intoxicating, and that she liked his body and his mad skills? Well, it was too much.
Oh, you don't need to worry about that, Brian. You don't need to worry at all. You see, I have what I want, and right now, I want my big, strong gamer to be nice and rested. You're tired, aren't you?
Brian nodded, his eyelids heavy.
You're tired, and we have a long, hard day ahead of us tomorrow.
Shh. The woman put a finger on his lips. He didn't lick her, much as he wanted to. He knew that would be weird. But he did smell her. She smelled red like candied apples and red hots and cinnamon and heat.
Now, close your eyes,
she said, and worked her hand slowly from his lips to his neck, and finally to his chest. She touched his plump body like it was some kind of sensual temple, and even squeezed his man-boobs. He wanted to know what else she'd squeeze, what else she'd do, and how he had managed to seduce this amazing woman. But he slid into sleep to dream the dreams Obscura put in his head. Chapter 42. "Is everyone all right?" Kristen asked as the team hurried down the corridor.
"Yeah, thanks to you,"
Drew said. "But also, this is kind of your fault," Hernandez said, but she didn't sound pissed. She adjusted her gas mask and pushed ahead of the others toward the exit to the parking lot. Her teammates donned gas masks and followed as quickly as they could. Other cops were already out there as well, no doubt distracted by the smoke as they arrived for work. The demolitions expert had already picked the bouquet up, despite the smoke that still seeped from somewhere amongst the roses. The vase itself had shattered, and she poked through the flowers and located a small device tucked between the stems. She held it up like she'd won a lottery ticket. "Officer Lynn Hernandez to the fucking rescue yet again!" she shouted, and earned a high five from one of the officers who'd formed a perimeter around the bouquet. Then, to Kristen's horror, she removed her mask.
"Damn it, Hernandez! Don't be an idiot!"
Drew yelled, but she only laughed. "Oh, calm the fuck down. It's not VX or we'd be dead already. The amount we smelled inside would have been enough to kill us. We'd merely be walking corpses until it did."
"Then why the gas masks?"
Keith asked, his voice muffled through his. "Appearances," she grinned. "Plus, just because it's not lethal doesn't mean it won't fuck you pussies up." Hernandez laughed. She really was in her element when dealing with volatile chemicals. "What is it?" Kristen asked. "Not VX. That doesn't fit the pattern. Do you smell the ammonia? My guess is muriatic acid and ammonia, commonplace kitchen chemistry."
What?"
Keith asked, confused no doubt. Muriatic acid contains hydrochloric acid, which reacts with ammonia to make smoke. It's another fake scare like the others. This shit's about as dangerous as a glitter bomb, she explained. Drew shook his head.
"Bag the whole thing and send it to the lab for analysis. Not that I'm hopeful. None of the other samples have turned up anything resembling clues."
"Isn't it too early for that?" Kristen asked.
"We might get some forensic trail or something eventually. But the glitter bomb was made from Hernandez's stash. There were no prints on it and no obviously rare compounds besides the glitter. The bullets we recovered from the tree were purchased from literally the closest gun store. We're still waiting on the place to open, but my guess would be by someone with a broad-brimmed hat who never looks at security cameras." "Whoever is doing this is good," Beanpole said. "And working fast," the leader added.
"Did you make any new enemies?" Keith asked Kristen. "Do you think this is because of me?" she asked, even though that was exactly what she had thought from the beginning.
"It makes sense. You're the Steel Dragon, and we're simply cops." "I don't want to jump to a conclusion, though," Drew warned.
"Oh, yeah? Do you have suspects in mind?"
"Too many," he sighed. "We've put many people away over the years, and some folks might want a piece of us. Considering the technical expertise needed to make a bomb and deliver a gas attack, not to mention the precision sniper, I'd say it's not necessarily a dragon. Plus, no one targeted Kristen."
Yeah, because I was out of town until late yesterday, she objected.
And that means this is all about you?
He asked, although he didn't sound incredulous, only curious. Well, that's my thought at the moment, she responded.
I can't honestly say I disagree,
he nodded.
The playful nature of these fake attacks is weird. It doesn't seem like a common criminal to me, and you being out of town over this time is curious.
Kristen's phone buzzed in her pocket to indicate that she'd received a text. She took it out, glanced at the screen, and frowned when she saw that the caller ID was blocked.
Kristen, is there something more important to your life than your friends being attacked by some weird Joker assassin?
Yeah, actually, there is. I think I know who the real target was. And I hate to say I told you so, but... Well, whoever this asshole is, they're after me.
How can you be sure?
Butters asked. She held her phone up to show them, and found their expressions of shock appropriate. There was no text on the phone, and no identifying number. Only a photo. On her screen was a picture of her brother Brian, asleep and tied to a chair in the middle of a dark room. Chapter 43. Fury filled Kristen and rippled out from her through the assembled police. It was still so hard to control her aura, especially when confronted with yet another psycho trying to use her family against her. The cops, all slaves to the emotions she made them feel, took up the sentiment.
Enough is enough! Someone's gotta show these assholes that enough is enough. You got our back, Steel Dragon?
It was perversely funny that these thoughts should come from people asking her for help when they only felt this way because of her. Well, not only because of her. A group of police clustered around Butters, Hernandez, and Keith and listened to their stories of the odd attempts at fake assassination. The cops didn't care that they all seemed like jokes. They didn't think it was funny and recognized it as the threat it was, one that included them all. Someone was toying with them and trying to show the Detroit PD that they weren't safe in their homes or at work. That same someone tried to show Kristen that she was outmaneuvered. Not only had they taken her brother from her, but they had undermined the most trusted people on the force. But whoever they were, they'd made a mistake. They'd left her unmolested, which meant she would bring the full power of her dragon abilities against whoever this sociopath was. Once she found them, she'd defeat them as completely as she had Shadowstorm. She had a feeling that this wasn't a regular human attack either. A human, given these opportunities, would have taken them. This was something else. Some kind of power game that she wanted to flip off the table. But she had to be cautious. Much as she wanted to light every warehouse in a 10-mile radius on fire, she couldn't simply rush off, and not without support. She'd learned that much at both human and dragon SWAT. The group was stronger than the individual, even if the individual was a flying, fire-breathing, steel-skinned dragon intent on revenge. Her friends already looked at her like they understood this. Drew's jaw was hard and his face was grim. She could almost see him going through what he would say to the captain when they all ran off to help her. Butters looked more than ready, but this whole thing was already personal to him. Beanpole, never one to make waves, looked nervously at her all the same. He'd follow his team, obviously, but was sometimes less than enthusiastic to go against the captain. But 3 officers' lives had been threatened. Surely that would be enough to force action. Kristen didn't have to guess at what Keith or Hernandez wanted to do. My only question is if I should prep a glitter bomb for this asshole. Hernandez sounded reflective.
Yes, Keith grinned. And real bombs too, obviously. I want those loud, bangy ones so I can throw them around.
The Steel Dragon, despite the mounting stress and the terror she felt, smiled at her friends. This was what friendship was supposed to be. People ready to drop what they were doing when someone was in need. And it was obvious that Brian was in need. But she was worried about that, too. It seemed more and more apparent that whoever had orchestrated all this and kidnapped him had a grudge against her. Nothing else made sense at this point. Which, to her, meant it was most likely a dragon. After all, it was their centuries-old culture that she'd upset, and their world that she'd unwittingly crashed into. And much as she wished it wasn't true, Her human friends would need help if they had to face a dragon. They'd beaten Shadowstorm, barely, but she didn't want to risk their lives again, especially now that she was a member of Dragon SWAT.
I'll talk to Hansen about following some leads and send patrols to the warehouse district to look for leads, Drew said. What makes you think it was a warehouse? Butters asked. There weren't any walls or anything in that photo, Drew replied, and looked pensive. Only Brian, a naked bulb, and a concrete floor. That would be a fairly large room to have in any building except for a warehouse. It still seems like a stretch, the sniper replied. The team leader nodded. I know, but where else do we start? Do you have any ideas, Hall?
Kristen loved that Drew still called her Hall like she was any other cop. Yeah, I do. I'm calling in reinforcements. She retrieved her phone and made a video call to StoneQuest. He picked up after only one ring and listened as she explained the events of the last 24 hours.
I'm so sorry this is happening to you and your friends,
he said, once she had explained the 3 weird attempts, plus Brian's kidnapping. Thanks, StoneQuest. Really, it's good to know there are dragons out there who care enough about people to do something about it. My hunch is that a dragon's behind this. I think a human would have used the opportunities to hurt my friends. My thought is that we could form a network and use our auras to try to feel out this hidden dragon.
Lady Steele. Kristen, I'm sorry. I really am. But I can't do that.
He looked like he felt horrible about it. But that was his answer all the same. My brother was kidnapped, StoneQuest. Kidnapped! The last time something like this happened, it was Shadowstorm who tried to do it. It's gotta be a dragon. Who else would try to piss off the Steel Dragon?
I think you might be right. At the very least, I'll admit it's possible. But so far, well, these are human crimes. A sniper? What did you call it? A glitter bomb? Poison gas in flowers? Those are all things people do. Even kidnapping isn't something dragons normally resort to. It's too difficult to control humans. Most dragons simply,
He didn't say what most dragons did, but she could make the deduction. The fact that Brian hadn't been swallowed in the photograph meant StoneQuest didn't think it was a dragon. I call bullshit. The only connection between these 4 people is me. Someone's trying to send me a message or something. It has to be a dragon.
You might be right, but until you have evidence to prove that, it's out of our jurisdiction.
People's lives are at stake. Even if they weren't my friends, these are cops and a kid in danger here. None of them did anything wrong, she pleaded.
I hear you, really. But there's precedent. Dragons have been duped into going into action before when it wasn't our place to do so. We've tried to save humans from humans. It causes all kinds of trouble if we guess wrong or if we use our abilities. There was an incident in 1962 with the kidnapping of a pregnant teenage girl. She was a senator's daughter, so it was a high-profile case. Her father said the man who'd impregnated her against her will had asked a dragon advisor to involve SWAT. He did, found the kidnapped girl, and burned her kidnappers to death.
Good! Kristen fumed, unable to believe that he was quoting old cases to her. Let's go burn the kidnappers!
No, Kristen. It turned out the senator had been lying. The teenager hadn't been kidnapped. Hell, she wasn't even a teenager. She was 22, which is older than the age of consent for people. She'd run away with the kidnapper. Apparently, she'd hated her daddy's politics. Dragon SWAT burned a group of hippies to death for no good reason. We can't let that happen again.
She clenched her jaw. If you expect me to leave Brian on his own, tied to a chair and waiting to be tortured, you have another think coming.
No. That's not what I'm saying at all. Brian is yours, and that should go without saying. The police, your friends, who were attacked, would be considered yours by all but the most conservative of dragons as well. Dragons, private dragons that is, are allowed to protect their humans. There's a well-established precedent for that as well. You merely can't involve Dragon SWAT. If something goes wrong when you attempt to rescue him, the Dragon Council can take action against you. That's much harder to do when it's one of their own police forces.
Kristen took a deep breath. She was on her own then. Obviously, she had her human friends. But how useful would they be in hunting a dragon? One gout of flame could incinerate the entire team. For that matter, if they weren't careful, their very emotions could be turned against themselves. She shook her head and wiped a tear away when she realized she had no idea how she would find Brian, let alone save him.
Hey, don't cry. You'll rust.
She looked up as Lumos shoved his way onto the screen.
I'm old enough to recall the time before we had all these rules, and to remember some of the oaths dragons once swore to each other. You saved Heartsbane and Emerald, so you've earned a place in my book. I'd love to come, what's the human expression? Ride shotgun on these motherfuckers.
Her frown dissolved into a smile, and she swiped at another tear. Lumos being there to help would make a significant difference, as he was ancient and experienced. Of course, she wasn't sure yet if the Dragon SWAT leader would let him go. "Will that be a problem, Stonequest?" she asked pointedly, knowing full well she was pushing the limits of loyalty.
An officer of the Dragon SWAT cannot aid a human in an official capacity, he replied woodenly.
She clenched her jaw, unable to believe that he wouldn't relent.
Why are you so upset?
Lumos wore a grin on his face.
Oh, I forgot that you can't feel auras over these things.
He winked at her.
Old by the book can't say a damn thing, but he doesn't need to. I won't act in any official capacity. That would besmirch the fine name of Dragon SWAT. I'll merely come along to help a friend save her humans. That's happened thousands of times in dragon history. It's not a big deal, not at all.
Stonequest nodded tightly once, and she relaxed. At least she had one dragon on board, and wouldn't have to deal with bureaucratic repercussions.
I seem to recall that you'd asked for the day off, right, Lumos? The leader said. Sure, yeah. If we gotta keep it that square, put me in for a holiday.
Lumos twirled his mustache.
Where are you, Kristen? Human SWAT headquarters? Is that the one near the river?
Yes, it is.
I'll be there as fast as my wings can carry me.
Thank you, Lumos.
Let's not celebrate prematurely, he said. I'll see you when I see you, and we'll kick some ass. Thank you, Stonequest said quietly. Both of you. As leader of this team of Dragon SWAT, my actions are watched very closely. I can't act with as much freedom as would often make sense.
Kristen nodded. She wasn't angry at him, more like at the entire system that made him act this way.
Although,
he coughed twice,
I feel a little unwell. I might take a day and fly around. It's great for the lungs. Maybe I'll drift around Dearborn. Do you know the area, Kristen?
She smiled. That's where my parents live.
Ah, yes. They have good air over there. I'll do a few laps and try to shake this, cold. And, well, if I see anything happen there, it's not against any rules for a dragon to land, is it?
Thank you, Stonequest, really. He nodded.
It's the least I can do. Literally the least and legally the most. But I wouldn't want anything to happen to the rest of your family, especially if you're right about the involvement of a dragon. And, of course, if you find even a speck of evidence that points to a dragon, if you see a scale, find something burned with dragon's fire, or hell, if you feel an aura, you call me. Understand?
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Kristen wouldn't try to do something like this solo again. She only hoped she could discover where Brian was sooner rather than later. She hung up and looked at her human friends. They'd prepared the SWAT van for action, even though no one knew where the captive was.
What's the plan?
Drew asked. We find who did all this, catch them, save my brother, and make sure they never do this shit again. Chapter 44. Brian woke up, seated in a chair. His wrists hurt, and he brought them up to his face so he could see in the dim light. There were marks on them like he'd been tied. That was weird. The last thing he remembered was making first place on the leaderboards, and then that woman. He stood quickly and knocked the chair over when the truth sank in that he had been kidnapped. The dragon had obviously used her aura to make him find her really, really attractive, and then she'd knocked him out. What really pissed him off was that he'd recognized that she did have an aura. If he hadn't been so tired and, honestly, so desperate for the attention of such a beautiful woman, he might have been able to resist. But none of that mattered now. She'd captured him and taken him to a room with 4 open doors? That was a little weird. Nothing else was in the room except for 4 buttons that protruded slightly from the floor. Each of them glowed white and provided the only illumination in the room. He walked toward one and examined the plastic knob set into the floor. It looked like the kind one would see on an old arcade console. Not that Brian had ever played those. Having to leave one's home for video games was a phenomenon that happened long before his time. Although he was tempted to press it to see what would happen, he wasn't an idiot. The dragon had brought him there and left him unbound in the room. There was a purpose to the buttons, of that he was certain. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction of doing her work for her. If she wanted to kill him, she'd have to do it herself.
"Where am I? Is anyone there?"
he called. A hunch told him that, although he seemed alone, he wasn't.
"I'm here, Brian."
It was the woman's voice. The dragon's, he reminded himself. It was easy to think of her as the woman who'd come into his house and pressed against him on the couch, but that was no doubt what she wanted him to think.
"Dragon,"
Brian told himself in his head.
"Dragon, dragon, dragon. Scaly, gross, and probably as old as hell dragon. Your sister's a dragon, and this one is crazy. You can't think anything else. Great, that's really useful to know. And who the hell are you? Besides a dragon slut, obviously."
A tinkle of laughter answered the insult. It came from a speaker on the ceiling.
"I haven't been called that for centuries. You flatter me."
"You want flattery? Tell me where the nearest exit is, and I'll call you all kinds of things."
"I must say, I'm disappointed in you. Here you are in this game I built especially for you, and you're not even curious. I thought you liked games."
Ah, so that's what the buttons were. Okay, at least he was getting somewhere.
"I won't press your stupid fucking buttons, so you might as well bring up the house lights and let me out of here. I quit."
"But you made it to number 1. You've posted interest in virtual reality on message boards. Why not live it? And the prize is... well, I do so want you to win."
Brian sighed. His brain seemed to default to game mode. He merely had to determine the goal and the obstacles that prevented him from achieving it. If this was a game, there would be rules. And if there were rules, he could exploit them.
"What's the game?"
"That's more like it. I modeled it after a classic. Pac-Man, one of the greats."
"Yeah, that's gonna be a hard pass," he snorted. "Pac-Man has no real strategy and no subtlety to the rules. Seriously, it was made before I was born. I understand that for a dragon, that's like cutting-edge technology. But man, it's not for me."
More tinkling laughter greeted this statement.
"You're funny, Brian. The way you joke and act like you have a choice. I like confidence in young men. Now, press a button."
"Well, I guess you understand video games at least."
He pressed one of the buttons gingerly. When he removed his foot, it had gone dark. The other 3 were still illuminated.
"I did it! Yay!"
he said, with all the sarcasm he could muster, which, given who his mom was considerable.
"Now let me go."
"That's not how you win in Pac-Man, Brian. You must know that."
"Can you stop using my fucking name?"
"Do you prefer I use the name Lancer 681?
He felt a chill ripple down his spine.
How do you know that name?"
Lancer 681 was his gamer profile, but he didn't tell anyone that name. Not even Kristen knew it.
"I'm very thorough. I told you, I've been very interested in you and watched you both offline and online."
"Bullshit. You saw it on the screen when you abducted me."
"And that's how I know your history?"
She began to rattle off all the games he had played in the last week, and went so far as to list some of the details from his highlights reel.
Okay, I get it. So, what's your name?"
"Obscura."
That sent another chill down Brian's spine. It meant dark. The last dragon his sister had defeated had been named Shadowstorm. Was there a connection? There had to be.
You're Shadowstorm's daughter?
You flatter me, Brian. You really do. I'm impressed and believe in honesty. So yes, in answer to your question, I'm related to Shadowstorm, but I'm not his daughter.
Then who are you?
I'm his mother.
The implications of that sent ice into his bones. He didn't think she was lying. What would be the point? But Kristen had mentioned that Shadowstorm hadn't been particularly adept with technology. If his mother was able to learn his online profile, she was obviously much more advanced. In addition, the room he was in couldn't have been built overnight, which meant not only was she tech-savvy, but she was patient. Suddenly, he wanted to get out of there very, very badly.
Pac-Man's about clearing boards, right?
He moved around the room and stamped on the 4 buttons, which plunged the room into darkness.
Board cleared. High score set. Let me go.
Oh, I'm so glad you agreed to play. But what kind of a game ends with the tutorial? Look down the passages. You should see more buttons.
She was right. Now that the room he was in was completely dark, he could see down the 4 hallways. Down 3 of them were rows of the dim white buttons set into the floor. But down the 4th, there was something else. A figure stumbled toward him.
What the fuck is that?
He yelped in real fright.
You see, you must make it through the maze and press every button before you'll be free to go. I was inspired to build this after learning you're a gamer, and after watching the Steel Dragon lose to a team of humans in a setup very similar to this one.
But what is he?
He could now tell that it was a man. He shuffled toward him, and a chain, shackles, between his ankles clanked with each step. Brian only realized that belatedly. What he noticed first was the electric glow of the sparking shock wand in his hand.
What would Pac-Man be without ghosts?
Obscura said lightly.
Hey, buddy, put the shock stick down and let's talk about this. I'm sure she seduced you or whatever, but that doesn't mean we have to do what she says. Fuck you!
The man screamed in response, and his voice lacked anything resembling sanity.
You'll find they're not very amenable to conversation,
his captor said, as he backed away from the approaching man. Another man stepped into the hallway behind the first. He was also shackled and carried a wand that glowed with electricity.
Buddy, please! You don't have to do this! I ain't being eaten by no dragon, you fucking hologram! You ain't going to trick me!
The man lunged forward and fell heavily, no doubt still adjusting to the chains on his ankles. Brian jumped back and moved into the opposite hallway. In his haste, he passed one of the glowing buttons.
Tisk, tisk, tisk,
Obscura chided from a speaker farther down the hallway.
If you miss a button, you'll have to double back.
He cursed and stood on the button before the man could stand.
Stop this! You die!
One of the other ghosts yelled.
You'll find I'm quite good at motivating the... What do you call them in games? NPCs? I found a few lowlifes on the streets. Men with violent histories who had been set free. I brought them here, provided them with nothing but drugs to sustain them, and threatened them with their lives. They fully believe I'll eat them if they fail this game, even though I would never consume something so stuffed full of chemicals. On top of that, I've convinced them that every person they shock is only a hologram. They've already done in 3 of their own kind. I don't think you stand much chance.
2 more now shuffled up the hall, to make 4 in all.
Much like the ghosts in Pac-Man, they're not great at teamwork. But I assure you, if you stay where you are, they'll shock you and kill you. They're quite resourceful. Why?
Obscura chuckled.
Last time, one of them choked Pac-Man to death with the chains on one of the other's legs. Isn't that simply amazing?
Perhaps they are learning to work together after all.
Fuck, Brian said and stumbled down the corridor. Fuck! He pressed the buttons on the floor as he proceeded, but that only meant that these crazy-ass ghosts would be able to follow him. Unless, of course, he could get far enough ahead to create a false trail, double back, and go a different way. Even then, with 4 of them, he'd have to do that multiple times. Brian turned his back on the men and ran. He reached the end of the hallway and a T-junction. Without hesitation, he chose the left first, extinguished a few lights, and doubled back. But the ghosts had already caught up. He cursed and went back the way he'd come.
Excellent strategy! The lowlifes haven't learned how to use the lights yet.
Obscura sounded absolutely delighted, like he had ridden a bicycle with no training wheels for the first time.
Games are supposed to be fun! This isn't fun!
He yelled at her.
It is for me, she replied. Now hurry up. I wasn't able to learn how to put food in here like they do in Pac-Man, and I wouldn't want you to starve to death. Although with your fat gut, I'm sure that would take some time. More to the point, if you don't clear the board in an hour, it resets. That's how long it took me to walk the course. Given that you're more, motivated than I was, I'm sure you can beat my high score.
This is fucking crazy! You're fucking insane!
He shouted as he rounded a corner. He could hear the tinkle of chains behind him as his pursuers followed the line of extinguished buttons. The only strategy he could think of was to go faster and get far enough ahead to leave a false trail. He wasn't naive enough to think winning would do a damn thing except unlock difficult mode.
No, Brian. This isn't crazy. This is revenge.
Chapter 45. Even though she was a dragon herself, Kristen couldn't help but be amazed when she saw one come into sight. They were simply so enormous. Huge, flying creatures who could soar above the world as effortlessly as birds. It was insane to think she was one. Lumos landed, transformed into his human shape, and entered the SWAT building. She had seen him through the window, and now waited for him. He didn't so much as greet her when he stepped through the door, which she actually appreciated. "What's our next move?" was his first question. "More like first," she muttered. "We don't know where he is, then?" he prodded.
"We don't know shit," Keith complained. "Obviously they're smart, because they were able to orchestrate a bullshit sniper attack, a fake bomb, and a non-lethal smoke bomb with flowers, and then abduct Kristen's brother. Unfortunately, that's about all we know. We know Kristen's central to it," Drew said. "I think, given Brian's abduction, we have to work on that assumption."
"Which makes me think this has to be a dragon," she finished. It didn't take long to run through the facts when there weren't any. "But we don't know where they are." Lumos shrugged at that. "I don't think that's something we need to worry about."
"Fucking classic," Jim growled. "A dragon arrives and says we don't need to worry about where the victim is located. How the fuck are we supposed to help him if we don't even know where he is?"
"Don't misinterpret me." Lumos held his hands up in defense. "Look at the pattern. There have been 3 fake assassination attempts, correct?" Everyone nodded. "Obviously, our target doesn't want to kill anyone. Or not yet, anyway. They want to send a message, though, and to make the steel dragon afraid. And then there's the picture they sent of your brother." "My brother who is held captive who knows where?" "Right. But why send the picture if not to make you even angrier? My guess would be that whoever is doing this is trying to make you so angry and so desperate that you don't think clearly. If they accomplish that, they'll reveal where Brian is and wait for you to march into the trap. All we need to do is wait. They'll show us where to go. We merely have to make sure we're careful when we follow the bait." "And if they kill Brian?" Hernandez asked. "That would piss me the fuck off," Kristen said. Lumos's confidence seemed to fade a little. Dragons could be so aloof. Obviously, he spoke about tactics from experience, but equally obviously from his reaction. People had died in the past. But that wasn't an option now. She had to save her brother before anything else happened to him. Well, what do we know? I saw the photo, but does that give us anything?
Can you examine the concrete on the floor or something?" he asked. She clenched her jaw. He didn't know anything about forensics work, only dragon behavior. As it turned out, that was the thing to know. Her phone buzzed and she yanked it out. Holy shit, it's another message from the same number. Everyone crowded around her to see the screen. This one was a video, not an image. At first, it was hard to make out what was going on. There was the back of a heavy-set man. Brian, obviously. She would recognize his heavy steps anywhere. Everything beyond that was confusing. He moved down a dark hallway, but there were lights on the floor. The camera lowered as Brian stepped on a light, and it went dark. He stepped on the next one only a few feet ahead. It too went dark. He ran on, breathing heavily, and stamped on button after button. Although obviously exhausted and running from something, he took care not to miss the buttons, and even went so far as to double back to one he missed. When he did that, he moved past the camera again. A drone, maybe? It followed him, pivoted, and bobbed, and she caught a glimpse of another man. This one had shackles on his ankles, and wore the crazed look of the desperate. In his hand was a shock wand that he thrust out at Brian. Her brother dove to the ground and narrowly missed the strike. "You know, in Pac-Man, there are supposed to be buttons that make it so I can get the fucking ghosts!" he yelled, seemingly to the drone. The camera focused on his face for a moment before he scrambled to his feet. He didn't look good. Red and blotchy and drenched in sweat, the indications were that he wouldn't last long.
"I'll have to keep that in mind for the next version,"
a woman's voice said. Although Kristen didn't see her, she knew this was their target. He's in some kind of real-world game. She was aghast. Brian began to run again, and the drone followed him. He paused at a T-junction in his path and looked behind him. Lights from the drone shone on his face and made the terror and exhaustion painfully apparent. The left path was already dark, so he went right and systematically pounded the buttons as the drone followed him. This was horrible. No, utterly insane. This woman had tricked him into playing, but everyone had to know there wasn't a way to win this insanity. But still, he made the attempt. He jogged down the hallway and extinguished light after light until he came to another passage. This one only had a few lights in it.
"Wow, that was your closest yet,"
the woman's disembodied voice said. "No, please, no," Brian begged and killed the lights. "I got them all! I won!"
"Sorry, you missed 2 of them farther back. I keep forgetting you can't see it like I can, but rules are rules."
All the little button lights came on. Brian squeezed his eyes shut and actually began to cry. "How many more times?" he asked weakly.
"I'm sure you can do this. And cheer up,"
the woman said as the drone moved closer to him and hovered virtually in his face.
"The steel dragon is watching. Maybe with an audience you can beat it this time."
You're showing this to my sister right now?" He turned to look at the camera. Kristen was now quite certain it was a drone from the way it bobbed up and down and slowly moved closer.
"I want the steel dragon to suffer. There's no better way for that than for her to watch you die."
"The only one who will suffer is you," he retorted, and held the back of his hand up to the camera. For a moment, Kristen thought he had flipped the drone off, but soon realized that he was, in fact, showing her the face of his smartwatch. It was open to the compass app, which displayed his precise longitude and latitude. The dragon cursed, and the video went black. Chapter 46. "Oh, shit," Lumos said as soon as the video feed went dead. "Yeah, no shit," Kristen replied. "I barely got those coordinates down. Do you think this dragon knew those were coordinates?" "How can you be sure she's a dragon?" Drew asked. "I'm quite certain," Lumos replied, his voice like ice and the fear palpable. "I know that voice. It belongs to an ancient by the name of Obscura. She is a very old and very cunning dragon." "Do you have any idea why she would go after my family?" she demanded.
More than anything, she wanted to rush off to the coordinates, but recognized that any intel she could gather could very well mean the difference between life and death.
Yes, I'm afraid so. You see, some dragons take vengeance very seriously.
So? Hernandez interjected. Kristen's never tangled with Obscura. Why the fuck did she put a glitter bomb in my apartment?
Because Shadowstorm was her son. She's trying to hurt you where you hurt her.
So why not simply attack me? Kristen demanded. She sensed there was something about dragonkind she didn't quite understand.
Because vengeance is an important thing for dragons. We live for millennia and have plans that can span centuries. We've even developed specific kinds of magic simply to power vengeance. I wouldn't be surprised to find that she swore an oath.
So what? Jim asked. I swear I'm gonna help take this crazy bitch down. Anyone can swear an oath. Kristen was slightly relieved Jim had asked the question instead of her, but she also didn't want anyone else to interrupt. She needed to know about Obscura, but she also needed to take action. Every minute delayed was another minute Brian had to suffer in that hellhole.
An oath of vengeance is something special for a dragon. If she visited where her son died and found some of his blood, she could have used it to empower her. As long as she strives for vengeance, she'll be stronger, faster, more powerful, and some even say more cunning.
Then why not attack me? If she has this extra strength, why not flex it? She was already turning to steel and back again, itching for a fight. Obscura was obviously more interested in the long game.
Because she's convinced herself that she wants you to suffer. If that's part of her oath, she'll be strengthened as long as she serves it. With the correct magic, and given Obscura's age, she almost certainly knows how to do it. She can use the oath to strengthen her in all kinds of ways.
Like making her more skilled with a sniper rifle? Butters interjected.
Precisely,
Lumos nodded. She could use this oath to help her make bombs? Hernandez asked. Or design this weird fucking video game torture place? Keith added. The dragon shrugged.
Yes, in theory, an oath can be used to strengthen any skill. And I bet with the sniper shots, that's indeed what happened. But that's not all there is to Obscura. She's always regarded humanity as a threat. There was a time, this was before your written history, mind you, when she argued that all humans should be exterminated. She sees your technology as an existential threat to dragonkind.
So she made a maze out of it? Keith asked. It seems a little hypocritical.
Lumos shook his head. Not to her. It became clear to her, again and again, that dragons would not exterminate humankind, nor would we limit their technological progress. The last I heard of her, she was learning Morse code. This was over a century ago, obviously, but I think it stands to reason that she understands tech in a way most of us dragons simply do not.
But she neglected to notice Kristen's brother's smartwatch? Lucky for us, Keith said and pumped his fist in the air.
Or it's a trap,
Drew pointed out. Kristen nodded. She'd thought the same thing and had no doubt that Obscura had planned a trap for her. The best-case scenario was that Brian had revealed her whereabouts and thus ruined her timeline. But she would still have some of the pieces needed to snare the steel dragon. Of that she was certain. The worst-case scenario was that the dragon could have compelled Brian to show the coordinates against his will via her aura. Frustrated, she pushed all that from her head for a moment. Lumos, are you sure this is Obscura?
Oh, yes. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. Plus, the complexity of the attempt at vengeance fits her very well. If it's not Obscura, it'd be a level of deception that I've never seen before to try to make us think it was.
She nodded. Then we can call in Dragon SWAT?
Yes, of course. I can't imagine any reason not to. She's obviously interfering with the stability of the region. I'll call StoneQuest immediately.
Okay, thank you. As soon as he left, she turned to Drew. We have the exact location. I think I should go, but I want to know what you think. I've rushed in before.
For starters, we have to assume that this Obscura knows that we know where she is. She might have neglected to notice the watch, but she cut the camera feed as soon as she realized what had happened.
So you think she'll spring a trap for us?
Honestly, I'm more worried about Brian than a trap, he said, which surprised her. How... What do you mean? Her blood felt like ice. I don't want to freak you out or anything, but this is like serial killer behavior. She obviously wants him to suffer, and she wants you to know that he's suffering. I think moving her timeline up will make her move him. We can't be sure about that, though. He could be the piece of bait in the trap, Jim said. That's true, of course, Drew agreed. But that means he's already in the location anyway. By waiting, we don't do him any favors. He might be caught by one of those, junkies or whatever they were, for one thing. And we also give Obscura more time to prep for us. So you're saying we need to rush in and fuck shit up? Hernandez asked eagerly as she entered the room again. She was dressed in full tactical gear. Kristen had been so concerned about her brother, she hadn't even seen the woman slip away. Damn straight, Drew said, and revealed one of his rare smiles. The SWAT team dressed quickly. By the time she'd looked up the coordinates Brian had revealed on her phone and made it out front, they were all outside. The team leader brought the van out from the parking garage. Come on in, Steele, Hernandez said, and gestured for her to climb into the back of the van with the rest of them. You guys get going. If the van's too fast for me, I'll land and hitch a ride. Drew nodded and immediately accelerated to race toward where Brian was hopefully still hanging on. Kristen transformed into the steel dragon. She inhaled, then exhaled, and released a shower of silvery glitter from her steel skin. It enveloped her in a whirling, churning, silvery cloud. Inside, her appendages elongated as more and more of the silver flecks connected to her body and grew her arms, her legs, and her neck. Finally, they added a tail and created wings. More and more of the silver compacted until she was in her dragon form. She flexed her wings and took to the air. Drew was already a half-mile ahead. He was going fast and was a good driver, but it wouldn't be fast enough. That didn't worry her too much, as she had a plan. As she approached the van, Lumos fell into formation behind her. What's the plan? I'm going to get my brother back. Very good. I contacted Dragon SWAT and they're on their way, but it might be a while. Apparently, there was a bomb threat at a lesser dragon's estate somewhere in southern Ohio. Heartsbane and Emerald were down there. Stonequest was near your parents, so should arrive more quickly. But for a time, it will only be the two of us. She nodded. The location where Brian was held was close, but that didn't mean they could dally. We can get there much faster by air than by road, the Golden Dragon said. I know, but we can't leave my team behind. This is as personal for them as it is for me. Besides, if this oath of hers gives her strength when she thinks she's hurting me, seeing the people she tried to hurt alive and well and hunting her ass is bound to have an effect. Leave it to a dragon raised by humans to see a potential flaw in an ancient oath. I'm not sure how doubt plays into it all, but confidence certainly gives it power. So there might be something there. I hope so. But that doesn't change the fact that we can get there much faster by flight. Then let's fly, she said, tucked her wings and swooped into a dive. She spread her wings as she came above the van, sank her steel claws through the roof, and picked it up off the road. Cheers erupted from inside. Her team had her back. For now, her responsibility was to make sure she didn't drop them. Chapter 47. Obscura wasn't happy that the fat boy had revealed his location to the steel dragon, but it didn't change much. The trap was set, and although she'd hoped that she would arrive to find her brother's fresh corpse, she now recognized that it wouldn't be prudent. She needed Brian alive if she was to lure her quarry into the maze. If Kristen Hall could sense her brother's terror, she would attempt to rescue while blinded by her own childish emotions. It had been a long time coming, but the old dragon was determined not to botch the ending. The steel dragon was the bitch who had crushed her son with bricks. She had given him a beast's death. Worse, the death of a peasant. And for that, she would suffer vengeance like no one had suffered it before. So, despite having the skills to shoot her between the eyes, Obscura hid. Darkness was her friend, after all, and the warehouse she'd built was a labyrinth for others, but a nest for her. Kristen could explore it for hours and not find her unless she wanted her to. It was unfortunate that she'd overlooked Brian's watch. Humans constantly developed new technology, and it was virtually impossible to keep track of it all, especially when they reinvented crap they already had. She had noticed the watch and not thought anything of it.
In fact, she'd even hoped that it would wind down and leave him even more confused and disoriented. But that had been a moment of blind foolishness. Still, this didn't change much. She might not have understood smartwatches, but she understood surveillance equipment, drones, and, best of all, explosives. She'd needed help, of course. There were simply so many bombs that had to be armed. But now that the job was done, she was quite happy with the work. What made it better still was that so many of them couldn't be disarmed now that the people who'd helped arm them were being digested in her stomach. There were some dragons who maintained that humans shouldn't be eaten. That, like dolphins, they had a certain level of intellect, and therefore needed to be protected. Obscura thought that was all nonsense, of course. The only reason not to eat humans was that they weren't as tender as chicken. Still, there was something that fear did to the flesh that she simply loved. It was yet another disagreement she'd had with Sebastian. If he'd seen things her way, she wouldn't be in this mess. Still, disagreements were precisely that. Shadowstorm's own shortcomings wouldn't affect the oath she'd sworn to avenge him. With Brian running for his life, and the steel dragon doubtlessly en route, the ancient dragon felt stronger than she had in centuries. The oath coursed through her, the strongest it had been since she'd taken it. She was faster and stronger, and, best of all, her transformative powers that let her move through darkness when she shifted from dragon to human felt as smooth as butter. She didn't want to ruin the chances of trapping the steel dragon exactly where she wanted her. At the same time, she also knew that she could pursue her through the maze and harness her as she saw fit, while her prey would be oblivious in her clunky steel skin. Merely the thought of snapping her neck from the shadows was enough to further strengthen the oath. Obscura wondered if this was what human drug users felt. Certainly, the goons who pursued Brian seemed more powerful once she had begun to give them stronger and stronger drugs. She knew they'd crash eventually, but this would all be done by then. Very soon, she would have her revenge, and the oath would be fulfilled. She could feel it growing and growing, ready to leech the strength from its master if it wasn't completed. Secure in her machinations, she laughed the feeling away. She was confident this would end with her target dead at her feet. And if the oath thought she was tarrying, she could always kill Kristen's brother. That should go quite a long way toward proving her intent. Chapter 48. Kristen set the van down in the far end of a parking lot near an old abandoned warehouse. The building was truly massive, so large that Brian's coordinates indicated a specific position inside, not merely the building itself. That information was irrelevant, of course. He had surely moved on. But it confirmed how big this damn place was, and how challenging it would be to get him out. The warehouse itself appeared derelict from the outside. The windows were all blacked out from the inside, but other than that, the exterior looked hopelessly run down. However, it did appear that it had seen action recently, though. The black streaks of truck tires marred the old, cracked concrete, and a dumpster overflowed with packing material that was still fresh. It hadn't been rained on yet, so couldn't have been more than a few days old. "This is it," she said, even though she couldn't feel Brian's aura at all. Drew nodded. "Last time we invaded a dragon's stronghold, there were automated weapons. Do you want to check that for us, Steel Dragon?" She nodded and approached in dragon form. Despite not having steel skin, Lumos accompanied her. No guns began to fire, and no drones came to life. It seemed that if the building was defended, it wasn't done actively. "It looks clear to me," she said, transformed into her human form, keeping her steel skin on, of course, and approached it. Cautiously, she followed the track marks in the parking lot to one of the loading docks. The doors themselves were probably all locked, but this was where the whole bizarre game seemed to have been put together, so it might serve as a back door. She noticed that it wasn't so much as padlocked and stepped forward to lift it. "Whoa, whoa! Hold up!" Hernandez yelled and ran past. "Do you really want to simply walk in there, given that we're dealing with some crazy bitch who knows how to make a glitter bomb using someone else's gear?" "Bombs can't hurt me," she reminded her teammate. "Yeah, great for you. I'm worried about me, though. And then there's your brother to be concerned about. The demolitions expert studied the latch on the door. I'm sure Brian's not at this door. It doesn't matter if he is, Hernandez said, and pointed to a wire that ran along the gate. Do you see this shit? It's wired to blow if the door is opened. Let's check the others. Kristen growled. They'd already wasted so much time, but setting a bomb off probably wasn't a good way to start a rescue. She waited impatiently for Hernandez to check the other doors. This one's armed too, the woman said, shook her head, and repeated herself when she reached the third and final door. We don't have time to walk around this entire building and check every single one, Kristen said. I don't think that we should anyway. Hernandez rubbed her chin. These bombs are linked. If we trigger one of them, all of them blow up. Given what she did to my apartment and the connection between these, I wouldn't be surprised if the whole place is all wired together.
You mean like one big bomb?
Jim asked. More like dozens of medium-sized bombs perfectly linked to bring this whole place down on whoever the fuck is inside. The demolitions expert shrugged. At least, that's what I would do.
Surely she left one door unarmed, Lumos ventured. There must be one through which she wants us to enter. Somewhere this game of hers starts.
He had transformed himself into human form to look at the closed doors.
Keith shook his head. If we play by her rules to that degree, we've already lost. This is like the airsoft match. We won because we were able to choose the entrance you dragons took. That led you to the landmine. If she controls how we get inside, well, I think that might be worse than blowing the building up.
What could be worse than killing my brother? Kristen demanded. There was an awkward moment where everyone undoubtedly thought the same thing. Kristen seeing Brian at the end of a tunnel having a heart attack from being shocked by one of the people chasing him. Her embracing him in a hug, only for Obscura to exhale flames on them both. The steel dragon would survive, while he cooked to death in her arms. Kristen somehow restrained with electrical shocks or magnets, while the dragon simply ate her brother. She shuddered. Maybe you're right, Keith. We can't let her choose our point of entry. But we can't stay out here either. Lumos shrugged.
Stonequest might have an idea.
We don't have time to wait. She shook her head. That wasn't an option. They needed to gain entry immediately. Wait, Hernandez, you said all the doors are wired together, right?
Yes, ma'am. This motherfucker's set up to make one hell of a barbecue if we force a lock.
What about the walls? The woman rubbed her chin again and frowned as she considered the question. Well, it's virtually impossible to run a tripwire all the way around the walls of this building, especially if Brian's stumbling around in there. He could set it off, so the walls would probably work.
Except you're forgetting one thing.
Jim raised an eyebrow.
We're not mutants or whatever. We can't simply walk through brick unless there's more to the steel dragon than you've told us.
Kristen walked away from the large hangar doors. She moved about a third of the way to the next door and punched the wall. She didn't break it with a single blow. It cracked, and she punched it again. Her steel knuckles remained unscratched as she pounded the cinder blocks that made up the walls of the warehouse. She delivered a blow with her other hand to crack another brick, then took hold of the edges of the hole and pulled the damaged masonry free. Her steel skin didn't mind the rough concrete, and her muscles made no protest at the fact that she ripped a hole in artificial stone rather than cardboard. She worked at the edges of the hole, widened it to shoulder width, and finally kicked the bottom out so a human-sized hole appeared in the wall. Okay, Lumos and I will go in. Drew, when Stonequest gets here, show him this entrance and tell him about the bombs.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Keith protested immediately.
Hold up now. You didn't make that hole big enough for me,
Butters pointed out.
How many times do we have to go over this, Kristen?
The team leader sounded impatient.
This is the job we all signed up for, helping people even if there is danger involved. Brian is a citizen of this country and a resident of Detroit.
Dearborn, she reminded him.
Whatever, it's close enough. We all knew it was risky when we loaded into the van.
His jaw was like iron, a sign that he wouldn't back down. But still, she had to try. We didn't think this entire building would be wired to explode. She gestured to the doors. It's a level of risk that I can survive without a problem. Even Lumos will be fine with his healing powers. But if any of you are caught in the blast...
Wait a minute,
Hernandez protested. Did you think this bitch put a glitter bomb in my apartment and would forget about using bombs completely? Plus, do you think this is it? She did the outside and the inside is bomb-free?
How are you going to stop the explosives without yours truly?
Plus, what if she has a gun? Butters added. Either she knows how to shoot, or she has a minion who does. If she suddenly appears at the end of a hallway, you'll need me to lay down cover fire.
You don't have bullets that could hurt her, Kristen countered.
So I'll shoot the goddamn gun out of her hand. Does that work for you?
She let a smile sneak through. The team might be almost suicidal, but she loved their confidence. Okay, Hernandez and Butters, let's go. Everyone else, someone will need to tell Stonequest where we are.
I can relay that they can't simply break in with my aura, Lumos said quickly. In fact,
he took his phone out, texted a picture of the hole in the wall, and sent it along with GPS coordinates.
They'll know where to go.
The team members all smirked. It's too dangerous.
No, it's too dangerous to go without us, Drew said. We all saw the video. Narrow hallways, tight corners, and poor lighting. It's the same damn thing as the airsoft course we designed to catch you dragons. You did cheat, Lumos shouted triumphantly.
The team leader smiled.
Of course. How the hell else are we supposed to beat dragons? Honestly, I think it's a good sign that this dragon put in all this work. It means she doesn't want a direct fight. That means she's intimidated.
Lumos shook his head.
Not necessarily. If she's sworn an oath of vengeance, the preparation for revenge can be as important as the death itself. We can't underestimate her.
Kristen nodded. They made sense, damn it, but that didn't mean they all had to go. Okay, fine. But Jim, Keith, and Beanpole, you three stay out here. The Wonder Kid simply laughed in her face, stepped through the hole, and entered the maze.
You're fucking crazy if you think I'll miss a dragon battle. I already saved your brother once, and I won't let him die for no good reason. Keith, this thing is like Pac-Man, right? Well, I'm the fucking Pac-Man king, the rookie boasted.
Beanpole?
I think it prudent for one of us to stay outside. I'll make sure no one leaves and talk to Dragon SWAT when they arrive.
All right, great. Kristen shook her head, but accepted the inevitable.
If you don't mind.
Butters gestured to the hole. She yanked a few more bricks from the wall so he could fit through.
All right, then, Drew said with a nod, clearly impressed. Note to self. One is never safe from the steel dragon. Damn straight, Keith responded.
They entered the maze, knowing full well that the building might blow up at any second. She didn't know whether to be thankful for the courage of her friends, or to prepare herself to mourn all their deaths. Chapter 49. When they first entered the maze, it was completely dark. A hallway stretched in both directions, right and left, equally dark and shadowed.
Which way?
Jim asked.
There's a light that way at the very end, Lumos said.
His dragon eyes noticed what the humans could not. Then we go that way, Kristen said, and they turned left. She took point, with Hernandez directly behind her to watch for bombs, and Drew at her right. He held his gun up, ready for action. They reached an opening in the side of the hallway at another corridor with a long row of glowing buttons on the floor. Keith stepped forward and stood on one, and its light extinguished. For a moment, nothing else happened. Then a drone buzzed down the hallway. It stopped about 10 feet away and hovered above one of the lights. A voice spoke from a speaker above them.
A new player. Did you remember to put your dollar in?
Pac-Man was always 25 cents, you fucking monster, the rookie said, with not a shred of irony in his voice.
There are a few more bells and whistles to this version,
Obscura said from behind her network of speakers. Her voice filled the hallway, a strange, ominous sensation.
I'm impressed that you got through without blowing a door up, but the walls were obvious enough. Don't make the same mistake in here. If you knock a wall down, it triggers gas. It might not kill you, Steel Dragon, but it might make these minions of yours cough their lungs out.
They are not minions, Kristen replied.
The dragon laughed. Ha ha ha! Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I would have hated torturing people you didn't care about to death. This is much better.
Drew shot the drone out of the air.
Is that against the rules, bitch?
The woman laughed from the speakers yet again.
Ha ha ha! Of course not. If I told you to limit your gunfire, it would limit the chances of you accidentally shooting the steel dragon's brother. What fun would that be? In fact, I'll give you 10 bonus points for each drone you do shoot down. That means you could make up to 1,000 bonus points. You might even beat Brian's score.
Suddenly, her brother's whimpers came over the speakers.
"Brian!"
Kristen yelled.
"He can't hear you, moron. He's holed away somewhere, trying to set a time score or something. It's pathetic. He never even activated some of the features you already have."
She tried to ignore Obscura and flexed her aura in an effort to calm Brian and make him feel that she was there and was coming to help. She knew her brother could feel her aura and would know it was her. He'd told her as much before. But as she reached out, she felt like it was being stifled. It was as if she tried to blow wind through a closed window or through a wall. She tried harder, but it wasn't exactly easy to feel calm while all her concerted efforts failed. Finally, Lumos put a hand on her shoulder.
"It won't work. Obscura is a master of auras. Much of what we can do to people is based on her original research. Of course, she was always willing to push limits many of us weren't. For now, your brother is alone."
Before Kristen had time to process what that meant, her mind immediately jumped to how angry Brian had been with her the last time they'd been together. Another drone appeared at the end of the hall. This one was smaller and zigzagged as it approached.
"Butters!"
Hernandez said sharply and stepped back so he could move forward.
"I think I've seen these things. You have to take it out."
He fired 3 times before he managed to hit the drone, and it plummeted. The demolitions expert picked it up and turned it over.
"This has a cone-shaped charge on it. If it tags one of us, it'll blow a hole in us." "Great. Only 99 more to go," Keith muttered.
"Don't worry. I understand that sending these things at you isn't fair, not with the board being what it is. If you're to have any chance of winning here, you'll need more dots to set the high score."
"What the fuck is she talking about?" Jim asked. "Dots are the food Pac-Man consumes to clear a level," Keith explained.
But what happened to the maze made it clear exactly what the dragon had meant. All the buttons on the floor turned on.
"Shit!"
Kristen cursed. She'd hoped to use the extinguished lights to track Brian, but Obscura must have had the same idea. More buzzing issued from the hallway behind them.
"Butters! Drew!"
she ordered. Both men moved to the back of the group and began to fire at the 2 tiny drones that approached.
"Keith, which way?" "We can't cut through the sides of the board and teleport like you can in regular Pac-Man, obviously."
"Obviously," Hernandez echoed, her voice heavy with sarcasm.
"Which means this is like any other board game. We move toward the middle of the board. That'll be the strongest position and the place where we'll most likely be able to pick up Brian's trail."
"Let's go," Kristen ordered. The rookie led the way, and the others followed. Drew and Butters caught up once they'd dispatched the drones. Keith led them like a man possessed. He seemed to have some kind of sense of the layout, as he would glance left and right at each intersection and make a decision without hesitation. This worked for a few minutes, or Kristen thought it was working anyway, although they still hadn't seen Brian, until they rounded a corner and encountered one of the men they'd seen in the video. Already, gunshots rang out as Drew and Butters dispatched more drones, which had become a constant threat. Her focus, however, was on the person at the end of the hall. He stood with his shoulders hunched and stared at them before suddenly, like a lion sensing that its prey had scented it, he ran toward them. She braced herself. The man might have thought of himself as a predator, but she was a dragon. The shock wand that sparked in his hand would hurt, but she could withstand the pain if he managed to land a strike.
"We have more chances!"
the man yelled as he approached, and another man stepped from behind him, followed by 2 more. All of them carried shock wands in their hands.
"Kill the holograms for our freedom!"
one of them yelled. Well, at least she knew what their plan was.
"That should be all of them," Keith commented. "Pac-Man only ever had 4 ghosts."
Kristen turned to steel, ready to fight. The shocks would hurt her steel skin, but she could eliminate them with a single punch. Her fighting them was what made the most sense. The team apparently disagreed. Jim darted past her and struck one of the men in the head with the butt of his gun. The guy stumbled back and collided with a wall to knock the thin partition over. As promised, smoke began to pour from behind the damaged wall. Keith joined the fray, ducked below one of the shock wands, and sank his fist into his attacker's gut. The man wheezed and collapsed. More gunshots from Butters and Drew meant that more drones had been unleashed. After 4 shots, they stopped firing. That was a good sign and meant they'd hit their targets. "Forward!" she ordered, and as a group, they proceeded out of the smoke and toward the 2 attackers who were still standing. Kristen tried to strike one of them with the bottom of her hand, using it like a blade, but despite her dragon speed, the assailant only had to move his wand in the way. The electrically charged barbs touched her metal skin, and pain lanced through her, traveled across her conductive shielding, and made her body convulse. She fell, and her assailant kicked her savagely in the gut. It didn't hurt, of course. In fact, he seemed to have broken his toe from the impact with a steel surface, as he screamed and dropped onto his butt to clutch his foot. He didn't drop the wand, however, and he thrust it into her neck to release a fresh wave of convulsions across her body. No longer able to move, she was forced to watch as he caught his breath and stood, raised the wand, and grinned a perverted rictus smile. Clearly, he would enjoy hurting her. More gunshots told her that another drone was coming.
"Get down, you damn fool!"
Butters yelled, but Kristen didn't understand what he meant. Was he talking to the guy about to strike her? Hernandez leapt over Kristen and threw her shoulder into the man who'd been ready to attack the steel dragon. She was fairly short, and he was tall and broad, so she didn't knock him over, only back. The drone that had raced down the hallway thudded into his back and activated its trigger. The demolition expert screamed with indignation, a short, high shriek, and immediately fell silent. She was covered in blood that spewed from a hole in the goon's chest where the drone had detonated. Even this grisly death caused by their master or captor or whatever Obscura had made herself to them wasn't enough to stop the others. The 4th man struck Hernandez with his wand and flung her into convulsions on the floor. He advanced on Kristen, who was still unable to move. Keith was tangled with a goon, as was Jim. Drew and Butters couldn't join the fray and risk letting another of the lethal drones through. She realized then that they were royally screwed. Lumos stepped forward. He made no attempt to even vaguely dodge the wand's electrically charged tip. It struck him and he flinched, obviously not completely impervious to the electricity. But he didn't collapse as a result. Instead, he glared at the man who'd attacked him.
"That's quite unpleasant, you know," he said.
His adversary grimaced and brandished his wand for another strike, but this time, when he brought it down, Lumos moved with dragon quickness and caught his forearm. With his free arm, he slowly and almost casually plucked the weapon from the man's hand. He released him as if he were a struggling child and snapped the shock rod in half like it was nothing more than a stick. More gunshots indicated that another wave of drones had been eliminated. Keith drove his knee powerfully into his opponent's gut, and the man collapsed.
"Enough of this,"
Lumos said, and the last attacker, who still struggled with Jim, paused to look at the dragon.
"I don't know what kind of deal Obscura made with you, but I can assure you she won't honor it. If you follow the lights we put out, there is a hole in the wall. Run now. Your freedom awaits."
The man on the floor shook his head as he pushed to his feet, although his eyes showed nothing but fear.
"She has those drones! There ain't no way we can escape! If we don't beat you, you holograms, we die! Plain and simple!"
"Do you think a hologram could have snapped your little toy in half?" The man looked at the broken pieces and seemed to weigh the implications of the broken weapon in front of him before he returned his attention to Lumos.
"Whoever you are, you can't hurt us as much as she can. She told us the steel dragon herself was coming, and we beat her. Who are you?" "The question is what, not who."
He growled, and his eyes became slitted and his teeth extended. A forked tongue lolled from his mouth, and he licked his lips once before it vanished inside.
"And the answer is hungry."
The man took a few steps back, cursed, and realized he needed to run through the smoke that was now behind the dragon and everyone else. He did so without further hesitation, and in moments was hidden by the smoke. Jim pushed his opponent against the wall. Instead of continuing the fight, he raced away after his friend, or fellow prisoner, whichever it was. The attacker who had broken the wall held his hands up in surrender before he followed the others through the smoke. He was slower, most likely due to an injury, and coughed heavily as he made his way through the gas that issued from the broken section of the maze behind them. Within moments, he too was gone.
"All right,"
Kristen said when she finally caught her breath and pushed to her feet.
"Well done."
"You know, we probably should have arrested those men and kept them for questioning," Drew said matter-of-factly. "Humans are our jurisdiction. They were kind of the bridge in this situation."
Lumos shrugged and looked completely unconcerned.
"I'm here for a bad dragon. Having them around would have complicated matters." "Complicated is the name of the job," the man replied. "Not with Obscura. She's a master with her aura, and could have made those men agree to come with us if she wanted to, then had them turn on us at the most opportune moment. Believe me, this way is better."
"If you're quite done defeating the ghosts, there is more to accomplish before I slaughter the steel dragon's brother. It's interesting that a dragon could even be related to a pig,"
Obscura said over the speakers. She'd watched the entire fight then, and had simply let it play out. That was the behavior of someone who still very much thought of themselves as in charge.
"I think Lumos is right,"
Kristen said to Drew.
"We can catch those guys later, but none of this is their fault. We have to stop Obscura."
He nodded. Hearing the dragon's voice had a way of clarifying their goals. The team moved on. They proceeded through the hallways in search of Brian. Once or twice they found dead lights, which indicated that either he or they had moved through there. After the fight, Keith had lost his bearings, so it was a random hunt and was as frustrating as hell. She wanted to simply incinerate the entire building, but she couldn't, of course, not without knowing where her brother was. They rounded another corner, and something surged toward her through the darkness. It was like a shadow incarnate, as if darkness had been given form or the night itself was animated with rage. It pounded into her, but was unable to topple her. Her steel skin made her too heavy. It did, however, knock everyone else, including Lumos, to the floor. Worse still was that as everyone pushed to their feet, she could sense the terror that poured from them.
"What the fuck was that?"
Hernandez shrieked.
"That was her,"
Lumos said. He didn't look as shaken as the rest of them, but he still looked fairly freaked out.
"What was her? That fucking cloud of crazy?"
Jim said. He nodded. "That means we're getting close. She wouldn't reveal herself if she didn't feel like she had to."
"That was revealing herself?"
The Wonder Kid was incredulous. He was the one who'd spent the most time studying dragons because of his vendetta against them, and he'd obviously never come across powers like these.
"We need to keep moving,"
Kristen said.
"Agreed,"
Lumos nodded.
"But be ready. She'll try to split us up so she can pick one of us off. She's powerful in her dragon form, but when she uses these abilities, well, she can be almost impossible to stop." "Almost?" Drew asked.
He didn't answer, and merely followed the steel dragon's lead. Kristen thought he was right about Brian. She finally felt like she could sense him. He was close, scared, tired, and worried that he would never see the light of day again. Still, he was close, and that was what mattered. They stepped beyond another corner, and again the cloud of angry shadow barreled past them. This time she tried to strike at it, but her hands found no target. The cloud struck back, however. Claws materialized and lashed out at her team as the insubstantial dragon passed between them. Gashes appeared on Butter's chest, and he screamed in pain as he fell. Jim and Keith hauled him up, but he was bleeding from the neck. Fortunately, his bulletproof vest had stopped most of the attack, but he wouldn't be able to be their gunner anymore. He had to keep a hand on his neck to staunch the bleeding, and couldn't go back alone either. Obscura would simply devour him. She surged again, this time from the direction she'd vanished into. Her claws found Drew, but he raised his arms in the way and earned gashes on his forearms instead of his chest.
"She's trying to take our gunners out,"
Kristen said. She couldn't believe they were close to Brian, so close, and yet Obscura would manage to stop them. This was the end. Again, the shadow of the dragon attacked. Kristen braced herself, but didn't know what she could do as she was steel, not shadow. She supposed she could turn her body to flesh and maybe goad their adversary into attacking. But that didn't seem wise. Not when Obscura might simply slice her head off. Lumos, though, had a plan. As the shadow form careened toward them, the golden dragon's human body began to glow. At first, Kristen could hardly notice it, but in moments, light radiated from his skin and filled the hallway. His eyes and fists seemed to burn brightest, and this time, when Obscura tried to creep past them, he struck out with his hand held in a claw and caught hold of something. For a moment, it looked like nothing more than black cloth, but it began to coalesce almost immediately.
"Go, I'll hold her for a time,"
Lumos said, and his glowing hand dimmed a little as the shadow began to take a solid form around him.
"Lumos,"
the darkness snapped.
"I should have recognized you,"
Obscura growled from her shadowy form. As before, the voice seemed to come from all around them, but it was no longer distorted through the tinny speakers. Now it was low, ominous, and seductive, too. They were the words of a woman who knew she was in control.
"It's the mustache," he said.
"We could have been something, you know. Light and dark.
Good and evil."
The hallway erupted into violence. This wasn't Kristen's fight. Not yet and not now. She had to save Brian. "Let's go!" she yelled, and the human SWAT team obeyed. They sprinted from the battle between Lumos and Obscura, down a hall, into a right turn, and down another.
"There!"
Keith shouted, and pointed down a corridor where every button was illuminated.
"We never did that shit! It's gotta be Brian!"
She nodded and raced forward down the hallway. When she spun around the next corner, he didn't see her at first. He stumbled along as fast as he could and pressed every button, committed to his strategy like he always was when playing a game. Drew and Keith arrived next and moved much more loudly than she had. The noise alerted Brian to their presence. Kristen realized she should have said something, but the sense of relief had been so palpable she'd frozen. That was a mistake, as when her brother saw the two men, he screamed.
"You fucking ghosts! Go away! Please!" he pleaded. "I'm tired. All I want is my sister."
"It's me, Brian," she said, and pushed past her teammates. Brian ran to her and they embraced. She was smiling and tears ran down her cheeks, her brother safe in her arms. He wept the great racking sobs of the doomed who had realized that they'd live another day. The moment was short-lived, as seconds later the roof collapsed. "Get to me!" Kristen screamed, and instinctively transformed into her dragon form. She used her massive steel wings to envelop Brian and the human SWAT team, while brick, ceiling tiles, and shards of debris rained upon her. Lumos's shining golden form pounded into what she at first thought was a storm cloud that Obscura had summoned. For a moment, she had a flashback to fighting Shadowstorm. He too could control the weather. But the cloud coalesced, and she realized that it wasn't a storm cloud, but Obscura herself. She was massive, almost twice the size of Shadowstorm, who had been substantially larger than Kristen in her dragon form. She bit Lumos on the neck and hurled him aside. The team lost sight of him as he careened from the window into the sky above them.
"You have to go,"
Jim said. "I have to get Brian out of here," she argued.
"I'll be all right."
Her brother still sounded shaken, but seemed better.
"Go kick some ass."
Chapter 5. The next day, when Kristen arrived at the manor where she was supposed to meet Officer Jasper, she was immediately struck by two things. The first was the beauty of the estate. As the gate opened and the SWAT mage drove her up to the front door of the house not really being as accurate a term as mansion, she admired the grounds. Beautifully manicured topiary bushes dotted the landscape, and she glimpsed one in the shape of a giraffe, another of a dragon unfurling its wings, and another two were humans locked in an eternal dance. The snow that dusted the tops of all the bushes only added to the effect. She had no idea how the plants could all look so healthy, considering winter was upon them. Splashes of red, yellow, and orange were offset by 100 shades of green that supported the blossoms despite the snow that was already accumulating. Even the snow looked manicured. The walking paths were all clear, and the spaces between the paths were completely devoid of tracks. Perfectly smooth whiteness was broken only by plants, a fountain, or other landscaping features. If the estate looked this beautiful in the winter, she could only imagine what it would look like in the spring. The other thing she noticed, and that she almost didn't notice at all, was a testimony to how beautiful the grounds really were. was the security. She first identified the system when she heard the telltale whir of a motor as she stepped from the car and sent the driver away. Rather than diminishing, the buzzing continued, so she glanced up and located a drone hovering above her. A quick glance at the sky revealed there was more than one. They monitored the perimeter of the grounds and darted across the interior as well. More than one was undoubtedly watching her. She had never seen so many in one place before. There were cameras, too, she realized now that she consciously looked for them. The mansion was absolutely covered in them. She hadn't noticed them at first because they were tucked away beneath gargoyles or in crevices, but now that she saw them, they were unmistakable. Electronic eyes watched everywhere. There were motion sensors, too, but what they interfaced with was anyone's guess. Lights, undoubtedly, but who knew what kind of security features any unverified motion released in the bowels of the mansion? If not for the freshness of the snow, she would not have been surprised if this was the kind of place that used greyhounds for security. Not that it seemed like the system had been tested. The snow was still fresh without tracks marring it. Another level of security the owner probably appreciated. Kristen approached the door of the mansion and was about to knock when she noticed something moving on the roof. She stepped back, ready to transform and fight, when she realized that it was only a machine. It looked like a satellite dish, except it rotated. She realized it wasn't for satellite TV, but was an actual radar dish. What, does he expect to be bombed by the military? She thought the idea was ridiculous, but then she realized that radar would no doubt detect dragons as well. Whoever designed the security for the estate was serious about making sure no one gained access. The radar would detect incoming flying dragons, while the motion sensors and cameras should locate anyone who attempted to breach on foot. She was sure there were hidden defenses she hadn't seen yet, and some of them were no doubt magic. She wondered if the location was networked with invisible laser beams and possibly pressure plates. With a wealthy, paranoid dragon, the sky was the limit. The cop in her briefly tried to pick the security system apart. If someone understood the camera zones, perhaps did something about the backup generator that was undoubtedly hidden somewhere on the grounds, and came in on foot, it might still be possible to get through. The owner of the mansion no doubt understood this, given how he'd requested a security detail despite all his high-tech defenses. The attention to detail implied someone who was competent, though, which made her wonder if he had actual reason to worry, or whether his paranoia was completely unfounded. Her dissection of the security system would have to wait, however, as the front door opened and a dragon strode down the steps of the mansion. He had gray hair and wrinkles around his eyes, and if she had not felt his aura, she might have doubted that he was a dragon at all. He wore a dark blue suit, was a little soft around the middle, and had a kind smile on his face.
"You must be Lady Kristen Hall, the Steel Dragon."
"Yes, sir," Kristen replied, and assumed that this was the other officer because it seemed unlikely that the owner of the estate who'd installed all the security measures would have answered the door himself.
"I'm Jasper. Oh, Officer Jasper these days."
He winked, then said in a lower voice,
"Damn bureaucrats."
She smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Officer Jasper."
"Oh, Jasper's fine, Lady Steele. Really it is."
"You can call me Kristen."
"Of course, Kristen. Do you mind taking a tour in the cold before we go inside?"
"It makes sense to me."
"Right this way."
Jasper actually offered his arm like he was a gentleman from the Victorian era. She realized that he probably was, and more besides that. Most dragons were at least a couple of centuries old, and with his age showing so clearly on his face, she imagined he was even older. He might have been a gentleman in countless ages, his manners and etiquette older than most living things. As they made a circuit around the manor, he pointed out cameras and motion-sensing devices that she had failed to notice, and chatted amicably.
"I've done this for quite a while, you know. It's funny. They add all this technology, vats of burning oil, crossbows, machine guns, and even drones, and they still need living beings to manage it all. I guess I'm lucky, really. It's good to still have a job," he chuckled. She tilted her head and studied him curiously. "Wait, you're a dragon who actually needs a job?" Kristen knew that StoneQuest worked, but he seemed to do so because he wanted to.
She had never seen a dragon who was anything but excessively wealthy. Jasper chuckled again. Every time he did so, it made her smile. He was the least dragon-like dragon she had ever met.
Technically, I'm an ancient.
Which means? She asked, unable to help herself.
Which means I've been around a long time.
How long?
In human terms, it becomes somewhat tricky to keep track after a while. You try to remember all the centuries, plus all the people still around, and it can be too much. But, well, in human terms, let's see. Do you remember Julius Caesar?
Yes, obviously.
I worked security for him.
Wasn't he murdered?
Yes, ma'am, but not on my watch. The history books were right about that much anyway. His own kind got him in the end, not dragons.
So, dragons do intervene in human history, she said, and although she meant it as a question, it came out as a statement of fact. Jasper raised an eyebrow, the gentleman's version of a shrug.
I suppose so. We share a planet, after all, but the Dragon Councils had a non-intervention policy for a long time. There was a time when we ruled as gods on this earth, but we fought amongst ourselves far more in those days. That, of course, wasn't good for the humans we ruled. I was proud when the Council adjusted its intentions. Since then, most dragons are only interested in accumulating power and wealth in both dragon and human society. It's a better game than war between flying, fire-breathing gods.
For a moment, he seemed to lose touch with the present, like he was lost in a memory of a battle that had taken place long before humans had recorded history. Kristen gave him a moment before she asked gently, "A game?"
That's how I see it, yes.
I don't think controlling most of the wealth on the planet and wielding power in every circle or group that matters is a game. That dragons can even think about it in those terms speaks to the privilege they've enjoyed over humanity for eons.
True enough. True enough.
Jasper's disarming chuckle followed.
I guess I simply meant that it seems like a fool's game to me. I never bothered to try to make my fortune. I have a 2-bedroom apartment in Denver. I like the mountains. But it's not crammed full of gold or treasure or anything. I don't own any estates or pieces of companies like so many of the ancients do. I guess in that way, we're the same. You live out of an apartment, right?
Sure, in Detroit.
What's that like?
Kristen regarded him quizzically. Didn't you say you had an apartment in Denver?
Yes, I do. But I paid for it when the apartment complex was built about 40 years ago. You weren't even born, and then you grew up with human parents.
You're not asking me about my apartment, are you? Kristen stated.
No, I suppose I'm not. I haven't heard a story like yours for a very long time. Dragons getting lost simply doesn't happen anymore.
She nodded. Stonequest had said the same thing. Her family and friends had finally adjusted to what she was, and it was sometimes difficult to remember that the rest of the world had not yet caught up. When was the last time it did? She asked.
Centuries ago, before the New World and Old World were connected like they are now. Dragons knew about the Americas then, of course. Some of us lived there, but there was still so much wilderness in the world.
And dragons would come out of it?
Even then, no, not really. Sometimes dragons would rebel against the political establishment of the time.
Like they'd fight against human kings for democracy? She suggested.
Ha! No, Lady Hall, quite the opposite, in fact. But if they tried to interfere and other dragons stopped them, communities would sometimes leave, vanish from the cities and trade routes, and go so far into the jungle or the desert or wherever that no one could sense their aura. Sometimes they'd have dragonlings, and sometimes those dragonlings would return to society with the rest of us. But even then, we all understood where they came from. You're
different, I know. Look, I can tell you what I've told everyone. Someone came to my parents' house one night, pounded on the door, left me on the doorstep, and vanished. My parents moved to another city with me for about a year. When they returned, they pretended I was my mom's, and that they'd moved because it had been a difficult pregnancy. I didn't even know I was adopted until my powers started to manifest themselves.
And you don't know who the woman was?
She wanted to tell Jasper the truth that she knew exactly who the woman was, her Aunt Christina, her dad's sister. After dropping baby Kristen off at her brother's house, she had been murdered that same night in a sloppy car accident that was later covered up. She wanted to tell him that her Aunt Christina probably wasn't her mom either, and that she had worked at some kind of bio-research lab that had been funded by dragons. But she'd only just met him. It was a secret she'd kept close to her breast since she'd discovered it, and she wouldn't betray the origins her parents had worked so hard to obscure for so long. "I don't know who my mother was," she said honestly.
"It's quite the mystery, isn't it? A dragon from nowhere, with no contacts or relations to speak of."
"Well, that kind of sounds like you," she said, hoping to move the conversation back to him and his past rather than hers.
"Oh?"
"Yeah, you said you didn't have any political connections, but here you are working guard duty at the nicest mansion I've ever seen. Do you mean to tell me you got this job because you let Julius Caesar get stabbed?" Jasper smiled.
"My resume's a part of it. And like I said, it didn't happen on my watch. I've done security for other dragons for a long time. One thing most agree on is that we shouldn't kill each other except in ritual combat. And even then, it's better to defeat your opponent than kill, obviously."
Kristen nodded. She'd defeated a dragon in combat, but she hadn't spared his life.
"Anyway, people know that about me. I have an honest reputation, you could say, and I've made some friends over the years. Windfire and I, he's the dragon who owns this place, go way back."
"Is that right?"
"Oh, yes. We both came to this continent around the same time, and managed to keep in touch despite following different paths. Windfire's a real ancient, mind you, not like me. He has the connections and the wealth, but has been a recluse for decades. It was something of a surprise when he reached out to me."
"Why do you think he contacted you?"
"You know, at first I thought that maybe he was merely throwing me a bone. We hadn't talked in years, and out of the blue, one of his servants contacted me about a security contract. I accepted it, and looked forward to talking to the old windbag. Don't call him that, by the way. But when I got here, well..."
"He's obviously not simply doing you a favor, not with the security cameras and the drones."
"That's exactly right. I thought this gig would mostly be me drinking tea with an old friend, but I hardly see Windfire. He doesn't like to come outside anymore, and always goes on about telescopic lenses, real-time satellite feeds, and drone technology. He says they can see him and that they're watching. Especially on sunny days, he's a wreck."
"He sounds paranoid."
"He is, which is odd for a dragon. When you're a fire-breathing creature capable of flight, with a healing ability unlike any other species on the planet, there's not much that can harm you."
Kristen knew that there were undoubtedly still things that could. She'd been hunted until quite recently by a dragon assassin who knew how to hurt dragons. "Do you think his paranoia is justified?" Jasper shrugged and tried to smile, but the wrinkles around his eyes failed to crease.
"Between you and me, dragons don't become paranoid. It's not part of our nature. But then again, neither is Alzheimer's disease."
"Do you think he's losing control of his mind?"
"Honestly, I've been here a week and haven't seen a damn thing. Birds don't even land on the grounds, not with the drones buzzing about. I think that, well, it pains me to say it, but we're partners, so I might as well tell you. I'm worried that Windfire might have lost his marbles."
She sighed and thought about the paper dungeon. It had been busy work, but it had also been in the heart of the Dragon SWAT security building. She could have pumped Atramento for information about mages and maybe fit some training time in with the other members of StoneQuest's team. The reality was that she could have proven herself to a whole building full of powerful dragons. But instead, she'd lost control, taken the established way of doing things personally, and ended up out there, tending the concerns of an ailing dragon so old that, despite living for thousands of years, he was finally sinking into senility. She liked Jasper, but hanging out with a kindly old security dragon was not enough of a reason to leave her human friends on SWAT.
"Are you all right?" he asked. "I can see something's troubling your aura."
"I'm fine. I had simply hoped for a little more than, well, a dragon who'd lost his marbles.
Ah, don't think of it like that. Think of it as an opportunity to get away from the office.
I've been at the office for 1 day.
Ah, well...
Kristen didn't hear the rest of what he said. Out of the corner of her eye, she'd seen movement. Something had vanished into one of the topiary hedges. Did you see that?
Maybe it was one of the drones. They sometimes go down. You know, we used to use crows for security. They were much better, except, of course, they did like to steal the keys.
No! There, look! A figure dressed in black sprinted from one bush to the next. They had used the path, so hadn't even left tracks in the snow.
I didn't see.
Watch my back. She raced after the black-clad intruder. You, this is private property. Stop now and no one gets hurt. The person dashed from cover. Whoever they were fast. She turned her speed on to pursue the person across the grounds and left a startled Jasper behind her. Chapter 50. Kristen didn't have to be told twice. She vaulted into the air and pumped her wings as she did so to clear the warehouse roof and emerge into the midday sun. It was insane to think they'd arrived there as early as they had. Now the sun was high overhead and shining down on the battle before her. There was no opportunity to look around, because Obscura rocketed into her and sent her skittering across the roof. Hastily, she turned into regular dragon skin instead of steel in an attempt to prevent the roof from caving in. But even without that, she was still a dragon. As she careened across the surfaces, pieces inside came loose and plunged into the maze. Instinct told her that she couldn't let her adversary dictate where this battle would take place. She had to get off the roof and take the fight somewhere with less collateral damage. When the vengeful dragon struck her again, she moved with the blow instead of resisting it. Her momentum carried her from the roof and into the asphalt parking lot that surrounded the warehouse, where she donned her steel skin once more and roared at the larger black dragon. Obscura leapt off the building and moved with the speed of a viper, despite her enormous size. But she didn't make it far. At the top of her arc, Lumos pounded into her. It wasn't enough to bring the dragon to the ground. She was so much larger than any of her two adversaries. But it did succeed in deflecting her headlong trajectory toward Kristen. The black dragon landed and whipped her tail into Lumos, who catapulted away. His attack had left an opening for Kristen, and she took it. She vaulted onto Obscura and landed between her wings. Before her foe could retaliate, she sank her jaws into the back of the larger dragon's neck, hoping to sever her spine or a vein, but it wasn't enough. She simply shook her off like a dog from the back of a grizzly bear. The steel dragon spread her wings to ease her landing. In an instant, Obscura launched her next assault. She constantly expected the old dragon to be slower because she was so massive, but that wasn't the case at all. In addition to her speed, she turned insubstantial, raced toward Kristen, and transformed to her solid state in time to crash into her. Kristen fell once again and landed heavily in the parking lot. Her assailant was on top of her almost immediately, her claws on her chest and her weight pressing down.
You took him from me, and for that you will suffer,
the black dragon said viciously. The steel dragon experienced true terror in that moment, because an energy unlike anything she had ever sensed before coursed through her enemy. It started in one of her claws and surged through her body to empower and invigorate her. When Obscura pounded on the young dragon's face with her fist, the back of her skull cracked the pavement. "How can you?" she managed to say, before another fist drove into her with enough force to knock out some of her teeth.
"A blood oath is nothing to be trifled with. Everything I've done up until now, I've done to hurt you the way you hurt me. I've used your family and friends against you like you did to my son. I made their strengths into their weaknesses, exactly like you did to my son. And now I'll kill you like you did my son."
Obscura reared her head back, opened her jaws wide, and was blasted in the face by what appeared to be a beam of pure sunshine.
"Watch my back,"
Lumos said as he bounded past Kristen and bulldozed into the black dragon. She hadn't seen what he'd done, but it must have been some kind of blast power. While she hadn't ever paused to think where he got his name from, it was now becoming clear. He was a dragon of light. He could illuminate, apparently to a devastating degree. But that didn't mean he could defeat their adversary. He collided with her, but that seemed to be a mistake. Before he'd touched her, the shadow dragon had thrashed around blindly, obviously incapacitated by the solar blast and blinded as well as hurt. But once he made contact, sight was no longer necessary to strike back. Her tail whipped around and its barbed point aimed directly at his gut. Kristen had realized that they couldn't fight this dragon by themselves. It had to be together. She'd waited to help Lumos, and when Obscura's tail whipped toward the older dragon, she caught it in her teeth and bit down hard. Her foe screamed, and Lumos struck. He opened his mouth and emitted a blast of what Kristen could only ever be able to describe as sunlight. It blasted more brightly than the sun above them, and its target writhed in pain. But still, she fought. She tugged at her tail, still in Kristen's jaws, and was able to yank the young dragon into Lumos. The two rolled across the pavement. "I will avenge him!" Obscura roared, and a wave of shadow blasted from her to envelop them in darkness. Kristen tried to keep her bearings, but that became impossible when claws came from the darkness to slash at her eyes and stab at her throat. Lumos cried out, and she assumed he'd been injured. "Can you do anything about this cloud of ink or whatever the hell it is?" she asked, thinking again of his ability to use light itself as a weapon. "I can try." With that, his entire body began to glow. It started with his eyes and nostrils, and gradually glimmered from between his scales. Finally, the scales themselves gleamed until Lumos became a blinding light, a beacon in an artificial cloud of darkness and shadow. She could now see through the gloom. Within it, Obscura moved in human form, her hands still huge and with the massive claws that belonged to her dragon form. Everything in her said that this should have been impossible. There was no way a dragon could control their transformation for the length of time that she seemed to be able to. But then she remembered her oath of revenge. In the cloud, she could practically taste her attacker's rage. This was more than a vendetta, and so much more than personal. This was everything to her. She would get revenge, or she would die trying. That meant Kristen had to push herself that much harder. The black dragon attacked through the now luminescent mist. Able to see her because of Lumos's illumination, the steel dragon struck at the human form with her tail. It whipped savagely, and Obscura stumbled back, then cursed as her hiding place no longer provided the advantage. "You're a traitor!" she screamed as she sucked the cloud of darkness into herself and resumed her dragon form. "You're a traitor to us all, Lumos! The girl I can understand. She's but a whelp and grew up among the filthy, hairy humans. But you're a dragon even older than I am. Why side with these inferior beings?" "Because they're people," Lumos said. "They have as much a right to live on this planet as we do." "Pish-posh," she retorted as she circled. Lumos and Kristen tried to flank the larger dragon. Their only hope of penetrating her defensive perimeter was to draw her attention one way and attack from the other. But even that would be fraught with danger. Unlike a human or any other creature on the planet except the scorpion, Obscura's rear was as well guarded as her front. The black dragon continued. Although she spoke to Lumos, her aura was focused on Kristen. "Humans kill other species all the time. Cockroaches, rats, chickens, and even noble lions and wolves. They treat this planet like it belongs to them, and I don't fault them for that. The other creatures are exactly that, creatures. Their intellect and abilities preclude them from a right to rule." "Humans are different," the golden dragon responded. "Indeed. I would argue that they are the second greatest force on this planet. But in nature, second doesn't mean much." "That doesn't mean you can slaughter whoever you wish," Kristen yelled. "Oh, but I'm not. My goal is only to slaughter you. To me, you're the wolf that came to the village and killed a child, or the tiger that attacks the men in the rice paddies. My opinions of what humans are and their place in the world doesn't alter the fact that you must die for what you did to my son." Obscura, unable to abide this standoff any longer, launched herself at Kristen. Lumos sprang into action, surged toward the black dragon's side, and sank his teeth into her gut. But it was to no avail. Their adversary bulldozed into her and buried her teeth in Kristen's chest, no doubt in an attempt to damage her heart. She responded in kind, closed her jaws on the back of her attacker's skull, and tried to use their strength to leverage a snapped bone and end the fight. If she could only crack the massive dragon's spine, this whole thing could be over. Obscura was too strong and moved too much. It took all Kristen's strength to simply hold on as the three of them tumbled wildly in the throes of battle. At some point, they rolled over a car and completely destroyed it. A nearby pond retention system and stand of trees were demolished in the whirlwind struggle. She hadn't even noticed the woods when they arrived, and now they were gone, reduced to kindling and firewood, nothing more. All the while, she tried to maintain the pressure on the back of Obscura's skull, and the black dragon continued her attempt to bite her way into her chest. It seemed both endless and fruitless, until something very strange happened. Later, she would have trouble describing it. It wasn't conscious, but it happened all the same. While her teeth locked into Obscura's skull, the massive dragon tried to become insubstantial to break the grip. In an almost immediate response, Lumos did the same thing, and together, a form of shadow and light began to flee from Kristen. With no idea what she was doing, she did the same thing. She transformed from her dragon to her human form, but as she did so, she tried to follow the others. Somehow it worked. Security cameras caught the next minute of the battle. Otherwise, she might not have believed it was possible. In one moment, the three dragons scuffled and struggled in a huge, bloody tangle, and in the next, they became clouds of darkness, light and silver. These transformed into people, biting and scratching as viciously as animals, before they became clouds once more, and from there to another tangle of dragon bodies. This pattern repeated constantly as they moved around the warehouse and demolished trees and everything in their path. Sometimes they would become airborne before the battle continued in the now devastated parking lot. Again and again, the dragons tussled and fought and tried to maintain their hold on each other, an impossible task that the three of them somehow made possible, at least for a time anyway. Kristen thought she was getting the hang of it. They were about to land in human form, and she was ready to kick the shit out of her adversary, when Obscura shifted into her dragon body instead of her human one. "Enough!" she hissed and took to the air. "Don't let her get to the warehouse!" Lumos bellowed, as he too transformed into a solid dragon once more and followed. Kristen didn't need to be reminded of this, of course. She wasted no time, and as soon as she was airborne, she sent a blast of fire that cut off Obscura's path to the warehouse with the humans still inside. The black dragon roared and pumped her wings to rise higher and higher. "I will have my vengeance on you! You are an abomination! A monster on this earth! You'll ruin dragonkind!" "The only monsters are the beasts like you and your son!" she shouted in response. That earned another roar from Obscura, and she tucked her wings to dive into the attack. Kristen made to dodge, but her adversary was still too fast. She fell more rapidly than seemed possible, and they collided in midair. The black dragon used her momentum to guide her toward the warehouse, released her at the last moment, and added a thrust that drove through the roof to scatter the maze walls beneath her bulk. She looked around wildly and located Brian and the human SWAT team nearby. They were inside some kind of control room or office space in the middle of the warehouse. "We'll be okay," Brian shouted. "This room is reinforced. I think she used it as her base." Kristen smiled and returned to the skies. Her friends would be fine unless one of the dragons crashed directly into them. They would make it, and that was what mattered most. "Lumos, there's a control room in there!" She pointed with her tail, and Lumos nodded before he dodged another blow from Obscura. "As long as we don't hit that, my friends will be fine." "Then let's end this," he said, and evaded another of their adversary's oath-powered attacks. She roared in frustration and ascended again. The two dragons followed and tried to keep up with their larger foe, but were unable to do so. She was too fast and too powerful, fueled by magic that neither of them could use. But maybe there was a way to take it from her. "You can't hurt me!" Kristen screamed. "Oh, I most certainly can!" Obscura turned, opened her jaws, and spewed fire on her two pursuers. They both swept aside and managed to elude the blast. Dragons could withstand regular fires, But dragon's breath was another thing entirely. It could easily melt steel and incinerate flesh. It might not kill a dragon instantly, but it would hurl them from the sky. Kristen retaliated with her own gout of flame, but the larger dragon dodged effortlessly.
I will melt the skin from your flesh, Kristen Steel. Then I will gobble your friends who are still alive one by one.
They're all still alive, you big lizard!
All the better for me. I'd love to feel your aura when I crush one of their fragile mammalian bodies with your own steel spine.
It won't happen, Obscura. They found your little control room. You can't use Lumos or me to destroy them. Face it, they're safe. The black dragon roared in frustration. Obviously, that was not what she'd intended. And another thing, you have my name wrong. It's not Kristen Steel. It's Kristen Hall. I was raised a human and always will be.
Then you'll die a human's death,
she said, and lashed out with her claws as the two dragons flew past each other. Obscura managed to rake her claws across Kristen's gut, but before she could sink them past the steel skin, Lumos clawed at her back and she let go. That's the problem with your plan, Obscura! She yelled at her opponent as she flapped her wings to circle for another strike. You seek to kill me, but I'm human! You can't!
What foolishness is this?
Her adversary demanded as she barreled into her. This time, the two dragons managed to take hold of one another. They pushed and kicked at each other's stomachs, but before either could do any damage, Lumos blasted Obscura with another beam of light, and she fell back. Kristen followed her this time, rather than trying to turn to strike head-to-head. It was a risky plan, because her opponent was both faster and more maneuverable, but she had begun to realize she couldn't beat her physically, not with that oath powering her. She had to take that magic away and weaken her resolve. You can't kill me, because humans don't die as long as their loved ones live on. My brother will remember me. My friends will remember me. Your son might have died in darkness, and his name will soon be forgotten. But that doesn't happen to humans. You see, the only dragons anyone cares about are the ones who are still alive. Humans, on the other hand, well, most of our greatest heroes are dead.
We shall test that!
Obscura roared and spun into another attack. Now the two were in a kind of hummingbirds battle. Each pumped their wings furiously to stay aloft while they struck out at each other with tail and claw. Lumos swooped into the fray again and again in an attempt to keep their foe off balance and thus make the combat somewhat more even. But still, even though opponents her size and experience gave her the advantage, Kristen could sense that something was slipping. Her strikes, while still fast and powerful, weren't quite what they were a moment before. When she clawed at the black dragon, she flinched. You see the truth of my words, don't you? Kristen yelled. You haven't hurt me like I did you. I'm not afraid of losing the ones I love, and if they lose me, they'll know that I died with honor. You've broken your oath to your son. You won't make me hurt even if you do get vengeance.
I don't need an oath to slay the likes of you,
Obscura said, and latched onto her with her jaws once more. She bit in retaliation, and for good measure, sliced one of her wings with the steel axe blade at the end of her tail. They fell together and plummeted toward the earth. Lumos grasped Kristen's tail and towed them away from the warehouse, but other than that, he didn't interfere. He had no doubt made the same calculation that she did. If she landed on top, she would crush Obscura. On the other hand, if the heavier dragon landed on top, she might kill Kristen, but Lumos could finish her off. They tumbled wildly as they fell, Kristen on top one moment and Obscura the next, while they blasted each other with fire in a battle that could be seen for miles. Her skin blistered from the heat, and her wounds healed slower and slower as the attacks used up all there was of her healing power. In the next instant, too soon to even register, they impacted with the earth, and she was on the bottom. Obscura's bulk hammered her into the hard surface. Lumos had managed to get them onto earth instead of concrete, so the impact didn't kill her. But it came damn close. The breath was knocked from her, an experience new to her dragon body, and she had cracked ribs, of that she was certain. Her adversary didn't do much better. She stumbled away and then, to Kristen's shock, transformed into a human. She changed back into what she thought of as her true form, an opinion that no other dragon shared, and tried to stumble after her foe. A little dazed, she stopped when she realized that she didn't need to. The fight was over, and she really had won. Stonequest had arrived with Emerald and Heartsbane. The three of them plus Lumos all walked toward Obscura in their dragon forms. The shadow dragon, her fists still clenched, held her arms out in surrender. Heartsbane transformed into her human form and clapped manacles on her. Instantly, the power that emanated from the other dragon diminished. The manacles limited her and trapped her in this form.
"You'll come with us to face the Dragon Council," Stonequest said. "You will defend yourself and your actions, and they will decide your fate. If you do not come willingly, we are authorized to use lethal force. But do not feel compelled to speak. Our task is only to take you to the council, not hear your pleas."
To Kristen's shock, Obscura turned to her.
"You were right, you know,"
she said, her words heavy. "About you being an ancient bitch?" she asked. She didn't know if she'd said that yet, but she'd certainly wanted to call her that.
"About vengeance. Me killing you is not the same as you killing my son. I didn't want to kill you, not until you'd suffered like I had. Maybe the oath sensed that and prevented me from finishing my quest."
"Maybe you've simply grown weak in your old age," she smiled.
No. I lost track of my purpose. After all, you didn't kill me. You took a loved one from me."
"I didn't know you could feel love."
"Oh, yes," Obscura said. "And heartbreak. And I'm sure you can as well. In fact, I'm counting on it."
"You're out of your fucking mind," Kristen said. "Lumos and I were able to stop you from hurting my friends. Now you're cuffed, and in case you hadn't noticed, there are 5 of us. The fight's over."
"You're right. The fight is over. Especially since your friends are all inside that nice little room in the middle of the warehouse. However, did they find it? I was sure I had hidden it so well."
Her stomach lurched when she felt Obscura's aura. It was muffled by the cuffs, but was still there. She hadn't really noticed it, what with being pounded into the ground after their dramatic freefall. But she felt it now. Obscura did not feel fear, resignation, or even defeat. She felt triumph. The black dragon smiled as she held her fists up.
"What's in her hand?"
Emerald yelled. But it was too late.
"I thought that office was nice and secure. That's why I put most of the explosives there. I wouldn't want them to go off accidentally."
She pressed the detonator, and the warehouse exploded. Chapter 51. Kristen took her dragon form and raced toward the collapsing warehouse. She used every ounce of speed she had available in her dragon body and pushed her muscles as hard and as fast as they could go. But she still couldn't outrace Obscura's taunts.
"Ha! They all die and you live, Kristen Steele!"
The black dragon howled with laughter. She tried to ignore her and reached out to her friends. If she could only get a sense of their aura, she'd know where they were.
"This is how it ends, you abomination, with your failure and a return to order. I may be punished, but in a century, dragonkind will look at me as a hero. My name is Hall!"
she roared. Obscura bellowed in frustration, and that was the last she heard from the shadow dragon. She was close enough to the warehouse that all she could hear were explosions. The center of the building was already a smoking hole. If her friends had stayed there, well, it was better not to think of that. The rest of the building, though, thundered with a seemingly endless series of detonations. Kristen pumped her wings and took flight. It was more of an extended jump, for as soon as she reached the top of her leap, she coasted down into the warehouse, through the flames and into the wreckage. She found the room where Brian and her friends had been hiding. Frantic, she hurled cinder blocks aside like they were leaves and checked the wreckage for bodies, blood, or anything that might confirm their deaths. She found nothing, and relief seeped in behind the panic. That meant her friends were either still alive, or that they hadn't died there, at least. Her mind racing, she looked around and tried to decide which way they could have gone. In that moment of hesitation, another bomb went off above her and brought down a large chunk of the roof. In her steel form, she took the brunt of the blow and shrugged it off. She wouldn't die there, of that she was certain. But if she lost Brian and her friends, she might not really ever live again either. Another blast high up loosened another avalanche of debris. Kristen pulled back, but not quite quickly enough, and part of the rubble landed on her tail. The pain was excruciating. Despite having steel skin, her body was still very much filled with flesh and bone, and having a roof fall on it hurt. But it hadn't killed her. Not like it would the people she cared for. She forgot her pain when she saw what was maybe a clue, a line of buttons. Half were turned off and the others still on. Hope flared, and she immediately raced down the hall. Before she made it even 10 feet, her dragon body's shoulders pushed up against the thin walls that had been used to construct the maze. This didn't slow her down, of course. She could move cinder blocks, so cubicle partitions, or whatever these flimsy walls were made of, presented no physical barrier. The only issue was the smoke that seeped from the floor. Kristen pumped her wings to disperse the noxious gas into the air, before she realized that she shouldn't actually do that, not with her friends ahead of her. Instead, she transformed into her human body and sprinted on down the passage. Despite still being made of steel, being in her human form made the crumbling maze much more terrifying. Whereas before, as a dragon, she could see above the maze. As a human, she was back inside the tunnels. If not for the gas primed to release if the walls were broken, she could have simply demolished the maze and saved her brother in an instant. But Obscura's planning once again made her dragon abilities more dangerous to her human allies than they were useful. Frustrated, she ran through the tunnels and followed the lights. She occasionally had to duck or even fall prone to avoid something that fell from the warehouse roof far above her and through the thin ceiling Obscura had installed to house her speakers. Her search continued past broken drones, walls that had been moved, and the gas already expended. She increased her pace and pushed herself to the limit, until finally, when she thought that all hope was lost, she located her friends. Brian had fallen and was weeping. I can't. I'm too tired. You have to, for fuck's sake, retorted Hernandez, ever the motivational speaker. What's the point? He shrieked. Every door we come to is locked and rigged to blow. We might as well lie here and wait for the ceiling to come down and crush us. I don't think your sister would like that, Drew said. He'd noticed Kristen, and his grin showed brightly from a face covered in soot from the explosions. I only hope my sister's okay. I hope she flies off safely and beats that fucking sexy dragon and lives 1,000 years and never has to worry about my fat ass again. Sorry, Brian, you're stuck with me, she said, and closed the distance to her team. Everyone cheered except Brian, who merely smiled the largest smile she had ever seen him wear. He pushed himself to his feet and threw a giant hug around her. That was when the roof finally collapsed. She heard it before she saw it. A great rending of metal flooded the maze with light. Kristen knew she had only moments to act. Escape wasn't an option. Survival might not be an option for that matter, but she would fight like it was. Kristen transformed, pummeled by the debris even as she did so, and resumed her dragon form. She spread her wings, turned them to steel, and, like a mother bird, pulled the humans beneath her chest. There was only a split second before the building collapsed and pinned her beneath a mountain of brick, lumber, metal, and shingles. The avalanche continued to trap her wings and her tail and pummel her relentlessly, until finally, a brick struck her on the temple, and she was knocked unconscious. Chapter 52. The first thing Kristen could sense when she came to was the light. It had been dark, so lovely and cozy and dark. Beneath her were other warm things. Her friends, part of her, knew, and they had clung to her like tiny birds afraid to leave the nest. They'd been afraid. She had felt that even in her dreams, but they also hadn't been able to go anywhere, and nothing had been able to reach them. It had been comforting, like hiding beneath the sheets in her parents' room. And now there was light. It was demanding and told her to open her eyes, to make sense of it, and to leave the comfort of the nest. She sighed, a shockingly painful thing to do, and tried to move her head. Her neck, far longer than it should have been, felt like it had been beaten with a hammer in a dozen places. How a neck could even have a dozen places was beyond her current powers of comprehension. All she knew was that it hurt, and she couldn't move it. She settled for opening her eyes. A dragon stood in front of her. He had wise eyes, radiantly golden scales, and a long mustache that flitted with the breeze. She thought briefly that she had woken from a dream into another dream, but when the dragon spoke, a flood of memories came back to her.
"I found the steel dragon."
That was right. She was the steel dragon. But she was supposed to be strong, tough, and almost invulnerable. Right now, she felt like every muscle in her body had been ground into a pulpy mess. The steel dragon wasn't supposed to suffer concussions. She wondered vaguely why she hadn't thought to turn completely to steel.
"Hold still, Kristen. We'll get you out of there,"
Lumos said, and began using his massive claws to shift debris with surprisingly delicate movements. She smiled at that. Holding still was an order she could currently obey. 2 more dragons approached, Stonequest and Emerald, she remembered, when the haze of unconsciousness faded, and started pulling rocks and rubble from her back.
"I can't believe that crazy dragon loaded the roof with boulders,"
Emerald said to their leader. Kristen shook her head and grimaced at a jolt of pain in her neck. "We saw no rubble."
"I know we didn't,"
Lumos said. "There was a false roof. I think her plan the entire time was to get you to fight her, then kill the humans inside. If I hadn't had been there to help—"
"Are you saying I owe you a drink?"
she mumbled.
"I think you owe Lumos a bottle, and top shelf, too,"
Emerald said, and lifted a massive beam from one of her wings. Once the weight moved, a fresh wave of agony surged into her wing. But there was also reason to feel hope as well. From beneath it, she heard sounds. For a moment, she pictured a bird on its nest, except there weren't hatchlings under there.
"You folks stay where you are,"
Stonequest yelled through the membrane of her wing.
"Yeah, no shit,"
Hernandez bellowed in response. "Where the fuck does this asshole think we're gonna go?"
"I heard that,"
he said with a chuckle. The dragons removed a few more pieces of debris from her wing. Strangely, no longer being pinned in place made the pain worse. The pressure of hundreds of pounds of jagged stones had been a familiar thing. Now, the crisp breeze over fresh wounds stung like acid.
"Hold still, Steel. Don't shift yet,"
Emerald said. Kristen grimaced and fought the urge to transform into her human form. She didn't have wings as a human, so they wouldn't hurt. Or, at least, that was what her still-recovering brain had latched onto.
"We almost have you clear. Then you can shift to human and we'll get your friends out. If you do it now, a boulder might crush them,"
Lumos explained. She understood that because she was currently being crushed. It didn't feel great. Finally, after what was surely only a few minutes, but to her felt much longer, the rubble was cleared and Stonequest told her to transform into her human body. It actually took effort, and she had to summon the last reserves of strength she had to transform her body into silvery shards of confetti that vanished into nowhere and left her bruised and battered in the middle of her friends. They were all there, Drew, Jim, Hernandez, Keith, and Butters. All bruised, some bloody, but all fine. All except— "Where's Brian?" she demanded, and tried to push herself up.
"Right here,"
he groaned from beneath her.
"You basically sat on me, so I guess you owe me."
Drew and Keith helped to pull her to her feet and off her brother. He stood slowly, filthy with dust that had clung to his sweat. Dried, crusty blood around his nostrils seemed to indicate that he'd faced the shock rod-wielding ghosts at least once inside the maze. "Brian, you're all right!" She lurched forward and threw her arms around him, stink and sweat be damned. It felt good to have him safe.
Yeah. I'm a little hungry, but fine, he said. I hear that, Butters agreed.
Kristen chuckled at the two of them joking about food, despite the fact that they'd been only the thickness of a dragon's wing from certain death. Laughing made her ribs hurt, however. Oh, you guys decide about dinner. I have to talk to the lizards. She stumbled out of the wreckage with Brian and the other humans at her back. Once clear of the devastation, she tried to stand at attention before Stonequest, but it wasn't easy. Her ribs hurt like no one's business, one of her eyes was swollen shut, and her left arm hung limply at her side, obviously broken. Stonequest, Emerald, and Lumos all smiled with genuine pride, now in human form like her. "Where's Heartsbane? Is she pissed off that I went to save the humans or something?" she asked, in what couldn't have been more than a loud mumble.
She's taken Obscura back to headquarters, and will take special care to make the ride as bumpy as possible,
Stonequest said. "I thought for sure she'd be pissed that I took the wrong side." Emerald laughed.
Typical, isn't it? Heartsbane finally says someone's growing on her, but only after she's done pissed them off too much for them to care.
Stonequest and Lumos smiled at that. She didn't really follow the reversal, but was pleased to know that Heartsbane apparently hated her less. "What will happen with Obscura?" she asked. She had to know. If she would be released within 24 hours, she had no idea what she would do. She wouldn't fight her, not immediately, and definitely not with her body feeling like someone ran it through a meat grinder. It would need at least 48 hours.
You don't need to worry about that right now. Lumos is writing up a report on what she built here. She really crossed a line, using human technology, kidnapping people, and doing it all to lure you here for an unsanctioned duel. This simply isn't how things are done. We'll have her locked up at least until the Dragon Council goes through the report of what happened here.
"So what does that mean? A week?" Kristen asked. She tried not to sound bitter, but failed miserably. Stonequest shrugged.
I think this case will change how the Dragon Council and Dragon Society at large view human culture. Many of us see your kind as transient, powerless beings.
"Gee, thanks," Hernandez interjected. Again, he shrugged.
It's not an opinion I share, but there it is. What Obscura almost accomplished here, primarily using human technology, will convince many that human advancement has risen to a level that must be reckoned with. It probably scares you shitless, huh? Jim said.
Stonequest chuckled, obviously not intimidated.
I've argued for dragons to pay more attention to people since the automobile was invented. Some of us have, but I think nothing besides nuclear weapons and television has really impacted the dragon sphere. I hope this changes dragon opinion on that. One way or the other, though, Obscura broke all kinds of rules. I'll do everything I can to make sure she has the book thrown at her.
Kristen nodded. It would have to do.
So, not to interrupt or anything, but she is my sister,
Brian said, stepped up beside her and threw an arm around her shoulder. It felt wonderful to be hugged by her brother, and also absolutely terrible to have a reminder that her ribs were bruised or broken.
Do you mind if we take her away from here?
He asked.
Just one more thing. Emerald?
Stonequest said. Emerald stepped forward.
You know you'll be healed in a few weeks, right?
She nodded. Yeah, if there's a way to speed that up, it would be great.
There isn't. You merely need food and sleep. Like I was saying,
Brian said smugly.
First, we have to do something about that arm, though,
Emerald said. Kristen grimaced. She'd hoped that transforming between her two forms would have healed the broken bone, but that obviously wasn't the case. Although she'd broken the bone in dragon form, it was still snapped in this body.
Your body will prioritize fixing that bone first, he explained. It's a structural issue and limits your effectiveness as a predator. Your subconscious dragon healing knows this. At least that's what our mages think, and we'll start there. But we have to make sure it heals cleanly.
Reluctantly, she nodded. She had been afraid of this.
Are you ready?
She nodded again and gritted her teeth. In a blink of dragon speed, he grasped her arm, yanked it from the wrist and elbow, and straightened the bone. Kristen screamed in pain. Her aura poured from her and swamped her human friends with enough force to make them all scream in pain as well. In the next moment, he placed a splint next to it and wound it in a soft cast.
I'm sorry.
Kristen didn't think the asshole sounded sorry enough, but that was no doubt the pain talking directly to her brain.
It should be fine now. Don't fuck with it until tomorrow. By then, the bone should be solid enough. It'll take time, though. And while that's working, what the handsome man with dreadlocks is trying to say is that your face is as bruised as fuck, and you look like a creature from the supermarket tabloids, Hernandez said and grinned. Hey, what the fuck? Keith cut in.
Kristen smiled at the rookie, who had no doubt come to her defense.
I thought you thought I was handsome,
he finished, affronted and insulted. Hernandez rubbed her eyes and shook her head.
Straight boys, so simple and so short-sighted. Anyway,
Brian said, and sounded a little desperate.
The thing is, I've played Pac-Man for hours and hours. Yeah, so? It sounds kinda cool to me, Jim said, except for the thugs trying to shock you into cardiac arrest. Right, yeah. So, obviously, you're not a gamer, Brian responded. Guilty as charged, but what's your point? Your sister makes you sound like the video game king. Those ghosts would never have caught you. Yeah, but Pac-Man had power pellets, dots, and fruit to eat. Did you notice what wasn't in there? Food! I'm starving!
Pizza? Kristen asked.
Pizza!
Everyone replied.
All right, awesome.
Her brother looked relieved.
I don't seem to have my wallet, what with being kidnapped and all, or I'd call a rideshare. Kristen, do you mind being the pony?
She laughed. As a kid, she'd ridden Brian as a pony too many times to count, but even this fond memory couldn't push away the pain she felt in her ribs. I don't think I can transform, Brian. I think we'll have to wait for a ride. Stonequest glanced at Lumos and Emerald. They both sighed.
Just get in your SWAT van and I'll give you a ride,
Stonequest said, although he didn't sound too enthusiastic. Lumos transformed into his dragon form and twitched his mustache.
But if it gets out that dragons give rides to cars, well, we'll eat you instead of whatever games Obscura had planned for you.
The parking lot attendant at Buddy's Pizza gasped audibly when 3 dragons, one of which carried a SWAT van, landed inside the fenced-off area surrounding the parking lot. Kristen stepped from the back of the van, still too exhausted to transform into her dragon form, and asked him for a table. Apparently, dealing with bruised people with an eye swollen shut and a nose that continued to bleed intermittently was way more up to speed for the man. When she asked him for a table for, she had to count, 11, he led her to a large one in the back without so much as blinking. They all settled in. Keith ordered 6 pitchers of beer, only because when he first tried to order one for everyone at the table, the waitress looked uncomfortable and didn't take the order fast enough. Brian was as prepared when it came to pizza. He ordered cheese sticks, 2 salads, and 5 pizzas in the amount of time it took the rest of the people and dragons there to even pick up a menu. "Is that all for you?" Kristen joked. He laughed and shook his head.
Nah, that should cover at least you and me, right?
She smiled. It felt good to have her brother back. For a few minutes, the conversation was awkward, as it often was between the exhausted and the famished. When the food and cheese sticks showed up, however, everyone relaxed and fell into their side conversations. Hernandez dissected the explosives, while Keith and Lumos listened indulgently. Butters complained that he'd never had to get into a sniper shooting contest with Obscura. Beanpole replied that it was good because Butters didn't know how to draw emojis anyway. Drew and Stonequest argued about proper infiltration technique, but kept coming up against logistical differences based on their species. She honestly expected them to start arm wrestling. The chest beating couldn't have been any more apparent. Emerald and Jim also seemed to be engaged in some kind of testosterone-fueled beer-drinking contest. She grinned at that. Both had serious chips on their shoulders about being born into a place in society that was obviously less privileged than others. They boasted about who was better, until Emerald revealed that he could burn off any alcohol he drank, thus making drinking contests obsolete. This caused the Wonder Kid to declare himself the winner, which prompted Emerald to swear off his sobering ability for the evening to show Jim that he knew how to drink better than a human. So far, that didn't seem to be the case, as the Green Dragon's human form was already swaying. But maybe Jim's drunkenness would catch up. Kristen, though, couldn't take her eyes off her brother. "Are you all right, Brian?" He nodded and put a slice of pizza down, only his third, and smiled at his sister.
"Yeah, I'm doing all right. You know, when you came to Mom and Dad's last time, I didn't mean to be so shitty to you. I don't know what came over me."
"It's cool, Brian. I think it was Obscura's aura." Brian nodded, obviously relieved to be absolved of the guilt, but there was still a tightness to his expression, something that made it obvious he wasn't comfortable.
"Yeah, I guessed that. Obscura was... well, let's say I've never been attracted to a 10,000-year-old before."
"Wait, what?" She wanted to laugh, but he still looked so nervous that she held it in.
"You've told me about auras, though. You said they can influence people's emotions, but that they can't make you do something totally against what you believe. Like it would be really hard to make a vegan eat a steak, or a Christian light a bag of dog poop on fire and put it at the front door of a church."
"Yeah, that's true."
"Well, I guess all this made me realize that I do have issues with you being a dragon."
"Brian, it's fine, really."
"No, it's not. Listen to me for a second, okay?"
he demanded, and sounded angry once more.
"I thought I would die in there. You know that, right? Every time those fucking ghosts came around a corner, every time a drone swooped toward me, and every time my fat ass fell when I tried to run away from them, I thought it was the end."
"I wouldn't let someone take you from me," Kristen stated. She knew it to be truth. Brian was her brother.
"That's what makes me feel so shitty, though, Chrissy. You've always protected me, stood up for me, and saved me. And this was how I repaid you? I'm so sorry. Like, so sorry, Kristen."
"It's fine, Brian. I'm only glad you're all right."
"Do you know what I thought about when I was running, though? I thought that I would never see my sister again, and that your last memory of me would be of me yelling at you and being a shitty asshole. That was a scarier thought than dying, you know? I love you, Kristen. I know we say that on the phone or whatever, but I want you to know that if anything ever does happen to me, I love you so much. I don't care if you're the steel dragon or anything else. You're my sister, and I'll always whoop you in video games, and, well, it was fucking terrifying to almost lose that."
"I love you too, Brian," she said, and threw an arm around his shoulder. They hugged, and he tried to wipe his eyes. The cops all around them, more familiar than most people with the emotions that followed a violent situation, pretended not to notice. They maintained their conversations and arguments, although perhaps in slightly quieter tones. They might have been professionals, but gossip was gossip.
"And that's another thing," Brian said when he finally pulled away from her. "I don't know how long I was in there. It couldn't have been more than 6 hours, though, because she took me in the morning and you saved me by the afternoon."
That was a wild thought to Kristen, that all this had transpired. The glitter bomb at Hernandez's apartment, the sniper taking shots at Butters to send a message, the bouquet of flowers, in less than 24 hours.
"It's been a long day," she agreed. "Yeah, for fucking sure. But I should have been able to last longer. When you rescued me, I thought I was dead. I could hardly run anymore."
"It makes sense. You didn't have food."
He grabbed his gut. "I had plenty of calories. What I didn't have was any training at all. I don't remember when the last time was that I walked around the block, let alone ran to the park. That has to change. Especially with the Steel Dragon as my sister."
"You don't have to change because of me," she said.
"No, I really do. All your other friends are crazy cops who play airsoft for fun. All of you are fit and strong and have, like, +4 to Constitution. Still, with all that shit, they barely survived that maze. If y'all hadn't have come for me, I would have died."
"That's true, I guess," she agreed. "But you did keep up with them, despite all of them doing all their training and you never doing anything. That's impressive, really."
"That's only desperation,"
Brian said, but he smiled. He hadn't thought that the fact that he had managed to make it that long was kind of impressive. "I think it's more than that, Brian. But if you want to start training, I know the right folks." He looked around the group of fit cops who laughed and arm-wrestled and boasted to each other.
"Yeah, I think I might start with the gym, he said.
Well, whatever you want to do, I want to be there. I've been gone too much too, and it totally bugs me. I joined SWAT to keep people safe and Dragon SWAT because I thought I could make a difference. And now, I think maybe I finally am. All this would have been impossible before. And because of the crazy shit you went through, we're all able to share this moment, she said.
Hear, hear! Keith raised a glass. To the crazy fucking shit we all go through for each other!
Everyone grabbed their glass and raised them in the air, clinking and spilling beer absolutely everywhere.
Wait, you guys listened to that whole conversation?
Brian demanded, and looked terrified. Drew raised an eyebrow at him.
Cop powers. We pretend to be indifferent while we eavesdrop. Speaking of which, I have some great techniques to try if you want to start working on your arms and shoulders. You have the frame for it.
That's all bullshit, Hernandez said. The shit that matters is cardio. We start with a 5-mile run. You think you can't do it, but you can. We suffer through and then you know, like you fucking know, you can run 5 miles. So training is possible.
Oh God, what have I done?
He gasped and looked around the ring of smiling, fit people. Welcome to Airsoft, Brian, Kristen said. Your experience with first-person shooters will help. A little. He swallowed hard, but didn't reach for his pizza.
I guess I need to stop drinking if I don't want to be hungover for Airsoft.
Everyone cheered at that, although the rest of them downed their beers. It was a great night, made all the sweeter because she knew the monster who had precipitated the crazy shit was behind bars, imbued with enough magic to keep them all safe. For a while, anyway. Chapter 53.
Is there anything else we can do for you, my lady?
The insolent little mage asked with a false tone of politeness.
Yes, you can remove these manacles and let me stretch in this filthy hole, Obscura replied.
I can't do that, ma'am. Strict orders. And sorry about the accommodations. This is the nicest we have. Dinner will be served at 7. Please place your order by 6, or our chef will choose for you.
There are things I can do for you, even in these cuffs,
Obscura said, and turned her aura into a thing of seduction.
No, thank you, ma'am,
the mage said, left the room, locked the door, and recast the impermeable spell that would keep her inside. Her attempt should have worked, except the mage had tattoos of protection all over his head. She couldn't penetrate those, not with the manacles stifling her, and not with the other dragons waiting outside. Heartsbane especially was a beast when it came to auras. She was less controlled than the Shadow Dragon, but perhaps even more powerful. And so insolent. She came to the window, her platinum blonde hair still in its natural state. Her aura was the shining silver that came with age, even to the human forms of dragons.
I want you to know that I'm missing pizza and beer for this shit,
Heartsbane stated coldly through the window of the cell.
I'm so sorry, dear,
the prisoner said sweetly.
Oh, there's no need to apologize.
I love locking away old assholes like yourself. It makes me feel young.
Obscura snarled and stood from the plush bed.
Come in here and say that.
How stupid do you think I am?
The black dragon merely smiled.
Then be gone with you, whelp. Let me rest.
You got it. I know how tiring failure can be. Rest up. You have a long trial ahead of you. If everything goes your way, this'll be the last bed you sleep in with blankets.
Heartsbane left with a definite air of smugness about her. The black dragon scowled because she recognized the truth in that. The room she was currently in wasn't befitting of one of her stature, but it was still adequate. The bed was plush, and there was a desk with an electric light and paper and a quill if she wished to work. Tasteful art hung on the walls. It was a holding room, not a cell, normally used for dragons who broke the peace rather than those who swore vengeance oaths. Thinking of the oath forced her to lay down again. Even with the oath in her blood, she hadn't been strong enough to beat Kristen. Well, that wasn't true. She was sure she could have beaten her if not for Lumos. This whole debacle merely proved how unjust Dragon SWAT was. They could have had a fair fight, Steel Dragon versus Dragon of Shadow, But Dragon SWAT had to stick their snouts in her business. When she was free, she'd make them all pay.
But first, you must make Kristen suffer.
Obscura nodded and let the pain wash over her. What the oath did to her was debilitatingly painful, but ultimately cleansing. When she'd failed to kill Kristen's friends in front of her, the oath had sapped her strength. It knew as well as she did that, to truly make the Steel Dragon pay the price for taking Shadowstorm's flesh, she had to be stripped of those she loved. When she had thought that she had failed, it believed it too, and stopped empowering her. But she no longer believed it. Oaths of vengeance were ancient things. They used the magic of a dead dragon to work, and historically, when they failed, killed the dragon who'd sworn them. To take the oath, one had to totally commit to vengeance. Failure, then, meant that one's entire mental resolve was challenged and confronted with its own shortcomings. For most dragons, this was debilitating. The oath, once denied its purpose, no longer empowered. It took back all the strength it had given, and more. This left dragons weak and listless. Those who survived that original vacuum of power rarely lasted more than a week. If Dragon SWAT knew anything about the magic in her blood, and they surely did, considering the smart-ass little mages they employed, they'd try to keep her in this cell as long as possible, and let her suffer the consequences of her own failure. Except that wouldn't work with Obscura. As soon as the rest of Dragon SWAT had arrived, she reformed her plan in her brain. She had thought that the Steel Dragon's friends were the humans, and that she tried to keep up with the dragons and failed. But no. That wasn't the case. The little bitch had made friends with the dragons as well. Once she realized this, she redefined her plan. Slaying the humans wouldn't be enough. She'd still try to catch them in the blast, but she knew that even if she somehow caught them all, which was unlikely given the human female's interest in explosives, there'd still be people left who the Steel Dragon cared about. Those were the pathetic dragons who allowed her to share the same breath as them. Any plan of true vengeance couldn't ignore the dragons. Vengeance had to be complete and total. Obscura had to take everything from Kristen. Everything. Her brother, her human friends, her dragon allies, and her parents. But it didn't have to happen right away, she told herself, and thus the oath, again and again. When most dragons would have withered at the loss of power, she used it as a reminder. She had to exercise patience and caution, and bide her time until the moment was right. Then, and only then, would she take the world away from Kristen Hall, the Steel Dragon, and justice would be hers. Yes. The oath echoed her thoughts, still hungry to be fulfilled, and for what was promised. Yes. Chapter 54. When Kristen Hall had worked at the Detroit Police Department on the Special Weapons and Tactics team, she had served in a one-story building. When emergencies had presented themselves, she'd raced outside or to the parking garage, never down a set of stairs. Because of this, she didn't quite understand why running upstairs for an emergency felt unnatural, but she couldn't shake the feeling. Maybe it was that the Capitol Square building in downtown Detroit was 6 stories high, so she had to climb multiple sets of stairs. Maybe it was because the stairs took her past offices with mages filling forms out with levitating pens, a gym filled with what appeared to be people lifting ungodly amounts of weight, and a top floor where her bosses appeared in ceremonial robes as often as they did in business attire. She burst through the door and onto the roof of the Capitol Square building. 6 stories below, the city of Detroit went about its business. Umbrellas kept some dry from the late spring rain, and cars splashed through the puddles and soaked the unobservant. Coffee shops and restaurants beckoned them inside as otherworldly creatures sprang into action above them. Stonequest, Kristen's boss, stood at the edge of the building and looked down onto the slick street below.
"Good time,"
he said without turning to her.
"But remember, you don't always have to use the stairs."
"I'm first, aren't I? It looks like the stairs worked well."
First to the roof is not first into the air.
Heartsbane climbed over the wall next to him. With a curse, she realized that she'd hesitated and retained her human form. A rookie mistake. Heartsbane sneered at her, then transformed. In a moment, the woman with steel blue eyes and platinum blonde hair tied in tight French braids became a dragon covered in scales as white as ivory. Although Kristen had seen her teammates transform hundreds of times, it was still impressive.
Still, second,
she said to Stonequest with a grin.
Hardly.
He pointed to the air. 2 other dragons already circled above the Capitol Square building like hawks rising higher and higher on thermals, despite the rainy weather. She sent him a crooked grin.
Race ya!
She challenged as she shed her human form and became the steel dragon. First, a cloud of silvery glitter materialized all around her. She still didn't know if the steel particles came from her or the air or what, but had decided it didn't matter. The transformation was magical in nature, so maybe it was irrelevant where the metallic shards came from. What did matter was that they enveloped her to surround her in a shimmering cloud that coalesced on her body. Within this, her arms, legs, and neck extended, her body thickened, and her hands became claws. A ridge of steel spines appeared along her back, and her spine elongated into a long tail with a pointed tip and a wedge like an axe blade immediately below it. Finally, wings grew from her shoulders. She pumped them once, scattered the silvery flecks that had hidden her transformation to send them back to wherever they'd come from, and became airborne.
How's that, Stonequest?
Kristen boasted from the air, only to realize that he had already transformed. In his dragon form, he appeared to be made of whitish marble with veins of pink and green running through the stone. He had a similar power to her, in that his skin was as hard as stone when in his dragon form, but that was a fairly common power, at least compared to her steel skin. Other dragons in history had been made of stone, but no dragon had ever possessed steel skin. The rest of her team made sure not to let this go to her head.
Good job, Steel,
Heartsbane said, using the name Dragon Society had given her, despite her not ever really asking for it.
If your plan was to make a sparkly firework and cost us a half-minute, you did extremely well.
Despite her harsh words, Kristen knew she was joking. All dragons had emotional auras they could use to communicate and influence what they thought of as lesser species, like birds, dogs, and, unfortunately, in Kristen's view, people. Heartsbane was a normal dragon, but had an especially powerful aura. While Kristen could influence a small crowd with broad strokes of emotions, things like make a group angry or calm them, Heartsbane could influence much greater numbers of people, and could even make multiple people feel different things at the same time. Currently, she let her teammate know that she felt like she'd done fairly well, but could do better. She would take it. For Heartsbane, that was practically awarding her a trophy. For someone who had their pulse on the emotions of others, her default was pissed. Then Stonequest and his second-in-command vanished into the clouds. For a moment, Kristen panicked. She didn't know where she was going, or even what the emergency had been. Dragons didn't use GPS or anything like that. When something came in, one of them got the location and they flew there. If she lost track of the convoy of flying dragons, she wouldn't be able to make it to their destination, as she didn't even know where it was. Before she could truly panic, she felt the aura of John Emerald eyes. Emerald to the other dragons, although she liked to think of him as John. He was young for a dragon, only a century, and he was a true common. While he could transform from his dark-skinned, dreadlocked, and buff-as-hell human form into a fire-breathing green dragon, that was about all. He had dragon strength, speed, and heightened senses in his human form, plus an emotional aura. But beyond that, he was normal. Well, as normal as a shape-shifting dragon could ever be. Kristen might have actually used his human name, but whenever she did, the rest of the dragons gave him endless shit for it. John had a real chip on his shoulder for being young, a common, and having been given a human name from birth. Really, he was mostly chips on the shoulder, but she still liked him. She pumped her wings to follow him and entered a cloud, and her sightlines dropped to non-existent. Although she couldn't see a thing, she could still feel Emerald's aura and flew toward it like a lighthouse through the clouds. When she caught up to him, flapping her wings like a pigeon, He coasted effortlessly like an eagle riding high. She was getting better, but still had much to learn about flight.
"What's up, Steel?"
he asked, and nodded for her to get into position behind him. Dragons often flew in formation to reduce air resistance and make for an easier flight. She settled in to fly at his right wing and a little behind him.
"I was about to ask you the same thing," she replied.
"An alarm went off at a mansion in the burbs,"
he said. "A dragon's place?"
"We wouldn't be here otherwise, Steel. You know that,"
Emerald said. Kristen wanted to press for more detail, but Heartsbane emerged from the clouds and fell into formation behind the tip of Emerald's left wing.
"Not bad, Steel. I fully expected you to crash into that cell tower back there."
"You knew where I was the whole time?" she asked incredulously.
"Yeah, of course. Confusion and nerves are fairly easy emotions to track. Plus, well, feel free to be offended by this, but you still feel like a human."
The dragon had probably meant that as an insult, but Kristen didn't take it as one. She'd been raised by humans, Frank and Marty Hall, and had a human brother. The official story was that they'd found her on their doorstep when she was a baby and had raised her like their own. She would always think of herself as human first. At least she hoped she would. Living for centuries would undoubtedly change one's perspective.
"Wait, there was a cell tower? You know I'm made of steel, right? I could have been electrocuted."
She hadn't seen any obstructions in the sky and had no idea how close she'd come to disaster.
"Nah, they cut off fairly quickly when you collide with them."
They punched from the cloud cover obscuring Detroit, and Aaron Timeflash came to fly with them. She fell into formation behind Kristen, and then, noticing that she was still kind of shaky when it came to drafting, coasted over to fly behind Heartsbane instead.
"Besides, if you had crashed into it, I could have fixed it before it hit the ground. Those cell towers look huge, but they're mostly empty space. Steel beams in regularly repeating patterns are easy to put back together. Way easier than a house filled with odds and ends." "Or steel dragons,"
Heartsbane quipped. Kristen rolled her eyes at her. She knew full well that Aaron's powers couldn't fix living things. Still, her powers were amazing. Timeflash couldn't control time, but it sure as hell looked like she could. She could restore broken things to their pre-broken shape, assuming the things hadn't been destroyed for too long, and that they weren't complex. She'd never be able to reconstruct ruins, for example, or even a house that had been wrecked by a storm a week before. But the extent of her powers was always impressive. She liked it when Kristen called her Aaron, which Kristen was grateful for, although she didn't really mind Emerald insisting that she not call him John. Timeflash's powers were incredibly rare, and she'd always been treated well because of them. Still, it was nice that growing up as a pampered purple dragon hadn't turned her into someone spoiled and disconnected.
"Good to have you back, Aaron,"
she shouted over the wind, and flexed her aura so the other dragon could feel she was serious.
"This means I can wreck more stuff without StoneQuest getting mad." "I heard you all had quite the battle in a warehouse when I was gone. Pity. I might have been able to put it back together and determine how much Obscura had done herself."
"Who cares how much the ancient bitch did? Steel beat her and she's locked up in dragon prison. End of story,"
Emerald said.
"I didn't beat her on my own," Kristen explained. "Human SWAT helped, plus Lumos. Speaking of which, where is Old Gold?"
She had tried and failed to give Lumos a nickname.
"I'm here, Steel baby,"
Lumos said. From a human, it might have seemed sexist, but he was simply too nice and too old for her to think of him as anything but a kindly old-timer. He was an ancient gold dragon and should have owned a ridiculous estate somewhere, but instead was still part of Dragon SWAT. He was her best friend on the team. Although she'd known StoneQuest longer, Lumos was more relatable, and, being lower ranked than StoneQuest, didn't hurl bureaucratic bullshit at her the way their leader could. He fell into formation behind her and didn't complain about her less-than-perfect drafting skills. Finally, with the team assembled, StoneQuest emerged from a cloud and took point. Emerald shifted to the left, making Heartsbane and Aaron fall farther back. Kristen adjusted to drafting off StoneQuest instead of Emerald, an operation the rest of the dragons made look effortless. For the second time in the flight, she felt like a pigeon, flapping and flapping until she finally found the sweet spot.
"So what's the deal, boss?" Emerald asked. "I know you said there was an alarm. Is that all we have?" "Basically," Stonequest replied.
"Then why is the whole team going out there?" Heartsbane sounded annoyed.
"Troubling times, Heartsbane. Troubling times,"
he replied solemnly, but said nothing further as they flew from Detroit and out into the suburbs. They gradually left the clouds behind them and soared over an idyllic springtime countryside below them. Their route took them over a few subdivisions, past hotels, and followed a road to a private residence. Like all the dragon estates Kristen had seen, it was absolutely sprawling. Massive manicured grounds surrounded an impressive mansion. Visitors could get lost in a hedge maze made of rose bushes, or perhaps visit one of several small outer buildings, all built of stone. They made 2 laps around the estate from the air, looking for movement, signs of a break-in, bloodshed, or anything at all, but nothing seemed out of place. It appeared to be a quiet mansion, although with far less security than Windfire's property had possessed. She hoped this case was different than that one. Windfire had been obsessively paranoid, and with good reason. He'd been murdered by a team of techno-mages with a grudge against dragons. Dragon SWAT still refused to admit this, but she didn't see any other option. At this mansion, at least, it seemed possible that someone else could have snuck in besides an elite infiltration team equipped with magic. Then there was the fact that Windfire had been shot in the chest and killed while she watched. She very much hoped to avoid anything like that again. Stonequest signaled for them to land, so the dragons all banked their wings and spiraled lower and lower, surrounding the mansion like giant vultures. The team settled in front of the building. Kristen transformed into her human form, although she activated her steel skin, and approached the front door.
"Hold up, Steel."
Stonequest shook his head. "Oh, sorry. Did you want to take point or something?" she asked, confused why no one else had transformed yet.
"That's where the Elder Dragon entertained guests."
The leader nodded toward the mansion.
"The alarm that went off was from his private residence below. This way."
He led them around the mansion toward a massive garage. Sports cars were parked out front, despite the intermittent rainy weather of spring in Michigan. That seemed like an odd thing to her, especially considering the size of the garage behind the vehicles. She couldn't imagine how anyone could fill such a large place with anything, let alone cars. Stonequest, still in dragon form, approached the garage, entered a code on a keypad, and the doors opened. The interior was completely empty. There were no sports cars, no weird old hot rods, and no limousines. Instead of concrete, the floor was all steel. A weird affectation, she thought, until all the dragons moved inside and Stonequest operated another control panel. He entered, and the team joined him in the middle of the garage as the floor began to descend. Kristen couldn't believe how large the platform they were on was. 5 dragons currently stood on it, and there was definitely room for her to transform as well. She struggled to accept the scale of it, and as the elevator sank deeper and deeper into the earth, she couldn't help but feel that they were being swallowed by something far larger. The team seemed to feel the same, and no one joked or talked shit as they continued into the abyss. Instead, they stood poised and ready to strike, even in their dragon form, as if their very lives might be at stake. It wasn't a pleasant ride. Chapter 55.
"Dragon form, Steel,"
Stonequest ordered, which sent a chill down Kristen's spine as she transformed.
"We don't know what's going to be down there," he continued. "It could be a couple of dragons with a grudge they have already resolved, or it could be a pissed-off elder dragon who accidentally set his own alarm off and doesn't even know that we're on our way."
She didn't mention that it might be a team of mages armed with dragon-slaying bullets, because she knew it would irritate her teammates, and Stonequest especially if she did. But she hoped they all at least considered that as an option. The doors to the lift opened, and Dragon SWAT sprang into action. There was no immediate threat, so their priority was to secure the area. Stonequest led Heartsbane and Darren to the left, and Kristen followed Emerald to the right, with Lumos on her heels. While she was trained to look for movement or any other sign of hostiles, She'd never had to search for them in such a grand setting. The elevator had opened into a cavern large enough to let the 6 dragons all fly simultaneously if they wished to do so. But the size of it wasn't the most important part. The entire surface, every inch of the walls, ceiling, and even part of the floor, was adorned with elaborate carvings. On one wall, 2 dragons carved in stone fought for all eternity. One breathed fire on the other, the flames highlighted with gold inlaid into the stone. Both had gemstones for eyes that were almost comically large. Another wall had a landscape carved into it. A stream anchored the foreground in front of a forest which, in turn, sprawled before a mountain range with a castle perched high atop it. Animals rendered so beautifully that she thought they might come off the wall were hidden in the trees as well. Their eyes were also gemstones. The landscape gave way to a carving of a small town of villagers who, again, were all beautifully carved. They watched the dragon battle above them with equal parts fear and awe, frozen forever. The humans didn't have gems for eyes, she noticed, but their clothes were worked with silver and gold filaments. Each of the walls flowed into the one beside it, so rather than feel like she looked at pieces of art, she had the sense that she was immersed in this stony tableau. It was breathtakingly beautiful, the workmanship both realistic and evocative. Added to this was the sheer magnitude of gold and precious gems scattered about. She imagined that this cavern alone was worth more than many of the buildings in downtown Detroit.
"Clear,"
Emerald said, and earned an acknowledgement from Stonequest, who had led his team to an exit at the far side of the room. Although the hole in the cavern's wall was large enough to frame a dragon, it had been carved to look like a humble villager's house. As a result, Stonequest, Heartsbane, and Aaron seemed to shrink as they left, as if they stepped into a hut. Kristen followed Emerald through another exit, this one disguised to look like a cave hidden in the forest. As they made their way through the opening, she saw that a bear, carved of stone of course, hibernated in this connecting tunnel. Even more impressively, the ceiling had been carved into what must have been 1,000 bats. Each one had 2 tiny rubies for eyes, and as she moved beneath them, the sparkling red lights seemed to follow her. It was almost too much to process. The bats alone must have taken hundreds of hours, maybe thousands, and they were only a fraction of the entire carved environment. She wondered how many people had labored away down there beneath the earth to carve life from stone, possibly for their entire life. Surely it had taken an army of sculptors, and perhaps generations of them as well. The idea that a dragon might have done it never crossed her mind. They loved the intricate work of humans, but they never did it for themselves. They made it through the tunnel and into another room. This one still had its natural walls. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and stalagmites grew from the floor. Flecks of natural crystal glinted in the walls and ceiling as well. But it was the interior of this room that held her attention, not the walls. While the last room had been empty, this one was positively packed with stuff. Although, maybe stuff wasn't the best word for what filled this smaller cavern. To her, it looked like treasure. Little tables stood everywhere, each with an object of unimaginable wealth on its surface. One held a sword with a hilt crusted in diamonds. Another displayed a goblet made of gold. A sarcophagus leaned up against one of the walls, as if to watch the room for who knew how many centuries. A few crowns rested on separate tables, some bedecked in jewels, and some far humbler, but all of them heavy with the power of the people who'd once worn them. People who were long gone. She could have spent an hour in that room. Her keen gaze drifted across daggers made of jade, strange tools carved of obsidian, and a porcelain mask of a beautiful woman's face. Brusquely, she reminded herself that they had to clear the room and keep moving. They proceeded through another tunnel to the next room. She prepared herself for anything. Mountains of gold coins, lost paintings of Michelangelo, or even the skeletons of kings. But what she saw was far stranger. The room contained Pez dispensers, thousands of them, all sorted by set. There was Batman, Joker, and all the other villains from Gotham. Nearby stood a few of the heads of cereal mascots, all ready to serve candy from their necks. She even noticed a collection of U.S. presidents, although they were of substantially lower quality than many of the others. They appeared to be knockoffs that this dragon, in its centuries of life with limitless wealth, had tracked down for some reason she would never understand. The next room was different than the other two, in that instead of a carefully curated collection or obviously intentioned sculpted walls, it was left entirely in its natural state. A similarity was the vast and garish display of wealth. Although, unlike the other two rooms, the wealth on display here wasn't organized in any kind of system she could discern. While the first room had gemstones embedded into the wall, and the second and third had been carefully organized, this room's glut of treasure lay strewn over the floor. It made her think of the aftermath of a boss battle in one of the online games her brother liked to play. And, like the aftermath of one of those, a dead dragon sprawled in the center of the room.
"Shit!"
Emerald said. Kristen nodded and fanned out into the room. Stonequest, Aaron, and Heartsbane entered from another passageway, and they joined their teammates in securing the area. While they did this, Lumos approached the victim. It was immediately obvious to Kristen that the room contained no intruders, but she followed Emerald all the same and looked behind piles of gold and treasure chests that lay open to spill strands of pearls. While she checked these nooks and crannies for the killer, she watched Lumos tend to the dead dragon. It was a supremely odd and strangely beautiful experience to see a dragon tend to another's wounds. She had seen them check fallen dragons, but always in human form. Lumos didn't change, though. He simply approached the bluish dragon, stretched his long neck, and sniffed a few times. This obviously satisfied some question the gold dragon had asked, as he then reached out with his tail. He moved slowly and almost tenderly, and touched the chest of the fallen dragon with the spine at the tip of his tail. Finally, he spoke. The words were heavy and sank into Kristen's mind like lead weights thrown from the side of a ship to drag her deeper and deeper.
"He's dead."
Chapter 56. Once they made sure the location was safe, and that the dragon they had been sent to help was dead, Stonequest called backup in to help with Ice Breeze. Apparently, that was the victim's name. They didn't have to wait long for others to arrive, but it still felt like a long time for her to be inside this strange dragon home. "Do all dragons have places like this? Do you guys?" she asked her team. She'd wanted to examine the body, but Stonequest and Lumos were adamant that none of them were to approach until the examiner had attended to it.
"I have a cave,"
Lumos confirmed, "but nothing like this. Ice Breeze was powerful and well-respected. Most of us don't grow this wealthy. That someone could get in here is... well, it's troubling." "We came down the elevator with no problem," she pointed out.
"But he would have heard us coming. These places are designed to have an easy entrance. It's a way to trap your attacker,"
Emerald explained. As if on cue, the elevator rumbled to life. They could hear it rattle and echo through the entire chamber. There was no question that it was in operation, and using it to sneak in would have been impossible. "Could there be another way in?" Kristen asked. "It's not likely," Heartsbane said. "Dragon lairs normally only have one dragon-sized entrance." "So there could be other ways in?" she prodded. Heartsbane and Stonequest shared a look. In it, he seemed to try to make her shut up. She kept her aura hidden, but she stormed away all the same.
"Kristen, we don't need that right now. The examiner will be here at any second. Let him do his job, answer any questions he has, and for the love of roast sheep, don't say anything to him about your... conspiracy theories."
He looked supremely annoyed. "Asking about another entrance is not a conspiracy theory," she protested.
"But pushing this narrative about humans somehow being capable of doing this is not helping anyone at all."
"I'm not pushing anything."
"You'll keep your mouth shut when the examiner gets here. Do I make myself clear?"
"Yes, sir," she responded. It would be better for this examiner to come to his own conclusions anyway. He entered in human form a few moments later, although it was obvious to her that he was a dragon, and made no attempt to hide his aura. In a black hat and a long coat, he looked like every detective from every movie made before the advent of color.
"Stonequest?"
he said by way of greeting the team.
Senior Investigator Windlock, it's good to have you here, Stonequest replied cordially. Did you guys touch anything? Pocket any of these Pez dispensers? Windlock asked. No, sir. And Time Flash, did you do anything to the walls? I don't see a scratch on them. I'd understand if you wanted to preserve a place so beautiful.
Windlock scratched his chin. Sir, you know fixing something of that magnitude is well beyond my abilities, Aaron Timeflash replied with a small smile. He chuckled, and his professional demeanor cracked for the first time.
I know. I'm merely doing my diligence. It's funny, though, huh? Not a scratch in the entryway and not a gem knocked loose. Nothing else has toppled over either. Maybe this room saw the scuffle, but it's hard to tell with all the coins strewn about like this. Do you mind putting this room back to where it was?
If you think it'll help, she shrugged.
Indulge me.
Erin Timeflash raised her wings and activated her bizarre powers. She was unable to turn back time, and had made this quite clear to Kristen on multiple occasions. But it was hard to fathom her powers doing anything else. She raised her wings, pumped them slowly, and flicked her tail from one side to the other as her magic went to work before her. First, a pile of coins flew backward before a smattering of gems on the floor reassembled into the small pile they'd been in before. A treasure chest, scattered and hidden beneath a pile of loot, put itself back together and filled itself. A few necklaces reknitted, and piles of coins reformed. Others were pushed one way or the other, as if the victims had pressed against them. Her dragon body began to tremble and shake, starting with her tail and wings, but soon spreading to her entire body. Windlock noticed this and waved at her to stop.
That'll be fine, Time Flash. I didn't mean to push you on that.
Sorry, sir. I had thought this room would have been like the others, organized and everything, but it wasn't. She released a deep breath. Sorry, but it's hard to use my power when there's not an obvious pattern to put everything back to. Bricks in a building or the walls of a household respond well to this kind of energy, but piles of treasure are more difficult.
I know. I didn't mean to push you.
Windlock seemed genuinely concerned for Time Flash, but she was all right. She caught her breath while he approached the body. In all the movement of treasure, the dead, bluish dragon hadn't moved at all. Her powers didn't work on the living or the dead, only inanimate objects.
Lumos, do you see anything out of the ordinary?
The examiner asked.
You mean besides a dragon dead in his home without any signs of a struggle?
The golden dragon countered.
We'll see about the struggle. The rest of the team is checking the place as we speak. But I was referring to the body.
Only the one wound, sir. Windlock approached the dead dragon, still in his human body, and pulled a rubber glove on. It was a supremely odd thing, Kristen thought, to see this dragon of unknowable age do something so sensible. She decided in that moment that she liked Windlock. He seemed practical.
Brockton, are you ready with a scroll?
He yelled, before he began to poke and prod at the dead dragon.
Yes, sir,
replied a voice that sounded a little out of place. It didn't have the careful, non-regional diction that most dragons had, nor did it have the Midwestern drawl she had grown up with. The guy didn't sound like a Detroiter either. He sounded like maybe he was from the Northeast to Kristen, but she couldn't be sure. Wherever he was from, he was obviously a mage. A scroll and a ballpoint pen floated in from the room of Pez dispensers, and both hovered near Windlock. Kristen had never seen such a display of magic. She'd seen Atramento make pens right by themselves in the paper dungeon, but to see both tools float from the other room and hover in readiness was a whole other matter. It was like something out of a kid's book. The examiner paid them no more attention than a coroner would a tape recorder.
This is Senior Investigator Windlock. It's May 29th. We're here investigating the death of Sir Titus. We are in his gold room with no obvious signs of flight or battle. Some kind of scuffle, perhaps, but it's impossible to reconstruct given the disorganized nature of the room. Titus is dead, and the apparent cause of death is a broken heart. Scratch that. A puncture wound to the chest.
When he told the pen to scratch that, it ran a line of ink through the phrase that sounded like Titus had been a scorned lover.
There's a single small entry wound slightly to the left of the center of the chest. Internally, we have... Dragon's Flame! We have a ton of internal damage. The heart has sustained massive injury, and the lungs have also been shredded. The wounds are consistent with some kind of natural dragon weapon. Not teeth, obviously, as there's only the one wound, but the reaction to whatever punctured the skin is the same as it would be with dragon wounds. I don't want to draw any conclusions yet, but we're looking at a horn, a spike, or maybe a tail sting. It might be worth investigating dragons who have a single protrusion morphology.
Windlock waited for the pen to catch up. Once it did, he continued his assessment.
Furthermore, this is the only wound on Titus's body. I see no other lacerations, abrasions, or bruising. It seems obvious that the wound itself was caused by a dragon, but there are none of the telltale signs of battle.
He paused and pushed on the dragon's body here and there.
I don't even feel broken ribs or bruises from blunt force trauma. I think it's safe to say this was a surprise attack, as his body suffered only the one injury, and his lair seems completely undamaged.
Again, he paused and waited for the pen to catch up.
Have I missed anything else? Do we have any other leads on what could have done this without otherwise marking our victim? Is there missing treasure or anything else besides the alarm?
Windlock asked. It could be a gunshot wound, Kristen said, unable to help herself.
Is that right?
He raised an eyebrow and gestured at the pen to write something down. Stonequest was far less amused. He spun to Kristen, clapped a hand on her shoulder, and marched her to the edge of the room.
Did I not make myself clear when I told you to keep your mouth shut?
He asked a question, she argued.
Not the one that you answered,
Stonequest responded furiously.
This is not the time to throw these theories out there.
Why not?
Oh, rest assured, Lady Steele. I will go over the reasons in vivid detail before the day is up. But right now, we will let Investigator Windlock do his job, and we will not offer any more theories of this nature.
Fine.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
All right, then.
Stonequest marched back toward Windlock and put himself squarely between the investigator and Kristen. She still couldn't understand why he acted this way. They'd seen 2 dragons killed by humans armed with guns, in addition to the motorcyclists who'd tried to rob another dragon's treasure convoy during transit. They'd also been armed with weapons that could hurt dragons. Despite this, Stonequest continued to try to act like everything was fine, and there was no explanation beyond dragon-on-dragon violence. It was beyond frustrating to her, and it was stupid. Dragons were dying, and he refused to even do a full investigation. Hopefully, Windlock would prove to be less willfully ignorant. Although she didn't want to push Stonequest either. She'd stay quiet, or as quiet as she could. While the SWAT leader went to talk to Windlock about the body, her focus was drawn to the mage who'd sent the scroll to help the dragon investigator. He noticed her attention, walked over, and extended his hand to shake.
Brockton, Larry Brockton, you must be Kristen Hall, the Steel Dragon. I've read an awful lot about you, but I guess you probably hear that all the time. Not many people grew up human and became a dragon. I won't lie, when I was a kid, I thought that might have been me, but I'm only a mage.
It's, nice to meet you, Mr. Brockton, Kristen said, took his hand, and marveled that he'd said all that without taking a breath. You seem to have me at a disadvantage. I can't say I know anything about you.
Brockton laughed. No surprise there, ma'am. None at all. See, I used to work at a convenience store in Burlington. That's in Vermont, by the way.
He laughed again, and she almost had time to say something before he plowed on.
Until then, I'd always been able to do a little magic, but I'd never known it was magic, right? Like, I'd be so hungry at dinner, and my mom would be like, wow, I don't remember making all these potatoes. Or I'd want to win at hockey, and my puck would go in. That kind of thing, you know?
She nodded, unable to interrupt the barrage of words.
Anyway, there was a robbery, and my magic came in. You know what I'm saying? Well, of course you do. I read all about your big bust when those assholes, pardon my French, fired a rocket at you and you transformed into your steel body. How cool is that, by the way? Steel skin? It must be wicked.
It's great, but, you were talking about a robbery?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, okay, these 2 guys point their guns at me and tell me to empty the register. So I did. I picked up every damn quarter in there and pelted the assholes with them. It made the local TV show and everything on account of it being on the security footage. I was famous for like a week, and then Sir Windlock over there showed up and said he wanted my help. He said he could train me and I could join a security force if I wanted to.
And you said yes?
Fuck no, I didn't say yes. Oh, sorry about the French again. I said no, told him to get lost, and even hurled some quarters at him for good measure. He left all right, but another dragon arrived the next day. This one gave me a second option, death by incineration. I volunteered right then and there, and boy, am I happy to work with Windlock. We have been at it for 10 years, and he's yet to threaten to light me on fire. I don't know about you, but I like that in a boss. Brockton! If you're done assaulting Lady Steele's ears, get over here,
Windlock commanded. From his tone of voice, Kristen had the sense he'd called for a while, and that maybe he often had to do so.
Right, well, that's my cue. Nice meeting you, miss. Tell me about the auras, Brockton, Windlock said. Yes, sir. You got it, sir.
For a moment, she wondered if Larry Brockton's magic came from the same place his river of words came from, because as soon as he stopped talking, silvery light began to emanate from his fingertips. He took a deep breath, and the gleam pushed out and away from his hands. It looked like little tendrils of silver electricity as it spread and tentatively touched the dragon corpse in the room.
I detect his aura. Remnants of it, Brockton said. He was surprised. I guess that's obvious. Perhaps, Windlock said, his face an unreadable mask. Oh, wait a minute. There is something unusual on the Elder Dragon's body. Or rather, in it. I pick up faint traces of his aura, but also faint traces of a second dragon aura.
Stonequest elbowed Kristen in the ribs as if to say,
See, I told you so.
She chose not to respond.
Anything else? The examiner asked. Not yet, sir. I'll keep probing for a minute, but nothing else stands out. That other presence, though. It's coming from the wound. Understood, and thank you, Brockton. Keep at it,
Windlock said, fumbled in his pocket, and took out a few small vials. He approached the dead dragon, retrieved a cotton swab from another pocket, and inserted it into the wound. Once the swab was safely stowed in a vial, he repeated the process a few more times, and bottled each sample separately.
Will that be used for magic?
Kristen asked Stonequest. He shook his head.
They'll run it for DNA. Human technology has its merits.
If you think there's human DNA, maybe we should dust for prints, she ventured.
Windlock cocked an eyebrow at her, clearly incredulous at the idea.
Dragons don't leave prints like humans do. The scales don't lead to perfect identification. We'll have to hope for DNA.
Right, but there could be human prints,
she pointed out, and earned another elbow from Stonequest.
Sure, there might be. Feel free to dust if you wish. Brockton, are you done?
Yes, sir. I think that about does it. I don't detect much else besides these two auras, which I think we both know could mean any variety of...
That'll be enough, Brockton.
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I help the steel dragon, sir?
Of course not, Brockton.
Kristen smiled at the mage, grateful for his help. It had been a while since she'd dusted for prints, so she knew it would take time. Brockton, though, clearly had a system. Unlike Windlock, who looked like a Hollywood detective, he was dressed like nothing she had seen before. He wore a green and silver robe, and a large burlap sack dangled at his side, from which dozens of jars, bundles of herbs, and various other trinkets hung. From this collection, he selected a blue jar, opened it, and mumbled an incantation over it. A cloud of dust exploded from the jar and traveled throughout the room and into the others. It landed here and there before it resumed its hurried task through the dragon's lair. After a few minutes of frenzied, swirling flight, it returned to Brockton, who had mumbled throughout the entire spectacle. He held a scroll up, and the dust poured onto it. A moment later, over 100 separate fingerprints were visible.
It looks like there were people here,
Kristen said, and accepted the proffered scroll from the mage. Lumos shrugged. A dragon elder like Titus often has many humans coming and going, even in their lair. Servants, guests, important human leaders, and even lovers could have been brought down here. It was disheartening to have her theory brushed off by Lumos, who she considered her strongest ally on Dragonswat, now that Stonequest consistently refused to listen to her theories about humans killing dragons. Still, that didn't disprove her theory, and she said as much.
It still makes quite a list of suspects.
Windlock raised another eyebrow at her. He was curious, obviously, but not curious enough to press her any further. Instead, it was Heartsbane who spoke.
If you're saying that one of these 100 people killed Titus, I'll help you run the prince. I'll snuff out all these fucking monkeys if it means his death will be avenged.
Kristen wisely didn't say anything else. Chapter 57. Once Windlock had completed his investigation, Dragon SWAT returned to their base in Detroit. On arrival, Stonequest sent the team to work on reports in the paper dungeon. Paperwork was a whole different activity for dragons than it was for people, especially when working with mages. The dragons didn't fill out their own documents, but instead the mages did it for them with magic if they could, or simply by hand. Kristen had always been impressed by the mages who could manipulate a pen on the desk in front of them, but after seeing Brockton use a spell to control a pen and floating scroll from another room, it was a little underwhelming. It sometimes boggled her mind how fast one could get used to new things. Only a few months before, seeing these mages work was beyond amazing. Now, it was less than impressive. Besides, she had other things she wanted to do rather than fill out paperwork. She left her task with Lumos and tracked down one of the few non-magic humans who worked in the paper dungeon. Trevor Williams was in charge of what human tech the dragons did use. "Miss Hall, what can I do for you?" Despite being in his early 30s, Trevor's voice still cracked practically any time he spoke to Kristen. She wondered if it was nerves, but if it was, working in a dragon police station didn't seem like the job for the faint of heart. "I have some prints I'd like you to run." She unrolled the scroll and gave it to him. He looked surprised when she handed it to him, like he hadn't quite expected to see it. "Is that a problem, Trevor?" she asked, although she didn't mean to intimidate the already nervous technician. No, ma'am, of course not. Well, yes, a little." "Is it a problem or not?" "No, it's not. Certainly I can do it. It is a ton of prints, but I can run them." "Great. How long will that take you?" "At least a week?" He sounded like he was asking a question. "What? Why?" "Well, we have a few other cases with prints right now, so we're a little backlogged." "Make this a priority, then. It's about the dead dragon we just investigated." "Yeah, see, that's the thing." Again, the poor kid sounded like he was asking a question instead of explaining himself. "See, Stonequest already asked me to work on some DNA, and he mentioned that there were prints, too. He said they weren't a priority." "He what?" "I'm really sorry, and I can run them, really I can, but I can't bump them up to be run before other prints, and I can't do them before I do the DNA. Like I said, it'll be a week." "Yeah?" Trevor did not sound happy to be caught between two dragons. "Fine, but let me know when you're done with the other prints, okay?" "Of course." He sounded relieved that there was now a path that didn't involve conflict. Kristen snatched the scroll up and headed to Stonequest's office. She could hear Trevor sigh all the way down the hall. She found the SWAT leader in his office, working with a mage to detail the location they'd been to. Leave it to dragons to still use verbal descriptions when a human could literally now record a three-dimensional model simply by walking around inside with the right kind of camera. Stonequest looked up and, to his credit, recognized the fury in her eyes. "If you'll excuse me, Graphitis." "But of course, sir." The mage bowed and saw himself out. "What is it now, Lady Steele? You might as well jump to the point. I can feel your aura from here." "Why are you stonewalling me looking into my hypothesis? We know humans have killed dragons. We have to consider that as a possibility here." "We don't have to do a damn thing." He gestured at the chair in which Graphitis had been seated. Kristen sat, her spine rigid, and Stonequest closed the door to his office. Shit. The action didn't bode well. A closed door at human SWAT meant that the captain wanted to yell loudly enough that the rest of the force would be able to hear the dress down through the door. But apparently he had a different plan. He didn't begin a tirade. Instead, he sat heavily, covered his face with a hand, and rubbed his temples. She let him have a moment. In the time she'd known him, she'd never seen him so obviously frustrated, and yet not giving orders, telling her off, or redirecting her. After a few seconds, he lowered his hands, folded them in his lap, and looked at her. He seemed incredibly tired. "Look, Kristen, I understand that you want to get to the bottom of this. That's why I wanted you on Dragon SWAT, because of that passion. I wanted you to investigate corrupt dragons. Dragons like Shadowstorm, whom you stopped. Those actions brought you onto the force.
Then I gave you a promotion when you beat Obscura, right?
Yes, sir, but this isn't about dragons.
Damn it, Kristen, it has to be about dragons. Don't you get it?
But Stone, we know humans have done this.
You might know that, and I am certainly considering the possibility. But no one else is.
Well, why not? She demanded.
Because no human has killed a dragon in hundreds of years. Most dragons simply don't see it as a possibility. I hate to put it this way, but it's like humans being concerned about a raccoon killing them. I guess it could happen, but it's not a viable threat.
Except that it is. A raccoon that has a gun is what we're talking about in terms of your metaphor.
And what happens to raccoons if that's the case? Do people still let them raid their garbage? Are they still allowed to live in cities?
Stonequest sounded deadly serious about such an ostensibly silly question. Well, no. If one raccoon was a problem, it would have to be stopped. That's what I'm talking about here, she explained. It seemed so obvious to her. That's what being a police officer meant to her. Stopping the dangerous elements of society and ensuring freedom for everyone else.
No, Kristen, you're not thinking clearly. Your kind, humankind, has eradicated countless animals from the landscape because they've killed a few dozen sheep or taken a child or two. You have waged a war on the predators of this planet for crimes that any animal would forgive. Do you disagree?
Well, no, not really.
Okay. What if I told you that the only reason people haven't been exterminated is because they're not seen as a threat?
Wait, exterminated? Like, wiped out completely? Kristen had trouble wrapping her head around the concept. Stonequest rubbed his forehead again.
No, not exterminated, but certainly, culled. I know you think of most dragons as anachronistic and aloof, but that's only those who deign to go to parties or live out their lives in mansions. There are elements on the Dragon Council who have followed human development very closely. Some of them are very concerned about what you've accomplished. Drones, missiles, nukes, all kinds of things concern the Dragon Council. Some, not all, but certainly more than a few, believe that humanity has grown too powerful. They believe that humanity should be knocked back a bit. Culled, like I said.
Culled? Like culling the herd? What does that mean?
Well, and this is only some elements of the council, right? Obviously, most dragons don't want to kill people in these numbers.
What numbers?
The most commonly referenced number is about half. 4 billion people.
They want to kill 4 billion people? She was appalled.
Not all of them, but some, yes. They see human advancement as an existential threat to both dragons and the planet at large. Most think we should stop your carbon-spewing technology completely, and many areas of South America should be evacuated of human life completely.
But that would be beyond genocide. That would be the greatest murder of all time.
You're right. I think it needs to be prevented, which is why I need you to stop yelling about these damn bullets to everyone you meet.
But to kill half the Earth's people?
Keep in mind that 100 years ago, your population was substantially less than it is now. To some, this is still seen as generous.
But why not help us?
Human technology has far outpaced most of our ability to understand. Take Death's rifle as an example. It was special and customized, but was still essentially a human weapon. It's possible humans could use technology to build things that might hurt dragons specifically.
It's already happened.
You say that, and I'm inclined to agree. But so far, we've managed to keep the dragons focused on dragons. Death was a notorious killer, but she was a dragon. Her killing dragons isn't an existential threat, even if she used a human tool. After all, or so the thinking goes, Death figured that out, not a person.
But if she could, surely humans could too.
That's what I'm hoping the Council doesn't realize. There's considerable anti-human bias baked into dragon culture. You have to understand that we've seen most of your darkest and most ignorant moments. You enslaved your own kind and burned each other alive because of your beliefs. Rationality seems to be growing, but, well, it's not a foregone conclusion yet.
But a human did shoot Death, the same one who killed Windfire.
I haven't been able to explain Windfire, and that's been a real pain. But honestly, most dragons don't think humans had anything at all to do with killing Death. They credit you with that.
What? Kristen was shocked. Stonequest shrugged, and a tiny smile showed for the first time.
You struck the killing blow, and all the injuries on Death's body were made by a dragon whose DNA closely matched yours. She had targeted your humans. No one blames you for it.
But they don't know she was shot and hurt before I met her? They think I did it all myself?
Well, I haven't dissuaded them of the idea.
But that'll get in the way of the investigation. The real dragon killer is still out there.
Yes, you're right. And we need to stop them, definitely. But it can't be a person who does it. End of story. If it's the steel dragon, it makes dragons more accountable for hurting people. That helps your cause. If it's a person who did it, call it what you will. Genocide, slaughter, murder, or culling.
She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I guess I understand that you don't want dragons to turn on people, but it wouldn't exactly be one-sided, would it? Whoever is murdering dragons obviously has firepower to share. I don't think they would have put this whole campaign into action if they only had 5 bullets.
I think you're right.
Plus, like you said, there are jets that fly faster than dragons armed with missiles. We have nukes and tanks and everything else. I know I withstood a grenade, but I have steel skin. Many dragons could be hurt in a war with people. It wouldn't be totally one-sided.
I agree. A war would be terrible for both sides. It could get worse than that, too. If some dragons joined with people, either out of goodwill or to help topple the Dragon Council, that would be bad. It would be even worse if major human superpowers like the USA and China took different sides. Say one sided with the dragons. That wouldn't be good.
So you're saying we should simply let these people, these techno-mages or whatever they are, continue to kill dragons? Stonequest shrugged and sighed.
I don't know, Kristen. I really don't. We should stop them. That's the best way to avoid this war. But if Dragon SWAT stops them, we'll have to document the whole damn thing. Honestly, I find myself thinking that if it turns out these humans really are working on their own, the best thing to do would be to frame a dragon. At least then, the hostility would stay between dragonkind.
But you're talking about ruining an innocent's life.
I didn't say anything about an innocent dragon, Kristen. There are many dragons who walk free who have killed other dragons in duels merely because they were weaker, or who killed hundreds of people in the dark days before your video cameras and film strips could hold our kind accountable.
But you're a cop. You're supposed to find the truth, not frame people for crimes they didn't commit.
My job is to keep the world safe, Kristen.
By any means necessary? Kristen said the words with more venom than she'd intended, but it felt honest, so she didn't apologize. Stonequest shrugged, dropped his head into his hands, and sat in silence. He didn't cry, but from his aura, she could tell he was torn apart inside. Without a doubt, he was conflicted, guilty, and most of all, at a loss about what to do. She left him like that. He might not know what to do, but she did. Somehow, she would find the truth and stop the